This is an era of oppression and resistance. The world is divided into three major forces: the elves, the demons, and the humans. The spirit and demon races occupy a dominant position with their powerful talents and strength, while the human race, due to its weak constitution and meager strength, can only rely on the power of the contract to survive. The contract bound the human race to the torrent of war between spirits and demons, making it a sad race forced to survive in the cracks. In this world full of oppression and struggle, the hope of mankind is often like a candle in the wind. But where there is oppression, there is resistance. Some people are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the dignity and freedom of their people and become heroes. Others, greedy for strength and power, betray their people and become minions of demons. The division and struggle within the human race made their already fragile hope even more shaky. Meng Nan, this seemingly ordinary boy, is particularly special in the cracks. He was born in Xiagua, a city that appears calm on the surface but is actually full of dangers. He had no dazzling talent, nor a family with a strong background, and even among his peers, he seemed out of place. When people talk about him, Macho is a slightly joking name, but it surprisingly fits his unyielding character. He was born ordinary, but was born different. Not only did he not sign a contract with the spirits and demons, but he even had a strange power hidden in his body that was incompatible with the contract. This talent is both his curse and his salvation. This trait makes him out of place among ordinary people, and also makes him a prey in the eyes of his enemies. The peaceful life was broken by a sudden attack. He witnessed the oppression of the spirits and demons, felt the powerlessness of the human race, and personally experienced the madness of the betrayers. This time, he lost his most important relative, and for the first time realized that there was an incredible secret behind his alien identity. The gears of fate turned at that moment. During his escape, he met another alien, a powerful but lonely being, a combination of a human and a monster. The other party was also tired of the control of the spirits and the constraints of the contract. They formed an alliance in desperation and became each other's most solid partners. From then on, this pair of different partners began an adventurous journey to subvert the era of contracts. The third mine in Pangsheng, Lixing City underground mine. Hurry up, everyone. Don't dilly-dally. If you don't mine enough today, you won't get paid. Supervisor Li Xian shouted angrily at the miners while holding an electric baton. Meng Nan, in his dark blue overalls, was drenched in sweat and sat slumped over his pick, panting. He glanced at Li Xian coldly, cursing in his heart. This bastard. He enriched himself and still exploited us. Does he really think we are fools? He cursed in his heart, but at the same time he comforted himself. Just bear with it. With today's salary, I will have enough money for next semester's tuition. Just as he was about to stand up and continue working, Li Xian's eyes swept over and stared at Meng Nan. He walked up to Meng Nan angrily and punched him without saying anything. Meng Nan was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground, spurting out blood and even losing a tooth. You got any objections, kid? Let me teach you the rules. Li Xian sneered, obviously wanted to kick him again. Stop! The angry workers finally couldn't stand it anymore and swarmed over and protected Meng Nan behind them. Team leader Wang Lin ran over and squatted to check Meng Nan's injuries, cursing. Li Xian, are you still a human being? You can even do such a cruel thing to a student. Other miners also spoke up. We won't work today. Let's go and ask the boss for an explanation. Yes, give Xiaonan justice. Meng Nan lay weakly on the ground, but a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The blood contract has been made. A yellowish-brown spiritual light seeped out from the ground, flowed into Meng Nan's chest along his blood, and disappeared in an instant. Meng Nan felt as if something had suddenly entered his body, and then a sharp pain came over him. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. His eyes were wide open, but he didn't move. It's over. Someone's dead. The workers were panicked and hurriedly lifted Meng Nan up, rushing out of the mine and heading straight for the hospital. The doctors were sweating profusely. Quick, go call Director Zhao. More than a dozen needles have been broken, and this kid's body is as hard as a rock. The nurse rushed out of the emergency room. Meng Nan was conscious, but unable to move, so stiff that he couldn't even blink. He shouted in his heart, Hey, who's inside me? Can you hear me? However, there was no response. Dean Zhao pushed the door open in a hurry, and when he saw Meng Nan, his face immediately showed an expression of surprise and joy. A rare treasure. What a freak. He gently pressed his hands on Meng Nan's chest, feeling an unusual force, and whispered to himself excitedly. This little thing is interesting. Contract. Possession. As soon as he finished speaking, a tuft of green hair instantly grew on Ding Zhao's head, and green scales appeared on his arms. The power of his contracted beast turned into a soft green aura, slowly seeping into Meng Nan's body. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown aura burst out from Meng Nan's chest, directly knocking the green aura away and releasing a circle of shock waves, knocking everyone present to the ground. Ding Zhao got up in a panic, rolled up his sleeves, and said angrily, "Little thing, I don't believe that I can't cure you." He released a stronger green aura, which clashed with the khaki aura again. After fierce suppression, the khaki light finally retreated and condensed into a small khaki stone, embedded in Meng Nan's chest. Ding Zhao stared at the stone on Meng Nan's chest and laughed excitedly. Blood contract. It's an SSS-level unknown mythical beast. Meng Nan slowly opened his eyes and looked blankly at the strange thing on his chest. Ding Zhao, what on earth is this? Ding Zhao grinned and said, "You are so lucky. I can't really explain this thing, but it is definitely a treasure." Meng Nan threw off his clothes and turned around, ready to run away. However, as soon as he took a step, he was pulled back by Ding Zhao. "Boy, where do you want to go?" Ding Zhao asked slowly, with a meaningful smile in his eyes. Meng Nan was caught off guard and could only stand there with a wry smile, his expression full of guilt. He scratched his head and said in a low voice with a bitter face, "That, Ding Zhao, what you just said about the SSS level and the mythical beast species, is it really true?" Ding Zhao raised his eyebrows. "Of course it's true." Hearing this, Meng Nan immediately put on a look of despair and his voice became weaker. But this thing has never been taught by teachers in school. I have little education, and I'm not even in the 3rd year of high school yet. Please don't lie to me." He pointed at the small yellowish stone on his chest and added with a bitter face, "Besides, this thing doesn't look like a contracted beast, does it? It can't be some weird thing. I don't want to be dragged to be sliced for research. Can you let me go?" Ding Zhao was delighted after hearing this and patted Meng Nan on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Your precious thing even defeated this Dean's contracted beast, who would dare to slice you up. Don't think about it. I will teach you how to use it clearly later." With a loud bang, the door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open, and Xia Chun, the director of the Lixing City Contract Management Bureau, walked in angrily. His sharp eyes glanced at Meng Nan, who was on the rescue table. "Where is the peerless genius?" Xia Chun did not allow any explanation and directly pushed away Ding Zhao, who was blocking Meng Nan's way. He leaned over and carefully looked at the small stone on Meng Nan's chest that was emitting an earthy yellow light. "Oh my God!" Xia Chun was shocked. "It is indeed the blood contract of an unknown mythical beast." He took out a contract tester and scanned Meng Nan from head to toe. The instrument sounded a rapid prompt, and a line of warning text popped up on the screen. Meng Nan, from Pangcheng, Lixing City. Extremely dangerous. A blood contract has been signed. Suspected to be an SSS-level fantasy beast. Xia Chun was so surprised that he looked up to the sky and sighed. "God bless my Xia country. This is an SSS-level monster genius." He excitedly grabbed Meng Nan's arm and said earnestly, "Boy, you can't waste your talent in a place like Pangcheng. Come with me to Lixing City and receive better training. You will have a bright future." Meng Nan's expression darkened when he heard this, and he lowered his head in silence. Ding Zhao sighed softly and handed Xia Chun a medical record. Xia Chun glanced at him, and his eyes froze. The first page of the medical record clearly read, "Meng Nan, orphan, responsible person. Pangcheng Orphan Shelter in Lixing City." Xia Chun was stunned for a moment, then turned on the communicator on his wrist and quickly retrieved 2 files. Meng Beixing, He died in battle. Xia Chun gritted his teeth and gently patted Meng Nan's shoulder. "Child, raise your head. Your parents are heroes of Xia country. They sacrificed for the country. This is not a shame, but something you should be proud of." Meng Nan nodded with red eyes. Ding Zhao saw this and whispered in Xia Chen's ear about the poor treatment of Meng Nan at the mine. After hearing this, Xia Chen's eyes widened with anger, and he ordered sternly, "Xia Xing, go to the 3rd mine of Pangcheng Lingmai to investigate, and bring back all the people who oppressed Meng Nan for interrogation." The man in black behind him nodded slightly, turned and left. After Ding Zhao confirmed that Meng Nan was in good health, he and Xia Chun sent him back to the Pangqing orphan shelter. Meng Nan's small rental house was small and shabby, with only an old wooden bed and simple furniture. Meng Nan rubbed his face vigorously in front of the mirror and murmured to himself, "This is not a dream, is it?" He tore open his shirt, looked at the small, ochre-colored stone on his chest, and fell into deep thought. Is it really an SSS-level mythical beast? This thing doesn't look like a contracted beast at all. Meng Nan kept trying to call out in his mind, "Hey, what are you? Can you hear me?" The stone did not respond. Meng Nan lay back on the bed helplessly, his hands behind his head, his thoughts drifting away. The holiday is almost over, and the new semester is about to begin. Meng Nan knows that an ordinary student like him has no chance of passing the high-end competition, such as the National Unified Combat Strength Exam. Basic Spiritual Energy Level Assessment? I don't know what level I can get. Contracting a beast? Forget it. He rolled his eyes. Even Dean Zhao's contracted beast was bullied like that. What else can this hot-tempered little stone do? Meng Nan's thoughts drifted away, and he couldn't help but recall the knowledge about spirit contract masters that he had learned in school. In Xia country, a spirit contract master is a person who signs a contract with spirit beasts in the spirit world, forming a bond through spiritual power or soul power. Contracted beasts are divided into several levels, from F to SS. Among them, A to F are called spirit beasts, which require a spirit master to conclude a contract with spiritual power. Above S level are exotic beasts, and only those with extraordinary talents can conclude a contract with the power of their souls. SS-level divine beasts are extremely rare and are geniuses that the country focuses on cultivating. The SSS-level fantasy beasts are even more mutated divine beasts, so rare that they are unique. The contract must be concluded using the ancient method of blood contract. The lives of the contract master and the contracted beast are completely bound together, and they share life and death. Almost no one has ever seen this kind of top-level contract. Because of this, most people don't even know the existence of SSS-level mythical beasts. Half a day later, Xia Chun and Dean Zhao came to Meng Nan's small rental house again. At this time, Meng Nan was curled up on the broken wooden bed and sleeping soundly, with a trace of fatigue and anxiety on his face. Xia Chun looked around and saw the shabby furniture in the room. He couldn't help feeling guilty. He whispered to Dean Zhao, "Too many soldiers have sacrificed their lives for the country. These orphans can only solve the most basic food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, but they don't have more resources. This is our dereliction of duty." Dean Zhao patted him on the shoulder and consoled him. "Old Xia, don't be impatient. All we can do is try our best to help them change their fate. This child is a genius, and his future will not be ordinary." Xia Chun nodded, walked forward, and gently woke Meng Nan up. "Child, get up. From today on, your life will completely change." Awakened gently by Xia Chun, Meng Nan slowly climbed up from the shabby wooden bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and yawned loudly. He glanced at Xia Chun and Dean Zhao standing in the room and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Director Xia, Dean Zhao, you are here. This place is small. Please sit anywhere." Xia Chun did not respond to Meng Nan's polite words. He directly took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to him, saying solemnly, "This is the compensation for your medical expenses from the mine, a full 50,000. That bastard Li Xian has been arrested and is now on trial at the police station. When the verdict comes out, he will have to pay more compensation for the losses." Meng Nan held a thick stack of banknotes, his hands shaking a little. This was the first time he had seen so much money in his life. He was both excited and confused. Based on his understanding, the mine owner was definitely not someone who was willing to pay so much money. Compensation for medical expenses is a good thing, and the extra part should be contributed by Xia Chun and Dean Zhao. He silently took out 20,000 yuan and put it in his pocket, and pushed the remaining 30,000 yuan back into Xia Chun's hand. He said with a smile, 20,000 yuan is enough. I'm just a student, it's not safe to take too much. I'll return the 30,000 yuan to you. Thank you for your kindness." Just as Xia Chun was about to speak, Dean Zhao spoke first. "Boy, you have great ambition." Dean Zhao grinned. "But I think you are really stupid. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, wouldn't you be a bastard? I gave it to you, but you're pushing it away." Meng Nan was stunned and asked tentatively, "These 30,000, are they really not given to me by you?" Dean Zhao rolled his eyes and tapped Meng Nan's forehead. "Do you think our money came from the wind? Old Xia almost closed the mine, and that bastard took the money obediently. You don't want it? Hurry and keep it." Meng Nan was stunned when he heard this, and quickly took back the 30,000 yuan and stuffed it into a suitcase. He muttered, "If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you are a bastard." Seeing Meng Nan's satisfied look, Xiaochen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Dean Zhao. Dean Zhao raised his eyebrows proudly. "You can control him in a minute." Xiaochen calmed down and said to Meng Nan, "Xiaonan, pack your things and come with me to Lixing City." When Meng Nan heard the word Lixing City, his eyes lit up instantly. Who doesn't want to see a big city? But soon his expression darkened again, and he whispered, "No, my nominal guardian is the shelter in Pangcheng. If I leave, I won't be able to receive the subsidy, and my identity doesn't allow it." Dean Zhao frowned after hearing this and said with disdain, "You are the only one who knows a lot. Old Xia has already made arrangements. He has become your temporary guardian. You can still receive the subsidy and your identity has been resolved." After hearing this, Meng Nan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Dean Zhao raised a sly smile and winked at Meng Nan. Meng Nan looked bewildered. What's wrong with your eyes?" Dean Zhao was immediately furious. "I find that you are really stupid. Hurry up and call him Uncle Xia. You will have to rely on him to protect you in the future." Meng Nan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Uncle Xia." Xia Chun laughed loudly, packed up his things with Meng Nan, and refunded his rent. Then, the three of them returned to Pangcheng Hospital together. While Meng Nan was in the bathroom, Xia Chen's smile disappeared, and he asked Dean Zhao in a low voice, "Have the doctors who knew about it made arrangements?" Dean Zhao glanced at him lazily and said in a tone that deserved a beating, "How old do you think I am? Do I still need you to teach me?" Vice Dean Lin has already tampered with their memories, and an SS-level vest has been arranged for Meng Nan. It is your business to report him to the SSS level, but leaving him a vest will at least keep him safe for the time being. Xiaochen smiled. "You are the most vicious in words, and you are the softest in heart." Dean Zhao waved his hand and turned away. "I just cherish the talent. This is the hope of Xia country." When Meng Nan came back from the bathroom, Dean Zhao was gone, and Xiaochun took him on a flying vehicle. It was the first time Meng Nan had seen such high-tech equipment, and he looked around excitedly. He looked around, and although he didn't say anything, the surprise in his eyes was beyond words. The aircraft slowly rose into the air, and the entire picture of Pangcheng gradually shrank and became a scene under the feet. Meng Nan suddenly felt a little lost. Although this was a small place, and he was an orphan without any relatives, this piece of land carried his 18 years of memories. Xiaochen noticed his emotions and said softly, "A fledgling must eventually learn to fly. Your talent is destined to take you to a wider world. Just keep these memories in your heart. The future is what is most worth looking forward to." Meng Nan let out a long breath, looked up at the sky, and nodded. The aircraft entered the space jump mode. Meng Nan only felt a flash before his eyes, and instantly he was above the city of Lixing. Looking around, the city is shockingly prosperous, and aircraft are flying through the air like a flock of birds circling. Xiaochen smiled and patted his shoulder. "Boy, don't be stunned. You are a small rich man. Go buy a better communicator first. Don't let people say you are a bumpkin." Meng Nan touched the 50,000 yuan in his arms and smiled awkwardly. "I'm still a bumpkin from the city. Everything I see is strange." The aircraft landed in a low-key courtyard in the city center. Xiaochen turned to Meng Nan and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet my daughter. She's the same age as you, and she's your senior year classmate." Meng Nan was stunned, and suddenly a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Director Xia's daughter. Isn't she a rich lady? How can she live under someone else's roof? Xiaochen looked at Meng Nan, who was standing still at the door, and patted his head. This kid still needs some psychological preparation. He rolled his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "We still have to let the little girl do it herself. Leave this matter to her." Although knowing it would be a bit awkward, Xiaochen still turned back, dragged Meng Nan's suitcase, and lowered his voice to Meng Nan's ear. "Xiaonan, my girl, is a little special." Meng Nan raised his eyebrows, his heart tightened. "What's the special method?" Xiaochun pretended to be mysterious and said, "Just remember, nod your head to whatever she says, and don't refute it if it's right." Meng Nan's heart skipped a beat. Is it too late to refund the ticket? What does a little special mean? What is this right operation? Just as he was racking his brains for how to respond, a strong wind suddenly blew over, forcing Meng Nan to take 3 steps back. He raised his hands to cover his face before he could barely keep his balance. In the wind, a cold voice with a bit of grievance came. Old man, you lied to me. You said you would be back in 2 days, but you didn't show up for half a month. Mengnan secretly looked through his fingers and saw a white-haired girl floating in the air. She was slender with perfect proportions and exuded a cold temperament. Her hands tightly grasped Xia Chen's collar, and her beautiful eyes showed grievance. Xia Chen put on a pitiful look and nodded continuously. Yes, yes, yes. It's all Dad's fault. I didn't spend the holiday with my good daughter. It's all Dad's fault. Seeing this, Mengnan was shocked and realized. So this is how right is used. However, the girl's eyes quickly turned to Mengnan. Her sharp eyes made his heart beat faster, and he quickly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. The girl stared at Mengnan with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and then slowly moved towards him with a smile. Mengnan looked at her loose white hair and the suspended posture, and his whole body froze instantly. This is too scary. Mengnan reflexively covered his face with his hands, turned his body to the side, and tried hard to pretend that he didn't exist. Seeing Mengnan's cowardly expression, the white-haired girl chuckled, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Xia Xingran." Mengnan hesitated for a moment before leaning over and gently holding her hand, then quickly pulled it back. "Hello, my name is Mengnan." Hearing this name, Xia Xingran's eyes flashed with surprise. "Mighty man? This name? Are you serious?" She held back her laughter, didn't ask any more questions, took Mengnan's luggage, and floated back to the yard. Mengnan looked at Xia Xingran's back. This girl not only had a strong aura, but was also extremely skilled in the use of spiritual power. It was obvious that she had already signed a contract with a beast and was at least at the level of a junior spiritual contract master. As expected, geniuses are all in big cities. Mengnan clenched his fists and vowed silently. "I want to become stronger too." Xia Chen noticed the fighting spirit in Mengnan's eyes, turned around and caught up with Xia Xingran and whispered, "Xiao Ran, this child is hard to come by. He has a rough life, don't be too rash, and take care of his emotions a little." After listening to his father's instructions, Xia Xingran turned to look at Mengnan with a trace of guilt in his eyes. Did I go a little too far just now? A strong desire to protect suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. She patted her chest and said to Xia Chen, "Don't worry, I will protect my tough brother from now on. If anyone dares to bully him, I will break his legs." Xia Chen was stunned. Did this girl misunderstand something? At this time, Xia Xingran was already full of guilt. She quickly floated back to Mengnan, her eyes showing a bit more concern. "Brother Macho, let's go. I'll welcome you home. From now on, with me here, no one will dare to bully you." Mengnan was a little embarrassed and muttered to himself, "I don't think I need anyone's protection." But he didn't dare to refute, so he could only nod and follow her into the yard. Xia Chen looked at Mengnan's slightly shabby suitcase and whispered to Xia Xingran, "Take him to buy some daily necessities later, especially a communicator, which will be convenient for his future studies. Be careful not to let him feel like he is being given charity, and treat him equally." Xia Xingran nodded vigorously. "Leave it to me." After Mengnan finished washing up, he walked out of the room, looking much more energetic. But as soon as he looked up, he was shocked by Xia Xingran's outfit. Xia Xingran changed into a black windbreaker and high combat boots. Her slender figure was outlined with heroic spirit. Her white hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she looked like a female war god returning from the battlefield. Mengnan looked down at his worn-out jeans and flip-flops and couldn't help but silently complain. "My outfit is really shabby." Xia Xingran didn't say much. He pulled Mengnan and walked out. "Let's go, brother. I'll take you to see the world." The largest shopping mall in Lixing City is brightly lit and bustling with people. Mengnan looked at the flying machines and smart devices in the crowd, dazzled, and sighed in his heart. Lixing City is indeed completely different from Pangcheng. Just as the two were selecting items, an inconspicuous sanitation worker pushed a garbage truck past them. After they walked away, the sanitation worker took out his communicator and whispered, "Target confirmed. Xia Xingran has appeared." Xia Xing is not around to protect him. This is a great opportunity. With a flick of his finger, he shared his location with a secret contact. Xia Xingran's first stop was a store that specialized in high-end custom clothing. As soon as Mengnan stepped into the store, he felt the high-end consumption atmosphere. After the tailor in the shop glanced at him, he immediately summoned a small, black, contracted spirit beast. This little creature actually pounced directly on the expensive-looking fabrics and began to gnaw on them. Mengnan looked at this scene curiously and speculated secretly. This contracted beast was made specifically for making clothes, right? In less than 10 minutes, a set of black training shorts and white-based shirt with Xia country characteristics was completed. Another waitress also handed over a pair of brand new black combat boots. Mengnan took a look and complained in his heart. This outfit is exactly the same as Xia Xingran's black windbreaker and combat boots. Are they going to team up to film The Matrix? Xia Xingran raised his chin and signaled Mengnan, "Go and try." Mengnan quickly waved his hands. "This is too expensive. Just get a cheaper one." Before he finished speaking, he felt the contempt from Xia Xingran. Xia Qin's warning suddenly appeared in my mind. Whatever she says, you must be right. Mengnan blurted out subconsciously. Yes, yes, yes. It's over. Mengnan was very annoyed, picked up his clothes, and quickly went into the locker room. He didn't even dare to look back at Xia Xingran's expression. 3 minutes later, when Mengnan changed his clothes and walked out of the dressing room, the originally calm clerk couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, Junior brother is so handsome." Mengnan suddenly felt uncomfortable and secretly glanced at Xia Xingran, and found that she was also nodding with a hint of approval in her eyes. "The hair color matches this outfit quite well." Xia Xingran commented softly, but in her heart she was thinking, but this tough guy is too timid. No, he needs to change his ways in the future. Asterisk. She took out a card and handed it to the clerk. "We want this suit," and pack up the clothes he took off as well. Ding! Consumption successful, 3,500 yuan. Mengnan couldn't help but gasp when he heard the price. "This is enough for me to eat for 2 months. Xia Xingran saw his embarrassment and smiled calmly. "Don't worry, this is a bargain. You'll have to pay me back sooner or later anyway, so I'll pay it first and we can talk about it later when you have money." Mengnan felt warm in his heart. Although he still felt it was expensive, her words ensured his self-esteem. The two walked out of the clothing store side by side. Mengnan didn't know where to put his hands, and he was so nervous that his steps were out of rhythm. Xia Xingran glanced at him and said with a smile, "Brother Macho, walk with your head held high. You are the future god of war. Don't be such a coward." Mengnan lowered his head and said nothing, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. "I'm nervous, not cowardly, okay." He once again thought of the poisonous words, right, and tried to straighten his chest, raise his chin, and put on a proud look. But after walking a few steps, Xia Xingran laughed at him. "Puchi, you walk like an old man. Are you pretending to be an expert?" Mengnan stopped in his tracks for a moment, muttering to himself, "What else do you want from me?" In a rage, he simply put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head, and walked quickly forward. Xia Xingran's eyes lit up. "Oh, this posture is good." Hands in pockets, head held high. "It feels like a passionate young man. Remember, this is the way to go in the future. Don't change it." Mengnan listened to her almost commanding tone, but he didn't feel angry at all. He even wanted to do as she said. This girl. Could it be that her contracted beast has some ability to suppress its mind? Mengnan shook his head, put aside his wild thoughts, and continued to follow Xia Xingran to the next stop, the communicator store. Ding! Welcome! As soon as he entered the store, Mengnan was shocked by the prices. The cheapest one is 30,000. The consumption level in Lixing City is too terrible. Xia Xingran was not in a hurry and said directly to the clerk, "Take the latest model of might." Mengnan shuddered all over, and the poster he saw when he first entered the store emerged in his mind. Met his far ahead, 79,999. How about changing to a cheaper one? Mengnan suggested in a low voice. Xia Xingran said sternly, "No, you can only use this. This communicator is anti-eavesdropping and anti-theft. Think about your current identity." Mengnan was stunned and immediately realized the situation. An SS-level blood covenant fantasy beast. Thinking of the rumors about the enemy's genocide plan, he gritted his teeth and said, "Buy it, but I'll owe it first." Xia Xingran nodded with satisfaction. After paying, he did not forget to tease. "My dear creditor, you must remember this." Mengnan touched the wrist with the communicator installed and sighed at the power of this technology. At the same time, he secretly decided, "I have to work hard to pay off my debt." The two walked out of the store and just stepped onto the main road. A stranger suddenly blocked their way with murderous intent in his eyes. "Go to hell!" He roared, a cold light flashed in his hand, and he stabbed straight at Xia Xingran. The assassination came without warning. While Xia Xingran was still chatting with Mengnan, a cold light suddenly cut through the air and came straight towards her. Mengnan's position was just right to see the killer's movements. In a hurry, he subconsciously pulled Xia Xingran behind him. However, for some reason, the force of the pull was so great that Xia Xingran was thrown out. Xia Xingran's pupils shrank as she flew in the air. She saw the standard alloy knife wrapped with the power of the contract, whistling as it chopped off Meng Nan's neck. "Strong man?" Xia Xingran's voice was hoarse and desperate. She turned around and tried her best to fly towards Meng Nan, but she knew it was too late. Meng Nan was also stunned by the sudden attack, watching the blade getting closer and closer. His mind was almost blank, and he could only accept what was happening. At this moment, the small stone on his chest suddenly lit up slightly, and then a deafening buzzing sound exploded. The alloy knife chopped on Meng Nan's neck, but it was like chopping on an object harder than steel and only made a series of sharp buzzing sounds. Meng Nan stood there blankly, one hand in his pocket and the other hand behind his back. He touched his neck in disbelief. "I am not dead?" The killer on the other side was also dumbfounded. He clenched the alloy knife tightly, gritted his teeth, and swung out more than a dozen times, each knife accurately slashing at Meng Nan's body, but all he heard was the dense sound of metal clashing. Ding, 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 ding. The killer was panting, his face full of despair. "What the hell is this monster? I can't cut it down." Meng Nan looked down at the small stone on his chest, thinking, "Did it save me just now?" He swung his right hand tentatively and slapped him. Boom! The air was compressed and suddenly exploded. The killer was blown away by the air wave before he was even touched by Meng Nan's palm. His figure was like a meteor, streaking across the square in the shocked gaze of everyone and slamming heavily into a huge electronic billboard. "Zizizizi Yao, Yao leading first." The billboard flashed dazzling sparks and repeated the slogan intermittently. The pedestrians in the square were dumbfounded, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees in unison. Because the attack happened right in front of the Meta store, where a new product launch was being live-streamed. The entire process, from the assassination to the killer being thrown flying, was broadcast simultaneously on 3 networks, and millions of netizens witnessed this scene with their own eyes. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. "The tough guy is invincible. This is power. I put my hands in my pockets and don't know what an opponent is. How lonely it is to be invincible." However, the impact of live broadcasting went far beyond the domestic storm. At the same time, the top leaders of Xia State were also shocked. The atmosphere in Xia Nation's highest conference room was heavy. Several title-level supreme beings gathered together, their faces grim. "It's exposed." An old man sighed. "Blood contract. The whole world knows that our Xia country has an SSS-level mythical beast species. Block it. It can't be blocked." The live broadcast footage has spread all over the world. The several supreme beings looked at each other, speechless for a moment. The old man sitting in the middle rubbed his brows and said, "Supreme Lung Xie, I'm afraid I have to trouble you with this matter. I'm sorry to trouble you, but you have to be the guardian of this kid for a few years. It should be so. Everything is for the Xia Kingdom." After a response, Lung Xie Supreme disappeared in an instant. At Xia Chen's house, 3 people sat in the living room, and the atmosphere was subtle. Xia Chen looked at the crazy scrolling comments on his phone, covered his face and sighed. "Netizens, stop trying to clean it up. It can't be cleaned up." Meng Nan sat opposite him, looking embarrassed. "Uncle Xia, can I still be saved?" Chen was almost amused by his naivety. "You? Rescue bullshit." Xia Xingran bit her lip tightly, looking remorseful. She silently swore in her heart. "I took him shopping. I must protect him." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the corner of the room. "It is indeed possible to rescue him." The 3 of them jumped up instantly and hugged each other. Xia Chen was the first to react and asked tentatively, "Cold Evil Supreme?" "Well," a figure walked out from the corner, speaking calmly. "I will let this kid be the guardian of the race for a few years." That's what the elder meant. Meng Nan understood instantly. The guardian of the race is to deal with the extermination plan, right? Lung Xie Zhizuan smiled coldly. "That's right. But you don't have to worry too much. At most it will be some small tricks, not big moves. Who doesn't have an SSS-level fantasy beast?" At this point, he turned his gaze to Meng Nan and raised his eyebrows slightly. "But this is the first time I've heard of a wild mythical beast species." "Meng Nan? Wild? Me?" Meng Nan was completely confused. Meng Nan looked at the figure of Lung Xie Supreme, his face full of confusion, and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, Supreme Lord, what is a wild fantasy beast species?" Lung Xie Supreme pondered for a moment and said calmly, "For a normal fantasy beast contract, the spirit contract master must pass through the spirit world gate and establish contact with the spirit world creatures. But your contract is obviously different. The mythical beast you awakened was not summoned from the spirit world, but was formed directly in the human world. This situation is very rare, so we call it wild." Meng Nan was thoughtful, recalling the process of signing a blood pact with Little Stone. "Indeed. I was in the mine at that time. This mythical beast species does seem to have drifted into the human world." But he still had a question in his mind. "Supreme Lord, don't all fantasy beasts communicate with their spiritual bond masters? Why does my Little Stone never talk to me?" Lung Xie Zhizuan frowned slightly. "In theory, they can communicate, but each mythical beast species has its own particularity. You heard the sound of blood contract has been made, which means that it does have the ability to communicate. It may require an opportunity." Meng Nan suddenly realized, "Yes, I did hear the Little Stone's voice that day. Maybe it is very weak now and can only take the initiative to attack when it is in danger." He bowed solemnly to Lung Xie Supreme. "Thank you for your guidance, Supreme Lord. It seems that I have to find a way for it to grow." Lung Xie Zhizuan nodded slightly and gave a casual suggestion. "Go back to where you awakened and have a look. Maybe you can find some clues." This reminder made Meng Nan's eyes light up. He murmured in a low voice, "Yes. At that time, my blood dripped on the mine, and then the blood contract was signed. There must be something else in the mine." He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Uncle Xia, can you take me back to the third mine in Pangqing?" Xiachen wanted to agree as soon as he heard it, but then he remembered that Meng Nan was now the focus of the entire network's attention. He looked down at Lung Xie Zhizuan and hesitated. "Do you think it's appropriate to go now?" A sneer sounded in the air. "No problem. I will bring my assassination team to escort him throughout the journey to ensure his safety." Meng Nan heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. "Assassination team? Guardians? This sounds a bit stressful. Xiao Shurtu, you have to fight for it, otherwise we may both lose our lives." The group returned to Pangqing in a low profile, and Xiachen personally ordered the blockade of the third mine. The mine owner cried and screamed, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. "Director Xia, I am really wronged in this matter. How can I be responsible for the things that bastardly Xian did?" Meng Nan was stunned when he heard this, and a question rose in his mind. "You mean that 50,000 yuan was not paid by you?" The mine owner realized that he had let something slip and quickly shut up. But Xia Chan grabbed his collar and asked coldly, "Tell me clearly, what's going on?" Meng Nan quickly pulled Xia Chun and whispered, "Uncle Xia, don't ask anymore. I already understand." He turned around, bowed deeply, and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle Xia and Dean Zhao, for your kindness. I will definitely find a way to pay you back." Xia Chun blushed and coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. "Ahem, we are a family. Why should we be polite? Besides, I only paid 100 yuan, and the rest was all paid by Lao Zhao." Before Meng Nan could react, Dean Zhao suddenly pushed the door open with his shiny bald head and said, "Nonsense. The 50,000 yuan is all your private money, and you even stole your wife's treasury." Xia Xingran couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Dad, this lie is so clumsy." Meng Nan instantly understood that the two elders deliberately didn't want him to feel pressured, and a warm feeling came over him. Is this the feeling of being cared for? Under the command of Lung Xie Supreme, everyone came to the place where Meng Nan and Xiao Shurtu had signed a blood pact. The mine was well protected, and the dried blood was still clearly visible. Meng Nan lay down in the same posture as before. As soon as the small stone on his chest touched the ground, his body suddenly stiffened. "Why is it hard again?" Meng Nan rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground, unable to move. Dean Zhao picked up the pickaxe skillfully and knocked it on Meng Nan twice. "Yes, I am familiar with this state. It's the same as last time. I am petrified." Lung Xie Supreme's expression was stern, and he made a move instantly. A ray of cold light slashed down, directly creating a huge crack on the ground. He ordered in a cold voice, "Two people go and tear open the crack. There may be something the mythical beasts need underneath." Two members of the assassination team immediately took action and used the power of the contract to tear open the crack. Everyone looked down and gasped. "Golden spirit soil?" Lung Xiezhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was somewhat certain. Sure enough, this kind of wild fantasy beast will always fall into the human world along with items from the spirit world. But his brows immediately furrowed. But this mythical beast species is not right. Meng Nan was also stunned, staring at the little stone on his chest, his heart full of doubts. Little stone, you have to perform well this time, otherwise, we are both in danger. Meng Nan lay on the ground, unable to move, but he was conscious. He could feel the golden spiritual soil in the cracks emitting rich spiritual power, which was being pulled by the small stone on his chest. A warm energy surged in his body. The small stone glowed brightly and began to slowly devour the golden spiritual soil in the crack. Lung Xie stood aside, his eyes deep and his brows furrowed. He had already made a judgment in his mind. This kid's contracted beast is definitely not an ordinary fantasy beast. Although ordinary contracted beasts can mobilize spiritual energy to control the power of nature, they are absolutely impossible to directly devour rare resources, such as golden spiritual soil. The power and uniqueness of the small stone may even exceed the scope of SSS-level fantasy beasts. He whispered to himself, "If you are in the spirit world, maybe you can see the true origin of this little stone." Afterwards, Lung Xie Supreme said to everyone calmly, "You guys go back first. This kid won't stop until he sucks all the golden spiritual soil dry." Ding Zhao touched his shiny bald head and asked tentatively, "How long will he have to smoke?" Lung Xie glanced at the golden spiritual soil in the crack and said lightly, "At most 10 to 20 days. Xia Xingran suddenly became anxious. School will start in half a month. Can he catch up? Xia Chun smiled and waved his hands. It is indeed troublesome for others to report late, but it is different for Meng Nan. Even if he is a year late, Principal Ge is willing to accept him. Dean Zhao smiled sinisterly. 1 year? Old Ge would be so happy for this kid. Lixing City's high school rankings have always been suppressed by Pegasus City. This time there is a strong man. How can old Gu not be overjoyed? Xia Chun understood immediately and agreed. Then we have to make old Gu bleed a little. We can't let him get such a big advantage for nothing. Dean Zhao nodded seriously. That's right. We have to pay 18 million. After all, we have to arrange accommodation and transportation for the tough guy. Everyone burst into laughter. Only Meng Nan remained silent and thoughtful. He felt the atmosphere around him, but a little doubt appeared in his heart. Is Dean Zhao so kind to me because of my talent, or is there another purpose? When Meng Nan came to his senses, everyone had left, and he was left alone lying on the ground. The small stone in his chest was still consuming the spiritual soil, but Meng Nan could not move, and could not even speak. He felt a little desperate. The Supreme Lung Xie should still be here. But what if I starve to death in my current state? Lung Xie was hiding in the air, staring at Meng Nan and frowning. After a moment, he appeared and took out a piece of bread and placed it in front of Meng Nan. Eat it. Meng Nan, I can't move. Lung Xie suddenly reacted and took the bread away again. Oh, yes, I forgot. Meng Nan. As time went by, Meng Nan found that he was not hungry, but was getting stronger. Under the guidance of the little stone, his body seemed to have turned into a machine that absorbed spiritual energy. 17 days later, the golden spiritual soil in the crack was finally absorbed by the small stone, and Meng Nan's body returned to normal. He just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a weak voice in his mind. Eat soil? Meng Nan was stunned. What did you say? Who eats dirt? Eat dirt. As soon as he finished speaking, his body bounced up uncontrollably and jumped directly into the depths of the crack. The golden spiritual soil was completely absorbed, and a dark scorched earth was exposed at the bottom of the crack, which looked like charcoal slag after burning trees. Meng Nan couldn't control himself at all. He plunged into the scorched earth and bit off a piece of it. Eat a big mouthful of soil? Meng Nan? He chewed the scorched earth with a look of despair, his teeth aching. Little stone, what the hell is this? Little Stone's answer came to his mind. Fire, spirit, earth. Lung Xie Supreme and the assassination troops watched on, dumbfounded. So the way to cultivate a peerless genius is to eat earth. A member of the assassination team couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Boss, I see that the tough guy is eating very happily. Lung Xie sighed. What a good tooth. Perhaps thinking that Meng Nan's speed was not fast enough, Xiao Shirtu actually used golden spiritual soil to embed a set of large gold teeth on his teeth. Meng Nan's chewing efficiency suddenly increased, making a crunching sound, and the only sound in the entire crack was the sound of someone eating dirt madly. Lung Xie helplessly held his forehead and said, "Is this a fantasy beast or an excavator?" The members of the assassination team exclaimed in unison, "A tough guy. I admire you." Chapter 9 Promotion to Junior Spiritual Contract Master. It took me half a day to eat. At this time, Meng Nan was half kneeling on the ground, with his hands hanging naturally. He raised his head, revealing a mouthful of big gold teeth. Burp loudly towards the sky. Hiccup, 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 hiccup. The little stone finally calmed down. Meng Nan regained control of his body again. Ugh, 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 ba. This soil is a bit ugly. Come on, let's go, brothers. Where does the sound come from? Meng Nan knelt on the ground and turned his head to see. Give crap. 13 people in total, sitting on a mound opposite Manon, eating a sumptuous dinner of meat, fish, and beer. You are not human. You are not human. Wait, who are these people? Meng Nan swallowed his saliva and said, Brothers, I'm sorry to have delayed your meal. I'm busy. Excuse me. The young man in the lead had long black hair and a fair complexion. He looked like a college student, maybe 24 or 25 at most. Seeing Meng Nan stand up and run, he couldn't help but laugh. Are you full? Meng Nan paused. This voice, cold and evil, supreme? Meng Nan turned back. The first time I saw Lung Xie Supreme's appearance, I could describe him in one word. He looked unrealistically young. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Meng Nan asked in disbelief. Big brother, are you the Lung Xie Supreme? Lung Xie Supreme took a sip of beer and nodded. Meng Nan wanted to kneel down to him. Teach me, how can you be so young? Brother, no. Supreme, you look so young. Are you serious? Lung Xie Supreme nodded again. Ha! Don't say that the tough guys are shocked. When we joined the army, our jaws dropped in shock. That's right. The boss was named the title level Supreme at the age of 20. Meng Nan listened to their description, and it seemed that Lung Xie Supreme was younger back then. Is numb. Don't just stand there. Come over here with us. Meng Nan walked over to sit next to Lung Xie Supreme, looked at that slightly mature face, and smacked his lips. I couldn't help but touch my face. Puff. Ha! The tough guy is so funny. Lung Xie laughed and said, You'll get used to it. If you continue to grow at your current rate, you will probably be stronger at the age of 20 than I was at the age of 20. Meng Nan raised his eyebrows. What he meant was his contracted beast is not as powerful as my little stone. You are joking, Lord Lung Xie. I am nothing. This cannot be compared. Lung Xie held his forehead with his right hand and said helplessly, You are already a primary spiritual contract master. Didn't you realize it? Who? Me? I am a primary spiritual bond master? And when did it happen? How come I don't know about it? Lung Xie directly took out the communicator and projected the image of Meng Nan's big golden teeth at that time, still gnawing at the ground. A representative of a junior spiritual contract master, possessed by a contract, but you have too little spiritual power in your body, so your contracted beast only gave you a mouthful of big gold teeth. Puff! Are you serious? Meng Nan didn't believe it, so he stood up and yelled, Contract! Possession! Bite! A flash of golden light passed by. Meng Nan looked at his arm. Nothing. Legs, no. I ripped off my clothes, still no. I know way. Meng Nan opened his communicator with fear and projected a real-time image. Meng Nan stared at himself in the projection opposite and grinned. The big golden tooth reappears, shining with golden light. It's simply an eyesore. Contract. Cancel. Meng Nan is boring. Lie down and perish. How can I take the college entrance examination? The contracted beast is possessed by me. What can I use to fight with them? Let me bite them. Lung Xie glanced at Meng Nan, who was lying on the ground, and laughed. Don't worry. Once you cultivate your spiritual power, your contracted beast will be able to help you possess more parts of your body. Meng Nan sat up suddenly and asked in disbelief. Really? Can you possess the whole body directly? Lung Xie nodded and waved his hand. A dark-skinned man stood up next to him and instantly became even darker until he merged into the darkness of the shadows. Hiss! Such a magical contracted beast is worthy of being the talent chosen by the assassination team. Meng Nan gave a thumbs up. It was really amazing. Then he let out a long sigh. Huh, then I feel relieved. Otherwise, the college entrance examination would be wasted. When everyone heard this, they realized that the tough guy was worried about this. Huh, don't mention it, it's vivid. Indeed, if this guy with big gold teeth takes the college entrance examination, He will be a real show. It will be broadcast live nationwide. Puff. Meng Nan's face changed. National live broadcast? What the hell? Didn't some videos leak out in previous years? Lung Xie nodded. It was true before. This year is different because you have been exposed, so the elders decided to change to a live broadcast this year, which will put some pressure on these SS-level geniuses and also increase the cohesion of the people. Meng Nan thought about it and agreed. In previous years, because there might be SSS, the videos that were usually released were of outstanding candidates with SS or S scores. It seems like I'm the only SSS this year, and I blew it myself, so embarrassing. There is actually another reason for the live broadcast this year. You haven't paid attention to the outside information in the past 20 days. Look at this. Meng Nan was shocked. The country of Shawa actually revealed that there is another candidate who is also an SSS candidate and is also taking the college entrance examination this year. Do you still want to fight me to the death? Meng Nan was stunned. Lung Xie explained to Meng Nan that the country of Shawa did this on purpose under the instructions of the Seven Netherworld Alliance. The purpose is to kill you openly, but in a fair and open manner. This is an open conspiracy. What do you think? Meng Nan was so angry that he was shaking all over. What do you think? Kill him first. Lung Xie nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed the orphan of a Xia country martyr. He had the blood of an righteous man flowing in his bones. As an SSS rank, you carry everyone's hope. I'm also optimistic about you. Work hard. Meng Nan's expression was firm, and his eyes were full of coldness. I'm an orphan. I'm very tough. You want my life? I can't kill you. The look in Meng Nan's eyes was extremely familiar to Lung Xie and the others, because they were once like Meng Nan, who came from an orphanage and had no choice but to become self-reliant. There was no conversation that night. In the morning of the next day, Lung Xie woke Meng Nan up, and they returned to Lixing City together. It has been a week since the opening of the #1 high school in Lixing City. As the news of the life and death battle in the kingdom of Shawa spread, the #1 high school in Lixing City is now the focus of the whole world. Because on the first day of school, the principal of Lixing #1 high school, Gu Yukai, announced the breaking news that Meng Nan was going to school. In order to support Meng Nan in winning glory for the country, Principal Gu made a big move and arranged all kinds of scholarships. He also directly sponsored 30 million spiritual power resources, plus a complete set of villas for high-level spiritual contract masters to train. The total value is as high as 100 million. Don't ask why, because his name is Gu Yukai, the top wealthy family in Xia country. The Gu group has a bachelor's family that has been the only heir for 3 generations. I don't have a wife, but I have a lot of money. Chapter 10 report in from the tough guy. Early in the morning, Meng Nan squatted under the tree in front of Xia Xingran's house, waiting for Xia Xingran to go to school together. Meng Nan was browsing the latest hot events, most of which were related to him, especially this guy named Gu Yukai. What a rich guy. You won't know until you search, and you'll be shocked when you search. Wow, even their communicator was made by others. They are really so far ahead. Speaking of Principal Gu, such a domineering boss. Why did you come to be the principal of Lixing #1 high school? Gossip for a bit. Hiss, chasing the goddess for 20 years. Lixing #1 high school, director of the teaching department, Lin Lin. Why is there a third person? The principal of Pegasus City's #1 high school, Wang Shuai? What does this have to do with anything? They were both pursuing director Lin Lin, and they had been pursuing her for 20 years? There is definitely a story, but Principal Gu doesn't look old. He's probably only about 40 years old at most. Why do Dean Zhao and the others call him Old Gu? Meng Nan was so engrossed in gossiping that he didn't notice Xia Xingran behind him. Ah, Brother Macho, you're back. Meng Nan was furious. I am so surprised. Looking at Meng Nan's hair, standing upside down, Xia Xingran laughed and mocked him directly. Are you so timid? Can this scare you? You walk like a ghost, without making any noise. Don't you have any sense? Meng Nan, yes. Xia Xingran suddenly said with great fighting spirit. That idiot from Shawa country must be killed. Do you hear me? Mentally retarded? Why did you call him a retard? Xia Xingran rolled her eyes. It seemed that her tough brother hadn't seen the idiot's speech. Then she opened the communicator and forwarded a post to Meng Nan. The stupid remarks of the SSS class mythical beast genius of the country of Sawa. Eric? What did he say? Meng Nan continued to flip through the pages, which were all interview dialogues, among which there were many classics. Question, what do you think of the SSS-level genius tough guy from Xia Country? Eric, see with your eyes. Puff. Question, have you got a deep understanding of the tough guys in Xia Country? Eric, how does this go deep? Question, do you feel your abilities are restrained by him? Eric, what are his abilities? Question, do you think you can beat him? Eric, of course. Meng Nan turned off the communicator directly. No, if I watch it too much, I will become mentally retarded. Also, that's for sure. If you don't know anything about anything, you must be a nobody. Xia Xingran smiled and asked, how about it? He is indeed a mentally retarded person. He doesn't know anything. Who gave him the courage? Although Meng Nan mocked, he remained alert in his heart. Perhaps he was showing weakness on purpose. After all, he was SSS level. Besides, he was so sure that he could defeat me even though he knew nothing. He must be a piece of trash. Never look down on anyone. Beat them to death first. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran walked side by side to the school gate, and then Meng Nan was shocked. How come this school looks like a retro resort hotel? The flowers and plants, the small bridge and flowing water. Because Director Lin Lin likes it. Oh, as expected of Principal Ge. Awesome. Just as Meng Nan was sighing, a cry of F***CK shocked the whole school. Meng Nan turned around. This guy must be the reincarnation of a speaker. Why is his voice so loud? Fuck. The guy standing next to Goddess Xingran. Fuck. Yellow hair. Black clothes. Fuck. Isn't this my macho brother with his hands in his pockets? With a loud bang, the student who was yelling F***CK was pressed into the ground by a big handprint. A beautiful woman with lingering charm appeared and suppressed him with just one hand. You are making noise at the school gate and using vulgar language. You will be punished by standing until noon. Meng Nan was speechless. You call standing in the corner while helping your classmates plant seeds in the dirt? This woman looks so familiar. Xia Xingran whispered. Dean of Studies, Lin Lin. Hiss. I finally understand why Principal Ge can't catch up with others. This temper is too stubborn. A large group of students had gathered at the school gate at this time because that classmate's voice was really loud. Wow, the hunk senior is here. My tough guy brother still has his hands in his pockets. He doesn't know what an opponent is. He can put his hands in his pockets even when facing Director Lin Lin. I would like to call him the strongest in Lixing. Lin Lin walked towards Meng Nan. Seeing that he had no expression on his face and still had his hands in his pockets, she couldn't help but say, since you're new here, I need to explain the school rules to you. You can't put your hands in your pockets in school. It will show that you don't respect the teacher. Do you understand? Huh? The school has such a rule? Panqing High School doesn't have it. Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran suspiciously. Is this true? Meng Nan's subconscious action directly triggered the fantasies of his classmates. Hiss. What does this mean, brother? Does this require the consent of Goddess Xingran? Xia Xingran had a question mark on his face. I asked you to take your hands out. Why are you looking at me? Seeing Xia Xingran's confused face, Meng Nan was stunned. What do you mean? Is this Dean trying to intimidate me? Xia Xingran doesn't even know about this school rule. Are you trying to scare me? But on the first day of school, I still have to leave a good impression. The teacher should still be respected, even if her motives are not pure. Meng Nan was just about to take his hand out of his trouser pocket when an accident happened. The little stone suddenly lit up. Meng Nan got hard. Is this little stone? What are you doing? Eat dirt. Where is the soil? That woman on her body. Meng Nan is numb. Brother, don't mess with me. This is a female teacher. You can't go up to her and bite her. If Principal Ge gets to know about this, I'll eat up Teacher Lin Lin and make both of us unfit. When the students around them saw the two of them standing there in a stalemate, not moving, they began to discuss. Hiss. Brother Macho is going to have a clash with Director Lin Lin. That's right. This is a great day. The strongest person on Lixing is about to be born. The auras of Meng Nan and Lin Lin were rising higher and higher. And just as they were about to start fighting, a cold snort was heard. Meng Nan's behavior is out of his control now. You'd better behave yourself. You have something on you that the mythical beast wants to eat. If you don't want to hand it over, stay away from him in the future. Otherwise, I guarantee that it will definitely eat you. Lin Lin's pupils trembled violently. Eat me? Venerable Lung Xie, one of the 5 great venerables, turned out to be his keeper. Lin Lin lost her composure and quickly took a step back. It was this step that made Little Stone think that the food was trying to escape, so he jumped up and pounced on it. But the scene that everyone saw was like this. Director Lin Lin backed off, But Brother Meng still refused to give in. He put his hands in his pockets, jumped up, showing his big gold teeth, and bit directly at Director Lin Lin. This style of painting is outrageous. It feels quite inconsistent. Director Lin Lin remembered what Lung Xiejizuan had said just now, and quickly took out a brown-green short stick, but it was directly bitten to pieces by Meng Nan's big golden teeth. Then he bit it again. That's not it. Director Lin Lin panicked and didn't care about anything else, and just threw everything out, until a jade pendant was thrown out. Meng Nan swallowed it in one gulp. Smacking his lips, he burped, and the big gold tooth disappeared. Chapter 11: The Big Bastard Who Teases the Little Girl. I was shocked. Director Lin Lin is feeding online. The macho guy eats everything, whether it's raw or hot. And he eats a lot. That mouthful of big gold teeth is so bright that it blinds our titanium dog eyes. The students watching exclaimed in amazement. This is really new. Is there anyone who raises a contracted beast this way? Oh my god, is it so magical? Meng Nan regained control of his body, immediately spread his hands, and said apologetically, Director Lin Lin, this can't be blamed on me. It has its own ideas. Director Lin Lin didn't say a word, just turned around and left angrily. Hiss. Director Lin Lin was completely defeated. The first of Lixing was born. I would like to call the tough guy the strongest. The class groups of Lixing No. 1 Middle School went wild instantly. It was like Chinese New Year, so festive. Under the leadership of Principal Gu, Meng Nan also walked into the teaching building. Principal Gu shouldn't mind about Director Lin Lin's matter, right? Principal Gu appeared calm and waved his hand. But I was ecstatic inside. The opportunity had come. What do you mind? Do you mind that you made her cry? I am so happy that I can't even express it in words. If you don't make her cry, how can I have the chance to comfort her? That tough classmate. I understand your situation. Keep working hard next time and create more opportunities. Meng Nan once thought he had heard it wrong. What does it mean to keep trying next time? What opportunities are created? I won't see you off. Go back and check on Director Lin Lin. I'm criticizing you. Macho classmate. Principal Gu blinked his eyes after he finished speaking. Meng Nan. So I am your tool to improve your relationship. After Principal Gu left, Xia Xingran took Meng Nan to the door of Class 1, Grade 3. Boom, boom, boom. Come. A clear female voice came from the classroom. After entering the classroom, Meng Nan looked directly at the female teacher on the podium. Hiss. This female teacher. What, does she look so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere before. I just can't remember where. Everyone, give a round of applause to welcome our new classmate, Meng Nan. The students below couldn't hold back any longer. They clapped their hands, and the cheers spread throughout the entire teaching building. It's a bit off. The loudspeaker isn't here. Otherwise, the cheers would have spread throughout the entire school. That's right. This guy shouted too early, and now he's standing at the school gate like a carrot. Loudspeaker? Being a carrot at the school gate? Meng Nan suddenly realized. The student who was reincarnated as a stereo this morning turned out to be my classmate. Classmates, be quiet, and let Meng Nan come up to the stage and introduce himself. Meng Nan walked up to the podium shyly and wrote on the blackboard. Meng Nan. Hello, Yuna. I'm Meng Nan, a transfer student from Pangcheng. Please take care of me in the future. The audience applauded loudly and lasted for a long time. Xia Xingran was shocked. Is it Meng Nan's younger brother? Isn't it Meng Nan's younger brother? Meng Nan has just arrived in the class and is relatively unfamiliar with the environment. He is only familiar with Xia Xingran, so you two can sit at the same table first. Thank you, teacher. Meng Nan walked over to Xia Xingran and sat down. Xia Xingran asked cautiously, When is your birthday? Meng Nan said without thinking, January. Puff. Xia Xingran, you are such a disgrace. You call that macho guy your younger brother every day, but he is actually older than you. Why are you asking that? Who else? Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran suspiciously and suddenly asked, Are you not younger than me? Impossible. My birthday is January 1st. You're just a little brother. Xia Xingran frantically explained, quickly took out the book and began to read calmly. Meng Nan smiled awkwardly. I guessed it right? Right. You're holding the book upside down? Xia Xingran was so embarrassed. She continued to be stubborn. Sister, I just like to read books backwards. What's it to you? Yes. The students at the next table were so excited that they couldn't help laughing. Xia Xingran seemed calm on the surface, but his ears were already red. Xia Xingran, are you feeling unwell? The female teacher on the stage walked up to Xia Xingran and touched her forehead. I looked at her red ears again. Xia Xingran couldn't stand it anymore, so she covered her face and ran out of the classroom. Phew. I never thought that the violent school beauty from our Lixing #1 middle school would have such a shy side. I've learned something new. I'll quickly write it down so I can brag about it when I get home. The female teacher immediately understood that Xia Xingran was shy. Then he gave Meng Nan a special look. Meng Nan looks innocent. Why does this look seem to be warning me not to fall in love too early? Is this teacher overthinking? Teacher, have you ever thought that I might be a victim in this matter? The female teacher was stunned. Xia Xingran took the initiative? No way. As a mother, how can I not know what my own daughter is like? The female teacher glared at Meng Nan again with doubt, then walked up to the podium and continued her lecture. Meng Nan was speechless. What was that look in the teacher's eyes? Warn me not to have any evil thoughts? How did I become the wrong person who flirted with a little girl? After finally getting to lunch break, Meng Nan stood up and asked Xia Xingran, where are we going to eat? The cafeteria. Where else can we go? Meng Nan, I know it's the cafeteria. I mean how to get there. Xia Xingran saw Meng Nan's face full of despair and understood instantly. Oh. Come on, sister. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Meng Nan smiled brilliantly. It was so natural for this sister to call him that. It seems that Xia Xingran has made up her mind and will never admit that she is young. As soon as they arrived at the cafeteria gate, they saw a dusty classmate rushing into the cafeteria. Bah! Damn! Loudspeaker. How come you brought so much dust into the cafeteria? That's right. How are we going to eat? Love. Eat it or not. The cafeteria was shocked. Meng Nan scratched his ears and said, damn it. The loudspeaker in my class really lives up to its reputation. What do you call this loudspeaker in my class? Xia Xingran whispered. Lazy, a genius of the SS-level divine beast species, the Thunder Lion divine beast. Meng Nan nodded. No wonder this guy looked like the reincarnation of a stereo. He was really amazing. The moment Meng Nan stepped into the cafeteria, the originally noisy cafeteria began to quiet down little by little until you could hear a pin drop. Meng Nan, how embarrassing. In such a quiet atmosphere, a shocking cry of WTF rang out again. Fuck. Brother Macho, I had an accident today and was unable to attend the class welcome party this morning. What a pity. Lazy walked to Meng Nan with a dusty body, and suddenly his nose started to itch. Achoo! Lazy's sneeze was like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. The dust on his body instantly exploded like a smoke bomb, sweeping across the cafeteria. Cough, cough, cough. Achoo! 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 Big trumpet, I want your life. I'm scared to death. Chapter 12 Loudspeaker. Laisha. After the smoke and dust filled the air, a wall of wind slowly closed in. Meng Nan, who was behind the wind wall, glanced at Xia Xingran. Oh, it turns out she is a wind-type contracted beast. No wonder she has white hair. This wind type is rarely heard of. It should be a rare attribute of SS level. Meng Nan looked around the cafeteria. As expected, Xia Xingran was the only one with white hair. Laisha. Purple hair? Thunder Lion Beast? Hair color represents the spiritual essence of a spiritual contract master, and is basically determined at birth. Just like Meng Nan, a yellow-haired man who is common on the streets. There are quite a lot of Earth-type Spirit Pack Masters, most of whom are specialized in combat and can be regarded as the tanks of a team. Those who really have no talent for fighting basically go into national construction, and it is very easy to find jobs. The reason why Meng Nan, as a student, can work part-time in an underground mine is because of this yellow-haired guy. Great strength and endurance. Otherwise, ordinary students can't do this job. That lazy classmate, can you turn down your volume? I can, but I'm not very good at it yet. I can't control the volume. Oh, I understand. Every family has a contracted beast that is difficult to raise. Everyone has secrets. For example, I was controlled like crazy and ate dirt. Then Meng Nan suddenly thought of Xia Xingran. She is also a junior spiritual bond master, so she shouldn't be able to control it perfectly. Is there something she can't tell? Have you ever been forced by your contracted beast to do anything unspeakable? Xia Xingran raised her eyebrows. Humph, I won't tell you. Meng Nan understood. Sunder, right? Probably, because he was afraid of losing face. I know this. Whenever it's windy, the goddess Xingran will float in the wind, just like flying a kite. Ban, 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 ban. Ah, goddess, spare me. Stop hitting me. Mingnan, I have a sense of picture. Brother Lei Zhe is very honest and a good person. Next time when it's windy, I'll go find Xia Xingran to fly a kite, and I'll just need to bring a rope. Take off. After some laughter and joking, the three of them sat at a table and started lunch. After a brief contact, Mingnan found that Lei Zhe was very funny and had a very good character. By the way, Brother Macho, did you see that idiot speech? Mental retardation? Eric? Mingnan nodded and said speechlessly, "Don't worry about him. Maybe he is pretending to be crazy and stupid on purpose." I think so too. Lei Zhe looked around, then said in a very low voice, "This Eric might be a double-contracted beast. Don't ask me how I know." Lei Zhe pointed his finger upwards, meaning that there was someone above him. Mingnan was shocked. Two contracted beasts? Could it be two SSS contracted beasts? That's not right. There can only be one blood contract. Could it be that the resurrection contract is with an SS? Mingnan gave a thumbs up and said gratefully, "Good brother, there is something." Lei Zhe raised his eyebrows and continued triumphantly, "This is no big deal. I think you, Brother Mingnan, seem to be fearless." Mingnan smiled bitterly when he heard this. It's hard to see how a primary spirit contract master can do anything. After all, it's the contracted beast that takes the initiative to fight at critical moments. At least we have to wait until we are promoted to a senior spirit contract master before we can have some room for maneuver. They both nodded. Yes. The ability to control spiritual power is too weak, so the contracted beast usually takes the initiative. Try to be promoted to senior level within 1 year. It was another long afternoon of classes, and Mingnan was listening with great interest. After all, the teaching quality in Pangcheng was just a joke, and there was basically no high-quality knowledge. For example, what I just talked about this afternoon, Spiritual Contract Master, 99 ways to quickly improve your spiritual power. Among them, there are several that are very suitable for Mingnan now, such as training his own combat skills, practicing his own weapons, etc. These items were not taught in Pangcheng before because Pangcheng did not have a Spiritual Contract Master Battle Union, so no one taught these things. After school, Mingnan began to look up information. At the same time, I also learned what the title level is. Senior Spiritual Contract Masters who pass the national assessment will be given the following titles: Master Level Spiritual Contract Master, Glory Level Spiritual Contract Master, Unparalleled Level Spiritual Contract Master, Supreme Level Spiritual Contract Master. There are titles above the Supreme, but there is no information on the internet. The strongest combat guild in Lixing City is the Twin Stars. The guild president consists of 2 people, a pair of twin brothers, who are considered to be the strongest and most powerful under the Supreme. Mingnan clicked on it and read the introductions of the 2 presidents. Ning Zhou, Ning Hing. Wow, my parents picked a really good name for it. It means to unite vertically and horizontally and sweep across the wilderness. These 2 people are worthy of being called Gemini. The contracted beasts can actually merge, and it's not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The most amazing thing is that after these 2 people join forces, they can fight against an undefeated supreme leader of the enemy country. It's so lame. Mingnan was excited. Okay, let's go here and learn how to fight. Improve the spiritual energy level. When Mingnan checked the tuition fees, he was confused. The entry fee for the most rubbish rookie students is 100,000. It's outrageous. Why? Why are you sighing? Xia Xingran came over to take a look. Oh, the membership fee is 100,000. You're worried about that? Then you've misunderstood. Mingnan was puzzled. What did he mean by misunderstood? Xia Xingran said, "This is the membership fee, which is equivalent to entering to study, and does not mean joining Gemini. For example, if you join Gemini with your identity, not only will they not charge you, they will even give you money." Mingnan nodded and said, "That's right. I just don't want to join the Gemini stars. I just want to go in and study." Xia Xingran was shocked. "You don't want to join the Gemini? The Gemini Guild Master is capable of fighting the Supreme." Mingnan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Joining Gemini means selling yourself out. You'll be their lackey in the future. If it were you, would you sell yourself out?" Xia Xingran said proudly, "Even if I want to sell it, they won't dare to buy it. My last name is Xia." What's wrong with the last name Xia? There are so many people with the surname Xia, the most common surname in Xia country. Xia Xingran looked at Meng Nan as if he were an idiot and said, "My father, the director of the Lixing City Contract Management Bureau." Puff. Yes, yes, yes. In terms of status, Uncle Xia is the boss of Lixing City, and all the members of the Gemini Guild are under his command. Now he has sold the daughter of his own boss, which is simply like dancing on her grave. I'm sorry, I forgot about Uncle Xia. I'm so sorry. You really don't want to join the Gemini? The two presidents Zongheng are really amazing. Meng Nan didn't even think about it and said directly, "Just because they are powerful doesn't mean I have to join them. The Lung Xie Supreme is also powerful. Why should I join the assassination team?" At this time, after school, only Meng Nan and Xia Xingran were left in the classroom. Suddenly a voice was heard. "My troops don't want you. Your contracted beast can't." Meng Nan smiled awkwardly. Xia Xingran, the macho brother is being disliked. Lung Xiejizuan suddenly changed the subject and continued. "But if you want to learn combat skills and spiritual energy, Xia country, there shouldn't be any assassination force stronger than ours." Meng Nan is in high spirits. "Yes, the boss is right beside me. The big brothers in the assassination team are all top masters, whether it's combat skills or the control of spiritual power. Just like that big brother, who is as black as a shadow, this is the ultimate embodiment of spiritual power control." Thinking of the 13 assassination troops, all of whom had black hair, Meng Nan couldn't help but shudder. They're all top-level dark killers. Chapter 13, The Pain of a Peerless Genius. When Xia Xingran heard that Lung Xie Supreme was going to use an assassination force to train Meng Nan, his little head quickly became bright. "Good idea. I figured it out. Didn't Principal Gu give you a whole set of villas for high-level spiritual contract masters training in his personal capacity? We will use this place as our secret training base. This way, everyone's life, training, and rest will be very convenient." Meng Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. "You are really smart. That's right. You guys go ahead first. I have something to go home for. See you later." Xia Xingran floated out through the window. Lung Xiejizuan also thought Xia Xingran's suggestion was good, so he ordered, "Haizi, go find old Gu and get the key. Aluo, go buy food for a month." "Okay, boss." Meng Nan's blood boiled instantly when he heard Lung Xie's instructions. This is the beginning of hellish training. At the same time, Xia Chen's family. In the living room, Lisa was talking to Xia Chen about what happened to her daughter at school today. This girl. Before he could finish his words, Xia Xingran rushed in, without even saying hello, and rushed straight back to the room. In just 5 minutes, he packed 4 large suitcases and appeared in the living room, just as he was about to open the door to leave. "Wait, come back." Lisa stood up, pulled Xia Xingran to the sofa, and asked seriously, "Are you planning to elope with that boy?" "Xia Xingran? What do you mean by elopement?" "Mom, what are you talking about? Then what are you doing with all these bags?" Xia Xingran said excitedly. "What a great opportunity. Lung Xie Supreme and his assassination team want to train a tough guy. I'm going to join the training together." Xia Chen and Lisa were shocked at the same time. The Supreme Lung Xie actually values Meng Nan so much? Lisa frowned, shook her head and said, "No, you can't go. I've heard about Lung Xie Supreme. His training method is something a girl like you can't accept." Xia Xingran was unhappy. "What's so unbearable? Mom, you know how rare this opportunity is. Besides, as an SS-level spiritual contract master, if it's not for becoming stronger and protecting my country, then why would I go to school?" Lisa was silent. Don't be anxious, girl. You are the apple of your parents' eyes. The training of the Lungxie Supreme is simply abnormal. After all, Meng Nan has the blood contract to protect him, so he might be able to withstand it. But you are not. Xia Chen tried to persuade her earnestly, but Xia Xingran remained unmoved. Lisa looked at her daughter's stubborn expression and suddenly understood something. "Hey, a girl can't be kept at home. Go. Take care of yourself." Xia Chen was stunned. "What do you mean a girl should not be kept when she grows up?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" Xia Xingran was anxious. Lisa immediately showed her teacher's authority. She stared at Xia Xingran and said, "Am I wrong? You are just afraid that after this training, you will be left further and further behind by Meng Nan. So you insist so much." Xia Xingran. Lisa looked at Xia Xingran distressed and said softly, "Some things are not as simple as you think. Think about who Lung Xie Supreme is. The 20-year-old Supreme of my Xia country. Can such a person be caught up with by hard work?" Xia Xingran. Although this may be a bit of a blow to you, you have to understand that some things cannot be achieved one-sidedly. Xiachen understood and quickly helped his wife persuade him. Girl, Mingnan is destined to take off in the future. We can't compare our shortcomings with other strengths. Xia Xingran had never suffered such injustice, but the stubborn girl still chose to persevere. With a bang, the door was closed, and Xia Xingran walked out of the house in tears. Xia Chun let out a long sigh. Don't be angry, honey. This may not be a bad thing. Xia Chun turned on the communicator, and the call was connected 3 seconds later. Meng Nan. Hello? Uncle Xia? Listen to me, kid. My precious daughter insists on going with you to receive training from the Supreme Lung Xie. You have to keep an eye on her, and don't let her do anything stupid. Meng Nan, this isn't appropriate. Not suitable at all. Don't you know what kind of personality my girl has? Her mother and I couldn't stop her. She just ran out. Meng Nan, then Uncle Xia. Wait a minute, I'll ask Lung Xie Supreme. Meng Nan, Uncle Xia. Lung Xie Supreme said that he would not care about her. She can learn, but he will not train her. Thank Lung Xie Supreme for me. I'm sorry for causing him trouble. You still have some conscience. My silly girl is very stubborn. You have to enlighten her from time to time, and don't let her always compete with you, understand? Meng Nan? Okay, I got it. Uncle Xia, I will take care of her. Meng Nan hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Lung Xie Zhizuan smiled softly and said, The girl ran away from home for you. What are you talking about? Meng Nan shook his head. That's not it. Uncle Xia told me to enlighten her and not to compete with me. This is what I'm talking about. Lung Xie was silent because he had had this experience before. Haizi happened to be standing aside with the key in his hand and said helplessly, A genius like the boss, and you can't feel the pain of a person like us who are mediocre. The boss is the supreme at the age of 20. How do you think those who want to pursue him feel in the end? I'm almost 31. I can barely be called the unrivaled. Then how do you think the boss's former classmates felt in order to pursue him? Meng Nan was stunned and glanced at the silent Lung Xie Supreme, feeling a little sad for a moment. Is this the emotional injury of the Supreme Lung Xie? Meng Nan suddenly understood what Uncle Xia meant by guiding her. So Xia Xingran didn't want to be left too far behind by me, so she chose to follow me. Once I surpass her by a lot, her mentality, she is so strong-willed and stubborn, and she even wants to call herself a sister. Call? Is this the legendary bond? Supreme Lung Xie, what happened to your classmate in the end? Meng Nan asked nervously. Lung Xie Zhizuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. She was as stubborn as Xia Xingran, and finally became desperate, but no one counseled her at the time. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. It's only been 2 years since I graduated from high school and turned 20, but in her eyes, I'm already the pinnacle of Xia country. Kid, don't think it's nothing. I thought so too. At this moment, Lung Xie Supreme was like Meng Nan Sr., imparting his experience to him. However, Lung Xie was only 5 or 6 years older than Meng Nan after all. Meng Nan was silent. Let alone his classmates, Lung Xie Zhizuan is only a few years older than me. Is this the pain of a peerless genius? As the supreme ruler of Xia country and the leader of the assassination team, he really sacrificed a lot. Compared with love affairs, what he carries on his shoulders is the future of the country. Maybe this is why he is so powerful. These 13 people are the epitome of the heroes of Xia country, being in darkness, but with light in mind. Chapter 14, Lung Xie's Training Method. Not long after, Xia Xingran came back with 4 suitcases. Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran, whose eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that she had just cried. He thought to himself, but he said happily, Oh, are you going on vacation? I want to learn from Lung Xie Supreme. I must seize this rare opportunity. Why do you have an objection, my tough brother? Meng Nan smiled bitterly and waved his hands repeatedly. How can that be possible? Welcome, welcome. Seeing that the tough guy agreed so readily, Xia Xingran smiled lightly. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Lung Xie Zhizuan said directly, Now that everyone is here, let's go and take a look at the venue first. Didn't old Geta say that he would give you 30 million spiritual power training resources? Don't forget to ask him for it. Meng Nan's eyes lit up. Then he became embarrassed. I am not as shameless as Dean Zhao. It was originally sponsored by Principal Go personally, so how can I take the initiative to ask for it? I have to say, shameless people are sometimes really invincible. Lung Xie saw the change in Meng Nan's expression very clearly. You should learn from Dean Zhao's invincible spirit, and you may be able to get along better in the future. Lung Xiejizuan is really familiar with Dean Zhao. Meng Nan smacked his lips and said helplessly, "Indeed, it's just that Dean Zhao's invincible spirit. His power is too profound, and I can't learn it." Meng Nan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly asked in a mean way, Lord Lung Xie, if it were you, how would you speak?" Lung Xie didn't even think about it and said directly, "I am Lung Xie. Send me money." Ahem. This is the toughness of the five supremes. This guy seems to be more invincible than Dean Zhao. I admire him. I'm afraid that Principal Ge will beat me to death. The group came to the high-level spiritual contract master training villa sponsored by Principal Ge. Even someone like Xia Xingran, who has seen the world, couldn't help but sigh. It's so big, like a small gymnasium. There are all kinds of training equipment for training spiritual power and testing instruments. Meng Nan was like a bumpkin, looking around here and there. Awesome. My Principal Ge. What is this? Meng Nan came to a large counter and stared at the panel. Ding! Identity verification. Meng Nan, passed. Please use the power of the contract to activate the butler. Oh, this is the smart housekeeper of the training hall. I've learned a lot. Meng Nan stretched out his hand and placed it in front of the screen. Ding! The power of the contract is not recognized. Please try again. Man, is this thing broken? Lung Xie said calmly. This butler recognized the power of your contract. You have to use the contract. Heisey said with a smile. Mighty boy, please show us your big gold teeth. Meng Nan. Uncomfortable. Contract. Possession. A golden light flashed, and Meng Nan grinned at the screen. Ding! Identified. Starting. Xia Xingran. This big gold tooth is so funny. Meng Nan. I know it's embarrassing, but I'm too new to control the contracted beast. Xia Xingran, I see you are smiling happily now. When the wind is strong one day, I will take you to fly a kite. I'll remember this vengeance. Xia Xingran looked at Meng Nan's vengeful eyes and said awkwardly, not funny. Not funny at all. Ding! Please ask Meng Nan to collect the spiritual power training resources. The door of a room suddenly opened, and then a burst of pure spiritual energy rushed towards you. Hiss! This feeling is so comfortable. The room was filled with high-level spirit stones worth a total of 30 million. Meng Nan cheered directly. Principal Yi, you are so handsome. Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes are full of little stars. So sour. Meng Nan jumped into the pile of spiritual stones and swam with a soul-stirring style, repeatedly doing backstroke, butterfly stroke, and breaststroke. So cool. Lung Xie found Meng Nan's useless look really offensive. All right. Come here quickly. Meng Nan quickly ran out, saluted, and asked for your orders, His Majesty. You have just started your third year of high school, so you must not fall behind in your studies. From now on, you will go to school during the day and train at night. Man, aren't you going to sleep? Lung Xie raised his eyebrows. Still want to sleep? The more you sleep now, the faster you will die in a year. Meng Nan's expression was stern, and he was full of fighting spirit. Eric, right? I'll kill you. Lung Xie glanced at Xia Xingran and said deliberately, You can learn by watching, but you can't train by following. Xia Xingran felt wronged and said stubbornly again, Then, why can he do it but I can't? Lung Xie had expected this and asked directly, Do you think I am suitable to confront him head-on? Xia Xingran was silent. Each contracted beast is different, and the development direction is also different. This is the truth. Meng Nan is an earth element. He always has to stand at the front and face the most fierce attacks. And she was of the wind type, an extremely rare attribute, and she herself didn't know how to position herself. While Xia Xingran was silent, Meng Nan spoke. What exactly is your contracted beast? I'll give you some advice. Maybe we can form a team or something. Meng Nan's words directly opened the closed door of Xia Xingran's heart. He accepted her. SS-class divine beast, Hurricane Dragamon. Meng Nan was shocked. Hurricane Dragamon? Is this name so domineering? It sounds like a contracted beast that can cause large-scale destruction. That Lung Xie Supreme, this Hurricane Dragon beast, they should be very strong, right? Lung Xie laughed. It's hard to say. It's indeed too weak in the early stage, but there is no limit in the later stage. Hurricane Dragamon is also a dominant force in the spirit world and can be called the strongest group control. If you can summon the eye of the hurricane, you can destroy an entire country. Hiss, too weak in the early stage? Then what should she do in the early stage? No wonder Xia Xingran is so anxious. If there is only a small breeze in the early stage, it will be difficult to find a job. Meng Nan has a toothache. If they form a team, Xia Xingran will be able to blow some wind. Wouldn't that make him an electric fan? That's too depressing. Xia Xingran was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. This is the most painful part in her heart. The early stage was too useless. Lung Xie smiled and said, "So if you want to make up for the shortcomings of Hurricane Dragon Beast in the early stage, there is only one way." Xia Xingran asked excitedly. "What method? I can do it." Lung Xie's evil plan succeeded, and he smiled ghostly. "Help me work for this kid. His spirit stones will be your wages." Meng Nan and Xia Xingran were stunned. Working? What does this mean? 3 minutes later, they got it. Xia Xingran's contract possession is quite different from other people's contract possession. The contract possession of Hurricane Shenlongman is to possess the incarnation of wind, which improves the body's mobility and can also be immune to some damage. The most important thing is that this incarnation of wind can be used by others. Just like now, Xia Xingran controlled the incarnation of wind with great effort and forcibly possessed Meng Nan. Meng Nan was beaten up in turns by the other 12 members of the assassination team. Very cruel and horrific. "Kuriko, you've been playing for 10 minutes. It's our turn." "That's right. Come one by one." "What are you grabbing?" "I'll be next." "Brother, don't hit me in the face." Ouch. Chapter 15, Spiritual Power Breakthrough. The beating lasted all night, until Meng Nan and Xia Xingran went out to school. At this moment, the two of them were like brothers and sisters in distress, squatting at the door of the breakfast shop, slurping noodles like crazy. After eating, the two of them acted in unison and immediately took out a spiritual stone to absorb spiritual energy. Xia Xingran's pale face finally showed some color. My empty body finally has some spiritual power. With the help of the spirit stone, Meng Nan finally had the strength to speak. "Are you okay?" Xia Xingran held the spirit stone in his hand, nodded numbly, and said, "It's okay, just weak." Meng Nan recalled last night's training and opened his mouth, feeling bored. They're the ones who are happy, and I am the one who is miserable. Infinite loop, sucking in spiritual energy fiercely, and then being drained away again. Suck again, and take again. Simple and crude, but the effect is extremely obvious. In just one night, they found that they had become more proficient in absorbing and releasing spiritual power, and their efficiency was also getting higher and higher. After being drained for the first time, it took me 20 minutes to recover, then more than 10 minutes, and after that I could basically recover in 10 minutes. This is the case when the spirit stone resources are sufficient. It is conceivable that if the spirit contract master has insufficient spirit stones, the cultivation will be extremely slow. Meng Nan also realized that talent is really just a foundation. Without sufficient financial and human resources, it is too difficult to cultivate spiritual power. A supreme boss as a teacher, 12 top killers as sparring partners, plus the strong financial resources of Principal Ge. All the efforts are made just to cultivate a future god of war for Xia country. Meng Nan instantly felt the pressure on his shoulders, as heavy as a mountain. Oh, the responsibility is getting bigger and bigger. Xia Xingran also felt Meng Nan's emotional changes, and her cognition was refreshed. Everyone was paving the way for Meng Nan, and she also understood why her parents didn't allow her to compete with Meng Nan. It's not just a matter of talent, but a matter of responsibilities. The future Meng Nan must stand in front of the entire Xia kingdom. Just like what Lung Xie Supreme said, no matter how strong he is not suitable to fight against others. But Meng Nan can. How long can Xia Xingran persist in pursuing such a person? The two were silent. They both understood each other, but neither of them exposed it. From then on, the two went to school during the day and trained at night. After repeated torture, 10 days later, they finally passed the first stage. After school, the two of them ran back to the secret base as fast as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Because today is the 11th day, it is a new beginning. Huh? Why aren't they home? Cold Evil Supreme? Are you there? Meng Nan shouted at the air. He's really not here? Isn't it said that today is a new stage? Meng Nan was speechless. How could he just run away like that? Suddenly, a sound of breaking air appeared. Meng Nan subconsciously wanted to hide, but unfortunately his body's reaction was far behind his thinking. With a bang! Ouch! Meng Nan didn't know who had beaten him up and left him with a black eye. Good man, we agreed not to hit people in the face. Bang! Another punch. Matched them on both sides to create panda eyes. No matter how stupid Meng Nan was, he still reacted. This new stage is to even his reaction speed and body coordination ability. So he quickly roared, Xia Xingran, don't just stand there. Quick, buff. These guys are going to attack us now. Xia Xingran looked at Meng Nan with panda eyes and tried hard to hold back her smile. Contract. Possession. A layer of wind instantly enveloped Meng Nan, and Meng Nan dodged immediately. The result was a flash of loneliness. You don't want to fight anymore? Bang! While Meng Nan was distracted, he was hit by a punch again and crashed directly into the wall. Damn! These guys are so treacherous. The more I guard against them, the less likely they are to attack. As soon as I'm not paying attention, they attack again. As expected of a killer, he has a great sense of timing. Meng Nan stood there, looking alert. Call, right? Meng Nan immediately dodged to the left, and another punch was thrown. Holy shit, is this a fake? Damn it, there are so many tricks. If this were a real combat, I would have died 800 times. Half an hour later, Xia Xingran was the first to give up. Spiritual power emptied. In order not to hold Meng Nan back, Xia Xingran quickly grabbed a handful of spiritual stones and quickly absorbed them. 10 minutes later, Xia Xingran attached the incarnation of wind to Meng Nan again. Meng Nan's body instantly felt lighter. His body's reaction speed was also faster than before. So he shouted happily, Xia Xingran, your wind incarnation seems to have become more powerful. The speed blessing is even faster. Before Meng Nan could finish his words, another punch hit him in the face. My nose was bleeding. Fortunately, the wind incarnation offset some of the force. Otherwise, my nose would have collapsed. Meng Nan's words were undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to Xia Xingran. In an instant, Xia Xingran's decadence was swept away, and her beautiful eyes were full of fighting spirit. The spiritual power was even more intense. Lung Xie, who was sitting beside him in the air, smiled. If I had encouraged her like this back then, maybe she wouldn't have collapsed like that. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang. For Meng Nan and Xia Xingran, it was the most wonderful music. It's time to get ready for school. We are all good students. We love school so much. The two of them let out a long sigh. Freed. The two immediately ran to the breakfast shop. Boss, give me 20 eggs, 2 bowls of beef noodles, 2 more servings of beef. Hey, it's you again. The training is really hard. Eat more to replenish your energy. Meng Nan peeled a tea egg and threw it into Xia Xingran's bowl. You should eat more too. You seem to have lost weight. Xia Xingran blushed slightly and said nothing, continuing to eat noodles. Meng Nan smiled slightly and continued to eat noodles. Although yesterday's reaction training was very torturous psychologically and mentally, Meng Nan at least mastered a dozen ways to ambush people. The most important thing is that he knew when to take action. This is really important. Although Meng Nan often fights, he has no idea how to use the timing and can't make a fatal blow. Under the perverted torture of the assassination team, Meng Nan has developed the habit of a killer. Either be harmless to humans and animals, or be killed in one blow. Being flashy is courting death. Day 20. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran both successfully advanced. Intermediate Spiritual Contract Master. The two were extremely excited. Meng Nan yelled at this time, Contract. Possession. Apart from the big golden tooth, Meng Nan's spiritual power is enough to support his fists to withstand the power of the contract. Looking at the 2 fists shining with golden light, Meng Nan punched the sandbag. Bang! The sandbag was directly pierced. Awesome, my little stone. Xia Xingran's promotion is very interesting. Not only does her wind incarnation's abilities remain unchanged, it also has a special effect on herself. Weathering. Xia Xingran looked at his illusory right hand in disbelief. When the power of her contract gathered in her right hand was like flowing air. Ah, Meng Nan, come and try to grab my hand. Meng Nan grabbed it out of curiosity, but his hand went straight through. This is outrageous. If he could train his whole body to be covered with the power of the contract, wouldn't he be unable to hit her? Chapter 16, Thunder Loudspeaker. Looking at the 2 people who were extremely excited, Lung Xia laughed and said, Don't be happy too soon. A person suddenly appeared from nowhere and grabbed the 2's arms. The power of their contracts was instantly swallowed up. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran were confused. What the hell? Where's my contract power? Hey, my name is Aluo. S-level contracted beast, soul-devouring beast. What? S-level? You only have an S-level contract? Alien beast? Soul-devouring beast? Lung Xia laughed and said, do you understand? It's not just the level of the contract that is powerful. There is also restraint and spiritual power suppression. For example, a Luo, if his spiritual power is higher than yours, you will be lambs to be slaughtered. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran were quite happy at first, but suddenly they felt like nothing. SSS was beaten by S. It's so embarrassing. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. As the wake-up bell rang, Meng Nan and Xia Xingran walked out of the training base in a daze. After practicing day and night for the past 20 days, I was hit hard and exhausted. Xia Xingran patted Meng Nan on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. It depends on who you compare with. Compared with them, we are indeed poor, but compared with ordinary college students, our intermediate spiritual contract masters are pretty good. Meng Nan smiled bitterly. How can this thing be compared? After all, my goal is to kill Eric in a year. Otherwise, you can find me a Feng Shui Treasureland. Xia Xingran frowned. Bah, don't talk nonsense. You can definitely kill that idiot. Meng Nan looked at the anxious Xia Xingran and felt warm in his heart. She had changed. Since the day the training started, I have never heard of the nickname Hunky Brother again. She is younger than me, but she still wants to act like an older sister. How funny. Phew. Meng Nan couldn't help laughing. Xia Xingran, I'm talking to you seriously. What are you laughing at? Ahem. Tell me the truth. When is your birthday? Xia Xingran was struck by lightning. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, February. Pfft. Meng Nan couldn't stand it anymore. Okay. I won't ask anymore. I'll give you a gift on December 31st this year. Xia Xingran was hit again. Her face turned red. Ew. How did you know? Meng Nan raised his eyebrows. Guess. Xia Xingran recalled the people who had the most contact with Meng Nan in the past 20 days. Apart from herself, the only one left was that bad friend. So he gritted his teeth and asked, is it that big speaker? Is it that easy to guess? Meng Nan spread his hands and said, I didn't say that. Brother Lei, I didn't betray you. If nothing unexpected happens, then there must be something unexpected. On the second day, Leda Laba was put into a sack and beaten violently on campus. According to insiders, it was probably because his voice was too loud that a classmate was frightened and suffered urinary incontinence when going to the toilet. The incident topped the hot search list of Lixing #1 middle school. When Meng Nan saw this campus news, he didn't know whether to laugh or laugh out loud. Xia Xingran is so awesome. He can even put on a sack. No wonder people said Xia Xingran was a violent school beauty. I didn't see that. Meng Nan glanced at Xia Xingran, who was sitting next to him, and asked, is my brother Lei? Okay. Xia Xingran turned her head and smiled sweetly at Meng Nan. Huh? What's wrong with Rei-san? Meng Nan didn't want to talk anymore. This sweet smile, this gentle voice. Yeah. Meng Nan couldn't help but shudder, and quickly waved his hands and said, it's okay. It's okay. Xia Xingran uttered an O and continued reading. As a result, Leda Laba walked into the classroom. Lai Shaluktanepi. How's brother Lei? How do you feel? Lei Zhe began to complain crazily. Fuck, don't mention it. Brother Macho, you don't know. The story here is quite complicated. Meng Nan initially thought that it was Xia Xingran who put the sack on him, but it turned out that it wasn't her. The culprit turned out to be the classmate who was scared to the point of urinating and hired someone to do it. Moreover, this classmate's family is a sworn enemy of the Lei family. My grandfather was my classmate before. Lei's grandfather was the best. He beat the other grandfather. Later, their fathers were also classmates. The other person's father beat Lei Zhe's father. This time, the father of the Lei family is a coward, but the son is a hero. Lei Zhe frightened the son so much that he urinated incontinently, and the two families went to war again. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran were both stunned. 3 generations of feud. It's simply outrageous. Brother Lei's family history is amazing. Meng Nan can't solve the 3 generations of feud in the Lei family. I didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Neither Meng Nan nor Xia Xingran could follow up on the Lei family story. Lei Zhe suppressed his anger and said in a suppressed tone, Fuck, you said he couldn't pee, and you blamed me for the loud noise? Meng Nan was really curious. He had to meet this strange man. May I ask, Brother Lei, who is that person? Lei Zhe rolled his eyes and said, that show-off from the Bai family. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran exclaimed at the same time. Let's meet. He's so famous. Bai, Lixing number 1 high school, monitor of grade 3, class 2. He is elegant, dressed in white, and has a serious misophobia. He calls himself a playboy. Meng Nan suddenly turned to Xia Xingran and asked, did that show-off always want to pursue you before I came? Xia Xingran vomited and said quickly, don't mention it, it makes me sick. What was Xia Xingran thinking about? How could he be so disgusting? Meng Nan raised his eyebrows and signaled Lei Zhe. Brother, do you know something? Lei Zhe understood immediately. He stood up, wiped his hair, and walked to the door of the classroom, holding a rose in his mouth and holding the door open with one hand. He shook his head and said coquettishly, Classmate Xia Xingran, when I first saw you, I fell madly in love with you. That feeling was like 1,000 spring breezes, knocking on the door of my heart. Please don't laugh at me. This is my courage, my persistence. Please accept my deep love. The whole class instantly recalled the scene from last year. Ugh, 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 ugh. Li Dalaba, are you looking for death? Xia Xingran was furious and rushed forward to hit Lei Zhe. Meng Nan quickly grabbed Xia Xingran and finally managed to calm Xia Xingran down after some persuasion. Brother Lei, you are such a good brother. So honest. I thought you were just going to say a few words, but wow, you came up with a god-level scene? It makes me sick. Seeing that everyone had gradually calmed down, Meng Nan asked curiously, what happened next? Lei Zhe scratched his head and said, he was punished by justice. Teacher Lisa almost beat the shit out of that show-off. I heard that. Since then, he seems to have been frightened to the point where his powers are sometimes weak and sometimes weak. Meng Nan? Is it sometimes effective? Oh, this is why this show-off can't pee. I didn't realize it. Teacher Lisa is usually so gentle, but she is so powerful, so awesome. Chapter 17 Senior High School Exchange Competition. Full of malice. The happy time during lunch break is always short-lived. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. As the afternoon class bell rang, Teacher Lisa walked into the classroom with a document, and her eyes stayed on Meng Nan. An urgent matter. The students in the audience immediately became very excited. This is a big deal. Quietly waiting for Teacher Lisa's next words. Starting tomorrow, the top-level high school students from all cities in Xia Country will come to our Lixing number 1 middle school one after another to start an exchange competition. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class was excited. Lei Dalabeo was the first to be hit. Fuck, what do they mean? What? Do they want to have a civil war with my tough guy brother? That's right. Even if one of them doesn't work, you still come here. Do you have any shame? Our school has been ranked second to last in the country. You still want us to be first? At the same time, the whole school was in an uproar. Angry curses were heard one after another. Teacher Lisa rubbed her head. This matter was indeed a bit disgusting. Students, please be quiet. Let the teacher finish what he is saying. The students were filled with righteous indignation. Their lips pursed, their eyes widened, and they stopped talking. This exchange competition was initiated suddenly, and our school has only just been notified of the specific situation. Although it is nominally an exchange between schools, everyone should understand that they have only one purpose. Teacher Lisa, we can't let the tough guy go alone. Lei Zhe will go too. Yes, I'll do it too. There's no one in our school who bullies us. Teacher Lisa had a headache. She knew it would be difficult to convince these students. After all, their sense of honor could not be trampled upon by other schools. The classroom was in chaos. Then Meng Nan spoke up. Brother Lei, don't be angry. Let Teacher Lisa explain it clearly first. Lei Zhe stiffened his neck and sat down with an unhappy look on his face, and the classmates also quieted down. Teacher Lisa looked at Meng Nan gratefully and then said, our school has received the list of candidates for this exchange competition. The students from other cities are all SS-level geniuses. Our school will also select the 9 strongest SS-level students to participate. As the head teacher of Class 1, I only have 2 nominations. I recommend Lei Zhe and Xia Xingran. What do you think? Well deserved. Apart from Meng Nan, the strongest students in Class 1 of Senior 3 are Xia Xingran and Lei Zhe. The students all said that the thunderous loudspeaker scared them to death. Man, and raise your hand. Teacher Lisa, I'm very curious about this exchange competition. There are only 10 people in my school, including me, but there's so many of them. How can we compete? Teacher Lisa looked embarrassed and said, They said that we would communicate in the order of the city rankings, and the last 10-member team would communicate with us. Laze's brain worked very quickly. He understood it instantly. So I got even angrier. Fuck, you are shameless, aren't you? Why don't you just tell Pegasus to do the job? Why do you have to follow the ranking order? When the other students heard this, they also reacted. Everyone knows that the talents in Pegasus City are all discovered by poaching. They snipe at our Lixing every year. There's no genius in Pegasus City. When it comes to the competition, all of them are students from other cities. Meng Nan was silent. He knew about this too. It turns out that Lixing is ranked 5th among all high schools in Xia Country, and Pegasus is 4th. As a result, ever since Old Wang became the principal, Li Xing was ranked 2nd from the bottom, and Pegasus was ranked 3rd from the bottom. Just snipe Li Xing one level at a time according to the ranking order. Although Meng Nan is also a transfer student, he still has a sense of honor. After all, Pangcheng is also one of the 7 cities in Lixing City. Meng Nan is also a native of Lixing. Teacher, so according to what you said, the 10-member team of Pegasus this time is basically borrowed from the top students of each school. Teacher Lisa shook her head and said in confusion, Actually, Pegasus City didn't borrow anyone this time. Instead, those cities sent their strongest students. The purpose is to fight you. Laze made a poo sound. Rubbish. Isn't it just to let the seeds from each city take turns to fight my tough guy brother? And they even want to exchange ideas across the country. Disgusting. Meng Nan understood it completely. You don't need to look at all the teams. Just look at the Pegasus team. The 10 members are all the strongest high school seeds from various cities. The purpose is to test his bottom line. If I can step on him, that would be even better. Such a big thing, yet so difficult. There should only be one possibility. Some big guys condone this cheating behavior. It should not just be Meng Nan who is being targeted. If you are a dragon, show yourself. If you are a bug, get back on your stomach. Just as Lung Xie Supreme said, only the fantasy beast species that are worth cultivating are useful. Give you the best resources and the best sparring partners. If he can't crush these SS seeds, then Meng Nan won't have to wait a year to play against Eric. Meng Nan suddenly laughed. This smile instantly cast a shadow over the class. All the classmates were silent, and the macho guy was completely enraged. Meng Nan suddenly thought of Lung Xie. If it were his character, how would he deal with it? Just like the saying goes, I am cold and evil. Give me money. If you want to become a truly strong person like Lung Xie, you must have this kind of confidence. You must also have your own attitude. Teacher Lisa, they have their rules, and I have mine. Tell them that there is no need to do this useless thing. Let the 10 Pegasus get ready, and then come find me. I am enough. Hiss. Meng Nan is usually like a peacemaker and has a very harmonious relationship with his classmates. They had never heard such arrogant words. It seems that the tough guy is really angry. Teacher Lisa said in embarrassment, Student Meng Nan, this is not good. Meng Nan laughed. Just tell me what Teacher Lisa said. I don't like beating around the bush, and I don't want my classmates to be my punching bag. Since they dare to come so arrogantly, I must entertain them well. Let them bring their own ambulance. Don't blame me if they die. Laze slapped his thigh. Fuck, that tough guy is so awesome. He's a real man. The tough guy is mighty. The tough guy is mighty. The tough guy is mighty. Meng Nan was extremely angry at this moment. He was already extremely depressed. This is a kind of grievance that comes from the heart, a position that is not recognized by others, and even everyone wants to replace it. Aren't the colleges and universities in these cities trying to bring Meng Nan down by holding an exchange competition? Let everyone in Xi'an know that Meng Nan is just a waste. Apart from his good talent, he's nothing. After only 20 days in school, I couldn't help but take action. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that if I, Meng Nan, grow up again, you will never get ahead? You guys really deserve to die. Xia Xingran had never seen Meng Nan so angry. His anger was not violent, but unusually calm as a dead person. Xia Xingran gently pulled the corner of Meng Nan's clothes. Meng Nan turned his head and whispered, It's okay. Don't worry. You guys want to die? Then don't blame me for doing it. Chapter 18. Disgusting Challenge. After school, Meng Nan returned to the training base and lay directly on the ground. Xia Xingran didn't know how to comfort Meng Nan, so she could only squat beside Meng Nan quietly. At this time, Lung Xie and 13 others all appeared. You did pretty well today, kid. You're like a master. Meng then closed his eyes and said, "It was all because of the good teaching of Supreme Lung Xie. I have carefully understood every word you said." Lung Xie chuckled and said nostalgically, "Today's incident can only be regarded as disgusting. When I was preparing to break through to the Supreme Realm, it was really tragic." Meng Nan sat up instantly, his eyes shining brightly. What he lacks now is this kind of experience to become stronger. "Brother, no. Lord Supreme, please tell me something." Lung Xie opened a can of beer, took a sip, and said calmly, "The beginning and end of the story are not important. You just need to know the truth. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. No one wants others to step on their heads. If you want to become a dominant person like the whale, you must step on them step by step to get to the top, until they despair." These 3 short sentences sent a chill down Meng Nan's spine. He could imagine that those people with ulterior motives would definitely try every possible means to stop Lung Xie, or even kill him. Meng Nan asked in disbelief, But you're also a genius. How could they treat you like that?" Lung Xie smiled and said calmly, "You got it wrong. When you were weak, you were a genius. But when you are on equal footing with them, you're a stumbling block. I've told you before that only mythical beasts that can grow up are worth preserving. If you were a useless person with only talent, I would have left long ago. This is called reality." Meng Nan understood why Lung Xie could become the supreme at the age of 20. He was forced to do this. He was forced to kill his way up. As an SSS-level mythical beast, if you can't push forward all the way, the end is death. The stronger you are, the more they will fear you. Is the supreme Lung Xie teaching me? Teach me. How to establish my authority? Is he teaching me how to prove it to those people? Meng Nan suddenly stood up and asked solemnly, "Supreme Lung Xie, will you accept a disciple?" Lung Xie almost choked himself to death on a sip of beer. "Ahem. Boy, are you serious?" Meng Nan nodded and said, "I am an orphan. No one has ever taught me how to behave. I have to learn everything on my own. I find that now, no matter what decision I make, I will take you as an example and think about what you would do. So, I want to be your disciple." Lung Xie touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "It's not impossible. I still have high hopes for you. So let's put it this way. 1 year later, Eric will be your apprentice." Meng Nan nodded heavily. "Good." The training continues. During tonight's training, Meng Nan was uncharacteristically crazy, venting out the dissatisfaction and grievances in my heart. The next morning, Meng Nan stepped out of the training base, looked at the rising sun, and said to himself, "You said, are they innocent people?" Xiaoxingran was silent. "Innocent? Meng Nan is the innocent man, right? He didn't offend anyone, but everyone wanted to step on him. From his perspective, no one who makes things difficult for him is innocent." After a long while, he said firmly, "No." Meng Nan exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a relaxed tone, "That's good. If you want to be a gun for others to prove yourself as cannon fodder, then you must be prepared to be a cannon fodder." Xiaoxingran smiled and said, "Those who dare to be cannon fodder will not have any awareness. You think too much." Meng Nan was stunned. Xiaoxingran's awareness, when did it become so high? Xiaoxingran looked at Meng Nan's shocked expression and said proudly, When you meet someone after 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. You are not the only one who is learning from Lung Xie Supreme." The laughter of Lung Xie Supreme was heard in the air. "It seems that you are not as conscious as this girl. I will have to prepare an extra meal tonight." Xiaoxingran smiled secretly. He deserved it. Meng Nan looked at the rapidly growing Xiaoxingran and thought of Lung Xie's special care. While he was helping us, he was also trying to make up for his own regrets back then. Being a role model, that's it. "Thank you, Supreme Lung Xie." Xiaoxingran was stunned. Why did Meng Nan suddenly thank Lung Xie Supreme? "You're welcome. This is what I want to do." Xiaoxingran was stunned again. There was actually a secret between them. They didn't even tell me. Looking at Xiaoxingran, who was like a curious baby, Meng Nan said calmly, "When you have your birthday coming-of-age ceremony, I will tell you the secret between me and Lung Xie Supreme." "TSK, I'm not curious. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." Xiaoxingran shook her head proudly and walked towards the school. Meng Nan smiled and chased after him, shouting, "Then you'll never know in your life." "Ah, how dare you?" Looking at the 2 people in their prime of youth, Lung Xie sighed. "Oh, I regret it." Heisey suddenly said out of nowhere, "Boss, you're still young now. You can have a second spring. Lung Xia was speechless. I take you a bunch of unlucky things with me every day. After doing this one, do that one. How dare that woman marry? Is she crazy? Don't you know how I got this nickname of Lung Xia? I'm single, and you unlucky bunch are taking great credit for this. Today's Lixing number 1 middle school is full of gunpowder. Early in the morning, all the students of Lixing went to school with gloomy faces, and the whole school was silent, because Pegasus City's 10 top seeds actually arrived early. In a letter of challenge, and in the form of an online post, it directly topped the hot search list. Challenge the writing of very connotation. The general meaning is that the tough guys are just relying on the SSS-level contract, but they want to prove that strength is king. Nothing is absolute. They will prove it to everyone with their sweat, hard work, and indomitable spirit. This is the talent of a tough guy. In Class 1's classroom, Lei Zhe was cursing wildly. Damn it, who gave them the courage? They don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. Do they think they are worthy? Before, they were submissive to the exchange students from the 7 Netherworld nations, but now they are attacking our own compatriots. Damn it. Just when everyone was angry, a little girl suddenly said. At the bottom of the post, there is a message from a tough guy. Please repost it and give it to him. Where is it? What the hell? Is this the attitude of our macho brother? Look. Mingnan, official certification welcome exchange students from all cities to gather at Lixing number 1 middle school. Oh, not a degree. No. There is a coffin shop with very good quality. I would like to recommend it to everyone. Maybe you can use it. Hiss. Holy shit. This tough guy is going to kill everyone. Will the tough guy be sanctioned by the authorities for making such remarks? What sanctions? Look at who is number 1 on the fan list of the tough guy. Who is it? Hiss. Principal? It's stable. The god of wealth is here to protect you. Chapter 19, A Tough Guy Kills Your Heart. As more and more people discovered Mingnan's post, it was finally pushed to the top of the challenge letter. The official bosses of the 3 major networks can't sit still anymore. The tough guy seems to be ready for a bloodbath. This is a warning to them. Just as the 3 bosses were preparing to block the challenge post, they received a communication. A true young man, the future god of war, needs blood and fire to grow. The 3 bosses were silent, and the Supreme spoke. No need to think about who it is. These ordinary words revealed undeniable arrogance and a hint of murderous intent. The cold and evil Supreme, the only one who truly fought his way out to the top. The one who made everyone in Xia country tremble in fear. Hey, what a bunch of idiots. They know that the guardian behind this kid is that person, yet they still dare to do it so blatantly. You are wrong. At least half of the people here are here for that person. Huh, do you really think that person can't lift a knife? At the same time, the group of SS-level seeds who came to provoke also realized that something was wrong. This macho man's purpose is different from theirs. The tough guy is going to kill them, but the presence of these big guys gave them the courage to do whatever they wanted. How dare he, a tough orphan, disrespect these big guys? Ha! More and more people are rushing to Lixing City, fearing to miss this big show. Lung Xia looked at the old friends, who were rushing over below, and sneered. Who among these idiots dares to attack the tough guy? Kill them immediately. Yes, boss. Lung Xia laughed and said to himself, Boy, I'm curious about how you will respond to them. Mingnan was eating noodles with Xia Xingran at this time. The boss was originally planning to close the shop and go watch the fun, but the owner came to eat noodles. He couldn't help but gossip directly. My tough classmate, are you really planning to kill them? Mingnan said with a smile. Boss seems to have different ideas. The noodle shop owner quickly waved his hands. That's not the case, but there are still students who are being used. They don't have much brains. Mingnan nodded, took a sip of soup, and said, Well, don't worry, boss. This is not the point. The noodle shop owner seemed to understand that this seemingly young and strong classmate was actually quite cunning. How much, boss? Ha! This guy is an old customer. You're being polite. This time, let's just say I'm here to cheer for my tough classmate. I won't accept any more. Mingnan said without hesitation. Thank you very much, boss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mingnan came to school with Lei Zhe and Xia Xingran. But Mingnan did not enter the school, but started a live broadcast at the school gate. And the host is naturally Lei de Laba. Fuck, thanks for the plane, buddy. Don't stop giving me gifts, bro. I'm the anchor and loudspeaker. Let's see if I can do it. Lei Zhe's cheeky hosting style quickly made his live broadcast room popular. With the support of Principal Go, the traffic limit was lifted directly. The live broadcast room instantly exceeded 10 million. In the camera, Mengnan moved a small stool and sat at the school gate, eating melon seeds. The barrage in the live broadcast room took off like crazy. The host kept talking nonsense through his loudspeaker, mocking those idiots who came to provoke him. When Lung Xie saw this scene, he couldn't help but praise it. This kid is really smart. He turned the tables. He has a wide field of vision at the school gate and is broadcasting live. Anyone who wants to cause trouble will be ruined in minutes. At this time, Xia Xingran walked into the camera and said to Meng Nan, who was eating melon seeds, "The goods you ordered have arrived." Meng Nan looked up and said, "Pull it in and show it to everyone." The live broadcast room exclaimed, "This is too big." 10 large black coffins neatly arranged, plus a one-stop funeral service team. The master of ceremonies, the music, the mourners, they are all here. They stood directly on the roads on both sides of the school gate, just like lining up to welcome them. Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. Oh my God, what a scene. How can I describe this welcoming ceremony? The live broadcast room effect is maximized. Meng Nan looked up and said to Lei Zhe, "Brother Lei, it's time to show your true skills." Lei Zhe laughed, walked to the school gate, and took a deep breath. "You bastards, come out and die." One sentence, resounding through the sky. Within a mile around, all the glass was shattered. The huge noise caused the school to be covered in dust. The audience in the live broadcast room were all numb. See? This is technology. I would like to call this anchor the best. Anyone have any opinions? At this time, the 10 SS-level seeds finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Panic. Completely panic. A group of big guys took action and walked to the campus gate with these seeds. There was no other way. This hunk's stage is too big. He has to sing even if he doesn't want to. Meng Nan sat on the bench, looking at the team leaders, and said expressionlessly, "No one else, step back." At this time, a big man stood up and sneered. "Boy, who do you think you are?" Meng Nan laughed and said, "Idiot. If you think you can do it, just give it a try. If you don't dare, just get out of here. You're an eyesore. Asshole. You are indeed a jerk born by a mother, but not raised by her. You don't know any manners at all." Meng Nan was not angry, but said to the live broadcast room, "See, this is the boss. Remember, he is the leader of this malicious provocation. I suggest you investigate it thoroughly." The big guy was so angry, but he didn't dare to make trouble in front of so many people, so he could only say to the seated player behind him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Meng Nan turned back to the live studio and said, "Did you see that? He's getting anxious. He's bewitching these idiots to die, and then he's letting me take the blame. He's saying that I'm cruel and immoral, killing innocent people. If they die later, don't blame me. That's the culprit." The angry boss raised the banner directly. As a result, the other bosses who came with him all stayed away. It was an extremely embarrassing moment. Meng Nan turned back and continued to speak to the live studio. "Look at him. He's a fool. He was pushed out as a gun, and now he's isolated and helpless. It's a pity for him. He was sold out by his teammates." The big guy's blood boiled, and when Meng Nan turned around, he attacked violently. The result was sudden death on the spot. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't understand. This person just took a few steps. How'd he fall down? Meng Nan spread his hands. Everyone bear witness to this. This big boss was simply pissed off. No one did anything. He is framing me. But those who were watching the scene understood. Someone took action, but no one dared to say anything. That person's knife. Still very fast. Those big guys were so scared that they retreated and ran away one by one. Meng Nan once again pointed the camera at them and said slowly, "Look, the big guys have all run away. Look at these 10 idiots." Meng Nan handed the camera to Lei Zhe, then put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "The real boss has run away, so I should put these cannon fodders to death." All Meng Nan left in the live broadcast room was a back view with his hands in his pockets, which was full of oppression. Chapter 20: The Man Behind the Scenes. The 10 SS-level seeds looked at Meng Nan approaching and knew that the game was over, but they had no way to retreat. "You have to try it after all. With so many people watching, he definitely won't kill us openly." Several people looked at each other, and their eyes became increasingly vicious. Go together." 10 people rushed towards Meng Nan in an instant and surrounded him. Meng Nan looked at the 10 fools, their flawed opening moves, and smiled coldly. Mengnan not only did not retreat, but instead dodged and rushed directly into the group of 10 people. Contract. Possession. Mengnan wrapped his hands with the golden power of the contract and used only one move. Scratch your head. Then he kicked directly at the knee. With a click, the first seed broke his leg. As the first scream sounded, Mengnan's speed became faster and faster. Like a golden phantom, it shuttled between the other 9 people. Contract. Oh, no, don't kill me, I was wrong. The sounds of crackling and wailing came one after another. Just 3 seconds. The 10 seeds were lying neatly on the ground, all with broken bones and paralyzed. The wailing sounds were too tragic to listen to. The 10 SS-level genius seeds didn't even have time to use the power of the contract before Mengnan seized the initiative. Mengnan always remembered Lung Xie's words. Being flashy is courting death. If I have the chance to kill, I won't say a word. Mengnan put his hands in his pockets and returned to the camera, saying expressionlessly, "You guys have seen it. I only used pure skills. I didn't even use any talent. They don't seem to be working as hard as I am." Funeral service team, play the music. Someone, come and help carry these cannon fodder into the coffin. 10 million per person. Pay to take the body. Otherwise, you can bury it. Whoever instigated you to come here will be asked for money. There are still 2 hours before the sun sets. I will bury you at sunset. No more waiting after the deadline. Mengnan continued to sit on the bench and eat sunflower seeds, looking completely indifferent. At this time in the live broadcast room, even the barrage was gone. Everyone understood that Mengnan's 3 seconds were purely based on his combat experience, and he didn't even give them time to release the power of the contract. What does that mean? That's something that can only be achieved through training day and night. As Mengnan himself said, his talent is useless. In just half an hour, 10 coffins and 10 people, Mengnan made a net profit of 100 million. The people in the live broadcast room were numb. The person who wants to take action against Mengnan is too rich. This is a shocking conspiracy against Mengnan. What's even more outrageous is that Mengnan directly gave the 100 million to Guyukai and didn't take a penny for himself. In his words, this is compensation for the loss of reputation of all teachers and students in the school. It must be distributed to all teachers and students in the school. Before Mengnan left the show, he also advertised for Lixing No. 1 Middle School. Our Lixing No. 1 High School is the second to last in the country. We warmly welcome everyone to transfer to our school. We are all talented and speak well. I love studying here. The live broadcast ends. Guyukai walked up to Mengnan, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Boy, you are better than I thought." Mengnan laughed. "Principal Gu showed me favor first, so I have to give him face. After all, Principal G's spirit stones are very fragrant." Guyukai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. From now on, you will definitely have enough spirit stones." Lung Xie sat on the teaching building and waved his hand gently. "Go. Kill all 6 of them. Leave the last one for my disciple." "Yes, boss." Lung Xie sighed. A soil tank who has learned the skills of a killer. This road is going astray, but this disciple smells so good. This conspiracy by universities across the country to target Mengnan was exposed to pieces in front of countless people. In an instant, public opinion was everywhere. They all blamed Wang Shuai, the principal of Pegasus City's No. 1 high school. With everyone working together to dig deeper, they discovered even more shocking secrets. It turns out that Principal Wang is from the military, and this conspiracy has nothing to do with Principal Wang, because the day before, Principal Wang was inexplicably transferred from his post, and the new principal was the big boss who was angered to death on the spot by the tough guy that day. As soon as the clues were broken, everyone immediately turned to the other big guys in the live broadcast. It turns out the problem is even bigger. The 6 big guys who appeared in the live broadcast that day were all reported missing. It was as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Everyone understood. A top boss has taken action. If there is a way to make 6 big guys disappear at the same time, everyone's first reaction was to be the Lung Xie Supreme. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, the youngest killer god in Xia country, in a luxurious private club in Pegasus City. The expensive famous wine was thrown all over the floor. Useless. All useless. A 17-year-old kid is playing them around. Lung Xie, it seems like you are determined to protect this kid at all costs. The middle-aged man looked fierce, grabbed a foreign maid and said, "Go, find him for me." The maid's face was bruised, and her fair arms were covered with whip marks. After hearing the middle-aged man's instructions, he hurriedly ran out tremblingly. This middle-aged man was the only mastermind behind the scenes whom Lung Xie did not kill. Director of the Pegasus City Contract Management Bureau, Ji Kun. With a bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. The foreign woman who had run away earlier flew back towards Ji Kun. Ji Kun didn't even look at the woman. He just slapped her to death. He shook off the blood on his hands, looked at the person outside the door, and smiled coldly. You haven't left yet?" The person outside the door was none other than Wang Shuai, the former principal of Pegasus No. 1 Middle School and Gu Youtsai's love rival. Wang Shuai was wearing a black military uniform at this time and said coldly, "Do you know that what you are doing now is called treason?" Ji Kun didn't care at all and said boldly, "So what? You came to Pegasus City and have been watching me for 10 years. Even Lung Xie doesn't dare to kill me. What can you do? Keep an eye on me for another 10 years. Ha ha ha. Don't say I look down on you. You don't have the strength to touch me yet." Ji Kun was extremely arrogant. He tickled his ears and continued impatiently. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. Don't waste my time here." Wang Shuai smiled coldly, dropped the black package, and turned away. Ji Kun glanced at the package and said to another foreign maid, "Go, open the package." The maid was terrified, but after taking one look at the body of the other maid lying on the ground, he could only grit his teeth and tremble as he unwrapped the package. When Ji Kun saw what was in the package, he instantly became furious. With a slap, the maid was slapped to death on the spot. "Wang Shuai, you are looking for death." The purple-black power of the contract appeared and instantly engulfed the bodies of the two foreign maids. Directly suck all the spiritual energy and blood power from the two women. Ji Kun looked grim as he walked towards the package and picked up a head from it. "Trouble. Wang Shuai killed the contact person of the Seven-Nation Alliance. This man is a prince of a country. He wants to block my path and make me a nobody on both sides. The idea is good, but it's a pity. It's useless." Yi Kun smiled coldly. "Whatever Ji Kun, want to do, no one can stop me. Even the Supreme cannot do that. Someone come." A shadow emerged from the dark corner. "Young master," Ji Kun smiled coldly and said, "Send the prince's head back. Tell them that Lung Xie killed him, and let them handle it themselves." Black Shadow hesitated for a moment and asked, "This, can they believe it?" Ji Kun laughed and waved his hand. The shadow picked up the package and disappeared into the room. Ji Kun narrowed his eyes slightly. "What does it matter whether you believe it or not? The person is dead anyway. It's nothing more than seeing how to use this opportunity to exert pressure. We are all smart people. Who should take the blame depends on the needs." Chapter 21 Level Certification. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The school alarm rings. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran felt relieved. They collapsed to the ground in an instant, breathing in big gulps of air. The two of them took out a spirit stone at the same time in perfect tacit understanding. Lung Xie looked at the two people's coordinated movements and laughed. "I think you two are getting more and more in sync." Xia Xingran's face turned slightly red, and it was unclear whether it was because she was tired or a little shy. She continued to breathe heavily. Meng Nan chuckled and said, "That's right. Supreme Lung Xie taught you well." Lung Xie smiled with relief and said, "It has been 1.5 months since you started training. Your spiritual energy level has reached that of an intermediate spiritual contract master. It's time to get certified, and you can exercise at the same time." Man. Seeing that Meng Nan didn't understand at all, Xia Xingran could only explain it patiently. After all, his father did this and was very familiar with it. Meng Nan listened to Xia Xingran's explanation and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Clear and easy to understand. So this is what the Contract Management Bureau does. After a breakthrough in spiritual power cultivation, find a local spirit contract masters union to apply for certification. The union will distinguish the potential of applicants based on their age and contract level, and recruit some outstanding talents to join the union. And there are not only combat unions, there are also business unions, medical unions, labor unions, and other different types of unions. The union gives geniuses special treatment and resources through contracts, and geniuses also need to undertake the union's tasks. All the spiritual contract masters of these guilds, big and small, are under the control of the city's Contract Management Bureau, which is equivalent to the boss of all the unions. Meng Nan secretly gave his Uncle Xia a thumbs up. Uncle Xia looked harmless, not like a big boss at all. It turns out that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Uncle Xia is definitely a super big boss. Seeing Meng Nan in a daze, Xia Xingran couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking that since Uncle Xia is so powerful, I should be more careful in the future." Meng Nan glanced at Xia Xingran meaningfully, but Xia Xingran misunderstood him, causing her face to turn red, and she ran out of the training room. "Man." Lung Xia laughed awkwardly, then said, "You and her should both go to Gemini for certification." Meng Nan said reluctantly, "I can get certified, but can I not join them?" "Don't worry. The two presidents Zongheng know a lot and will not let you sign a contract to sell your bodies. There is another way to join the union called honorary membership. It is a special invitation from the union. You don't have to bear any special obligations of the union." Meng Nan understood. This person is a spokesperson for advertising. This is great. You can get paid without having to do too much work. Meng Nan nodded in response. He quickly got up from the ground and rushed out of the training room. Still at the same breakfast shop, the boss saw that Xia Xingran was the only one there and immediately asked, "Hey, the tough guy classmate isn't with you today." Xia Xingran blushed as she said, "We'll be here soon. Let's just stay the same as usual." The boss nodded quickly and said, "2 bowls of beef noodles with extra meat and 20 eggs." The ramen chef quickly responded, "Okay." At this time, Meng Nan rushed in and complained to Xia Xingran, whose face was slightly red. "Why are you running so fast?" Xia Xingran looked at Meng Nan, who looked innocent, and was so angry that she cursed in her heart. "Meng Nan, you fool." Meng Nan wondered in his heart, did this make her angry, or did it make her shy? She wasn't like this before. Women are harder to raise than contracted beasts. Meng Nan smiled and said, "Ah, right. I run slowly. Next time I will try to run faster." Xia Xingran was angry, but also a little proud. This was good enough. A breeze blew by, and the wind attribute spiritual power surrounded a tea egg, peeling off the eggshell in the blink of an eye. Then a peeled tea egg floated to Meng Nan's mouth. Meng Nan exclaimed, "You can already control your spiritual energy so meticulously?" Xia Xingran was speechless. "You idiot. I peeled an egg for you to eat for the first time. You're actually paying attention to this?" Xia Xingran was furious. He exerted force suddenly. The egg was instantly forced into Meng Nan's mouth by the wind. "Whoa, you big fool. Eat your eggs now." Meng Nan almost choked to death on the egg and sighed in his heart. "I don't have the strength to promise you anything right now. A year has passed quickly. Xia Xingran, wait for me." Lung Xia hid in the air and couldn't help but once again examine his future apprentice. She is shrewd, sensible, and can act. Seemingly arrogant and indifferent, but in fact extremely cautious and meticulous. This kid is so awesome. He actually imitated all the advantages of me, Xia Chun, and Din Zhao. Lung Xia smiled slightly. Is this kid trying to force himself to grow up quickly by imitating others? Interesting. This disciple is a bit worry-free. Today is the weekend, a rare chance to have a rest. After the two finished breakfast, Meng Nan took Xia Xingran to the first combat guild in Lixing City. Gemini Union. Aren't you not going to sell your body? Why are you coming here for certification? Xia Xingran asked puzzledly. Meng Nan quietly told Xia Xingran what Lung Xia said, and saw sparkling little stars in Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes. Meng Nan laughed slyly and said, "Don't mention joining the association for now. We'll leave after we get the certification. We'll talk about it after the two presidents Zongheng know." Xia Xingran nodded excitedly. "Wow, there are honorary members. I've never heard of it. It smells so good." At this time, in the secret room on the top floor of the Gemini Union, Ning Song, Ning Ken, "Greetings, sir." Lung Xia smiled slightly and said, "I hope you two are doing well. It seems that you are one step closer to becoming the Supreme." Ning Zong laughed and said, "Thanks to you, sir. I have made some progress." Ning Hung said indifferently, "My lord, do you have any instructions for this mission?" If Meng Nan was here, he would be absolutely terrified. The assassination team is not just 13 people. Those 13 people are just for outsiders to see. The real assassination team all comes from the most authentic identity, lurking among the masses, pursuing the ultimate kill with one strike. These masters walk the world openly, but no one knows that they are the real swords of the assassination team. Ning Zong and Ning Hung are two of them. There's no mission. I just want you to give Meng Nan and Xia Xingran an honorary membership and give them more opportunities to gain experience. I plan to take this boy as my apprentice. Ning Zong and Ning Hung were shocked. The first reaction was successor. Could it be that the adults have already reached that level? Too strong. The two men said respectfully, "Don't worry, sir. We will assist you with all our strength within our duties." Lung Xie suddenly laughed, holding his forehead, and said slowly, "Don't help him. This kid has gone astray. He may be an outlier in the future." The brothers Ning Zong and Ning Hung were completely stunned. What does it mean to go astray? Still an outlier? Ning Zong raised his eyebrows and asked with a stiff face, "So what do you mean by that? Just pretend you don't know? Just give him a workout." Lung Xie nodded. "Yes. Just give him some benefits, make him happy, and let him work for you." The brothers Ning Zong and Ning Hung understood. "My lord, I'm afraid you need to let your disciple roam free." The two of them saluted. "Understood, sir." Chapter 22, Honorary Member. Lei Zhe is causing trouble. Meng Nan, a celebrity who frequently appears on hot searches, was surrounded by onlookers as soon as he entered the Gemini Union. In the vast crowd, a startling cry of "wow" overwhelmed the crowd. The crowd of onlookers made way and looked back. "Isn't this the anchor, Leda Laba? Gosh, this volume. It's even more shocking to hear this live. He is indeed a technical anchor. This voice is really brainwashing." Meng Nan is afraid that he will never forget it in his life. "Oh, what a coincidence. Brother Lei is here too." Lei Zhe strode forward and said in surprise, "It's not easy to have a weekend off. Come over here and get certified." "Brother Meng Nan, are you here to get certified too?" Meng Nan nodded and said with a wry smile, "Yes. Are we both intermediate spiritual bond masters? I haven't even got a primary certification yet." Lei Zhe was shocked when he heard this. He was already at the intermediate level? So fast. So he put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "What a coincidence. I just got promoted to the intermediate level." Ah. Meng Nan was surprised. This Lei Zhe seemed to be a self-abusing, ruthless person. The more cruel and perverted you are to yourself in spiritual practice, the stronger you will be. "Congratulations, Brother Lei." "Brother Meng Nan, that's great. Congratulations to you all." Xia Xingran was speechless after hearing the two people address each other. She rolled her eyes and said, "People who are close to each other call each other brothers. What's wrong with your abnormal friendship? One is called Brother Meng Nan, and the other is called Brother Lei." Lei Zhe touched his chin, thought for a moment, and asked, "I don't think there's anything wrong with me. How come it's deformed?" Meng Nan thought for a moment and said, "Maybe she's a little jealous because we don't include her in our friendship." Lei Zhe understood. "Ahem. This goddess Xingran. We are not suitable. Lei Dalaba, you are looking for death again. Who cares about you? Yes. You just need to care about my macho brother. You don't need to care about me." Xia Xingran couldn't stand it anymore. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy punches in a row. While the two were playing, Meng Nan quickly pulled Xia Xingran back and motioned for them to look up. Lei Zhe and Xia Xingran looked up at the same time. "Hiss, the president of Gemini? Ning Tong, Ning Hin." Ning Zong just laughed and said, "Such pure friendship is really enviable." Everyone in the hall saluted. "I've been waiting to meet the president." Meng Nan was shocked when he saw the respectful people around him. The prestige of these two strongest people under the Supreme is indeed not exaggerated. Ning Hung had no expression on his face and said in a cold voice, "Are you three here to get certified as intermediate spiritual contract masters?" The three of them nodded in unison. They were so obedient. Meng Nan couldn't help but murmur in his heart. These two brothers have such a big difference in personality. One is warm as spring, the other is cold as winter. Ning Hung took out the spiritual power test ball and threw it into Meng Nan's hand, saying coldly, "The three of you come one by one and pour all your spiritual power into it." Meng Nan poured all of his Earth-type spiritual energy into the spiritual power test ball. Ding! Gemini Union certification. Meng Nan, the intermediate spiritual contract master's spiritual energy strength is qualified. Data scanning and uploading. Meng Nan threw the spiritual power test ball to Xia Xingran again. Ding! Gemini Union certification. Xia Xingran, the spiritual energy strength of the intermediate spiritual contract master has passed. Data scanning and uploading. Then Xia Xingran threw it to Lei Zhe again, but after it came into Lei Zhe's hands, it got stuck. Ming Nan and Xia Xingran couldn't help but tilt their heads to look. What was Lado Laba doing? Why did he fall behind? Lei Zhe scratched his purple hair and smiled awkwardly. My two presidents. My contracted beast is a bit stubborn. If I don't shout a few times, I can't mobilize my spiritual power. In the Gemini Union lobby, everyone was speechless. If this spiritual energy is not cultivated by you yourself, why is it controlled so strictly by your contracted beast? What kind of contracted beast is this? And there's bargaining involved. Ning Zong laughed dumbly and said, I understand. The Thunder Lion is a divine beast. Its output is all based on roaring. It really is. Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard President Ning Zong's words. Good guy. Xiao Dao pulled his butt and opened his eyes. Thunder Lion? All the damage is done by roaring? That's really awesome. Lei Zhe smiled awkwardly and quickly bowed to the people around him. Everyone, sorry for making a fool of yourself. Lei Zhe was seen looking extremely serious, grabbing the spiritual power test ball and roaring. Charge for me! The air exploded instantly. The sound waves made everyone retreat and cover their ears. Purple lightning-like spiritual energy poured into the spiritual power test ball. Ding! Gemini Union certification. Laisha. The intermediate spiritual contract master's spiritual energy strength is qualified. Data scanning and uploading. Ning Zong smiled and clapped his hands gently, a sigh from the bottom of his heart, putting aside personal talent. Just talking about the strength of spiritual energy, this can only be improved through daily training. In addition to resources, great perseverance and endurance are also required. An ordinary sophomore is only at this level. The fact that 3 students who have just entered their senior year can hone their spiritual energy to such a degree shows their character and perseverance. You are young and promising. You 3 are truly the most dazzling talents in Lixing City. Congratulations. I personally decided to invite you to join my Gemini Guild. Just as everyone was exclaiming, Ning Hung suddenly said, Forget it. The girl from the Xia family is special and not suitable. Everyone thought it was right. Letting Director Xia's daughter work hard for Gemini was like asking an old man to hang himself. Ning Zong smiled and said, Don't worry, brother. Everything can be discussed. I don't need to say much about their talents. Everyone knows it. But the spiritual power cultivation of these 3 people, whether it is character or perseverance, is top-notch. We can make an exception. Everyone pricked up their ears immediately. What did that mean? What kind of exception? Ning Hung frowned and said coldly, You mean honorary member? Ning Zong nodded and then explained to everyone. Everyone sighed after hearing this. Indeed, he has great talent, and his character and perseverance are first-rate. There are 3 of these geniuses. The Gemini cannot be ignored. Ming Nan and Xia Xingran were fine, not too surprised. After all, these 2 came here just for the honorary membership. But Lei Zhe is different. He is no surprise. It was regret. Extreme regret. Ning Zong looked at Lei Zhe's regretful expression and asked hesitantly, Mr. Lei Zhe, are you not interested in this honorary membership? Lei Zhe waved his hands frantically, then wailed with a sad face. President, why didn't you tell me earlier? I just paid $800,000 for the platinum membership fee. Mr. President, can you return the money? Everyone burst into laughter instantly. Good boy. Lei Zhe is thinking that he can get Gemini for free. Platinum membership is no longer attractive now, right? Xia Xingran quickly stood aside, looking like I didn't recognize him. How shameful. Ning Zong smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Ning Hung walked up to Lei Zhe with a cold face, grabbed Lei Zhe's collar, and pushed Lei Zhe's head against the wall. Then he pointed at the union regulations on the wall and said coldly, Read it once. Lei Zhe had a sad face and read tremblingly. You join the club at your own expense. The membership fee is not refundable. Malicieux, troublemaker, twin sanction. Ning Hung grabbed Lei Zhe and asked coldly, Do you need the twin sanctions? Lei Zhe waved his hands in panic. No need. No need. I'm just asking. I'm not causing trouble maliciously. Then Lei Zhe patted his chest and said with great confidence, Please rest assured, President. Lei Zhe definitely don't need that little bit of money. It's impossible to get your money back. It's impossible to get your money back in this lifetime. Chapter 23 Idiots Team. A video of Lei Zhe, a funny guy, Making trouble in front of the Gemini president was filmed by someone, and it became popular as soon as it was posted online. Ouch! Isn't this the macho man's exclusive anchor, the loudspeaker? 666. You want to return the money in front of President Ningheng? You are so brave. He shouldn't be called an honorary member. He should be called an honorary warrior. After Meng Nan and the other two left the Gemini Union, they sat in a dessert shop, reading the comments from netizens, and were extremely happy. Laze is in a good mood. He got an honorary membership for free. I just treated them generously and ordered 3 large smoothies. I ate them and laughed. See? They called me an honorary warrior. Xia Xingran was speechless. Is this a compliment to you? Meng Nan covered his face and said, Brother Lei, you do have something, quite a lot. Laze laughed and said, That's because I borrowed the reputation of the tough guy. I had a lot of fans now. At this point, Laze suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Meng Nan and Xia Xingran. Brother Macho, you said that the 3 of us are now honorary members of Gemini. Should we form a team and take on some missions to gain some experience? Meng Nan was speechless. Brother Lei, you just 1 second you were telling me you have a lot of fans, and the next second you're talking about team training? Laze frowned and asked a soul-searching question. Is there a problem? I was just thinking that since I met the tough guy, my fan base has skyrocketed. Then we have to form a team and continue to gain traffic. Meng Nan was stunned. Did Laze speak out his true feelings? You can actually say it so confidently? Xia Xingran's brain is not enough. Looking at Meng Nan's silly look, he couldn't help but complain. That's right. You two are a perfect match. He's also a big fool. From now on, you two will be called the 2 Idiots team. Laze once again questioned Xia Xingran. Don't we still have you? The 3 idiots are almost there. Xia Xingran's chest heaved with anger. She was so angry. The key point was that she couldn't refute it. Meng Nan patted Xia Xingran's back gently to help her calm down, and then said formally, No kidding. This team needs to be reported to the Contract Management Bureau. I'm afraid we'll have to follow such a stupid team name for the rest of our lives. Laze spread his hands to say, I don't care. Xia Xingran was angry and turned his head away to indicate that he didn't care. Meng Nan has a toothache. Wow, guys. You guys are awesome. Cool me on. Cool me on. Who is afraid of who? Who doesn't have a temper? With a bang. Meng Nan slammed the table. Okay, since this name was proposed by Xing Ran, Laze agrees by default. I abstain. 2-1. From now on we'll be called the 3 Idiots. Laze applauds. Meng Nan applauds. Xia Xingran was numb. These 2 fools. There was a moment of silence in the air. The customers in the dessert shop were all stunned. This was too sloppy. The owner of the dessert shop was shocked. So he kindly reminded, my 3 classmates, are you guys being too careless? This name is too much. Think about it. If others can't beat your team in the future, won't people say that? You can't even beat a fool? Laze's eyes lit up. This team name is disgusting even if they lose. So what if you win? You could just bully 3 fools. Wonderful. You know what? This name is quite good. You'll take advantage of others whether you win or lose. Meng Nan stroked his chin and said, Don't be surprised. No matter if we win or lose, we're the ones who have the upper hand. Xia Xingran saw that it was impossible not to stop these 2 fools. According to the dessert shop owner's idea, these 2 were really tempted. Xia Xingran glared at the dessert shop owner with her beautiful eyes, then said to Laze, No, I have nothing to do with you 2 being stupid. I don't agree with this name. Laze raised his brows and launched a series of 3 critical hits. You mean you're not being stupid? You just said that the tough guy is also a big fool, and you still like the tough guy. Stupid among idiots? Xia Xingran's mind went blank. She was exposed nakedly. Meng Nan was stunned. Brother, can you say this? You were trying to kill me. Meng Nan quickly kicked Laze under the table and signaled with a crazy look in his eyes. Run. If you don't run, your life will be in danger. Laze ishnum. It's over. I let it slip in a moment of haste. Cover your mouth quickly. Get up and run. Meng Nan looked at the seeking eyes cast by the people around him and quickly grabbed Xia Xingran, who was still in a daze, and ran away. The sun is setting. The 2 sat on a bench in the small park. Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran, who didn't say a word and sighed. With his hands behind his head, he spoke to himself. In fact, the name 3 Idiots is not wrong. Loise is so stupid. I was just pretending to be stupid. You are the most stupid of all idiots. Xia Xingran suddenly came back to his senses. He asked in disbelief, You said you were playing dumb? Meng Nan could only nod his head. Yes, I'm showing my hand. I was just pretending. I already knew what you meant. Xia Xingran suddenly understood. Then his expression darkened. He lowered his head and choked up as he said, Then you? I know. Seeing that Xia Xingran was about to cry, Meng Nan quickly explained. Don't cry. You misunderstood. Don't you want to know the secret between me and Lung Xiejizuan? I'll tell you. After Xia Xingran heard about Lung Xiejizuan's emotional pain and his help to them, she couldn't hold back any longer and started crying. Meng Nan felt distressed when he saw Xia Xingran sobbing with her head down, but in the end, he did not do anything beyond the limit. Instead, he said seriously, 1 year doesn't matter. There are only 10 months left. If I lose, there will be no future. But I won't lose. He must die. Xia Xingran's eyes were red. She wiped her tears and said, Yeah, I understand. I will work hard too. Lu Eyes is right. I am the dumbest of the dumb. I couldn't even tell if you were pretending. Meng Nan scratched his eyebrows awkwardly. How can I answer this? Is it my own fault for being a good actor? I could only bite the bullet and say so. Is it really the 3 idiots? Xia Xingran nodded and smiled slightly. Listen to you. Meng Nan turned on the communicator and called Lei Zhe. Ding connected. Lei Zhe. Meng Nan. Meng Nan, why don't you speak? Lei Zhe. Is it safe? Meng Nan. Nonsense. It's not safe. Why would I call you? Lei Zhe. Huh, so I have to call you sister-in-law from now on? Meng Nan. Call me again in a year. Lei Zhe. Oh, that idiot, damn it. Xia Xingran couldn't bear it any longer. This Lei Zhe was too much. He burst out laughing. Ding, ding, ding. The other party is hung up. Meng Nan covered his face. What a fool. What the hell are you doing? Xia Xingran blushed and tried to suppress her smile as she said, If you have something to say, just send a message. I don't think he will answer it. Meng Nan was speechless and sent a message. See you at the Gemini Guild. Let's form a team. Call it the 3 Idiots. Chapter 24 Supernova Team is established. The sun has just set. It is the busiest time of the day. Whether you're getting off work or going shopping, it is the best time as a spiritual contract master. Training spiritual power and learning are of utmost importance. At this moment, the Gemini Union's hall was filled with people, but they stood in an unusually neat row. So quiet. In the middle, the 2 presidents, Ning Zong and Ning Hung, sat on the sofa in the hall, looking at the team application in front of them. Toothache. Is this what Lord Lung Xie said? This kid, has he taken the wrong path? 3. A 17-year-old super genius spiritual master. What a shitty team name. How do I report this to Director Xia? The key point is, this name was given by his daughter. If this were reported, wouldn't it be the same as slapping Director Xia in the face? Ning Zong. Brother, this. Ning Hung. I advise you not to make the decision. Call Director Xia. 10 minutes later, Xia Chun is here, looking at the team application written by his beloved daughter. Application team name. 3 Idiots Team. Asterisk required. Forced smile. The body is shaking. What a stupid name. Was it given by your own precious daughter? Xia Chun smiled. My dear daughter, this is not a popular name. Xia Xingran glanced at Meng Nan secretly after hearing this. Meng Nan glanced at Lei Zhe again secretly. Lei Zhe looked at the sky. He didn't answer. Meng Nan cursed in his heart. Damn, how come this fool is suddenly not stupid anymore? Looking at the look Xia Chun gave him, it seemed to mean that if he didn't change his name, he would be destroyed. Meng Nan's body shook unconsciously, and he could only say awkwardly, The 3 of us have little education. Well, let's just let Uncle Xia name one. Xia Chun smiled with relief. You are a sensible boy. Not bad. Ahem. The name of this team must not lose its dignity. Look at the team of Presidents Ning Zong and Ning Hung. It's called the Zongheng team. How domineering. You 3 have become famous at a young age. My daughter's name is Xingran, which means a rising star, and you all happen to be honorary members of the Gemini Union. You all have a connection with the stars. Then you will be called the Supernova Rangers from now on. Supernova Rangers. Is so domineering. 3 rising superstars. You are worthy of being the director. Compared to this, the 3 Idiots team. Are you dying? Shut up. Don't you know who you're hanging out with? That's right. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful of the Zongheng Alliance and Xia Ju's judgment. Ning Zong nodded and said from the bottom of his heart, Supernova, surpassing Gemini, surpassing Lixing. Director Xia has a big vision. Ning admires him. After hearing what President Ning said, everyone thought about it again. What's the deeper meaning of this? Otherwise, how could he become the president? The ability to understand is strong. The three idiots looked at each other, this situation, and then compared with the stupid name of three idiots. Dig hard, try to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Director Xia laughed. He changed the team application form to Supernova Team and handed it to Ning Zhongdao. Okay, it's settled. I'll take these 3 little fools out for dinner first. You guys make the arrangements later. Ning Heng nodded and said coldly, "Don't worry, Director Xia." After Xia Chun and the 3 little fools left, Ning Heng said coldly to everyone in the Gemini Union, "If even a word of what happened today were to be leaked, guess what would happen?" Many union members expressed their views. Got it? No need to guess. Vertical and horizontal alliance. Sanctions from the Xia Bureau. This concerns the reputation of the daughter of the boss of Lixing City. Who dares to commit suicide? Ning Zong smiled brightly and said, "Well, it's good that you all know. Otherwise, even gods can't save you. Everyone, get busy. Disperse." The 2 Ning brothers returned to the secret room on the top floor of the Gemini building. "Sir, what do you want?" Lung Xie took out a secret letter and said to the 2 brothers of the Ning family, "The base here is a foreign killer. You assign them to the Supernova Team, but don't tell them the truth. Regardless of whether the mission can be completed or not, we must make things bigger. Also, I would like to remind you, this matter is related to Ji Kun. Be careful. Don't expose yourself. Make the arrangements secretive." The Ning brothers felt a chill in their hearts. Ji Kun, I understand. After Lung Xie disappeared, Ning Zong opened the secret letter. After reading all the contents, the secret letter turned into ashes. Murderous intent bloomed in Ning Heng's eyes. Ning Zong also rarely said with a cold face, "Brother, don't be anxious. Sooner or later, Ji Kun will pay back the Ning family's hatred." Ning Heng closed his eyes and his killing intent gradually faded. He said coldly, "Don't worry. I won't be stupid enough to be exposed now. The day we are exposed, we will be killed." At Xia Chen's home, the 3 little fools sat obediently on the sofa, looking pitiful as if they were wrong. Xia Chun was brewing tea by himself and said gently, "How could you come up with such a stupid name?" When Meng Nan saw that the other 2 idiots were silent, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and drag them all out. Xia Chun exclaimed this was outrageous. "Which dessert shop owner? Is there anyone who advises others like him?" Xia Chun interrogated again. "My daughter said she would not go along with you 2 fools. So why did she agree in the end?" Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe stood up and ran. "Uncle Xia, I have to pee. I'm leaving now. Thank you for the hospitality, Uncle Xia. Goodbye, Uncle Xia." Bang! The door closes. The Lei Zhe people have disappeared. Xia Chan held the hot tea, blew a breath, and said lightly, "It seems that your confession was not clean enough." Meng Nan cursed Lei Zhe in his heart. He is the culprit. Did he run away? At this time, a clear female voice came from the kitchen. "Hubby, dinner is ready. Come in and serve the dishes." Meng Nan was overjoyed. "Wow, this meal came at the perfect time. It literally saved my life. Uncle Xia, I'll go help Annie serve the dishes." Meng Nan quickly stood up and rushed into the kitchen. "Annie, let me help you serve the dishes." Then Meng Nan's scream was heard from the kitchen. "Ah, impossible. Teacher Lisa?" 3 minutes later, Xia Xingran's family of 3 were sitting at the dinner table, eating with great relish. Meng Nan was trembling as he held the bowl of rice. "Finished. I was wondering why Teacher Lisa looked so familiar the first time I saw her. I took a look at the Xia family portrait hanging on the wall. I'm going to die of my own stupidity. How could I not remember this?" Xia Xingran looked at the pitiful Meng Nan and said with contempt, "How dare you say you're playing dumb? You don't even know that Teacher Lisa is my mother. I learned 2 months of this for nothing. You are so stupid." Meng Nan was trembling at this time. Yes. It's so stupid." Seeing that the time was almost right, Xiaochen put down his bowl and chopsticks and said calmly, "Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist." Chapter 25. The Supernova Ranger's first mission. Seeing that Uncle Xia had spoken, Meng Nan knew that he could no longer hide it. So he had no choice but to give up his job and confess everything. Lisa's affection for Meng Nan actually has 2 levels. As a genius, she admired him very much. He had means. He was also very strong. But as someone pursuing his daughter, the impression is very average. Even a little disgusted, because Meng Nan made her daughter rebellious. But with Meng Nan's narration, Lung Xie's care, and what happened after the window paper was broken, Lisa's attitude gradually turned into appreciation. Meng Nan is a very attentive kid. He is a good and responsible child. But after hearing this, Xia Chun asked in disbelief, "My daughter is so cute and so beautiful. How could you not take advantage of her at all? Is this true?" Lisa went up and gave him a slap. "What? Do you think they are all the same as you? You are so clumsy all the time." Xia Chun was furious. This guy actually won the approval of his wife? Why? Just because he's honest? Lisa changed her usual serious tone and said gently, "Meng Nan, you did a great job. As a mother, I am very pleased. To be honest, I always thought you had a miserable life and that you must be a cold-blooded person. The teacher misunderstood you." When Meng Nan saw teacher Lisa's true feelings, he quickly waved his hands. Digging his own grave said, No, teacher Lisa is right. In fact, deep down, I am indeed a cold-blooded person. Maybe I'm lucky. It's only after I met Dean Zhao, Uncle Xia, and the others that I've gradually changed. I didn't trust them before. I always thought they wanted to use me. It wasn't until I met Lung Xie Supreme that he made me see things clearly. That's why I changed. It's because of the feelings I have that I cherish it more, so I just pretend to be stupid and drag it on. Lisa touched Manon's hair tenderly and said lovingly, "Work hard. We have all seen your efforts. I have entrusted the regrets of Supreme Lung Xie to you. Don't let him down." Meng Nan nodded vigorously, then stood up and said, "Then I'll go back to training." Lung Xie Supreme said that the more you rest, the faster you die. Seeing Meng Nan saying goodbye, Xia Xingran quickly shouted, "Hey, take me with you. I want to train too." Lisa knocked Xia Xingran. "I finally got back to spend the weekend. Take a break today. You are not allowed to go." After Meng Nan left, Xia Chen asked again unwillingly, "Leniency to those who confess. Severity to those who resist. Is that kid really that obedient?" Lisa did not stop him this time and stared at Xia Xingran with a serious face. Xia Xingran was extremely panicked. "Huh? That's not right. We really didn't do anything. Why am I panicking?" Xia Xingran suddenly said dejectedly, "This idiot is really good at pretending to be stupid. If he really expressed something, I wouldn't be so depressed. I cried so hard in the park before, but this idiot didn't even care about me." Xia Chen was speechless and said angrily, "This brat doesn't understand the ways of the world at all." Lisa smiled, touched Xia Xingran's head and said, "The fact that he could bear not to comfort you is the best proof that he cherishes you." "Silly girl." Xia Xingran. "Okay." Meng Nan ran all the way after he went out. "I am so surprised. This time all the underwear was stripped off. Fortunately, I didn't do anything bad. Otherwise I would be dead." After returning to the training base, he lay on the ground, panting heavily. Lung Xie appears. "Lisa's attitude has changed because of your attitude towards Xia Xingran. She has accepted you, so you have won over your future mother-in-law?" Meng Nan quickly sat up and shook his head with a stern look. "Ms. Lisa did most of what happened today out of consideration for Lung Xie Supreme. I know this very well. I offer goodwill, but I don't go beyond that point." Lung Xie laughed heartily. "Good. This guy really knows it very well. Not bad. No excitement. No dimensity. Pass the test." Meng Nan said with a firm look. "You said that if you want others to truly recognize you, you must have enough prestige. My attitude towards Xia Xingran alone is not convincing at all. That's also the reason why I control myself and don't cross that line." Lung Xie laughed even louder. "Great. I'm already looking forward to you coming to become my disciple with Eric's head in your hands. Ha ha ha." After a night of training, Meng Nan is full of motivation. A very fierce group. The result was that he was beaten even more severely. On the second day, Meng Nan, who was in class, suddenly received a mission notice from the Gemini Union. I was speechless after watching it. Ugh, what a crappy mission. Sent out coupons? Gemini Combat Union. Students can join the union to study during the summer vacation and get 15% off with this coupon. It seems so. It's been more than 2 months, and it will be summer vacation in another month. Time flies. Meng Nan looked at the display next to him. Rejected team. 231. No wonder no one picked up. What are you still thinking about? I will definitely reject this kind of crappy task. Ding! All teams of the Gemini Union have rejected this mission. The Supernova Rangers is the last one to be confirmed, and the system will automatically accept it. Man, our Supernova is the 232nd team. This is the last one? How come their hands are so fast? How many years will it take to be single? It's lunch break time. The three members of the Supernova team gathered in the cafeteria. Laze saw Ming Nan looking absent-minded and asked in confusion, "Brother Macho, what's wrong with you? Didn't you get a loving education from teacher Lisa last night?" Ming Nan rolled his eyes at Laze, the big fool. From now on, I should call him Great Smart. He is not stupid at all. He runs faster than anyone else at the critical moment. Ming Nan turned on the communicator. "See for yourself? Go hand out coupons after school." Laze and Xiaoxingran took a closer look. Hiss, isn't this cheating? Fuck, these guys are obviously experienced. They immediately rejected this kind of mission as soon as they saw it. Well, we suffered a loss due to our lack of knowledge. Ming Nan covered his face, dejected. I will learn my lesson next time. If I can react faster than 0.5 seconds when I see this kind of task again, it will be the biggest insult to me. When the three of them thought about handing out coupons after school, the meal suddenly didn't taste good anymore. Ding-ling-ling. Yeah, school is over. Let's go home and eat. Finish training. Sleep after practice. Listening to the joyful voices of their classmates, the three members of the Supernova Rangers sighed collectively. Why? Lazy, fuck. It's finally here. Ming Nan, ruthless. I'm sorry to everyone. Xiaoxingran, stop wasting time, both of you. The sooner you send them out, the sooner you can finish. Hurry to the Union and get the coupons. Chapter 26 mission begins. It was the peak time for school to be over, and the Gemini Union lobby was bustling with activity. Hello. Welcome to the Supernova Rangers. As soon as Ming Nan and his friends entered the room, an intelligent voice announcement sounded in the hall. The other team members from the Gemini Guild all laughed secretly. They all saw the information from the Union. They were forced to accept the task of distributing coupons. When Ming Nan saw their nasty smiles, he swore secretly in his heart, I will make sure you guys pay attention next time. Comparing hand speed, I, Ming Nan, have also been single for 17 years. Ming Nanxing walked towards the counter with despair and said weakly, Miss, please give us the coupons. We're going to distribute them. The lady at the counter couldn't help but giggle and kindly reminded, be careful next time. You are honorary members and you are different from them. If you encounter this situation again and you don't care about the mission, you won't accept it. The three supernovas were completely stunned. Laze was speechless. Ming Nan, then I'm just being naughty, right? How can I refuse? Xiaoxingran, okay. There's always a first time, so just give me the coupon. The lady at the counter took out a box and attached a map. Miss Xia, these are the areas that need to be distributed. You can't just distribute them randomly. Xiaoxingran nodded in response, took the box of coupons, and put the map in Laze's hands. You have a driver at home. I'll leave it to you. Laze was speechless. He took the map, took a look at it, and then his eyes widened. Fuck, isn't this near my home? Ming Nan was shocked. What a coincidence. Xiaoxingran couldn't help but ask in confusion. Isn't your home in the inner ring of the city? Have you moved? Laze shook his head and said, when you attended my birthday party before, the place you went to belonged to the family. This place is my home, because I have a loud voice. I can only find remote places to practice spiritual energy, so I'll call this remote place home. Ming Nan understood. This smart man relies on shouting to output, and he really can't do it without going to the suburbs. How many people live near your home? Can you give out these coupons? Laze thought for a moment and said, actually, there are quite a lot of people. Those who can't afford to buy a house in the city live in the suburbs. I'm just saying, my place is deserted, but it's still some distance away from them. Xiaoxingran waved her hand. Set off. A black commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Gemini Union. A middle-aged man got out of the vehicle and said respectfully, Master, where are you going? Laze took out the map and said seriously, go to the 5 points marked on it one by one. Okay, young master, everyone please. The driver opened the door and leaned forward slightly. Ming Nan was surprised. Oh my God, this smart guy is still a young master? That's right. When this guy met me, he said that he had someone upstairs. Besides that 3 generations of feud, his grandfather must be a ruthless man. His father, maybe not so good. The 3 members of the Supernova Rangers set off in the car. The first stop is the busiest square in the suburbs outside the outer ring of Lixing City. The three of them started their first union mission in their lives, handing out flyers along the street. Come take a look. Gemini is offering 15% off on summer enrollment. Don't miss it if you pass by. Lazy, sir. Does your child want to study? Passerby, I'm still single. Lazy. Then do you want to come to Gemini to study? Pasirbia. I'm from the medical union. Lazy. It's okay. I'll give you 3. Take them, go back, and give them as gifts. Give them to any of your colleagues who has kids. Passerby, Lazy is like a dog skin plaster. He uses the same trick on everyone he meets and just stuffs money into their pockets. Xia Xingran is different. She was floating in the air, and more than 30 coupons were flying around her like butterflies. This caused a group of hot-blooded teenagers to scream wildly. Goddess, give me one. Beautiful sister, I want one too. Meng Nan's jaw dropped. I just stood there like a fool, watching them perform. Have you all done this job before? How come you all have so much experience? So, I am a rookie? At this time, a shy girl ran up to Meng Nan and asked in a coquettish voice, Excuse me, are you really a macho brother? Can you sign an autograph for me? Meng Nan came back to his senses and saw that the girl in front of him looked 2 or 3 years younger than him and was quite cute. So he nodded and said, It's me. I'll sign the coupon for you. The girl excitedly took the signed coupon and ran away with a red face. When Lazy saw this, he winked and said, Brother Macho, it's not good for you to do this in front of Goddess Xingran, right? Meng Nan said sourly. She is much more exaggerated than me. Look at those infatuated young men. They're like a bunch of lunatics. Lazy smacked his lips and said with emotion, To be honest, when I first saw Goddess Xingran on my first day of school, I was moved. Meng Nan understood that as long as he was a normal teenager, it would be impossible for him not to have some feelings towards Xia Xingran. And then, Meng Nan asked curiously. Lazy was speechless. Then her mother came. She became the class teacher and stayed in that position for 3 years. Meng Nan, you have never taken the initiative to attack. Lazy scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I didn't dare to do that in the first year. At the beginning of the second year, that show-off by he was judged by teacher Lisa. Meng Nan sighed and patted Lazy on the shoulder. Luckily you're smart. Otherwise you might be the one who can't pee. Lazy shuddered. He quickly waved his hand and said, Teacher Lisa is fine, but she's mainly afraid of Uncle Xia. My grandfather warned me. Meng Nan understood. It seems that great minds think alike. Uncle Xia may seem harmless, but anyone who can sit in that position must be a ruthless person. With the efforts of the 3 supernovas, more and more boys and girls came to visit. At this time, an old man came up to Meng Nan, coughed twice, and said, Give me 2. I have 2 granddaughters who are about to enter high school. It would be good for them to learn. Meng Nan quickly handed over 2 coupons and was about to speak when he saw a flash of white light in the old man's eyes. Meng Nan was paralyzed instantly. Oops, killer. The old man pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed Meng Nan's heart with the power of the contract. Lazy was beside Meng Nan and didn't react at all. Bite! The dagger pierced Meng Nan's clothes on his chest, but it couldn't go any further. A golden contract force directly possessed Meng Nan's right fist. Little Stone took the initiative to control Meng Nan's body. He just punched the old man's head to pieces, causing the people present to scream. Chapter 27, Little Stone versus Wushuang, until the blood splashed on Lazy's face. Lazy finally reacted and immediately stood up and roared. There's a killer! The Lei family's driver and Xia Xing from the Xia family appeared at the same time. They immediately blocked the 3 people. Meng Nan was confused. It is impossible that Supreme Lung Xie did not notice it, but he did not take action or react. Just at this moment, a loud bang. Suddenly, a huge demon wolf appeared on the square. It was even bigger than a double-decker bus. Contracted monster. The killer from the 7 netherworlds. Meng Nan was horrified. Anyone who can transform into a contracted beast must be at least at the unparalleled level. It's too late to run. As soon as the killer transformed into a demon wolf appeared, he rushed towards Meng Nan to bite him in the next second. Meng Nan subconsciously wanted to hide, but unfortunately his body was out of control. Meng Nan could clearly feel Xiao shit his anger. Even, want to kill that demon wolf? Little Stone, run. This is a Wushuang level weapon. Don't fight it head on. Xiao Shurtu ignored Meng Nan's dissuasion. controlled Meng Nan's body, and punched the ground. The earth cracked. The ground 10 meters around suddenly collapsed. The demon wolf pounced directly into the deep pit. Before the demon wolf could jump up again, there was a loud bang. The earth trembles. The entire ground closed up instantly, leaving only a gap. Meng Nan! Xia Xingran called out anxiously. Laze looked at the crack in the ground and said quickly, Brother Macho should be fine. With the power of earth. Let's go. Get out of this place. As soon as the words fell, the earth shook again. A wolf howl came from underground. Go! Xiaxing and the Lei family driver quickly pulled Xiaxingran and Lei Zhe aside. With a loud bang, earth and rocks flew everywhere. The demon wolf broke out from the ground and jumped directly onto the square. The body of the demon wolf at this moment was a little illusory, and it looked like its demonic energy had been greatly damaged. Just as the magic wolf was adjusting its breath, the ground cracked open again, like a huge mouth, swallowing the magic wolf again. The earth shook violently again. Everyone present could faintly hear the wailing coming from underground. Hiss! What abilities does this contracted beast of Mengnan have? Can you actually control the power of the earth? Is this the talent of a tough guy? It was also the first time Lei Zhe saw Mengnan's contracted beast take action. Fuck! This contracted beast of Mengnan is too outrageous. This guy is undefeated, just standing on the ground. An intermediate spiritual bond master, fighting against an unparalleled master. Not to mention that Lei Zhe has never seen it. Even Xia Xingran has never seen it. Now she finally believed what Lung Xie said. Mengnan at 20 will be stronger than Lung Xie at 20. There was a loud bang. The earth exploded again. Wailing sounds came from the bottoms of the pit. Bang! 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 A series of heavy thumps slowly emanated from the ground, with dull and creepy echoes. The people present felt their scalps tingling, as if they were being pounded on their hearts. Everyone was so scared that they quickly moved away from the deep pit, fearing that something unexpected would happen. The earth shook again. Bang! It closed again. Hiss! This tough guy doesn't intend to let this demon wolf come out. This tough guy is going to be buried alive. Brother, what you said reminded me. Isn't that the case with the college live broadcast before? If you don't pay, you will be buried. Right. Macho men seem to particularly like words like bury alive, etc. Laze listened to the discussion and was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He asked in disbelief, Goddess Xingran, is this true? Brother Macho really likes this. Xia Xingran had never seen Meng Nan use the power of the contracted beast, and was also horrified. I don't know either. He has never used the power of the contracted beast. At most, he just possessed the beast through the contract. On the tall building in the square, the two brothers Ning Zong and Ning Hung were feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. Ning Zong, it seems like we don't have to do anything, right? Ning Hung, what did we do? I would rather be tired. Lord Lung Xie asked us to arrange for these three guys to go fishing. I arranged for a fake killer, hired a paparazzi, and there were many of our own people among the onlookers. As a result, Ji Kuan's hidden killer actually took the initiative to attack. The most speechless thing is that a Wushuang-level person couldn't even beat that kid. Ning Zong smiled awkwardly. Although we didn't do anything, we have completed the adult's task perfectly. Ning Heng noted, yeah, it's really good to get it for free. Ning Zong laughed bitterly and said, all right, let's just show our faces and end it. The two of them landed in the middle of the square, in full view of everyone. When Lei Zhe saw that the two presidents had arrived, he immediately stopped panicking and started crying miserably. Mr. President, we have worked diligently to advertise for the union. Even if we have no credit, we have worked hard, and yet he was assassinated. My young heart is... Ning Zong smote tweeted. What's wrong with this kid's brain? Money. He didn't mention it at all, but he was hinting at the idea of asking for money. Ning Hung said coldly to the Lei family's driver, Leizwa, I'm afraid I can't help but beat your young master to death. Leizwa smiled bitterly, quickly blocked Lei Zhe's mouth, and stood silently beside Xiaxing. Ning Hung walked to the middle of the closing crack, squatted down, and slowly touched the ground with his hand. A spiritual energy quietly penetrated into the ground. Damn, that guy's so weak. I'm afraid he's going to die. This is a big fish. He can't die. We have to save him. Ning Hung raised his foot and stomped it hard. A huge vibration spread out along with Ning Heng's spiritual power. The ground exploded again. A spiritual force came from bottom to top, directly pushing Meng Nan and the demon wolf into the air. As soon as Meng Nan left the ground, he instantly regained control of his body. When he saw the presidents were all here, he quickly said to Xiao Shurtu, "You should rest now. It's safe here." Not happy. Unhappy? Maybe it's because I failed to kill that guy. This little stone has murderous intentions towards the demon beasts, but seems to be annoyed with other spirit beasts. This little stone doesn't fit in. Seeing that the little stone had stopped moving, Meng Nan must have run out of strength. He fell heavily to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Ning Heng kicked out in midair and directly blew up the demon wolf incarnation. A foreign man appeared in everyone's sight. Meng Nan was shocked. President Ning Heng was able to kick the incarnation of the demon wolf to pieces without using the power of the contract. This spiritual power of his own directly crushed it. He is worthy of being the strongest one under the Supreme. Ning Heng grabbed the foreign killer's neck and attacked him directly with his spiritual power. A series of bone-exploding sounds suddenly occurred in the foreign killer's body. Bang! 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 The foreign killer was twitching. All the magic power leaked out immediately, and the power of the contract also dissipated. Everyone's scalp numbed. This President Ning Heng is too cruel. Is this an exotic killer of peerless level? Just like that, it was directly destroyed. Chapter 28 High-End Game. Meng Nan looked at the abandoned foreign killer and fell in a deep thought. He recalled a Luo. A spiritual contract master with only an S-level contract swallowed up the power of the contract between him and Xiaoxingran because of the suppression of spiritual power. In addition to the contract level and contracted beast, the cultivation of one's own spiritual power is extremely important. You can't rely too much on Xiao Shurtu. If he had run into someone as ruthless as Ning Heng, who came to assassinate him, he would have been dead just now. At this time, Ning Zong walked to Meng Nan, patted Meng Nan on the shoulder, and said, "Don't think too much. You've done a good job. Not everyone can ruin someone like my brother did." Meng Nan was shocked. How? Does he know what I'm thinking? Can President Ning Zong read minds? Ning Zong nodded and said with a smile, "Indeed, you guessed it right, but it's not very accurate." Meng Nan immediately calmed down and thought to himself, the president just said that not everyone can cripple someone as directly as President Ning Heng. What does that mean? Ning Zong laughed and said, "Well, I'm not in a position to say more. Just ask that person." The cold and evil Supreme? Meng Nan didn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, it was really terrifying that President Ning Zong could read minds. Little Stone fought hard for a long time, but couldn't break the magic wolf's defense. As a result, he was kicked by President Ning Heng with an ordinary kick. He kicked the incarnation directly to pieces. Today, Meng Nan finally opened his eyes. No wonder these two brothers can fight against the Supreme and remain undefeated. They are both perverts. Ning Zong was speechless. 1 second you said we shouldn't think too much, and the next second you said we were perverts? Meng Nan slapped his thigh. It's hard to guard against. Slip away. Meng Nan returned to Xiaoxingran and looked at her worried expression, but she didn't know how to start. Meng Nan said softly, "Don't worry, it's okay." Lei Zhe swallowed hard and asked weakly, "Brother Meng Nan, is your contracted beast so perverted?" Meng Nan glanced at Xiaoxing and Lei Zhe and said calmly, "It's just average. It still feels a little weak." Puff. Xiaoxing, when did you become so pretentious? Lei Zhe, I'm so angry. I'm afraid I can't help but beat him to death. Unfortunately, it seems that I can't beat him. Lei Zhe, Brother Macho, you have the spiritual power of an intermediate spiritual contract master, but you can beat Wu Shuang. Do you still feel weak? Meng Nan was startled. That's right. No, I have plenty of spiritual power. The spiritual power that Little Stone used was not actually my spiritual power. It's over. This is a big deal. Meng Nan's expression changed, and he quickly said to Xiaoxingran, "Let's go. Come back to the training base with me." Xiaoxingran also realized that something was wrong with Meng Nan and quickly called Xiaoxing to send them back. Inside the training base, cold, evil Supreme, trouble. Leng Xie appeared and calmly said, "Don't worry. Take your time. The sky won't fall." But after Leng Xie heard Meng Nan's story, he also jumped up and down. "You said that when you were fighting the demon wolf underground, Your little stone didn't use your spiritual power? Meng Nan nodded frantically. Yes, I didn't notice it before. If Laze hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have remembered it. Everyone in the training base fell silent. This is impossible. Any motivation must at least have a source, right? The contracted beast didn't even use the spiritual power of the contract master? Are you kidding me? Lung Xie pondered, then asked. When did you regain control of your body? Oh, when President Ning Hung kicked me out. Lung Xie raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. You mean, after leaving the ground? Meng Nan nodded. Lung Xie is numb. According to this statement, this small stone is not without spiritual power, but it uses the spiritual power of the earth. Everyone guessed it. Hiss. Oh my God. Your little stone can borrow the spiritual energy from the earth. Xia Xingran blurted out in disbelief. Meng Nan was also confused and didn't know. That's why I felt panicked. Lung Xie scratched his head, which was rare, and said helplessly, There are 13 members of the assassination team, plus you two. Swear an oath in the contract. Keep this secret to yourself. Let's just pretend this never happened. No one can leak it out. Let's discuss this after the legend of my Xia country returns to the human world. Legend? Above the Supreme? Everyone understood. It seems that even Lung Xie Supreme didn't know either. Forced to do so, Lung Xie took the lead, and a total of 15 people signed a confidentiality contract with their own spiritual power. If anyone violated it, their spiritual power would be wasted. Meng Nan's heart was also in a mess. He always felt that this little stone was not a contracted beast. You said it has murderous intentions towards demon beasts and is also resistant to spirit beasts. So what is it? Could it be that the stone has become a spirit? Or is this just a stone monster? The next day, no surprise at all. The hunk is once again the top trending topic on 3 websites. In the past, everyone was amazed at how powerful this tough guy was without any talent. Now everyone is exclaiming that the tough guy used his talent. Who else? The intermediate spiritual contract master almost killed the unparalleled level. Who has ever seen someone who can jump for levels and fight across 4 titles? I just want to ask you to look at the human world. Who else? Early in the morning, Meng Nan, who had not yet had time to go to school, sat on the sofa in the training base, feeling numb, because on the sofa opposite, there are 5 supreme beings sitting here. The scene was very embarrassing. At this time, teacher Lisa suddenly called me, and it was a video call. Meng Nan glanced at Lung Xie's meaning, should I answer this call or not? Lung Xie nodded. Meng Nan connected. Teacher Lisa, Meng Nan, don't come to school recently. Stay at home and avoid the limelight. Do you hear me? Meng Nan nodded numbly. Teacher Lisa, Meng Nan, are you in trouble? Meng Nan continued to nod. Teacher Lisa, did someone give you a hard time? Don't be afraid. I'll go call your uncle Xia. In the video, Xia Chen squeezed in front of the camera and appeared at the same time as teacher Lisa. Xia Chen quickly asked, what kind of trouble are you in? Is it convenient for you to tell me now? Meng Nan scratched his face and clicked the camera switch. Hiss. When Xia Chen saw the opponent's lineup, he was completely stunned. High-end game. Absolutely high-end game. There are 5 supreme beings on the opposite side, and I can't even surrender. You have to handle it yourself? This uncle's ability is limited. Ding. Communication ended. After Meng Nan slapped his face, he slapped his hands. After all, what can I do? Just buckle it. I won't say anything anyway. Both sides were silent for 10 minutes. No one was going to speak first. It was as if whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. Meng Nan saw this and said, okay, I understand. Turning to look at Xia Xingran had never seen such a grand scene before. He was sitting there like a sweet baby. Even though she saw Meng Nan's gaze, Xia Xingran could only use her foot to gently touch Meng Nan's calf under the coffee table. Meng Nan saw that the 4 people opposite him had no reaction, and only Lung Xie was laughing, and he instantly felt bored. Just hard install it, right? Meng Nan took off his shoes and lay down directly on the sofa. Since I can't run away anyway, I might as well die comfortably. Sleep. I'm not going to school today. My head teacher said so. Chapter 29, The Grudge Between Lung Xie and Ji Kuan. The leader of the 5 supreme beings, respectfully called the Elder, also has the longest seniority. Looking at Meng Nan, who was not afraid of boiling water like a dead pig, he gave him some rare praise. It seems that I was right to let Lung Xie teach you. You are so fearless at such a young age. The young are really formidable. Meng Nan, who was about to go to sleep, jumped up immediately after hearing this. Who? Was it this old man who asked Lung Xie to teach me? Mengnan asked in disbelief. Uh, excuse me, what is your name? The old man laughed and said, just call me Grandmaster. I am just a senior and have a respectful title. Mengnan just follows the stick. Lung Xie is my future master. Then this elder is one of us. Mengnan quickly stood up and saluted respectfully. Then he leaned forward slightly and said, Student Mengnan, greetings to the Lord. Seeing Mengnan suddenly become so shameless, the female supreme sitting on the far left couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, Brother Lung Xie, you've done a good job of training. Lung Xie smiled awkwardly and said, It's okay. The elder nodded and said with satisfaction, He knows the general situation and the rules, but he doesn't stick to them. That's quite interesting. We are here today just to see you, this evil genius. There is no other intention. Everything else is waiting for the legend to return. Continue to practice well with Lung Xie. The voice was still there, but the four supreme beings had disappeared. What kind of method is this? Lung Xie laughed and said, That's fine. You didn't embarrass me, not bad. Mengnan and Xia Xingran felt relieved instantly. Call, I am so surprised. Mengnan, I'm actually scared to death. But then I think since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die comfortably. Lung Xie praised. That's right. This is the fearless heart. You must remember what I say to you. It is very important to you. Lung Xie sighed and recounted the past. In addition to Lung Xie, there was another peerless genius named Ji Kun. Ji Kun's father was also one of the supreme rulers of the Xia kingdom. But there were only 7 supreme rulers in total back then. But since his student days, Ji Kun has been using his father's power to suppress Lung Xie everywhere, and even assassinated him many times, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. When Ji Kun and Lung Xie were both one step away from becoming the Supreme, Ji Kun launched a fatal attack. The Supreme joined the battle, but not only did he fail, but Ji Kun's cultivation was destroyed by Lung Xie. Ji Kun was deposed, which led to Ji Kun's father taking action and wanting to kill Lung Xie. However, because Lung Xie joined the military after graduating from high school, 2 military supreme leaders took action. The conflict between the 2 peerless geniuses was endless, and finally evolved into a battle of supreme beings. Many families under the command of the supreme beings also got involved. The scope of the fight became larger and larger, and things became more and more out of control. Mengnan and Xia Xingran listened attentively for a full 10 minutes. Even after Lung Xie finished speaking, they still didn't come back to their senses. No wonder Lung Xie Supreme said that it was so miserable back then. In the end, 3 supreme beings and more than 30 unparalleled beings died. Mengnan has a headache. According to Lung Xie, although so many people died back then, the essence remains unchanged. 3 of the 7 supreme beings died, and Lung Xie was promoted to the supreme being, so there are only 5 supreme beings in Xia country at present. But Ji Kun's father is not dead. He even betrayed his country and joined Yusha. Using the power of one of the greedy 2-headed dragons in the demon world, Ji Kun opened the gate to the demon world and signed an SSS-level demon world contract. Ji Kun has transformed from a discarded spiritual contract master to an SSS-level magic contract master, and is now only one step away from becoming the supreme master. The Xia kingdom, which had lost 3 supreme beings, chose to keep peace in order to avoid further war. Allow Ji Kun to return to Xia kingdom. And the principal of Pegasus No. 1 Middle School is Wang Shuai. He was an undercover agent of the military who had been lurking in Pegasus City. His purpose was to monitor the family forces under Ji Kun's father and the assassins lurking in for foreign countries. Now that he was exposed, he was naturally transferred away. Mengnan was shocked. It seemed that the military had started planning this 10 years ago. They had long been worried about the Ji family's father and son. If it weren't for my incident, Principal Wang would be considered a senior among that group of people. What a pity. According to the current situation, Ji Kun cannot die, and Xiaobo cannot do anything to him. This is quite disgusting. Is he just going to stay here and wait for him to become the Supreme? Mengnan looked at Lung Xie as if he was constipated and asked awkwardly. So, you're just going to let him rely on you like this? I guess in a few years, this guy will become the Supreme again, right? Lung Xie raised his eyebrows and said, This was indeed the plan before. We just had to wait for the legend to come back. But now, Lung Xie looked at Mengnan meaningfully. Mengnan shuddered. What does this mean? Supreme Lung Xiu, you are not allowed to joke around. Lung Xia laughed and said, didn't the elder praise you for knowing the rules? But you don't follow them. The five of us naturally won't kill Ji Kuan. After all, we agreed to it back then. You are a free man. You could do whatever you want. For example, you are now his mortal enemy. He has sent foreign assassins to get you, right? Meng suddenly felt like the sky was falling. How did this inexplicably offend a group of bigwigs? Huh? That's not right. Ji Kuan and I have never met before. Ji Kuan asked Pegasus to mess with me before. Could it be that he is here just for Lung Xia? Meng Nan narrowed his eyes with an expression that asked for a beating and grumbled. So I am the cannon fodder between you two. Lung Xia said indifferently. My idea is, let Ji Kuan also be your stepping stone. If Ji Kuan can also send you to the Supreme, wow, it will definitely be a rare story for the ages. What a good man. Man, are you a devil? Doesn't Ji Kuan have any dignity? Back then, people sent you up there, but you ruined them. Now that they have finally recovered, you still want them to send me up there? Chun Chun treats people as enemies, right? Looking at Meng Nan's wonderful expression, Lung Xia continued to incite. How about it, kid? Good people like Ji Kuan are hard to find. And if you dare to mess with him, the five Supremes will definitely support you. Just put your hands in your pockets and do it. It has to be said that Meng Nan was moved by Lung Xia's words. Although it is not easy to be a knife, it may not be a shortcut. Just as Lung Xia said, if I wade into this muddy water, it would be equivalent to having the support of the five supreme beings of Xia country. This kind of relationship is not something that can be achieved easily. Help them to eradicate the cancer of the country, and they will secretly protect me. Besides, whether I agree or not, Ji Kuan is going to kill me. This deal is worth it. Meng Nan thought for a moment. I promise. Just do it. Lung Xia's trick succeeded, with a cunning smile. This expression made Meng Nan and Xia Xingran's scalps numb, and they felt as if they were cheated. But I can't tell where I got cheated. Chapter 30 Teacher Lisa's Abilities. For 3 days in a row, Meng Nan and Xia Xingran hid in the secret base to train, listening to Teacher Lisa and staying out of the spotlight. But after 3 days of information explosion, rumors about Meng Nan's talent became more and more outrageous. There is absolutely no sign of shutting down. As long as a tough guy stands on the ground, he is invincible. The tough guy lied about his spiritual energy level. He is definitely not an intermediate spiritual contract master, etc. The voices of praise and doubt have not faded with time, but have become more and more intense, especially in the country of Shawa. After receiving the information about Eric's second interview, there were more topics to talk about. Eric said, let the tough guy wait for death. Question, now that the talent of the tough guy has been exposed, what do you think? Eric, it's just as so. It doesn't feel like much of a challenge. Question, so you can counter his ground advantage, right? Eric, no need to restrain. He can't beat me. Question, since you are so confident, what do you want to say to the tough guy? Eric, leave him to die. As soon as this news came out, Xia Country's online circle exploded. Too arrogant. Why is Eric so awesome? It sounds like he can also defeat Wu Shuang by jumping 4 levels. Eric can just take off on the spot and defeat the Supreme, right? What he meant by waiting to die is waiting for their Yusha's father to come and assassinate the tough guy, right? Right. After all, assassinations don't happen once or twice. Just say no a few more times, and that'll be enough. Xia Xingran leaned on the sofa with a frown on her face. Eric's remarks did not seem to be aimless. If you are determined to kill, you cannot rule out the possibility of using shady tactics. Meng Nan just walked out of the bathroom, holding a towel and drying his hair. Looking at Xia Xingran with a serious expression, he asked doubtfully, what news did you see? Your eyebrows are almost twisted together. Xia Xingran stood up and walked to Meng Nan and played Eric's second speech. After Meng Nan finished reading it, he said, oh, and nothing more happened. Seeing Meng Nan not taking it seriously at all, Xia Xingran said anxiously, aren't you afraid that they might do something shady? For example, poisoning or using drugs, etc. After drying his wet hair, Meng Nan said calmly, people who like to talk dirty will definitely die early. Dogs that bite don't bark, don't you know that? If he continues to act dumb, I can be more careful, but now, he's just a moron. Xia Xingran was stunned. What was Meng Nan thinking? I don't care. You must treat it with care. Xia Xingran urged stubbornly. Meng Nan naturally understood Xia Xingran's concern. and could only say helplessly, "Okay, okay." Who wouldn't care about their own life? Don't worry. At this time, Xiachen suddenly called. Meng Nan, Uncle Xia? What instructions? Xiachen, do you want me to give you an interview as well, to fight back against that arrogant Eric? Meng Nan, no need. Just give them some confidence. There's still more than half a year left. It's so embarrassing to keep scolding them. Xiachen, okay. It seems like you don't like that idiot at all. Meng Nan, by the way, Uncle Xia, when can we go back to school? Xiachen, there is less than a month left in this semester, and your Aunt Lisa said you don't have to go. She will give you extra lessons. Meng Nan is numb. If you don't want to go to school, then don't go. What kind of makeup class do you want? The key is who is teacher Lisa? How embarrassing. After Meng Nan hung up the call, he glanced at Xia Xingran anxiously. Your mother seems to be worried about us, and even came here specially for extra lessons? Xia Xingran took a deep breath. Forget it. You don't understand my mother at all. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. I'll go and clean up a room for her. Meng Nan was shocked. Don't leave it unexplained. I need an explanation. Does teacher Lisa need to live here and supervise us? That's too much. You have to explain this to me. Otherwise, it would be terrible if I left a bad impression on your mother. Xia Xingran took another deep breath. My mother must be here to test you. Her contracted beast has certain divination abilities. Extremely shocked. Predicting the future, or seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. Meng Nan swallowed hard and asked tremblingly. Divination. What do you mean? Xia Xingran shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. But Lisa agreed to marry Xiachen because of this ability. Can the future of life be predicted? She has this ability. How can she be a teacher? Manon cried piteously into the air. Supreme Lung Xie, this is a matter of life and death. Please help me. Lung Xie did not show up, but just said curiously. It would be nice to let her do some divination. I am also curious about what she can predict. Meng Nan's face fell, and he felt uncomfortable. Etc. Little stone, is there a contracted beast that can tell your fortune? The little stone in Meng Nan's chest trembled slightly. Kill it. It's still so violent. That won't do. After all, teacher Lisa is my future mother-in-law. If teacher Lisa is attacked, and something goes wrong, my lifelong happiness would be gone. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work, just stop teacher Lisa. Meng Nan lay on the sofa, waiting for teacher Lisa's justice. There was no surprise at all. As soon as school was over, teacher Lisa is here. Meng Nan quickly stood up and opened the door, saying with a smile, Welcome, teacher Lisa. Lisa nodded slightly as a greeting, then asked with a smile, You seem a little uneasy? Manon, is it starting now? I don't feel anything. Meng Nan took the fruit from Lisa's hand and said carefully, Teacher Lisa, please be gentle later. It's best not to use the power of the contract to predict my future. My little stone may suddenly attack and hurt someone. Teacher Lisa covered her mouth and smiled. This kid is worried about this. It seems that my girl still understands me as a mother. She even told you this. Why are your elbows bent outward like a silly girl? Meng Nan didn't dare to answer. Now he is indeed an outsider. At this time, Xia Xingran ran to the door, took Lisa's arm and said, I'm just afraid of causing misunderstanding. I'm not on his side. Lisa rolled her eyes at her daughter, as if to say, Do you think I believe it or not? Sit down. Teacher Lisa, please come this way. Meng Nan was like a hard-working little bee, washing and cutting fruits, busying about. Lisa looked at Meng Nan running around and asked Xia Xingran in a low voice. He's not usually like this, is he? Xia Xingran was stunned. Do you want to answer? But thinking about how I was always the one being manipulated, I said honestly, Yeah, he usually eats first, then practices, then eats. He sometimes acts like a big boss. Sometimes he's a coward. Mom, you don't even know that the 5 supreme beings were sitting opposite us that day. He just lay on his sofa for 10 minutes without saying a word. He didn't get up until the elders spoke first. Lisa was surprised. This boy is really brave. In that case, this guy is the typical one who responds to soft words, but not hard ones. Chapter 31, Xia Chen's Identity. Student Meng Nan, stop busying yourself. Come and sit down. Meng Nan's hands trembled. It's over. Justice must be served. Meng Nan sat obediently opposite the sofa, looking serious. As a result, teacher Lisa took out her textbook and carefully repeated the key points of the past few days. 2 hours later, Meng Nan and Xia Xingran looked at the densely packed notes and couldn't help feeling guilty. Teacher Lisa is really here to give extra lessons. Isn't this judging others by one's own standards? Shame on you. Okay, I finished talking about the main points of the past few days. I should go back now. I'll come back in 2 days. Teacher Lisa packed up her textbooks, stood up, and walked out. Only then did Meng Nan react and quickly stood up to see him off. Thank you, Teacher Lisa. You've worked hard. Can I take you home? Lisa smiled and waved, glancing at her own daughter. Suddenly, his expression changed. Walk out the door quickly. Meng Nan reacted. Teacher Lisa may be unwell. Wait inside for me to come back. Lung Xie said this, and then there was no more movement. Outside the training base, Lung Xie appeared and supported Teacher Lisa, who was about to fall. Lung Xie looked solemn. He felt at the moment he came into contact with Lisa that her spiritual power was backfiring. Lung Xie immediately transferred his spiritual power into Lisa's body and forcibly suppressed Lisa's violent spiritual power. A layer of black fog spreads. Lung Xie disappeared with Teacher Lisa. When he appeared again, he was already at Xia Chen's house. Cold, evil supreme? Xia Chen was shocked. Then he looked at the unconscious Lisa in Lung Xie's arms and asked hurriedly, What's going on? Lung Xie shook his head and said uncertainly, I'm not sure. Maybe Lisa used the power of divination on that kid and got backfired. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen quickly carried Lisa to the bed, and then a deep blue spiritual power, like a sticky, slippery fluid, attached to Lisa's arm. Lung Xie frowned slightly. Even though he had felt this spiritual energy before, he still couldn't adapt to it. This spiritual energy was filled with a nauseating feeling. Director Xia's strength is enough to influence the Supreme Being. Lung Xie admires him. After Xia Chen felt that Lisa was fine, he said in a relaxed tone, Hey, it's useless. Lung Xie Supreme is overpraising you. Lung Xie smiled and shook his head. It will be useful. Meng Nan has decided to take over Ji Kuan's affairs. Xia Chen paused. After a long silence, he looked at Lung Xie and asked seriously, Are you serious? Lung Xie nodded. None of the 5 of us want to delay this any longer. Xia Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lung Xie felt that the blood in his body began to stir. This Xia Chen, I'm afraid he has already become the Supreme One. Lung Xie thought about it and was not surprised. After all, Xia Chen had already reached the peak of his power back then. After his father died in battle, he lay dormant. Xia Chen sneered. It's God's will. The initiative has returned to my Xia family. This time, my Xia family will never give in. Xia Chen said so. Lung Xie sighed. Among the 3 supreme beings who died in the battle that year, one was Xia Chen's father. Xia Chen's father was the leader of the pro-war faction. When he found out that the Ji family had colluded with Yusha in the early years, he wanted to kill the Ji family father and son directly. Unfortunately, he was 1 vote short. He had no choice but to give in to the conservatives and stabilize the country. As a result, when the war caused by Lung Xie's incident directly involved the supreme beings of the 7 Netherworld Alliance, Ji Kuan's father committed treason, resulting in the death of 3 supreme beings in the war. Why? A moment of retreat would lead to a catastrophic disaster. Now Meng Nan has taken up the lead in the battle. Doesn't that mean the initiative has returned to the Xia family? Back then, Xia Renjie took Xia Chen into battle. From now on, Xia Chen will lead Meng Nan into battle. It can be considered as a father and son trooping together. Lung Xie sighed. This fate is always so similar. At this time, Lisa woke up. Wife, how do you feel? Lisa's face turned slightly pale. She felt that she was fine, so she slowly sat up. Lung Xie asked doubtfully, Did you get attacked because of the divination you did for that kid? Lisa smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said, Meng Nan warned me not to divine him from the beginning. He said that his little stone might explode and hurt people. I used divination for my girl. Xia Chen and Lung Xie were both shocked. How could Xia Xingran have such a strong backlash? Xia Chen quickly asked, Don't be anxious, my wife. Tell me slowly, what did you see on the girl? Lisa had a complicated expression. After thinking for a long time, she could only say vaguely, I only saw a blurry shadow, a huge figure, as big as a mountain. He is standing behind my girl. Hiss. Xia Chen and Lung Xie looked at each other at the same time. Jai Mountain? Little Stone? Meng Nan? Lung Xie suddenly remembered that the little stone could draw spiritual energy from the earth. That figure should be the future Mengnan. His little stone is extraordinary. The five of us haven't figured it out yet, so we can only wait for that legendary master. Xia Chun bared his teeth and grinned. Lao Zhao told me privately a long time ago. The little stone in that boy's body is not a contracted beast at all. Okay. It seems that this boy will treasure our girl very much in the future. The present world affects the future, which means this kid has already made up his mind. Lung Xie smiled and nodded. Congratulations, both of you. You got a son-in-law who's amazing. We're now in-laws. Xia Chun and Lisa were stunned. We're going to have a son-in-law in the future. What kind of relative will you be? Xia Chun frowned and asked doubtfully. That kid recognized you as his father? You're only 5 or 6 years older than him. How can you be so embarrassed? Puff. Lung Xie was immediately turned off by Xia Chun's words. Ahem. If that kid wants to take me as his master, then he can naturally be considered a master. Oh, master. Both master and father. Xia Chun understood. He said awkwardly, that's what happened. I was scared to death. Lisa also smiled with her hands covering her mouth when she heard this. Lung Xie coughed twice and said, Since Lisa is fine now, I'll go back first. Xia Chun suddenly stopped. Let that boy come over here. I want to talk to him face to face. Lung Xie thought about it and decided to take over the battle flag, right? Indeed, it might be better to know some things earlier. 10 minutes later, Meng Nan and Xia Xingran arrived at Xia Chun's house. Lisa had recovered by then and sat on the sofa with Xia Chun, watching Meng Nan and Xia Xingran, who had just entered the house. Xia Xingran sensibly threw herself into Lisa's arms and hugged her tightly. Meng Nan looked at Lung Xie standing aside and couldn't help wondering. Lung Xie was standing and Uncle Xia was sitting. Their roles were reversed, right? Xia Chun didn't say anything, and a drop of sticky dark blue spiritual power flew directly towards Meng Nan. Meng Nan didn't have time to react and fell directly on the sofa. Dad, what are you doing? Xia Xingran was anxious. It's okay. Your dad just wanted to show him something. Xia Chun is sad. My own little cabbage is so fresh and cute. I will be pushed by the pig in the future. It makes me sad just thinking about it. Chapter 32, the Xia family leads the battle. Ever since Meng Nan was hit by the deep blue spiritual power, he felt extremely dizzy and a little nauseous. He couldn't contact the little stone, nor could he contact his own body. It felt like I was sleepwalking or that my 5 senses were being controlled by someone. Then he saw Xia Chun from 10 years ago. In reality, about 5 minutes passed. Meng Nan woke up. Vomit. Ugh. Then he vomited all over the floor. This feeling of nausea and vomiting comes from a mental reaction, and you can't control the urge to vomit. Meng Nan seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit. He couldn't see people clearly, nor could he hear what they were saying. I knew I was awake, but my body felt like it had lost contact. I stretched my neck, not knowing what to do, and waved my hands around, as if I was trying to grab something. Xia Chun scratched his head. Is the after effect so strong? I just used a little bit of my spiritual power. Lung Xie couldn't help but shudder all over. He is not afraid of killing people, but he cannot stand disgusting people. He knew what Xia Chen's contracted beast was. I also know what that sticky spiritual power is. Xia Chen's spiritual power could be described as a highly poisonous soul power. Have the ability to control other people's senses and thoughts. Once you've seen it, you'll still feel sick no matter when you think of it. 10 minutes later, Meng Nan's eyes finally focused, looking at Xia Chun with fear. Uncle Xia. Meng Nan wants to vomit when he opens his mouth. He had seen Xia Chen's contracted incarnation in that fantasy world. So terrifying. It can be called a giant yellow caterpillar, more than 10 meters long and nearly 4 meters high. It's okay if it looks disgusting. Mainly it's creepy. Under that ferocious face, the teeth were like steel knives, and they could rotate like a crusher, so densely packed. There were countless black steel needles on the insect's body, like pinholes, constantly spraying out dark blue mucus. Those who were sprayed in the illusion were like crazy, biting their own flesh and blood crazily, completely losing their humanity. The visual was so vivid that when Meng Nan saw Xia Chun, it was as if his incarnation had reappeared. Vomit. Xia Xingran was shocked. Dad, what on earth did you show Meng Nan? Xia Chun raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Do you also want to see how powerful your father is? That's right. Sooner or later, The cabbages in our garden will know. Get over the nausea sooner and relax sooner. Then another drop of dark blue sticky spiritual power emerged and instantly flew into Xia Xingran's brow. It's no surprise that Xia Xingran didn't perform as well as Meng Nan. I was so scared that I cried and screamed and vomited nonstop. The picture was so beautiful that Lung Xia almost vomited, looking at his own juicy cabbage, which was almost turned into a dry, old pickled cabbage. Xia Chen asked curiously, "Wife, how did you accept me back then?" Lisa rolled her eyes and said calmly, "Because in the future, I saw a pair of particularly beautiful wings behind you. What else do you think? Could it be that you think your lost Hargu king is very good-looking?" Xia Chen paused. "What the hell? So my contracted beast is still in its infancy? Is there still a day when the cocoon emerges as a butterfly? It turns out that the uglier you are, the greater your potential." 20 minutes later, Meng Nan and Xia Xingran finished washing up. Looking at Xia Chen's eyes again, they were completely different. He was so well-behaved. He didn't dare to do anything rash. It's not just mental suppression. The main thing is Xia Chen is really a supreme being who has been hiding until now. Moreover, Meng Nan and Xia Xingran's worldviews were refreshed. The world they see is also different. Xia Chen said solemnly, "You have all seen what happened to my Xia family. Now this battle flag has returned to my Xia family's hands again, and what you, Meng Nan, will have to face in the future is not just the Ji family father and son of the Yusha Supremes who participated in the battle that year. One has died, and there are still 9 left. This world is much bigger than you think. The Seven-Nation Alliance is only the representative of the demon realm in the human world. The real battlefield is in the spirit world. Have you thought it through?" Meng Nan knew what this meant. The hatred between 2 generations affected the supreme rulers of all countries in the world. Moreover, once the supreme leader of the 7 Netherworld Alliance is killed, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the demon realm. This battle flag is not so easy to receive, but Meng Nan thought about it and realized that he had no other choice. Besides, his little stone was too murderous towards the demons and didn't like the spirits either. Meng Nan looked directly at Xia Chen and said without hesitation, "Well, anyway, we have been targeted by the Ji family. Running away won't solve any problems. Just do it." Xia Chen slapped his thigh. "Okay, I knew you were not a coward. Then my Xia family will also raise the banner again. My old brothers, but you have waited too long." After Xia Chen finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Meng Nan smacked his lips. Even the supreme being could be like this. Could he just disappear like that? What kind of ability is this? At this time, Xia Xingran was lying in Lisa's arms and said to Meng Nan, "I won't go back these days. I want to accompany my mother." Meng Nan nodded, then stood up and politely said goodbye to teacher Lisa. Meng Nan walked on the street, looking at the streets full of lights and feasting, and the battle of the Supremes in the past reappeared in his mind. Alas, the seemingly peaceful and harmonious life is just an illusion under the treacherous situation. It's just like a mirage. It can be destroyed at any time. Meng Nan returned to the training base, took off his clothes, and roared, "Let's fight!" Meng Nan took the initiative to release the contract possession, and his 2 golden arms were instantly attacked by a violent storm. "Go! One more!" 4 against 1. Lung Xia appeared, sat on the ground, looked at Meng Nan who was fighting hard, drank beer alone, and thought about something. This ordinary training is almost over. This kid's progress is getting slower and slower. 5 rounds of brutality overnight. The morning bell rang, and Meng Nan leaned on the sofa, his eyes dull. This kind of training has made him numb. The improvement of him has gradually become ineffective. Cold, evil supreme. I may have to torture myself in a different way. Lung Xia nodded and said with satisfaction, "That's right. That's why I let you join Gemini. The trials between life and death will make you grow faster. Go and fight outside the wasteland." Wasteland? Meng Nan also studied. The human world is actually very large, and all the countries in the world combined only account for a quarter of it. The other 3/4 are unowned land, collectively known as the wasteland. In addition to the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and spirits in the wilderness, there is another tribe called the Wilderness Tribe, which is composed of various tribes and giant beasts of the wilderness. They live in the central area of the wilderness all year round. The center of the wilderness is listed as a forbidden area by the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and spirits. and it is said to hold great terror. But the wilderness is too vast and contains countless rare resources, which is the main reason why countries around the world want to get a piece of the pie. As a result, various combat guilds were established, and they rushed into the wilderness to compete for resources. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Once you step into the wilderness, you will find yourself in a lawless place where the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. It just so happens that this semester is less than a month away from summer vacation. Including the 3-month summer vacation, I can go to the wilderness to train for 4 months. Meng Nan's blood is boiling. It seemed that the call from the wild made Meng Nan feel even more excited. Chapter 33, Walking Alone in the Desolate Land. Looking at the empty training room, Meng Nan couldn't help but think of Xia Xingran. She should still be at home, taking care of teacher Lisa. Meng Nan smiled bitterly. They had lived together under the same roof for 2 months, and now they were suddenly leaving without saying goodbye. He was actually a little reluctant to leave. Let's go. Let's go. I can't even protect myself now. How can I take her on an adventure? In the end, I am still too weak. Meng Nan gently closed the door, put the key to the training base into an envelope, and headed to the Gemini Union in the early morning light. Meng Nan, are you kidding? Ning Zong couldn't help but frown. Lord Lung Xie is too careless. Although he has protection, Meng Nan's reputation means that he will definitely be put on the blacklist and put on the bounty list as soon as he sets foot in the wilderness. People in the wilderness value money more than their lives. Then they will gang up on us and kill us all. Although he knew that this was Lung Xie's tacit agreement, as the president of Gemini, Ning Zong still patiently explained some unspoken rules to Meng Nan. Blacklist bounty? Meng Nan, new knowledge +1. After all, this is a lawless place. Where there is trade, there will naturally be murder. Thank you for your explanation, President. This time I plan to enter the wilderness secretly. When I reach the border, I will escape underground. Ning Zong nodded, then took out a bracelet similar to a communicator and said to Meng Nan earnestly, "This is a storage bracelet specially made for my twins. Although the space inside is not big, it is enough to equip water and food for several months. Also, this bracelet has a positioning function, so you can call for help if you get into danger. The most important thing is, once you enter the wilderness, you must not show mercy. If they don't die, you will die. Remember this." Meng Nan couldn't help but be moved when he saw Ning Zong's instructions before leaving, just like an old father. "I'm sorry to make the president worried. Meng Nan will keep it in mind." Ning Zong nodded and said, "Come with me." Ning Zong brought Meng Nan to the top floor of the Gemini Union. Ning Hung was standing next to a flying machine, still indifferent. "Boy, in the wilderness, anyone who can survive is a strong person. Do you understand?" Meng Nan nodded. "No matter if you live a miserable life or on the edge of a knife, as long as you can come back alive, it is victory." Ning Hung was very frugal with words, and after Meng Nan got on the aircraft, he set off directly. The only passage for Xia Kingdom to enter the wilderness is Qinling City, Tianjin City. The city is as its name suggests, cutting across heaven and earth, like a sword cut through the sky. Hundreds of miles of ravines extend from outside the city all the way to the eastern part of the wasteland. Meng Nan, who was in the sky, looked down at the wonders of the world and couldn't help but sigh that the power of nature was truly miraculous. "By the way, President Ning Hung, could you please pass this letter to Xia Xingran for me?" Ning Hung raised his eyebrows. "Oh, the sour smell of love. Good." After handing the letter to Ning Hung, Meng Nan looked at the ravines below and took a deep breath. "Push open the hatch and jump. Desolate land, your tough guy brother is here." Ouch! Holy crap! The wind is so strong. I feel dizzy. Meng Nan is about to vomit. He thought it would feel like flying, but he was wrong. The wind in the wilderness is extremely strong. It was spinning him in the air, not falling down at all. Ning Hung covered his face. "This idiot wants to escape underground?" Ning Heng flew at. Direct kick. Volley shot. Bang! Meng Nan was kicked down with a whoosh. Thank, President." Meng Nan fell to the bottom with a series of echoes. At this time, in the wasteland near Tianjin City, several teams saw a golden meteor falling into the valley and immediately called on their team members. "Brothers, get your weapons. Another idiot is trying to sneak across the border. Haha, he's alone. Kill him." After Meng Nan fell to the bottom of the valley, He immediately used the power of small stones to escape underground. Boom! Boom! The surroundings were dark and silent, with only the sound of Meng Nan's heartbeat responding to him. This is a solo adventure. It's so fucking exciting. So exciting. Someone must have seen me fall here, just now. To be on the safe side, I'll wait and see. Maybe someone will come. Meng Nan closed his eyes and used his Earth-type spiritual power to resonate with the small stone. Got it? Meng Nan used his spiritual power to connect to the ground vision provided by the small stone. Just like a camera, observe carefully. Little stone changed to a higher perspective. Oh! The scene changed, with the camera pointing 45 degrees downward, facing the deep pit where Meng Nan landed. Meng Nan looked around and saw that the view should be from the cliff at the bottom of the valley. At this time, a team of 7 suddenly emerged from the jungle to the west of the valley bottom, and a team of 7 also emerged from the jungle to the east. Wow, what a coincidence. You hungry wolves are here to touch the birds too. Humph. The leader of the Hungry Wolf squad snorted coldly and said nothing more. Meng Nan didn't understand what he said. It sounded like jargon. Touching the bird? What did it mean? The 7 members of the Hungry Wolf squad stood on the east side with alert expressions, and the captain in their lead looked very ferocious. The bird has flown. Retreat! Just as the Hungry Wolf squad was preparing to retreat, the captain of another team also spoke. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. If there are no birds to eat, wolves will do. Meng Nan understood. That bird must be referring to me. Touching the bird should mean secretly killing it and then robbing it. My goodness, this is indeed a desolate area. You'll see blood whenever you go out. Nature. Love, love. Coming to the wilderness, Meng Nan suddenly felt that this place seemed to suit him better. There were no constraints, no worries. If he was unhappy, he could just do it. Little Stone felt Meng Nan's high emotions and resonated with them. Little Stone also likes this kind of life. How could we become a family? There was a loud bang. The team whose name is unknown directly attacked the Hungry Wolf team. Meng Nan was extremely excited when he saw this. Exciting. Enjoyable. 1, 2, 3, 4 honor levels. 9 masters. No Wushuang level? Let's take another look. It feels like the captain who didn't move might be at the Wushuang level. After all, there is no absolute difference in strength. It's impossible for them to devour the Hungry Wolf team alive. Even though you are evenly matched with him, you still want to attack him. Isn't that stupid? At this time, the captain of the unknown team moved. Contract. Incarnation. A huge brown bear howled to the sky and pounced directly at the leader of the Hungry Wolf squad. Meng Nan exclaimed, "It turns out that there is no one like him. How could these bloodthirsty guys act rashly without being absolutely sure of their chances? Good opportunity." Little Stone, while the 2 captains are fighting, dragged those 9 masters down to the ground. Happy. The Little Stone was as happy as a naughty child. Silently, the ground unfolded under the feet of the 9 people, like a vortex of quicksand. The 9 master-level spiritual contract masters didn't have time to react and were swallowed up in an instant. It disappeared directly onto the ground. The 9 people were in the endless darkness, squeezed by the mud and unable to move. Extremely terrified, suddenly a hand touched me and frightened me to death on the spot. Meng Nan was stunned. That's it? What happened to the promise of licking blood from the blade? What happened to not being afraid of life or death? Aren't they all desperados? How the hell could you be scared to death? Chapter 34. The first battle in the wilderness, showing complete wretchedness. Meng Nan was speechless. A desperado just touched you, and you were scared to death? You're a piece of trash. He's dead anyway, just strip him naked. Damn, poor guy. All he had was a dozen spirit stones and some tattered weapons. What the hell? Meng Nan swam underground and came to the second person. Touch it again. The second person was so frightened that he suddenly trembled all over. Then a smell of urine came. Meng Nan couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, you almost peed all over me. It's a big fight as soon as you get there. I was stunned directly. Unlucky. Forget it, next one. I won't touch this one. Pa pa pa. There were loud slaps coming from the darkness. After a while, Meng Nan returned to his original position. Shit, 9 people together only have about 100 spirit stones. Too poor. If I didn't know you were robbers, I would have thought you were being robbed. At this time, there was no sound of fighting on the ground, and it was terrifyingly quiet. The captain of the Hungry Wolf squad and the captain who transformed into a violent bear looked around in fear. 14 people. 9 were gone in an instant. So scary. Mengnan also noticed the changes on the ground, so he said to Little Stone, "Ignore the unparalleled one. Pull down the other 4 glory-level ones. Let's practice coordination." Little Stone, happy. The earth trembles. For large pits opened up and swallowed the 4 people in an instant, then quickly closed. The incarnation of the Wushuang-level violent bear saw the leader of the Hungry Wolf squad being swallowed by the earth and fled in fear. The understanding in my heart. It's the bird. He didn't leave at all. Damn. I peck. There are 14 people in total, and he is the only one left. Waves of spiritual energy were heard from the darkness underground. Mengnan was like a snake, and he would punch whenever he found an opportunity. Underground, the 4 people were completely unable to break free and could only rely on their spiritual power to push away the huge pressure from the soil. And there was no way to resist Mengnan's sneak attack. The power of the golden contract came from time to time in the darkness, making the 4 people feel very frustrated. Mengnan also gained a lot at this moment. Master-level players can easily defeat them, but honor-level players cannot. The spiritual power strength is at the glory level, and with his current attack, it is simply impossible to penetrate the spiritual power protection. Since we can't beat him to death directly, then torture him to death. Mengnan had seen how Xiao Shirtu fought against the unparalleled level demon wolf. Mengnan clasped his hands together, and the earth-based spiritual energy instantly gathered the 4 people together. Little Stone, kill them. The little stone lit up. It trembled slightly. Happy. The land around the 4 people suddenly closed like a palm. Bang, bang, bang. Crazy squeeze. The power of the golden contract turned into hard spikes, and Xiao shit his hands, attacking the 4 people frantically. The little stone is underground, and its spiritual energy is almost inexhaustible. Except for its lack of strength, its advantage is its durability. Mengnan also understood that the real killing power of Little Stone came from the power of the contract. Although he and Xiao Shirtu sign a blood pact, he is so unlucky. A mid-level spiritual contract master who doesn't even understand the power of the contract. You have to grind it hard. After holding on for 5 minutes, one of them ran out of energy, and the protective spiritual energy exploded instantly. Good opportunity. Mengnan swam quickly behind the man and attacked him with a knife. The cervical vertebra is broken. 1 hit will kill. Mengnan succeeded in his attack and quickly retreated, observing the other 3 from a distance, quietly waiting for the best opportunity. Although Lung Xie was not underground, he could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual energy underground. Mengnan's caution far exceeded Lung Xie's imagination, and Mengnan's fighting style is too despicable. How can a dignified earth tank like this? Lung Xie is a little panicked now. He originally wanted to train Mengnan to become a god of war who could stand at the forefront of the entire Xia kingdom. If he continues to develop at this rate, he will be at the back of the entire Xia country. Lung Xie could only pray that he would not be so wretched when he grew up. 30 minutes later, Mengnan slowly emerged from underground. The air on the ground is still fresh. Suck. Mengnan quietly squatted under a big tree, took out some food under the dense shade, ate it hastily, drank a few gulps of water, and sank back into the ground. All in one go. The whole process takes no more than a minute. The 13 members of the assassination team had no idea how to describe Mengnan. Be careful. There's really nothing wrong with it. As a killer, he has indeed mastered the skills. Logically speaking, they should be proud of him. Proud of him. These are all his disciples that they taught 1 punch at a time. But he is an SSS-level earth element. Mengnan is a man who stands on the earth and is basically undefeated. That little stone can absorb the earth's spiritual energy by itself. So how can he survive like this? If anyone else had his ability, they would probably be extremely crazy. Mengnan was wandering underground at this time. His purpose was very clear: to find a suitable opportunity to train himself in life and death battles. Especially, you must not reveal your identity, otherwise you will be in big trouble. For 2 days in a row, Mengnan didn't encounter any suitable opportunities. Either there were too many people on the other side, or the people on the other side were too strong for him to afford. Alas, this is not a solution. It's too much trouble to just find someone. Just as Mengnan was thinking, There was a violent vibration from the ground. Meng Nan immediately opened up Little Stone's vision. Hmm? Isn't this the Wushuang level that transformed into a violent bear? This person was surrounded and seriously injured. The team on the other side had 10 people, but none of them were Wushuang. Instead, they were all glory level. The opportunity has come. Once they succeed in encircling and killing us, I will go up and kill them. Little Stone, when the time comes, you can make a big earthen cover and put them inside it, and we will fight from above. Little Stone, happy. I can't believe that the mighty Violent Bear team has now become a lonesome team. Today, we brothers will kill Wushuang. Kill! The earth shook, dust filled the air, and the Violent Bear's incarnation gradually became smaller, clearly showing that it was running out of spiritual power. Take advantage of his illness. Kill him. 4 of them instantly displayed their protective spiritual energy and held onto the Violent Bear's legs tightly, while the other 6 went straight for the bear's head and chopped it. Just when the Violent Bear incarnation was about to be captured, the skies suddenly turned dark. When everyone was terrified, a golden light pierced through the darkness. Phew, there is a killer. Meng Nan took advantage of the situation and killed the first person. Just when Meng Nan wanted to retreat, an accident happened. Someone instantly illuminated the entire earth cover, and Meng Nan had no time to react. When everyone saw Meng Nan's face, they were stunned for a moment. A tough guy? Then, infinite greed broke out in everyone's eyes. This kid is a walking super spirit stone. Whoever can catch him. Countless money, beautiful women, whatever you want. Chapter 35: The correct way to open a small stone. Meng Nan's face darkened. Trouble. Little stones. Pull them all into the ground. Don't let any of them get away. The earth shook violently. The earth cover above everyone instantly turned into a huge palm, pressing everyone into the ground. Since you've recognized me, no one can escape. Ah, you deserve to die. Tough guy. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you trying to kill us? No grudges or hatred? Meng Nan smiled coldly. A despicable team that only cares about birds wants to claim that it is great and glorious? Don't compare yourself to me. Just look at the way you looked at me just now. It was like you were looking at a treasure. You deserve to die. Meng Nan roared. He transformed all of his spiritual power into the power of contract and poured it all into the small stone in his chest. Little stone, it's up to you. Little stone? There was a loud bang and the earth began to shake. After gaining more power of the contract, the little stone directly condensed into a big golden hand. He shot directly at the 3 people closest to him. With a bang. You tough guy will die a horrible death. The 3 of them were beaten to pieces by the little stone. It was dark underground, with mud and sand rolling back. The endless squeezing force quickly crushed everyone's protective spiritual energy. Ouch! Meng Nan heard Little Stone's roar again. Ouch! Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosions were heard. The rest of the people were crushed instantly by the huge pressure. Meng Nan could clearly feel that Xiao Shida's roar just now instantly emptied all his contract power. The originally soft soil underground was instantly pressed into a solid state. Meng Nan was shocked. This is gravity from the earth? The little stone just used gravity. It instantly increased the gravity within the range. So should we just crush these people to death instantly? Sure enough, there's a reason why Little Stone doesn't eat his spiritual power. It needs me to convert spiritual power into contract power so that it can use more powerful skills. Meng Nan opened the door to a new world. This is the key to his raising Little Stone. Other people's contracted beasts use the spiritual power of the spiritual contract master as a medium, giving the spiritual contract master the power of the contract. It is equivalent to the spirit contract master borrowing the power of the contracted spirit beast. But Little Stone is quite the opposite. It requires Meng Nan to first convert the spiritual power into the power of contract, and then provide it to Xiao Shirtu for use. After being shocked, Meng Nan exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my God, this is not right." Following this line of thought, then wouldn't I become the contracted beast? So it turns out that it's not me who raises Little Shirtu, but Little Shirtu who raises me. Meng Nan couldn't accept the reality for a moment. Damn it, the blood contract we agreed on. We agreed to live and die together. How did I become a contracted beast? I became a wage earner? Little Stone, happy. Meng Nan was speechless. Aren't you happy? I provide you with food and drink, and I have to work for you to earn contract power. I work hard, you enjoy. Hiss, the feeling of heartache. It hurts. It hurts so much. That's not right. Meng Nan suddenly stopped covering his chest. Previously, it was the little stone that had possessed me through the contract, but this is running in both directions? Awesome. I can give the little stone the power of contract. It can also give me the power of contract. Little stone, moi, daddy loves you. The little stone on Meng Nan's chest trembled slightly. Happy. Meng Nan finally understood the relationship between him and Xiao Shirtu, and thus began a practice method that was different from that of ordinary people. Little stone absorbed spiritual energy. A steady stream of weak spiritual energy flowed along the ground into Meng Nan's chest, and then Meng Nan transformed the spiritual energy absorbed by the small stone into the power of the contract and fed it back to the small stone, accumulating bit by bit like this. One day later, Meng Nan felt that the power of the contract in his body was close to saturation, and his spiritual power was full again. This is equivalent to 2 energy bars. The power of the contract is stored in Xiao Shida's body, and spiritual power is stored in Meng Nan's body. This kind of superposition is basically infinitely close to the spiritual power reserve of a high-level spiritual contract master. Nice. All I have to do now is to continue to hone my spiritual energy. If I can break through the spiritual power of a high-level spiritual contract master, I can crush the master level on the ground. Meng Nan was very excited. The path to becoming stronger is becoming clearer. The 13 people hidden in the air also gained enlightenment through Meng Nan's spiritual practice that day. We are different. Meng Nan can actually make small stones absorb the earth's spiritual energy and use it for his own benefit. This is not something you can just practice while lying down. What's the use of that spirit stone? It's no wonder that ever since Meng Nan discovered this method, he has simply regarded spirit stones as dirt. This spiritual stone, suddenly it doesn't smell so good anymore. This is because the spirit stone contains only pure spiritual energy, which needs to be converted into earth-type spiritual power after absorption. However, the small stone absorbs pure earth-type spiritual energy, so it does not need secondary conversion and can be used directly. It smells so good. Even the haters couldn't help but complain. Boss, isn't this tough guy cheating? He's even more amazing than you. Lung Xia. Yes, indeed. I have seen the future god of war of my Xia country. Eat and drink enough. Keep going. It has been 3 days since Meng Nan entered the wilderness. Xia country, Lixing City, Meng Nan's training base. Xia Xingran sat alone on the sofa, staring at Meng Nan's letter, lost in thought. He has come so far. What about me? How should I face all this? Maybe when he comes back, everything will change. Xia Xingran clenches fists unconsciously. No, even if I can't catch up with him, I can't fall too far behind. Xia Xingran opened the communicator. Dad, help me prepare a team. I want to go into the wilderness with them to train. Xia Chun. My dear daughter, are you crazy? Why are you going to the wilderness at your level? Could it be? Hiss. Xia Chun understood. No wonder there was no news about Meng Nan in the past few days. It turned out that he went to the wilderness. Xia Chun. Just wait. Don't run around. Dad will tell you when we meet. 5 minutes later, Xia Chun rushed to the training base. After Xia Chun entered the house, he didn't say a word, directly picked up his cabbage and ran back home. Are you kidding? I have to keep an eye on my cabbage. Going to the wilderness? Without a supreme being to escort you. What's the point of training? After returning home, Xia Chun looked at his own cabbage and said earnestly, My dear daughter, even if Ning Zong and Ning Heng's team enter the wilderness, they may not be safe. If they were not strong enough, they would have been killed by the supreme of nether evil in the wilderness. That kid has Lung Xie's protection. At least his life is safe. You can't be stupid. Got it? Xia Xingran choked up and said, Dad, even if we can't catch up with him, at least we can't fall too far behind. My contracted beast is already weak in the early stages. If it falls behind again, there will be no hope in the future. I don't want to be just a vase in the future. These words hurt Xia Chen's old father's heart. Xia Chen thought about it again and finally gritted his teeth and said, Great. Who doesn't have a supreme sparring partner? Girl, we don't have to go to the wilderness. Come with me. I'll take you to see someone. Lixing City, Pangcheng, Underground Research Institute. Dean Zhao touched his shiny forehead and said with a toothache, Old Xia, this is not good. You know me. I always thought that I wasn't perverted enough, so I felt out of tune with you guys. Put your cabbage here with me. She is prone to mutation. Chapter 36, Xia Xingran becomes Zhao Tuo's apprentice. Although Dean Zhao did not directly refuse, it did not mean he agreed. Seeing that Dean Zhao was hesitant, Xia Chen directly exposed Dean Zhao's past in front of Xia Xingran. After listening to Xia Chen's story, Xia Xingran was shocked. President Zhao Ta. He turned out to be the dean of Xiagua Spiritual Power Research Institute. He is also a hidden supreme being. We have been committed to developing methods of cultivation suitable for the human race. In the past, humans have relied on the power of contracts, whether it was with spirit beasts or demon beasts, but it was ultimately not humans' own power. Dean Zhao is focusing on this aspect, wanting to create a path for the human race to completely break free from the constraints of the power of the contract. Xia Xingran was numbed by shock. President Zhao, what a great ambition. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, stared at Zhao Tuo, and said seriously, Old Zhao, you don't have to fool me. If you didn't have a successful case, I wouldn't have brought my precious daughter here. Success stories? Xia Xingran was shocked again. Xia Chun continued to explain. In the battle that year, the Ning family suffered heavy casualties, and Ning Hung was abandoned. Later, he accepted the transformation of Dean Zhao and transformed himself into the #1 person under the Supreme. Xia Xingran lost his voice. How is this possible? Dean Zhao didn't want to talk and rolled his eyes at Xia Chun. You make it sound so easy. You don't know how much effort and cost I have put in for Ning Hung. And suddenly transformed? Change air. Xia Chun looked at Zhao Tuo, who was sneering, and continued to expose his past. Ning Hung actually doesn't have a contracted beast at all. His strength comes from his own spiritual power. The so-called fusion of the Gemini's contracted beast is only because Ning Zong's contracted beast has a strong perception ability. After Ning Zong's contract is incarnated, he can possess Ning Hung. I see. Xia Xingran no longer knew what to say. No wonder President Ning Hung, who is also at the Wushuang level, can kick the demonic wolf incarnation to pieces without using the power of the contract. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes and started to use his ultimate move. I don't believe you can tolerate my provocation. Old Zhao, I know what you were worried about, but I will also tell you clearly. My daughter's contract is with the SS rank Hurricane Dragonmon. You know this contracted beast. If it doesn't become a supreme beast, it will be useless. Now that boy has the strength to enter the wilderness. I can only entrust my daughter to you. Otherwise, you will be the culprit who broke them up. Dean Zhao was shocked. He asked incredulously, Old Xia, are you kidding me? That kid Ming Nin already has the strength to enter the wilderness. Xia Chen directly turned on the communicator and retrieved the message record. He had asked Lung Xia before coming here. Xia Chen, how is Ming Nin now? Lung Xia, 3 days. Killed a Wushuang, a dozen Rong Yao, and more than 20 masters. Xia Xingran and Zhao Tuo were about to bite their teeth off. What kind of record is this? An intermediate spiritual contract master. Is this an international joke? If Lung Xia hadn't admitted it himself, Zhao Tuo would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Zhao Tuo swallowed hard, eyes shining. He touched his shiny forehead with both hands and said tremblingly, Old Xia, you really understand me. You have successfully stimulated my competitive spirit. Although I can't compare with that perverted boy, but I, Old Zhao, guarantee it. Within 1 year, I will definitely let your little cabbage kill a Wushuang. Zhao Tuo said so. Xia Chen applauded. Great. I knew you could do it, Lao Zhao. Girl, let me become your disciple. From now on, you will be Ning Heng's junior sister. Xia Xingran was excited and quickly bowed to Zhao Tuo. Master, please accept Xing Rant's greetings. Zhao Tuo laughed loudly, quickly helped Xia Xingran up, and said excitedly, Great. I didn't expect that you, Old Xia, would come up with this idea. I never thought that I, Zhao Tuo, who has been crazy alone for half my life, would actually adopt a pair of adopted sons and daughters. It's worth my life. After the ecstasy, Zhao Tuo said seriously, Old Xia, even brothers like us have to settle accounts clearly. Old Zhao, have to make it clear. It's not 100% certain to succeed. Xia Chen nodded seriously. I understand, but my girl said she doesn't want to be a vase. And that kid also took over the battle flag of my Xia family. You know what this means? Zhao Tuo's expression changed, and he understood. So he patted Xia Xingran on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, girl. I'll leave this matter to the master. Xia Xingran nodded vigorously. Zhao Tuo dragged Xia Xingran towards the depths of the underground research institute. Xia Chun sighed. Turn around cruelly. After Xia Chun returned home, he quietly took out an alloy washboard, put it in front of Lisa with a plop. I knelt down immediately. Wife, I am guilty. Xia Chen's sudden action scared Lisa so much that she stood up quickly. What are you doing? You scared me. Let's talk it over. Our little cabbage. Lisa heard that Xia Chun sent her daughter to Zhao Ta. He was stunned for a long time, then said indifferently, You'd better pray that Xing Ran can get what he wants, otherwise I will let you know what cruelty is. Xia Chun said pitifully. Don't worry, honey. It won't be a problem for the girl to become Lao Zhao's apprentice. Don't worry, honey, don't worry. Pangcheng Underground Research Institute, a laboratory 100 meters below. Hiss. Xia Xingran looked around, and it was horrible. The huge laboratory is like a super stadium, and there are many researchers busying around inside. The point is that there are nearly 1,000 spirit beasts and demon beasts in prison here. Master this. Zhao Tuo waved his hand and said disdainfully. They are all inferior and useless. Come with me, girl. Under the guidance of Zhao Tuo, Xia Xingran entered a small laboratory. Zhao Tuo came to the big screen, pointed at the bed in the laboratory and said, Girl, lie down. I'll check you first. Xia Xingran lay down on the bed obediently and saw various beams of light sweeping over her body. Ding! Information is being input. Please wait. SSS-level soul contract. Hurricane Dragon Beast. Spiritual power level. Intermediate spiritual contract master. Contract power compatibility. 23%. Xia Xingran was stunned when he heard the report. What is the compatibility of the power of contract? Why is it only 23%? Taotuolonge. Good news. Then he patiently explained it to Xia Xingran. The so-called degree of fit of the power of the contract refers to the proportion of initiative in the contract between the contracted beast and the spiritual contract master. The higher the percentage, the stronger the combat power. But it also means greater restrictions, and the contracted beast has absolute say. The path Zhao Ta is taking is to completely get rid of the constraints that the contracted beast brings to the spiritual contract master. So the basic condition for this transformation is the degree of compatibility of the power of the contract. The lower the degree of fit, the easier it is to transform, and vice versa. Actually, your Hurricane Dragamon is quite embarrassing. With this level of compatibility, you really don't have much combat power. Xia Xingran nodded awkwardly. If she hadn't trained with Meng Nan for 2 months, she probably wouldn't even have 20% of her ability now. So weak. Chapter 37. Get rid of this rebellious son. Zhao Tuo touched his bald head, pondered for a moment, and gave 2 choices. The first one is to strip Hurricane Dragonmon of his contractual power and become a pure spiritual warrior like Ning Hung. The second method is to keep the existing contract unchanged and make modifications, striving to reduce the degree of contract fit to a lower level. The first method has been successful and can basically be perfect, but the price paid is huge and has disadvantages. That is, you will no longer have the power of contract. Not only can you not contract spirit beasts, but you can't contract demon beasts either. Just like Ning Hung, if Ning Zong did not cooperate with him, his future would be greatly limited. As for the second method, there is no successful case. But according to Zhao Tuo's speculation, if the degree of fit of the power of the contract can be pulled to an absolutely low level, the power of the contract will be changed. The spirit contract master may no longer be bound by the power of the contract. In this way, the contracted beast will no longer have the initiative. If the status of the contracted beast can be changed from primary to secondary, then the cultivation of the human race will enter a new era. However, there are currently no successful cases of this method. Xia Xingran understood, but still asked cautiously, What if we fail? Zhao Tuo laughed and said indifferently, It's useless, so what? At worst, I can just change my contracted beast. Anyway, you, Hurricane Dragon Beast, are nothing more than a piece of crap below the Supreme. There's no point in keeping you. Xia Xingran shrank his shoulders, looking unhappy, and nodded rather embarrassedly. Zhao Tuo said comfortingly, Don't be afraid. The knowledge you learned in school is rubbish. S-grade and SS grade are just labels. The strength of the contract is the decisive factor. Like Meng Nan, like a Luo. The strongest point of a spiritual contract master is not the level of the contract. It's how much initiative you have in the contract. Xia Xingran understood. I won't talk about Meng Nan, the pervert. But Luo's S-level soul-devouring beast is really strong. She has a deep understanding of this. Even Meng Nan can't stand it. For example, her own SS-class Hurricane Dragamon, if they really had to compare the strength of control, Ray Eyes would probably completely beat her. Thinking of Lei Zhe, Xia Xingran suddenly asked curiously, Master, I have a classmate named Lei Zhe. He is an SS-level Thunder Lion Divine Beast. He can't even mobilize his own spiritual power unless he roars twice. Isn't this a very high degree of compatibility? When Zhao Tuo heard this, he instantly became interested. Oh, there are such talents? Awesome, awesome. No, no, no. You've misunderstood this. This fit is not very high. It's very low. If it's really as you said, he should have the initiative in concluding the contract. Xia Xingran was confused. It turned out that his little brain was not suitable for scientific research. Looking at the confused Xia Xingran, Zhao Tuo could only explain more directly. The higher the degree of compatibility of the contract power, the more active the contract beast is. But don't forget, this kind of high compatibility spiritual contract master must be very strong. They should be the best in the same level. But your classmate is obviously a loser. What does it mean that his spiritual power is controlled by the contracted beast? The contracted beast is helping him control the power of the contract. Then tell me, when a contracted beast helps a rookie control the power of the contract, who is the active party? Xia Xingran understood. Oh, so it was actually the Thunder Lion that was taking care of Lei Zhe. So Lei Zhe was the one who took the initiative. So his degree of fit must be very low. Thinking of this, Xia Xingran felt sour. Lei Zhe is even weaker than her, but his contracted beast takes care of him like a babysitter. Not only is her Hurricane Dragon Beast weak, but she also doesn't care about anything like a big shot. Zhao Tuo raised his chin, laughed, and said, Got it? That's why I said that your Hurricane Dragamon is useless. It doesn't cost you anything, and the contract doesn't take the initiative. I have no fighting power and no help. You are just a bastard. You are waiting to die. Xia Xingran was also very angry and indignant. That's right. Look at Meng Nan's Little Stone and Lei Zhe's Thunder Lion. They are all carefully cared for. Look at this piece of junk in your own home. Xia Xingran put her hands on her hips and pouted her lips. She said viciously, Master, help me destroy this unfilial contracted beast. Zhao Tuo almost laughed to death at Xia Xingran's cute appearance. Okay. This rebellious child is useless. I will help you destroy him. Lie down, girl. Zhao Tuo clapped his hands, and four completely different kinds of spiritual powers appeared in his body. Xia Xingran was shocked by what he saw. This shows that her master is definitely not a normal spiritual contract master. But think about it. If her master could transform President Ning Hung into the #1 person under the Supreme, then her master must be an even bigger monster. For completely different spiritual powers instantly flowed into Xia Xingran's brows. At this moment, Xia Xingran only felt that he had entered a fantasy world. The weather is fine and the clouds are floating. A pure white dragon with wisps of green spiritual patterns, with its eyes closed, lazily lying on a huge spiritual tree. The two wings behind it are still fanning itself. Xia Xingran's face suddenly turned dark. Good fellow. This is the unfilial son she had conjured. Just like what his master said, he is just a jerk who is waiting to die. A huge hand suddenly grabbed the young Hurricane Dragamon in the illusion. Give up the contract voluntarily. My beloved disciple doesn't want you anymore. You lazy bastard. The young Hurricane Dragamon was horrified. What kind of powerful being is this? How could he cross the spiritual world and invade my sea of consciousness? Master, sir, spare my life. Please have mercy. What the hell? You eat and sleep all day, sleep and eat. You are such a waste. What's the point of keeping you? What a waste of my precious apprentice's talent. Hurry! The young Hurricane Dragon Beast quickly asked Xia Xingran for help. Sister Xingran, no. Mommy, the contract cannot be terminated. I am willing to give up all the initiative in the contract, but you must not let me give up the contract. Although Xia Xingran didn't understand why it refused to give up the contract, he still said firmly, Who cares whether you live or die? You are so lazy. What use do I have for you? Seeing that Xia Xingran was unmoved, the young Hurricane Dragon Beast could only continue to beg. I swear, I will work diligently and conscientiously in the future. Please give me another chance. Please. Sister Xingran, Mommy Xingran. At this time, Zhao Tuo spoke. Okay, if you can sign a master servant contract, I'll let you go. The young hurricane dragonmon was shocked and instantly wilted. Whether it is a spiritual beast or a demon beast, the master servant contract is a great shame. Especially in the current era, contracted beasts are dominant, and a master servant contract is simply impossible. Even if it was just a weak A-level spirit beast, it was unwilling to sign a master servant contract. It goes without saying that a SS-level divine beast species would never bow its head due to its inherent pride. Zhao Tuo's original intention was to stimulate it to give up voluntarily, but he never expected. The young hurricane dragonmon actually agreed while crying. Okay, I promise. I promise. Chapter 38, Zhao Tuo's Great Wish. Zhao Tuo and Xia Xingran were extremely shocked. What kind of reason could allow an SS-level divine beast to conclude a master servant contract? Xia Xingran looked at the crying little hurricane dragon beast and asked cautiously, "Tell me the truth. What on earth could have made you agree to sign a master servant contract?" The little hurricane dragonmon smacked his lips and said aggrievedly, "I don't know either. My father told me that if you broke my contract, he would kill me." Zhao Tuo and Xia Xingran were shocked again. What? What does this mean? Its father actually threatened it? Xia Xingran frowned and asked again, "When did it happen?" The little hurricane dragonmon looked innocent and said without thinking, "Just a few days ago, my father suddenly called me over and warned me like this. He's serious. He's definitely not joking. He really wants to kill me." Zhao Tuo pondered for a while and said coldly, "It seems that your father should know something, so let's give him some face. Forget about the master servant contract and give up all the initiative of the current contract power." Little hurricane dragonmon cheered instantly. "Thank you, sir. I will work hard to become stronger in the future." "Thank you very much, sir." "Thank you, Mommy Xingran." Xia Xingran frowned. "Want to take advantage of me?" "Humph. Stop it. Don't you dare call me Mommy anymore. Call me sister. If you are still so lazy and unmotivated, then you can find a good place to live." The little hurricane dragon was so scared that it trembled all over. Nod your head frantically. "Don't worry, Sister Xingran. I will definitely work hard in the future. I will definitely not fall behind." Then, the power of the contract penetrated into Xia Xingran's forehead from the body of the little hurricane dragon beast. The illusion disappears. Xia Xingran suddenly sat up from the bed. "Master, what happened just now?" Zhao Tuo also touched his hairless head with a question mark on his face. This shouldn't be the case. That kid's father must know something, otherwise this is too weird. A few days ago? Did anything big happen a few days ago? When Xia Xingran saw Zhao Tuo asking her what happened a few days ago, she opened her communicator and scanned the news from the past few days. There's no major incident. Xia Xingran shook his head. A few days ago, apart from Meng Nan who secretly entered the wilderness, Xia Xingran was stunned. Thinking back to the divination her mother had mentioned, "Master, this can't be related to Meng Nan." Xia Xingran told Zhao Tuo about Lisa's divination. Zhao Tuo was stunned and asked in disbelief, "That kid can predict the future now?" Xia Xingran nodded and said, "My father said that Meng Nan's obsession has become so strong that it can already influence the future." Could it be that the legend of my Xia country also saw something in the spiritual world, so the kid's father also knew about it? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so Zhao Tuo said seriously, "The leader of the hurricane dragon beast has a very good relationship with my Xia country legend. If my Xia country legend saw that kid in the spirit world through your future, this matter can be explained. Or in other words, the Xia country legend really saw the boy's future, and then reminded the leader of the hurricane dragon beast." That's probably what it means. Xia Xingran understood. So her contracted beast said that if the contract was terminated, its father would kill it. Zhao Tuo said dryly, "If that's the case, then my dear disciple, your transformation won't be difficult at all." Xia Xingran thought about it and said yes. "Now my contracted beast is so obedient. It will do whatever I tell it to do, even signing a master servant contract." Phew. Xia Xingran couldn't help laughing and said awkwardly, "Master, do you suddenly feel that there is no challenge anymore?" Zhao Tuo let out a long sigh. "That's not the case. It's just that the joy after success may be gone. That girl, you can understand, right?" Xia Xingran nodded obediently. "I understand. It's just like buying a lottery ticket. If they tell you that you can win 5 million, you just go ahead and buy it. When you win, you can only laugh." Zhao Tuo smacked his lips and continued to operate the instrument to scan Xia Xingran again. Ding! Information is being input. Please wait. SS-level soul contract. Hurricane Dragon Beast. Spiritual power level. Intermediate spiritual contract master. Contract power compatibility. 3%. As expected, fell to Osayed. There's only 3% of the match left. This little dragon cub doesn't care about anything except life and death. Xia Xingran listened to the voice broadcast and asked curiously, Master, then according to what you said, if the degree of compatibility of this contract power is 0%, it is basically equivalent to a master-servant contract? Zhao Tuo nodded and said with a complicated expression, now this degree of compatibility means that, except for letting it die, the dragon cub will do whatever you ask it to do. I have studied this for half my life, trying every possible way to help the spiritual contract master break free from the bondage of the contracted beast. It's not this. How come it succeeded immediately when it came to you? Xia Xingran laughed and said in a low voice, if Master's guess is correct, then it's all Meng Nan's credit. Master still needs to work harder. I hope everyone can establish a more equal contract like me in the future. In fact, if we humans can fight against them without signing a contract with beasts, this is what Master wants. Zhao Tuo touched Xia Xingran's head with satisfaction and said with emotion, that's true. Who wants to live under someone else's roof? But this great wish is unlikely. Xia Xingran was confused. She asked in confusion, why? Didn't President Ning Hung succeed? Zhao Tuo smiled bitterly and said, Ning Hung was an accident. His physique was special, but the resources consumed were too huge. If this method can be popularized on a large scale, it will be a disaster. Let's not talk about the spirit world for now. If the demon world knew about it, the human world would probably become the main battlefield. Xia Xingran suddenly realized the reason why the human world is stable is that the contracts signed by the human world are controlled by the demon and spirit worlds, and the human world is not threatening at all. There aren't many people like her who only have a 3% compatibility, unless there is someone who can stand at the top of the human world and intimidate the demon and spirit worlds. This great wish is really impossible. Xia Xingran looked at Zhao Tuo with hope and said with courage, Master, you must work harder. You can't give up on this great wish. Now we have Meng Nan. We have me, President Ning Hung, and maybe Lei Zhe too. This is hope. Zhao Tuo said excitedly with tears in his eyes. That's right. There was no one before, but now we have you. This is hope. Good girl. You said this so passionately that I am almost moved to tears. Lie down. Master will transform your spirit body for you. Chapter 39, Spiritual Refining. 7 days later, Xia Xingran looked at Zhao Tuo's for completely different spiritual powers, which suddenly withdrew from his body. I guess the transformation is over. Xia Xingran felt the spiritual energy in his body and asked doubtfully, Master, what level am I in now? Zhao Tuo looked at the data on the big screen and said calmly, it's not clear yet, but at least I'm at the master level. This is just the initial transformation of my spirit body. You need to adapt for a while. Once you're fully adapted, you can move on to the next step. Follow the master to the training room and do some simple exercises. Master has found a teacher who is most suitable for you. Xia Xingran stood up excitedly, but accidentally bumped into Zhao Tuo. I'm sorry, Master. I'm not used to this power. I can't control it. It's okay. Just get used to it. Zhao Tuo waved his hand and took Xia Xingran to a fully enclosed training room. As soon as Xia Xingran entered the training room, he saw Ning Hung. Oh, it turns out that the most suitable teacher that Master mentioned is President Ning Hung. Xingran, meet President Ning. Xia Xingran quickly saluted. Ning Hung's icy face, which had never changed for thousands of years, actually showed a rare smile. Don't be so polite. You are already my junior sister. Just call me senior brother from now on. Xia Xingran scratched his hair embarrassedly and whispered, then, thank you, senior brother. Ning Hung nodded, then said to Zhao Tuo, Master, please go and rest first. I will take care of my little sister. Zhao Tuo nodded, gave Ning Hung a look that said, you know what I mean, and then turned around and left the training room. Master, senior brother, does Master really need to rest? Xia Xingran asked puzzledly. Ning Hung couldn't help but said with some embarrassment, this spiritual transformation, it is not a regular medical operation. Well, how should I put it? Ning Hung hesitated for a long time and could only say tactfully, Master used the power of his contracted beast, and part of his own spiritual power, and part of his life force. Xia Xingran was shocked. What? Master actually used his life force to transform my spirit? Looking at the frightened Xia Xingran, Ningheng quickly comforted him. That's not entirely true. I'm not very clear either. I only know that Master often changes his contracted beasts. He probably extracts the life essence of the contracted beasts and blends some of his own life force. You should have seen it too. Master has many different kinds of spiritual powers. When I was transformed, I saw 7 kinds. Xia Xingran was shocked. What did he mean by he had seen 7 kinds? I have only seen 4 completely different kinds of spiritual power. Ningheng nodded and explained with a wry smile. Well, nothing is strange when it happens to Master. He uses the power of these contracted beasts with different functions to transform it into his own spiritual power, and then transforms it. Transformation. This word is actually not accurate. It should be called strengthening. The human body is weak and is not as strong as the demon and spirit races. Master simply makes up for the shortcomings of the human body by leveraging the advantages of the demon and spirit races. Master said that if we can research the best ratio, we can then develop a strengthening potion suitable for the human race's physique. In this way, in the future, humans can achieve the current effect by taking strengthening potions. Ever since Xia Xingran entered this research institute, he found that he was almost becoming a top student. All kinds of strange and high-end knowledge are enriching her poor little head. Wow, Master is so great. He used his own body as a bottle for experimental drugs? So, actually, my spiritual transformation is just like Master using the spiritual power he has matched to strengthen my body bit by bit, right? Ningheng nodded. That's about it. After all, the technology is not mature yet, so we can only use this method to strengthen it. Junior sister, get familiar with your own spiritual power first. When you can flexibly use your spiritual power, I will teach you a set of spiritual refining techniques developed by Master. This technique is specially created for people like us. Xia Xingran was extremely excited and quickly adapted to his strengthened body. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Xingran was sweating profusely as he punched the special sandbag with his small fists. The display panel next to him was constantly recording the power of each punch. Now, without using his spiritual power, Xia Xingran can punch with a force of 200 kilograms just by relying on his physical body. Hiss. Wow. Can you hit 400 kilograms with your bare hands? Xia Xingran looked at her slender white fingers and felt excited. She is no longer a helpless burden. Ningheng laughed, walked to the special sandbag, stretched out a finger, and lightly flicked the sandbag. Bah! A huge echo filled the entire training room. Suddenly, a message popped up on the display panel. 480 kilograms. Xia Xingran covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god! Brother, just flick it. Wow! Senior brother is awesome." Ningheng shook his head and explained patiently, "I've been through 4 enhancements, and this is just your first time. If you compare me to my first enhancement, you are only a little bit weaker than me." Xia Xingran asked in surprise. Master said that you have a special physique and are especially suitable for cultivating spiritual power. So I'm a little weaker than you. So am I also quite powerful? Ningheng smiled and nodded, but inwardly he was thinking awkwardly. Master told me to encourage my junior sister. After all, I have a special physique and I can't discourage her too much. So I can only say that I am a little bit better than her. As for junior sister, how do you understand? That's none of my business. Xia Xingran received Ningheng's affirmation and his self-confidence was overflowing. Brother, please teach me the soul refining technique. Ningheng used his own spiritual power to create a picture and patiently explained. Soul refining is tailor-made based on the enhanced human appearance. The strengthened body has a stronger upper limit on the amount of spiritual power it can withstand. Depending on the practitioner's different methods of cultivation, acupoints for storing spiritual energy can be opened in the body. Zhao Tua calls them spiritual points. Ningheng rolled up his trouser legs, revealing a spiritual point on his calf. I mainly practice leg techniques, so look at this spiritual point. Xia Xingran was concentrating on feeling it. It seemed that the spiritual point on Ningheng's calf was compressed with extremely strong spiritual power. The spiritual energy was like a vortex, unfathomable. It is conceivable that if all the spiritual power in this spiritual cave were to explode, it would definitely be destructive. Ningheng saw that Xia Xingran understood, so he rolled up his trouser legs again, took off his shoes, and spiritual power burst out. Hiss! In Xia Xingran's shocked eyes, she saw that Ningheng had 2 spiritual points on his feet, 3 spiritual points on his calves, and 6 spiritual points on his thighs. There are 11 spiritual points in total. Those 2 legs add up to 22 spiritual points. Every spiritual cave contains compressed spiritual power that can be said to be destructive. Senior brother Ningheng is so strong. Chapter 40, Carelessness. Meng Nan was seriously injured. Xia Xingran stared at the spiritual point on Ning Heng's leg, thinking, this spiritual refining technique is to open the acupoints in the body that can store spiritual energy according to the needs of the practitioner, and then refine the spiritual energy and compress it into the spiritual acupoint for storage until it is saturated, and then open the next spiritual acupoint. At this time, Ningheng suddenly reminded seriously, you must know how to balance the spirit cave opened by the spiritual refining technique, otherwise you may die. For example, if I concentrate too much on opening the spiritual points on my legs, they will most likely explode all at once. This is also a potential threat. Xia Xingran nodded. Everything will turn into its opposite if it reaches its extreme. If the spirit caves are too densely distributed, it will be very dangerous. Well, senior brother, you have a lot of experience. If I were to practice the soul refining technique, which spiritual cave should I start with? Ningheng thought about it, then said carefully, brother, I think junior sister should do the same as me. Start with your feet. Strength comes from the ground. The stronger your feet, the more stable your foundation. And your contract is with Hurricane Dragonmon. You have an absolute advantage in terms of physical skills and speed. Practice your leg skills and combine them with your body movements and speed. You will definitely be stronger than me. Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes had already begun to imagine the scene when she would meet Meng Nan again. Haha. By then, I must beat Meng Nan so hard that he won't know what to do. Then he put his hands on his hips and said, Brother Macho, you are nothing but this. At the same time, in the eastern region of the desolate territory, Meng Nan was seriously injured, hiding in a cave underground. The pain was excruciating. I was careless. Lung Xie and the other 13 people all showed up and cleaned up the bodies of the 8 glory-level monsters and 1 unparalleled level crypt monster that were present. This story started 3 days ago. Meng Nan discovered a foreign team underground, discussing how to deal with a peerless underground monster. After 2 days of following, until just now, the captain of this foreign team was also a Wushuang level. When he was fighting with the underground monster, he was accidentally attacked by the underground monster and finally died tragically. The remaining 8 members of the glory level team took advantage of the weakness of the underground monster and forcibly killed it. Seeing that the situation was already decided, Meng Nan took action directly, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the Oriole was waiting behind. What they didn't expect was that the underground monster faked its death and blew itself up, almost killing all 9 people, including Meng Nan. Even with the small stone protecting him, the self-detonation of a peerless monster was not something that a mid-level spiritual bond master like Meng Nan could withstand. Lung Xia leaned over to check. Well, I have about 7 or 8 broken bones. It's okay. I won't die. Just raise it for half a month. Lung Xie took out a bottle of green potion and gave it to Meng Nan to drink. Meng Nan's face was grim. He grimaced in pain. Then he said tremblingly, Thank you, Lung Xie Supreme, for your help. Otherwise, I would have been defeated. Lung Xie laughed and said, These are all trivial matters. Life and death trials are meaningless if you don't learn some lessons. Meng Nan, deep education, plus 999. He almost died. His life was hanging by a thread. If Lung Xie hadn't rescued him in time, who could have endured the unparalleled level crypt monster exploding right next to him? As expected, those who can survive in the wilderness, whether they are humans, elves, or demons, are all tough guys. But this time, with his life hanging by a thread, he also forcibly broke Meng Nan's spiritual power barrier, and his spiritual energy strength jumped to become a high-level spiritual contract master. Feeling the changes brought about by the breakthrough in his spiritual power, Meng Nan gritted his teeth, endured the pain of broken bones, and sank into the ground again. Little Stone began to absorb the Earth's spiritual energy crazily. At Meng Nan's repeated request, Little Stone used the power of the Earth to forcibly fix Meng Nan's bones, and finally pressed Meng Nan underground, unable to move. While enduring the pain of broken bones, Meng Nan transformed the Earth-type spiritual power absorbed from the small stone into the power of the contract. Little Stone, the power of the contract is enough. I still have 2 broken ribs. Please use the power of the contract to connect them for me, and then fix the broken parts with golden spiritual soil. I need to recuperate for a while. The little stone trembles slightly. I'm not happy. Meng Nan understood that Xiao Shirtu might feel a little guilty. The small stone suddenly moved Meng Nan's broken bones, allowing Meng Nan to truly feel what it means to break a muscle and dislocate a bone. Meng Nan gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the force of the earth squeezed him so hard that he couldn't move at all. Otherwise, Meng Nan would definitely fly away in pain. 10 minutes later, the bone setting was completed. The weak Meng Nan could already feel the power of the contract at his broken bones. Call, little stone, absorb the spiritual energy and fill up the spiritual energy strength of my high-level spiritual contract master. Booz, booz, booz. The small stone glowed with an earthy yellow light and began to slowly absorb earth-type spiritual energy. 7 whole days passed like this. Meng Nan floated to the surface again and lay gently on the ground of the underground cave. Hey, I can finally move. Meng Nan carefully took out some food and water. The bones had just been connected, and although he had the power of the contract to protect him, he still had to be careful. If I am careless once, I will waste half a month of training time. Meng Nan shook his head. It was really not worth it. If I had been more cautious at the time and waited for those 8 people to perform the autopsy first, this hunter failed and almost became the prey. I only have more than 3 months left. This time I was seriously injured and lost half a month. It's all carelessness that caused the trouble. Meng Nan was just about to eat and replenish his energy. As a result, Lung Xie showed up and threw a huge beast corpse directly over. Meng Nan looked curiously. This giant beast looks like neither a spiritual beast nor a demon beast. Is this a wild beast? Meng Nan asked in confusion, pointing at the corpse of the giant beast on the ground. Lung Xie nodded. It's just an ordinary wild beast, but it contains powerful blood and energy. Eating its flesh and blood can help you recover faster. Meng Nan looked at the fresh blood flowing out of the wild beast, which was still full of vigorous vitality, and asked with a tingling scalp. Supreme Lung Xie, are you going to let me eat it raw? Lung Xie nodded mercilessly. Eat it raw. Eat it quickly. It's freshly slaughtered. Use your spiritual power to refine it while you eat it. Meng Nan suddenly felt nauseous. How could he eat something so bloody? In desperation, Meng Nan knocked the small stone on his chest. For our health, it's up to you, little stone. I really can't eat it. It's disgusting just looking at it. The little stone trembled slightly. The big gold tooth reappears. Meng Nan leaped forward, climbed onto the huge corpse of the wild beast, and began to chew on it. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Lung Xie and the other 13 people retreated one after another, fearing that they would be splashed with blood. Everyone looked at the extremely wild Meng Nan and couldn't help but sigh. This tough guy said no, but his body was quite honest. Heizi, hiss. Boss, is this the nature of a tough guy? He seemed quite resistant just now. Lung Xie. It should be Meng Nan who asked Xiao Shirtu to do it. Everyone understood. No one did. Chapter 41, The Grand Scene in the Wilderness. 2 days later, a huge skeleton scattered on the ground of the cave. Meng Nan leaned on a spine and snorted. The big gold tooth disappeared. Meng Nan regained control of his body, and his first reaction was vomit. How disgusting. Lung Xie and others sat aside. Not bad. You're quite thrifty with your food. Not even a hair is left. Meng Nan resisted the nausea and stood up. I felt the broken bone again. Hiss, is it so miraculous? The vitality of this wild beast is so strong that it has actually recovered almost completely. Meng Nan scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. Anything is? I feel like I'm almost recovered. Lung Xie threw out a green potion and said calmly, just drink this, and that's enough. Meng Nan took the medicine and drank it in one gulp without asking any more questions. Gulp, gulp. After drinking it, Meng Nan smacked his lips, looked at the empty bottle in his hand, and asked puzzledly, is this a healing potion? Why doesn't it even have a production date? Lung Xie smiled lightly and said, good stuff, internal supply, from the latest achievements of our Xia Country Spiritual Power Research Institute. Xia Country Spiritual Power Research Institute? What a high-class name. The name sounds like a high-end, authoritative organization. Lung Xie smiled mysteriously. This kid might not know Zhao Tuo's ability yet. Forget it. Don't tell him yet. Wait until he returns and let Xia Xingran give him a surprise. Kid, head north for a while. Heisey just came back and said there's a big scene there. Let me give you some experience. Hearing about the big scene, Mengnan got excited. Oh, how big a scene? A battle of supreme beings? Lung Xie said speechlessly. The supreme being made his move very quickly. It was over in 1 or 2 moves. If he couldn't win, he would just run away. What's so good about it? Mengnan thought about it and agreed. The supreme seemed to disappear suddenly. Although he couldn't figure out why, if a fight really started, he would definitely not be able to see clearly. If there's a big event, then you must hurry and grab a seat. If you go too late, the daylily will be cold. Let's go if we say go. Mengnan quickly packed up his things, sank directly into the ground, and swam quickly to the north. In the eastern region of the wasteland, in a canyon in the north, Mengnan used the vision of the small stone to look down at the canyon. Hiss, wow, it's a big scene. It's so big. Both sides of the canyon were densely packed with people. At a quick glance, there must be at least 600 to 700 people. There must be about 100 teams here. These people stood on both sides of the canyon and were unusually quiet. In the middle of the open space, there was a huge corpse of a spirit beast, nearly 30 meters long. SS-level divine beast, red-armored black Ka. This is a relatively rare fire spirit beast that likes to build burrows deep underground in hot places. Its shape is similar to that of a scorpion. Therefore, the probability of this red-armored black Ka being discovered is extremely low. In addition, it is a rare species of divine beast, so naturally its whole body is full of treasures. Although the human race's research on spiritual weapons and spiritual medicines is still at a relatively basic stage, this does not affect the value of these rare materials. These materials from magical beasts and spiritual beasts are the most sought after at auctions in various countries. Especially the scientific and technological research and development institutions of various countries will definitely make great efforts to acquire them for research and development. Mengnan didn't dare to get too close underground. After all, with such a large scene, who knows if there are any supreme beings mixed in? Mengnan looked around and saw several relatively large caves in the canyon. This was most likely the entrance to the red armor black Ka's lair, but these people were blocking both sides of the canyon, and there was no movement. So Mengnan didn't understand. Logically speaking, since the unparalleled level red armor Hei Kue is dead, it's time to divide the spoils. Is there something else in that cave? Or is everyone shaking people? After all, there are so many eyes watching. It would be really difficult to take him away in front of so many people. Huh? That's not right. Mengnan slapped his head. This wasteland east region is the closest to our Xia country. Where do so many foreign teams come from? Mengnan looked again carefully. The teams blocking both sides of the canyon. Wow, 70% of them are foreign teams. Mengnan was furious. Damn it, there must be a traitor. He sold the information about Hei Kue to other countries in advance. Otherwise, my Xia country team would account for about 70%. Just as Mengnan was indignant, 3 aircraft came flying through the air. 3 giant alloy claws shot out directly, piercing through the armor of the red armored black Kue with a puff, and with a strong pull, the 30-meter-long red armored black Ka was directly pulled into the air. The 3 aircraft started up instantly and flew at full speed towards the northwest. Mengnan is so angry. This behavior is like standing at your doorstep, a slap in your face. I took the things. What can you do to me? At this moment, something strange happened. 3 aircraft suddenly exploded inexplicably. When Hei Kue was falling, a thin black shadow suddenly appeared and directly lifted up the 30-meter-tall Hei Kue and then flew straight towards the direction of Tianjin City. The people in the canyon below were stunned. This, Hei Kue was robbed? What a conspiracy. What a naked conspiracy. These foreign teams in the canyon have finally become wage earners. Mengnan clapped his hands. Wow, the old ones are the wisest. It must have been done by the team from Tianjin City. No wonder there are so few Xia country teams in the canyon. It turns out they're all top hunters. At this time, a hidden foreign supreme being took action. Instantly flew towards the man carrying the red armor and black Ka. Captain, be careful. A foreign supreme being is attacking us. The foreign supreme snorted coldly. Huang Tianyi, you are looking for death again. How dare you rob my prey? The thin figure carrying the red armor and black Kue ran faster. While running, he cursed, "Return to the real one. If you don't run away, I, the supreme of Xia Nation, will chop you into pieces." You are showing off at someone else's door. Do you know how to write the word death? You are just like a moron. What are you yelling for? The louder you yell, the more miserable your death will be. The thin figure ran faster and faster, making it difficult for the foreign supreme to catch up for a while. Hiss! It turned out to be Captain Huang of the Tianxia team. No wonder he is so fierce. Even the supreme dares to scold him. Everyone was talking about it. Meng Nan was so excited when he heard this. Tianjin City's local team, the Tianxia team, has 12 members in total. All of them are at the Wushuang level. According to the enthusiastic people present, this Huang Tianyi should be a hidden supreme being. He often scolds other foreign supreme beings to their faces, and every time he finishes scolding them, he can run away. Isn't that infuriating? Those foreign supreme beings were so angry that they gave Huang Tianyi a nickname. Call Huang Pao Pao. Chapter 42. This supreme's death was so unfair. Huang Pao Pao? Chairman Huang's nickname is quite descriptive. Meng Nan sneered. It seems that there are still many talented people in our Xia country. He can curse the supreme in person and then run away. I have to say, he is definitely a master. The foreign supreme being was a little overwhelmed by the scolding. He suddenly accelerated. I don't know what method he used, but he moved 300 meters in an instant. Huang Tianyi saw that this foreign supreme was catching up with him and was ready to fight to the death. He quickly accelerated again and then roared. Brother Zongheng, I agree. I'll give you half. Help me stop this idiot supreme. Huang Tianyi's roar instantly stopped the rapidly sprinting supreme. Just during this slight pause, a black shadow instantly appeared. It's a powerful volley shot in the air. Bang! A huge wave of spiritual energy was immediately set off, rushing into the canyon, causing everyone to stagger all over the place. The foreign supreme resisted the kick and was directly thrown nearly 100 meters away. He staggered to a stop. Zongheng. Meng Nan was shocked. Isn't this the president of our Gemini? Meng Nan quickly changed his angle to look. Hiss. It really is President Ning Heng. But what's with the colorful spiritual power on President Ning Heng's body? Is this the legendary fusion of the contracted beasts? Is he so strong? I heard before that he was able to fight against the supreme being and was undefeated. How can this be undefeated? It was obvious that he was kicked away by the supreme. Ning Heng stood in midair, crossed his arms, and said coldly, Manani, go home and play in the mud. Don't embarrass yourself here. You are such a weakling, the newly promoted supreme. Everyone present fell silent. Doesn't the newly promoted supreme being have any respect? After Huang Tianyi finished scolding, Zongheng mocked him. What do you mean this supreme being is so weak? Listen, is this something a Wushuang level person could say? Manani couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how good your temper is, you are still the best. The supreme majesty cannot be insulted. Minante's face was ferocious, and he roared, Zongheng, you are looking for death. At this moment, a cold light swept across. Minante's head flew up inexplicably. An impatient voice was heard in the air. The sound was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Does your country of Shawa produce many idiots? You are at the gate of my Xia country, shouting so loudly. Are you afraid that I can't hear you? The whole canyon was in complete silence. I don't see him. I just hear his voice. No need to ask. Everyone knows. Xia country's #1 supreme killer. He's just that strong. After Huang Tianyi heard the voice of Lung Xie Supreme, he quickly stopped and shouted from a distance. Thank you, Supreme Lung Xie. I said he was an idiot, shouting in front of someone else's door. Look, he must have been chopped to death. Stupid. Bah! Huang Tianyi continued to carry the 30-meter-long red armor black Kuei and ran away without a trace. Meng Nan was stunned. This is what Lung Xie said, the battle of the supreme beings. Is it very fast? This Manani is not just potatoes or cabbage. A supreme being was first scolded by Huang Tianyi and then kicked by Zongheng. I was just angry, so I vented my anger by roaring twice. So the supreme Lung Xie just gave it to someone? It's so frustrating for Manan to be the supreme ruler. Lung Xie's figure became great and handsome again in Meng Nan's mind. They are both supreme. Lung Xie killed the supreme as if it was a joke. Just a random knife. This is what we call a strong character. This is the attitude of a strong person. Meng Nan will record this moment forever in his heart. I kept thinking, when I have the strength to show off, you must pretend to be more handsome than him. Ning Zong and Ning Heng dissolved their fusion and bowed to the air. Thank you, Supreme Lung Xie. But no one responded. Everyone understood that Lung Xie Jizuan was annoyed that Mu Nante was yelling too loudly. So he did it? Did he leave right after that? See? This is cool. Ning Hung looked at Munan's body on the ground, smiled coldly, and merged with Ning Zong again. In an instant, 14 people appeared behind him. The Zongheng team, all members are invincible. 2 people in a team. At some point, the 12 warriors of Tianxia team were all present. Huang Tianyi might have sent Qijia Heikui back to Tianjin City and then ran back. Brother Zongheng, you guys are awesome. Drawing the Supreme is like a piece of cake. Ning Hung smiled coldly and said, once everyone is gathered, let's take action. Destroy this foreign team. Huang Tianyi laughed and yelled, brothers from Qinling, don't hide. Go fuck him. One call and 100 responses. Suddenly, a group of teams appeared and surrounded the valley. As the local representative player, Huang Tianyi, the captain of the Tianxia team from Tianjin City, took the lead and rushed directly into the valley. All the teams from Qinling City followed. There was chaos all of a sudden. Hundreds of teams were fighting each other. As a powerful foreign aid player, the Zongheng team is at the commanding heights. Anyone who dares to fly up will be kicked to death. Meng Nan was so excited when he saw this. He was so excited that he wanted to join the battle. What a grand scene. Absolutely a grand scene. The quality of the top teams is different. The players have great tacit cooperation. Thousands of people are fighting, but the teams are still able to maintain their formations. This is different from those wild, bird-touching teams Meng Nan encountered, especially the Tianxia team. Even though there are only 12 people, each of them can defeat 10 enemies at once. Although Captain Huang Tianyi looks skinny, he is actually very strong. Like a human bulldozer, he just rushed forward. No matter how many people are in front of you, just push forward. Looking at the 12 members of the Tianxia team who were sweeping the field, Meng Nan was filled with confusion. These 12 people don't even need a contract incarnation, and it seems that this formation has something special. I wonder if it is some special formation. After all, Meng Nan had little experience and had not been exposed to many things. So he decided to observe this big melee carefully, write down everything he did not understand, and go back to Askling Xie. The setting sun is like blood, and the valley is wailing. A foreign team of several hundred people was eventually killed or wounded. The Zongheng team basically didn't do anything. After all, Zongheng's main focus was on high-end games. Without the Supreme, these two had no match. Ning Zong and Ning Hung dissolved their fusion and landed in front of the Tianxia team. Ning Hung spoke coldly. We're leaving first. Qijia Heikei, you decide on the division. Huang Tianyi laughed loudly. No problem. I promise not to treat Brother Zongheng unfairly. Ning Zong smiled slightly, turned around, and led the Zongheng team back to Tianjin City. When Meng Nan saw that everyone had left, he quickly ran back. He learned something. Go back quickly and ask Supreme Lung Xie to open a cram school. In the underground cave, Meng Nan screamed excitedly. Oh my god, you guys are awesome. I've learned a lot. Lung Xie and others showed up and couldn't help but sneer at Meng Nan's excitement. This kind of scene is very common in the wilderness. Stay calm. Meng Nan couldn't keep calm. This grand scene shocked him greatly. The actions of these top teams completely overturned his perception of the teams. Forget about the Zongheng team that focuses on high-end games. The top teams in the world and Qinling City are all masters of unique skills. Chapter 43, Meng Nan reaches new heights. Thinking of the unique skills of these top teams, Meng Nan couldn't help but ask Ling Xie. Cold, evil, supreme. All members of that world team are invincible. Why don't they use contract avatars? Lung Xie nodded and said approvingly. Not bad. You observe very carefully. You've also heard what people around you say. Huang Tianyi is indeed a hidden supreme being. His contracted beast is very special and can combine many kinds of spiritual power. So the strength of all members of the Tianxia team is gathered in Huang Tianyi's hands. As long as Huang Tianyi is undefeated, they will be fine. It's like sharing the damage. So there's no need for all of them to release the contract incarnation and waste spiritual energy. Just focus all the spiritual energy on Huang Tianyi. Meng Nan understands. Another hidden supreme being. They are indeed a top team. Each of them has unique skills. For this team, it will be difficult to lose unless they defeat Huang Tianyi. Thinking of the word hidden supreme, Meng Nan felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe the five Supremes were too famous in the past, and they seemed very rare. Recently, it seems that the Supremes are not worth much. Meng Nan looked at Lung Xie with some suspicion and whispered, "It feels like there are so many hidden Supreme beings recently. Then, why does my Xia country only have 5 Supreme beings?" Lung Xie looked at the naive Meng Nan and sarcastically said, "You believe it just because I told you 5 of them? Childish. Ever since that battle, our Xia nation no longer allows the title of Supreme. So even those who are already Supreme must keep a low profile and not make it public." Meng Nan nodded. "I understand. Hiding your incompetence, right? Just pretend to be dying, wait for whoever is shameless enough to do that, and then give him a knife, right?" According to this statement, the hidden Supreme being of Xia country. Looking at Uncle Xia's group of brothers back then, there must have been quite a few Supremes. Chairman Ning Zong and Ning Hung once said that he was the #1 person under the Supreme. Now it seems like a joke to draw the Supreme. Plus Huang Tianyi. These are nearly 10 that I know. So how many are there that I don't know? How horrible. My Xia country is indeed full of talented people. Watching the game this time gave Meng Nan a subversive understanding of the team and combat skills. The 2 wild teams that were playing with birds before, the Hungry Wolf and the Violent Bear, were all just like scum. This despicable and shameless bird-touching team is an insult to the team. Meng Nan pondered. His current status is equivalent to that of a 2-person team. Inspired by Team Tianxia's Huang Tianyi, Meng Nan and Xiao Shirtu are also ready to start researching how he and Xiao Shirtu can work together. The last time the underground monster exploded right next to each other, Meng Nan still has lingering fears. Next time I encounter this kind of thing, I must have a solution. Otherwise, Meng Nan really won't dare to take advantage of it again. After thinking for a while, Meng Nan and Xiao Shirtu went deeper into the cave, digging up the soil and mud. After a lot of trouble, they finally found an underground secret room, and then they started to develop new skills with 1 stone each. The 13 people in the cave were speechless when they saw Meng Nan's stealing behavior. You say that a macho man can just do it, but why do it secretly? Why are you afraid of stealing his skills? Lung Xie was not idle. Instead, he closed his eyes seriously and carefully felt the spiritual power fluctuations coming from underground. Although Lung Xie couldn't see it directly, he could still clearly sense all the movements. Lung Xie's perception lasted for 3 days. Meng Nan's amazing operation in the underground secret room also provided Lung Xie with a new idea. That is how to make your contracted beast cover for you. Meng Nan emerged from the surface and let out a long breath. Mission accomplished. Lung Xie opened his eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "You are good, kid. You have something." Meng Nan was stunned. "What? No way, big guy. You can feel this too?" Lung Xie nodded. "Do you think that my title of the #1 Supreme Killer came for nothing?" Meng Nan shrank his neck and gave a thumbs up. At this time, Lung Xie said meaningfully, "Your trick is pretty good. You can improve it a little bit. I'm going to teach you a move now. Let's see if you can understand it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Xie set off. A punch went straight to Meng Nan. Meng Nan subconsciously wanted to hide. As a result, he felt a sudden numbness on his neck, and then Meng Nan's eyes went dark. With a bang, Meng Nan fell straight to the ground and fainted. Lung Xie smacked his lips. "You know what? This kid's tricks are really effective." Lung Xie appeared, and the Lung Xie who attacked Meng Nan instantly disintegrated into a ball of black mist. Lung Xie's body trembled again, and 13 assassination troops appeared. "You guys try too. Can you find my real body?" Hearing this, Heisey took a step forward, walked cautiously towards the other Heisey, and poked him lightly. The black fog is spreading. Heisey directly swept his spiritual power across, and everything turned into black mist. "What does this mean, boss?" Lung Xie laughed and said, "It seems you still don't understand." Heisey suddenly turned around and then was stunned. "What the hell is this?" "Boss, when did you stand behind me?" Lung Xie laughed. "I've been standing here without moving. The 3 times you saw me before were not my real self." Hiss. The other 12 people all gasped. Heisey raised his eyebrows and punched Lung Xie, who was speaking. Puff! Another black fog. What the hell? The adult has turned into a ghost. Lung Xie really showed up this time, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Don't say it. My contracted beast is pretty good at using that kid's tricks. It's hard to tell whether it's real or fake." Then Lung Xie told the other 12 people about Meng Nan's amazing moves. Meng then used a small stone to create a fake body for himself, and then used the small stone to control the fake body. When switching between the ground and underground, he replaced the real body with the fake body to confuse his opponent. But Meng Nan's advantage is that once the enemy attacks the fake body, Xiao Shitu will turn the fake body into a giant attacking hand, directly pulling the enemy into the ground and crushing it to death. Therefore, once anyone attacks Meng Nan's fake body, they will instantly lose all initiative. Meng Nan can switch between his real body and fake body freely on the ground and underground, so the enemy can't even imagine that he has a fake body. Everyone understood. So Lung Xie used Meng Nan's ideas, combined his black fog with concealment, and indirectly created a shadow clone. Heizi suddenly had an idea. The body gradually turned black and finally turned into Lung Xie's shadow. Lung Xie laughed and grabbed the black spot in the air. Your contracted beast abilities are not good enough. You can't play this game. Blackie is embarrassed. Aluo said, "Let me try." Lung Xie shook his head and said, "Not everyone can operate this real and fake body. At least there's a blood contract. Otherwise, the cooperation between you and the contracted beast won't be able to switch between real and fake bodies at will. This is the blood contract, the advantage of the contracted beast body going into battle." Everyone was disappointed. It's amazing to have high talent. Boss, then your black mist fake body is simply invincible. Lung Xie shook his head and said calmly, "It may be a bit confusing when facing the same level, but the key problem is that the offensive power is not in my fake body. The amazing thing about Meng Nan's operation is that his fake body is equivalent to the power of the earth controlled by Little Stone, and has all the combat power of Little Stone." Everyone gasped. A macho man is indeed a man who will never lose as long as he stands on the ground. His Little Stone can control the power of the earth. As long as Meng Nan doesn't leave underground, there is no way to stop him unless we go underground to catch him. The Meng Nan on the ground is just a fake body. Whoever touches him will be in trouble. This is so disgusting. This is pure fishing enforcement. This macho man has reached new heights. Meng Nan said, "I don't want to either. Who scared me last time when I blew myself up in front of someone else's face? Now that I have a fake body, I won't be afraid of this anymore." Ha! Chapter 40 for the Supreme of Shawa Kingdom blocks the door. About 20 minutes later, Meng Nan woke up from his coma. After waking up, Meng Nan lay on the ground. The first thing that came to his mind was Lung Xie's words. Thinking back to Lung Xie's previous actions, he attacked with his fake body first, and then hit his real body on the other side, attacking me while I was dodging. Is this teaching me not to be passive defensive? Or should we plan ahead? Lung Xie saw that Meng Nan didn't seem to understand his suggestion, so he reminded him again. People always choose to believe their own eyes at the first moment. Just with this one sentence, Meng Nan understood. Regardless of whether it is a real body or a fake one, the real means of attack must be hidden behind the first time. As long as you make good use of this point and strike before the enemy can react, you will definitely be able to trick them. Meng Nan sat up, recalling how he and Xiao Shitu could cooperate, and then a look of joy flashed across his eyes. "Thank you for your advice, Supreme Lung Xie. I understand." Lung Xie nodded and hit again. Meng Nan's eyes lit up. "Can't wait to try out my new skills. Let's go." Meng Nan sank into the ground and swam to the north again. This time he planned to go northwest and go deeper, because that place is adjacent to the wasteland of Shawa country. This time, the matter of Chijia Heikue was led by the Supreme of Shawa Kingdom. So Meng Nan decided to go to the nearest wilderness between Shawa Kingdom and Xia Kingdom to hunt the Shawa Kingdom team. Isn't Eric shouting? As the saying goes, it's rude not to reciprocate. Since the Shawa country is willing to be dogs for Yusha, we must take care of them. When Meng Nan set out, a dispute arose between the Xia Kingdom and the Shawa Kingdom. In this Tianjin City incident, a supreme being of the Shawa Kingdom died, and nearly 100 teams were destroyed. The final death toll was 700 people lost by the Shan state. This kind of loss is not small. After all, there is a supreme being. Therefore, the Shawa Kingdom sent 5 supreme beings as envoys to demand that the Xia Kingdom compensate for the losses. The Xia Kingdom ignored the Shawa Kingdom and instead issued a legal treaty that was signed by all countries in the world in the wilderness. The above clearly stipulates the requirements for the wasteland. Moreover, Xiaguo also specially posted a message on the internet using its official account. It's a lawless place. It all depends on your ability. Generally speaking, Other countries are too embarrassed to come and ask for compensation in such matters. After all, everyone has a common understanding. But the Kingdom of Shawa is not an ordinary country. I don't know if they were instructed by Yusha, but when these 5 supreme beings saw that Xia Kingdom ignored them, they flew directly to the desolate eastern region outside Tianjin City and became gatekeepers. What I mean is, isn't the wilderness a lawless place? The 5 of us are here to guard the gate. If anyone comes out, we'll kill him. Such provocative behavior of Shawa instantly ignited the anger of all the people of Xia. Some of Xia country's top teams gathered in Tianjin City. These 5 supreme rulers of the Shawa kingdom must be killed. As a result, before these top teams even stepped out of Tianjin City, the anger was suppressed by Xia country's first supreme elder with just one sentence. The elder said, "The 5 supreme beings will help our Xia country guard the border. The Lingxia supreme will be very happy." Everyone realized that this was an insult to the 5 supreme beings of the Shava kingdom. You know what? Having 5 supreme beings as gatekeepers is really prestigious. As for whether Lingxia supreme would really be happy, everyone thought that he should be very happy. After all, Lingxia Jizuan had just killed one, so he must not be satisfied. Now there are 5 of them. How could he not be happy? When the 5 supreme beings heard what the elder said, they were actually afraid. But they can't retreat. This is the order from the Lord of Shawa. At this time, Mingnan was running quickly underground towards the northwest, but was suddenly stopped by Lung Xie. Because Lung Xie received the military order from the elder. Kill those 5 supreme rulers of the Shawa kingdom. But be careful of the phantom demon. In a hidden cave, Lung Xie and others appeared together, solemnly recounting everything that happened in Tianjin City. Mingnan's eyelids twitched with anger. Damn it. The country of Shawa has no shame at all. It's bad enough that you come to the wilderness of my Xia country to poach. But you have to pay compensation if you get killed? Block the door if you don't get compensation? It's so fucking cheap. Lung Xia looked at Mang Nan, who was filled with righteous indignation, and warned him sternly. Don't mess around, kid. We are going back to Tianjin City now. Either you go back with us, or you wait here for us to come back. Mang Nan took a deep breath and said calmly, Don't worry, Supreme Lung Xia. I am still very capable of protecting my life. I will not go back with you. Lung Xie patted Mang Nan on the shoulder and said earnestly, I know what you're thinking, but you have to remember your responsibilities. You still have a Xia family and us. You are no longer an orphan. Mang Nan's nose felt sore. He rubbed his nose and said, Don't worry, Supreme Lung Xie. I haven't become your disciple yet. I haven't married yet. I can't bear to die. But one day, I will also be away from your protection. This time, let me try first. Lung Xie smiled with relief, patted Meng Nan's shoulder again, and then disappeared. Hidden in the air, Lung Xie was speeding along the way. He took out a secret order and sent out messages one after another. One of the messages reads, Sister Meng, my stupid apprentice, help me take care of them for a few days. I'll be back after I kill them. Secret message reply in seconds. Okay, Brother Lung Xie, you have to be careful that Yusha might use the 5 supreme beings to lure you. They might target you. Lung Xie, it just so happens that I learned a trick from my apprentice. I'll try it on them later. Ha ha ha. Sitting in the cave, Mengnan suddenly thought of the incident of blocking the gate of Tianjin City. It might be a setup against Lung Xie. So I quickly turned on the communicator. No signal in this area. Searching for signal. Nima. Mengnan rolled his eyes. I was wondering why no one cares about me since I came out. It turns out that the 3 networks do not cover the wasteland. Next time I'll have to ask Lung Xie Supreme to get me a military-only communicator. Meng Nan shook his head, realizing that he was really confused because of his concern. Even a rookie like me could think of this, but an old scoundrel like Lung Xie Jizun? An old senior. How could I be the one to remind you? Meng Nan calmed down and began to seriously think about the next strategy. The country of Shawa likes to block the door, right? With my spiritual power reserve as a high-level spiritual contract master, plus the contract power reserve of Little Stone, it should not be difficult to kill a team of all Glora level members. A Wushuang level 1 should be able to slowly torture him to death. But I'm afraid it's a hidden supreme one. Mengnan thought about the configurations of the Tianxia and Zhonghing teams. The captains of both teams are all hidden supremes, and the players are all peerless. Well, if there are more than 2 Wushuang members in the team, I have to take a detour. Be careful, and you will be safe. They should have a lot of those despicable and shameless bird-touching teams in their country of Shawa. That's it. Don't you like to touch my dick? This time, I'm going to specifically kill you bitches. At this moment, a small spider quietly crawled into Meng Nan's pocket. After Meng Nan made his decision, he sank into the ground again and continued to rush northwest. Chapter 45 Lung Xie Pinnacle. Meng Nan continued to head north and west. At this time, Lung Xie had already sneaked into the wilderness outside Tianjin City. On the way here, Lung Xie had already deployed the battle plan. The remaining 12 members of the assassination team are divided into groups of 6, each targeting a supreme being. The other 3 supreme beings all belong to Lung Xie. To be specific, there should be only 4 supreme ones. In Lung Xie's eyes, as long as he takes action, someone will die first. So we only need to face the remaining 4 supreme beings. Wait until the first ray of sunlight at dawn, and I'll kill first. Then you guys can take action. Everyone nodded. Lung Xie's thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Night is the best time for a killer, but it is also the most cautious time for the enemy. At dawn, at sunrise, it symbolizes hope, but it is also the moment when flaws are most likely to be revealed. The setting sun is gradually falling, and the setting sun is like blood. At this time, the walls of Tianjin City were decorated with lights, and it was extremely lively. As the local landlord, the captain of the Tianxia team, Huang Tianyi, was not sure if he had lost his mind or listened to the instructions of some old bastard. He actually held a celebration party on top of the city wall. A number of top teams were also invited, including the Zongheng team. Huang Tianyi raised his glass and shouted to the big guys. Brothers, I, Huang Tianyi, am a host today. Let's celebrate for our Xia country and get a red-armored black kuei for free. So delicious. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. President Huang said it well. Ha ha ha. Such a festive day. We must celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Huang Tianyi raised his wine glass and walked to the edge of the city wall. He looked at the 5 supreme beings outside the city wall and raised his glass and shouted, Are you 5 gatekeepers hungry? Do you want to come over and eat something? Although you work very hard, we don't pay you. When I'm full and satisfied, I'll give you 2 chicken legs as a reward. Grab them yourselves. Ha ha. The entire Tianjin City was instantly filled with laughter. The laughter was deafening. The ridicule was overwhelming. The 5 supreme rulers of the Shaohui kingdom were so angry that they wanted to rush up and tear Huang Tianyi's stinky mouth apart. But they all understand that once the foreign supreme being steps into the Tianjin City area, it will be a national war. The 5 of them are doomed to die. On top of the city wall are all the top teams of Xia country, and basically every team captain is a hidden supreme. The 5 supreme rulers of the Shaohui kingdom had gloomy faces and pretended not to hear anything, each of them cautiously guarding against. They dare not let their guard down at all. The number 1 supreme killer. This name is too famous in all countries. 1 sword, 1 supreme. It's really not exaggerated, because Lung Xie never used the second strike when killing the supreme. Huang Tianyi ignored them and turned around to invite his brothers to toast. After a while, Huang Tianyi came to the Zongheng team's table with a glass of wine. Brother Zongheng, thank you for your kindness. It's not easy for us to get together. I'll drink first to show my respect. Huang Tianyi raised his head and started working very generously. Everyone in the Zongheng team also raised their glasses and drank them all. There was only a white-haired girl holding a bowl of soup, and she nodded gently. Huang Tianyi couldn't help but pay attention to her. The white hair was too conspicuous. After a closer look, this girl is so pretty. This girl has a good figure and good looks. She's top-notch. Huang Tianyi looked at the white-haired girl sitting next to Ning Heng and couldn't help but wink and ask, Brother Heng, this person, please introduce me to. Ning Heng coughed and said nothing. Instead, he glanced at Ning Zong. Ning Zong understood immediately. I just felt it for a little while. Ning Zong's eyes widened instantly. My goodness, Huang Tianyi has taken a fancy to Xia Xingran. Then he smiled and said gently, Brother Huang is really brave. Huang Tianyi naturally knew Ning Zong's abilities and could definitely see through his thoughts, but this statement was really bold. What does it mean? Huang Tianyi continued to wink and say shamelessly, This, Brother Zong, can you introduce me to him? Ning Zong covered his mouth with his hands and laughed. This girl's name is Xia Xingran, the daughter of Director Xia, Ning Heng's junior sister, the tough guy's girlfriend. When these words came out, everyone around was dumbfounded. There are a lot of hidden supreme beings present. That's a lot to understand. Director Xia's daughter? Xia Chun is the flag bearer of the Xia Kingdom's pro-war faction. Ning Heng's junior sister, Zhao Da's perverted apprentice, the tough guy. Behind him is the fifth supreme of Xia country. His master is called Lung Xie. Huang Tianyi was numb. Fuck, Miss Xia, I am so sorry. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Tons of tons. After drinking 3 cups, Huang Tianyi quickly wiped the wine stains from his mouth, laughed, and said to everyone, "Enjoy your food and drinks. I'll go somewhere else to show off my skills. It's too windy here. It affects my performance." Everyone burst into laughter. Huang Tianyi was so bold that he almost exposed himself. Xia Xingran was completely confused and asked Ning Heng naively, "Brother, what are they laughing at? Why don't I see the joke?" Ning Heng was embarrassed. "Ahem, you can ask my brother about that." Xia Xingran turned around looking confused. Ning Zong smiled slightly and lightly tapped Xia Xingran's forehead with his finger. A colorful spiritual power flashed and disappeared. After a moment, Xia Xingran blushed. "Start eating? These people are not good people. That Huang Tianyi actually has feelings for me? Bah, my macho brother is still the best. I don't know how my tough brother is doing now. I miss him so much." Thinking of Meng Nan, Xia Xingran couldn't help but look up at the wasteland outside the city wall. This fool must have suffered a lot again. Happy hour, drinks all night long. At this time, Ning Heng looked back outside the city wall. Sunrise is coming. Huang Tianyi glanced at Ning Heng unintentionally. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Heng actually also knew Lord Lung Xie's plan? Could it be that Zongheng is the same as us? Huang Tianyi understood immediately. Wow, after all this time, it turns out to be one of our own. Lung Xie's third sword. Huang Tianyi. Huang Tianyi suddenly stood up, walked to the edge of the city wall, and let out a loud roar. Hey, are you guys asleep? Come on, cheer up. Don't let me, the Xia Nation Supreme, chop you up again. Huang Tianyi's shout frightened the 5 supreme beings so much that they trembled and quickly looked at each other. Call, it's okay. This night passed peacefully. Before the 5 supreme beings could come to their senses, Huang Tianyi started cursing. "Why the hell are you glaring at me? I'm reminding you out of kindness. If you don't thank me, forget it. How dare you glare at me?" Huang Tianyi put his hands on his hips and 1 foot on the city wall, looking extremely arrogant. The supreme leader of the Shaoan nation twitched his lips. He couldn't help but curse. "Huang Tianyi, eat with your mouth." Before I could even utter the word shit, it was illuminated by the first rays of sunlight at dawn. The first sword hidden in the light of dawn. The knife seemed as fast as the light. The temperature in the wasteland instantly warmed up. A bloodstain appeared. The first supreme fell. Before the first head flew up, 4 cold, evil men appeared in an instant and stabbed him again. The second supreme fell. When the third knife landed on the neck of another person, the head of the first supreme being flew up. Not good. The third supreme being had no time to react, and his head flew off as soon as he shouted. The third supreme fell. The last 2 supreme beings screamed. He suddenly used his spiritual power, but before he could activate it to protect himself, 4 cold, evil spirits suddenly exploded, and black mist filled the air. 12 specially made pitch-black sharp knives, 6 people in a group, each one cutting out from the black fog, directly pierced through the chests of the 2 supreme beings. Puff, puff. 12 consecutive sounds, one after another. The black fog dissipated. Lung Xie appears, holding the heads of 5 supreme beings in one hand. The light of dawn behind me illuminates the world. Half dark, half light. Chapter 46. Ambush and kill by a phantom evil. The world is silent. It seems as if time has stood still between this world. The people in Tianjin City, some were holding up their wine glasses, and some were eating meat. The figures standing in the sky, facing the golden morning sun, threw the 5 supreme heads high into the sky, slashing city. A loud bang. A beam of aurora filled with destructive power instantly pierced through Lung Xie's chest. The loud noise scared everyone in Tianjin City so much that they all stood up and looked into the distance. The people in Tianjin City trembled and their eyes widened. Huang Tianyi suddenly jumped up. Lord Lung Xie, Ning Zong and Ning Heng completed their fusion in an instant and flew directly towards the falling Lung Xie. Just as everyone was about to fly out of the range of Tianjin City, a cold snort sounded. Humph! It really is Yusha's method. Destroy the aurora? Everyone in Tianjin City stopped instantly. What? Is the Lung Xie Supreme not dead? Who is the cold, evil, supreme being that is falling? Everyone was terrified for a moment. The falling Lung CS suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of black mist. Then 12 cold evils appeared and instantly rushed towards the direction where the destructive aurora was launched. Hiss! Everyone is numb. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This completely subverts cognition. Lung CS Supreme used his fake body to kill 5 Supremes? Before everyone could react, a loud bang sounded again. 12 consecutive destructive auroras instantly penetrated the 12 cold evils. Turned into black mist again. A terrifying blade light slashed down from the sky. A dark crescent moon obscured everyone's vision at dawn. The Zongheng team stood up and rushed out of Tianjin City in an instant. Huang Tianyi raised his arms and called out, "There's a bastard from Yusha lying in ambush. Brothers, grab your weapons. Fuck that son of a bitch." All of a sudden, top teams from all over the country flew out of Tianjin City and headed straight for the place where the Black Crescent was. Suddenly, a destructive aurora shot out from the north again, directly locking on Zongheng and the other two. "Brother, there's an ambush in the north." Ning Zong sensed it in advance, and Ning Hung stopped instantly. The destructive aurora instantly brushed past Ning Hung 1 meter in front of him and swept past with a bang. Ning Hung glared angrily, turned around, and flew to the north. "Everyone be careful. There's an ambush." Huang Tianyi shouted loudly, and instantly became one with the Tianxia team, standing directly in front of all the teams. At this moment, there was a deafening thunderstorm. It exploded at the place where Lung Xie's Black Crescent was. The black moon shatters. "Damn it, brothers, charge. It's the Thunder Demon Supreme of Yusha." Huang Tianyi took the lead and accelerated again. At this moment, a destructive aurora suddenly shot out from below Huang Tianyi. Huang Tianyi's scalp tingled. It would be unwise to just stand up. "Damn it. If it's exposed, it's exposed. Anyway, they all know that I am the hidden supreme. Core death." Huang Tianyi roared. "The aurora of destruction is approaching." The entire 12 members of the Tianxia team disappeared in an instant. "Fuck you. All of you die." Huang Tianyi led the Tianxia team and transformed himself into a giant spiritual fist, directly punching the hillside that emitted the destructive aurora. With a loud bang, the mountain collapsed. An illusory figure collapsed and dissipated. Fantasy monster. This S-level monster, the only one in the demon world, has only one ability, which is to change the surrounding situation. Hidden in this hillside has always been a giant cannon capable of firing destructive auroras. And it was this phantom beast that camouflaged the hillside so flawlessly. After Huang Tianyi killed the phantom beast with one punch, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. In a cave, I saw a supreme being operating the destructive aurora cannon. "You bastard. D." Huang Tianyi took a step forward and punched forward. At this moment, the supreme being who was controlling the aurora cannon of destruction suddenly froze. Explode instantly. "Damn it. It's over. Demon Puppet Supreme." A loud bang. The entire mountain was blown flat. A small mushroom cloud appeared, and the shock waves spread instantly, causing the earth to tremble. The smoke filled the air, and I couldn't see clearly ahead. At this time, a man in black formal clothes appeared, standing in front of the Tianxia team. He has a square face and looks very majestic. Director of Qinling City Contract Management Bureau, Wu Hanzhan. Wu Hanzhan had a serious expression on his face and said with his back to Huang Tianyi and the others, "Go support the others. Leave this to me." Huang Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath, and quickly responded, "Okay, Chief Wu, be careful. It's that old bastard, Mo Kue." Then Huang Tianyi and everyone from the Tianxia team disappeared. Wu Hanzhan stood there motionless, staring at the smoke-filled depths ahead, and spoke coldly. "Demon Puppet, won't you come out and fight?" A sigh came from the depths of the smoke and dust. "Hey, I was thinking I could kill Huang Tianyi, that bastard. Now that you're here, there's no way we can fight. What a pity so many people tried to kill Ling Xie, but still failed. I have to say, the #1 supreme killer is indeed worthy of his reputation." The sound faded away. Wu Hanzhan frowned and punched out directly. The spiritual power contained in the fist wind was like a hurricane, instantly dispersing all the smoke and dust in front of him. Wu Hanzhan looked at the huge pit in front of him with a solemn expression. A supreme being, controlling a destructive aurora cannon. In that case, there are at least a dozen ghostly supremes coming this time. It's a killer move. Fortunately, Lung Xie is more skilled. I have to admire him. Wu Hanzhan thought of the elder's words and could not help but nodded slightly. It turned out that old people are still the wisest. No wonder the elder didn't allow us to fight. In this killing game, except Lung Xie, anyone who tries to kill those 5 supreme beings will die. And the more who go, the more will die. Wu Hanzhan disappeared. When it appears again, the ground in front of me was a scorched earth. Countless white arcs of electricity were crackling. Wu Hanzhan looked around. Lei Mo and Lung Xie are both gone. At this time in Tianjin City, in the north, Zhou also missed. The only thing left at this time was a destructive aurora cannon. Ning Heng crushed the phantom beast to death with one kick and said in a cold voice, "Brother, have you sensed the aura of the Supreme being here?" Ning Zong possessed him and said, "There is only a little bit of demonic energy left." He ran too fast. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the most cowardly one among the Phantom Demon Supremes, the Blood Demon Supreme. Ning Heng sighed, "Still not fast enough. Can't catch up?" Lord Lung Xie's message yesterday asked us to stay out of the spotlight for a while after this, so let's go back to Lixing first. Ning Zong, "Okay, let's go back to Lixing first. There's one more thing. I sense that Huang Tianyi is also under the command of Lord Lung Xie. You should be careful, or you will be exposed together." Ning Heng's eyes flashed with inspiration. No wonder Huang Tianyi always chooses the right time to curse someone. It turns out that he is one of our family too. Okay, I'll be careful about my distance from him next time. Let's go. Chapter 47, Lung Xie's True Face. The ambush and assassination plan of the Seven-Nation Alliance of Yusha against all the supreme beings of Xia country was completely declared a failure. Their purpose is not only to target Lung Xie, but also to use the 5 supreme leaders of the Shawa Kingdom to lure people. As long as the supreme leader of the Xia Kingdom takes action, they will kill him with all their strength. 14 Aurora Destruction Cannons, with the magic power of 14 top supreme beings, can destroy at least 20 supreme beings of Xia country in 2 rounds. Unfortunately, they missed a step by one. They didn't expect Lung Xie to be able to kill 5 supreme beings in an instant, and he could also hide perfectly. All the baits were killed, and the only thing they could do was to let the 14 supreme masters of Yusha quickly evacuate. The price Xia paid was that Lung Xie was seriously injured. Although all the supreme beings of Xia Kingdom supported Lung Xie at the first moment, Yusha's Thunder Demon Supreme was also a ruthless person. The first moment Lei Mo saw Lung Xie's Black Moon, he risked being seriously injured and launched an indiscriminate attack over a large area. Because Lung Xie's hiding skills were too strong, the Thunder Demon Supreme couldn't find him at all. Therefore, the Thunder Demon Supreme directly chose to die together. The Thunder Demon Supreme knew one thing best, and that was that Lung Xie's defensive ability was extremely weak. If it were an indiscriminate attack that resulted in mutual destruction, Lung Xie would definitely die before him. In this battle between Lei Mo and Lung Xie, Lei Mo won the bet. But when Lung Xie was seriously injured, he was rescued. That was an extremely rare spatial force that forcibly moved Lung Xie away from the center of the thunderstorm. Lei Mo has never seen such ability before. It should be done by a hidden supreme being of Xia country, in the administrative center of Xia State, Jingping City, in a quaint courtyard. "Hiss, I was careless. Please help me, elder." Lung Xie was struck by lightning and his whole body was charred black, but he was still steaming. "It feels about 3/4 done." The elder laughed, and the wrinkles on his face deepened a little. Looking at the horrible Lung Xie, he couldn't help but sigh. "Very good. It seems that since you protected that kid Meng Nan, your mentality has returned to normal. Even the tone of your voice has changed. This is what a 26-year-old should be like. You have worked really hard over the years." Lung Xie lay on the ground, exhaled a breath of hot air, and said tremblingly, "Everything is for Xia country. This is what Lung Xie should do." The elder stretched out his skinny old hand, gently placed it on Lung Xie's chest, and shook it lightly. The remaining power of magic thunder in Lung Xie's body was extinguished instantly. The elder looked at Lung Xie's stubborn expression and smiled kindly. "There's no one here. Stop pretending with me. As your master, I know exactly what kind of person you are. You must still be holding a grudge against me because I only taught you how to kill people, not how to fall in love, right?" Lung Xie was instantly grabbed by the elder by the aorta and bounced up from the ground. His cough, it hurts so much. No, absolutely not. The elder used his spiritual power to slowly heal Lung Xie, and he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't teach you, but at that time, you couldn't be distracted. Your identity is destined to have no chance of love." Lung Xie looked very uncomfortable. Although he complained before, if someone had guided him back then, maybe things wouldn't have turned out that way. But he knew very well in his heart that as a supreme killer, falling in love would only make him die faster. Lung Xie hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't help but complain. Understood. Understood. You said it before. Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. I just couldn't help but complain a few words when I saw that kid Meng Nan. Don't keep pestering me. I swear. I was just saying it. I definitely don't hold a grudge against you. I'm not that petty. The elder looked at Lung Xie, who had returned to his original form, as if he had returned to the past. In the eyes of outsiders, Lung Xie is decisive and killing and has a cold and evil nature. But in the eyes of the elder, Lung Xie is just a naughty kid who is always indifferent to life and death and will do anything he wants. And he's a chatterbox? In order to train him to be a supreme killer, the elder really acted like both a father and a mother to him, teaching him earnestly and guiding him step by step. Ever since Lung Xie reappeared in his original form, he has been nagging nonstop. The elder did not speak. While healing Lung Xie's wounds, he patiently listened to Lung Xie's complaints, as if he could finally vent the grievances he had suppressed for 10 years. Lung Xie seemed to have returned to his youth for a moment, turning into a stubborn and rebellious son. The famous scene of a kind father and an unfilial son was also staged in the courtyard. Outside Tianjin City, the 14 Supreme Yusha Masters had no way of hiding the fact that they had ambushed and killed Lung Xie. Not only the Ghost Supreme, but also the suspected hidden Supremes of the top teams in Xia country were exposed. However, the Xia country officials promptly refuted the rumor, saying that the matter was pure fabrication. The real truth is, Lung Xie killed 5 Supreme Lords of the Shaoan Nation in seconds, and then managed to escape from the ambush of 14 Supreme Lords of the evil Netherworld. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. As soon as the Xia official said this, all countries in the world turned off their fire. Because it is indeed true. There is no way to refute it. Even if you show the video, it is indeed the case. In a short while, Lung Xie's name reached a new height in the human world. The title of the #1 Supreme Killer is permanently confirmed. The Xia Kingdom cheers. The whole nation celebrates. The country of Shawa had previously claimed that it had 12 supreme beings, but in just over 2 days, Lung Xie killed 6 of them. Now there is only 1 king and 5 generals left. Moreover, they were afraid of Lung Xie's revenge, and the remaining 6 supreme beings were so scared that they didn't even dare to leave the country. Other countries naturally see clearly that the country of Saudi Arabia is likely to go downhill. Being a dog for Yusha, he didn't get any benefits, and his top fighting force was cut in half. In this situation, even if Xia country doesn't take action, other countries will probably not be able to sit still. Sooner or later, the Shawa country will be destroyed. At the same time, Meng Nan had already entered the wilderness of Shawa country, but was intercepted. The person who came was the only female supreme among the 5 supreme beings of Xia country. Title: Dream Supreme. The specific name is unknown. Lung Xie calls her sister Meng. In a cave underground, Meng Nan sat cross-legged, looking at the supreme Meng who suddenly appeared in front of him, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. He had seen this dream supreme before. He also knew him, but Lung Xie never came back. Now Meng Zhizuan actually came to be his guardian. What does this mean? Meng Nan didn't dare to think further. No, impossible. Lung Xie Supreme is so powerful. How is it possible? Meng Nan stared with horror and shook his head desperately, trying to get rid of those bad thoughts in his mind. Why is it you, Lung Xie Supreme? Meng Nan's voice trembled. Chapter 48 Dream Supreme is heartbroken. When Meng Zhizuan saw Meng Nan's panicked expression, he couldn't help but feel a little disturbed. In such a short period of time, he and Lung Xie have established such a deep master-disciple relationship. The Supreme Dream opened his red lips slightly, and a magical sound with spiritual power poured into Meng Nan's ears. Meng Nan calmed down instantly. Then, pieces of information appeared in his mind. Lung Xie instantly killed the 5 supreme beings of the Shava Kingdom. The 14th Supreme ghosts attacked and killed Lung Xie. Lung Xie was seriously injured by the Thunder Demon Supreme. The elders secretly rescued the seriously injured Lung Xie. Before Lung Xie left, he asked Meng Jizun to take care of his foolish disciple. Meng Nan lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. The Lung Xie Supreme, 1 against 19 Supremes? Did he act with the determination to kill and to die? I haven't accepted you as my teacher yet. You're the first to be orphaned. Meng Nan hates it. Why? Is he so weak? His trembling hands gripped the ground tightly. Veins on his arms bulged, and even the small stone resonated with them. The ground began to tremble slightly. Meng Nan supported himself on the ground with his hands, lowered his head, and asked tremblingly, "Is he seriously injured?" Meng Jizun thought about what Lung Xie had just said. "If he asks me if my injury is serious, you should tell him it's very serious and will take at least 2 months. Provoke this kid. I may have to go out for a while. I'll have to trouble Sister Meng to take care of my silly apprentice for 2 months." So Meng Jizun did not tell the truth. Instead, he was silent for a while and said softly, "Lung Xie is seriously injured. He will need at least 2 months to recover." Meng Nan's eyes were red, and his teeth were clattering. "I only broke 7 or 8 ribs, and it took me nearly half a month to recover. It actually took at least 2 months for the elder to rescue Lung Xie. This is not a serious injury. It's obvious that he is about to die. Is his life not in danger?" Meng Nan finally asked this question. He was afraid of hearing some bad news, but he couldn't help asking. Meng Jizun gently shook his head and comforted Meng Nan. But unexpectedly, Meng Nan suddenly jumped up from the ground and roared again. "Don't lie to me. I'm not a fool. Is he dead or not?" Meng Jizun was stunned by Meng Nan's roar. Looking at Meng Nan's ferocious roar. "This kid? Is he crazy? Is it too much stimulation? Lung Xie, Lung Xie, you are giving me your sister a difficult problem." Meng Jizun could only reply affirmatively again. "Don't worry. He is really not dead, but his injuries are indeed serious." Then Dream Supreme played a picture. In the picture, Lung Xie's body was charred black. He was still breathing hot air, and his body was covered with dense, white arcs of electricity. Meng Nan looked at Lung Xie, who had been completely disfigured, and did not recognize him at all. The once unbelievably young and fair face smiled at Meng Nan. "I am Lung Xie. Send me money." It appeared in front of Meng Nan again. Meng Nan burst into tears instantly. Meng Nan wiped his tears and snot his nose with his hands, but he couldn't stop it. Lung Xie was the only person who truly taught him and cared for him during his 17 years of loneliness. Looking at the now unrecognizable Lung Xie, Meng Nan couldn't accept it. Meng Nan stood there at a loss, crying like a child. Meng Jizun's heart was almost broken when he saw this. He quickly stepped forward and hugged Meng Nan into his arms, gently comforting him. "Don't worry. The elder will definitely cure Lung Xie. He will definitely come back safe and sound." While comforting Meng Nan, Meng Jizun cursed in his heart. "You also said that Meng Nan is a stupid disciple. Lung Xie, you're not a human being either. Where can I find such a good disciple? What a bastard. And he still calls himself a teacher." Meng Jizun held Meng Nan in his arms, patting his back with one hand, and using the other hand to report Meng Nan's reaction back to the elder. 2 more words added by the way. "Beat him. As for who to pick, it must be Lung Xie." Xia Country, Jinping City, still in that quaint little courtyard. The elder silently opened the picture sent by Dream Supreme. Lung Xie leaned over with his head tilted. This is pretty good. He even knew how to be angry for his teacher. Not bad, not bad. He needs some motivation. Only then he can make progress faster." In the scene, Meng Nan suddenly stood up and roared at Meng Jizun. Lung Xie's expression changed. He saw the boy crying. "I cried as if I had lost my most important relative." Lung Xie's eyes turned red. He didn't expect Meng Nan to react like this. Meng Nan's reaction made Lung Xie understand how important he was in Meng Nan's heart. The scene ended, and 2 words were heard. "Beat him." The elder turned his head slightly and looked at Lung Xie. "You smoke it yourself? As a master? You still haven't grown up." The elder said something, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the courtyard. There was a loud bang. Then snap, 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 snap. The elder was outside the courtyard, listening to the snapping sounds coming from inside, and couldn't help but sigh. Only when you raise a child will you know the kindness of your parents. After this, Lung Xie should be able to understand. A teacher is a father. Why? The elder shook his head and disappeared. On the other side, Meng Jizuan tried his best to persuade her and gave her 1,000 assurances that Lung Xie would be fine. Finally, Meng Nan was coaxed into submission. After Meng Nan calmed down, he said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Master Meng. I couldn't control myself for a moment." Meng Jizuan sighed and touched Meng Nan's head. The pure-minded boy's true feelings were naturally the most heartbreaking. Meng Nan really treated Lung Xie as his closest relative, but Lung Xie was such a beast. Meng Jizuan continued to curse in his heart. Beat him to death. Then Meng Jizuan explained the current situation to Meng Nan. Now, of the 12 supreme beings of the Shaowa Kingdom, 6 were killed by Lung Xie, and the remaining 6 all retreated in the country, not daring to step out of the country. If the supreme of Shaowa Kingdom dies again, the country will be destroyed. Even if Xia country does not take action, other countries will. Hearing this, Meng Nan's eyebrows raised and murderous intent boiled in his eyes. So, the supreme being doesn't dare to go out. Then in the wasteland of Shaowa country, he can just kill people at will. Looking at Meng Nan, who was full of murderous intent, Meng Jizuan gently reminded him, "Brother Meng Nan, don't be too careless. As far as I know, there has always been a supreme ruler of the phantom demon in Shaowa." Meng Nan restrained his murderous intent, nodded, and said seriously, "Don't worry, Master Meng. I won't do anything stupid." Meng Jizuan nodded, then stretched out his finger and pointed at Meng Nan's chest. At this time, a small spider crawled out of Meng Nan's pocket and returned to Meng Jizuan's hand. Meng Nan was shocked. "When did a little spider appear in my pocket? Didn't the little stone notice it?" Chapter 49, remember, my name is Meng Nan. Didn't you notice this little stone? How is that possible? Meng Nan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little stone, haven't you noticed yet? Found it? It's very happy. Meng Nan was finally relieved. Call, is this someone raised by Dream Supreme? Meng Jizuan smiled slightly and said, "I guess so. It just makes it easier to find you. Now that I have found you, sister, I don't need it anymore." After Meng Jizuan finished speaking, his body became illusory and gradually disappeared from Meng Nan's sight. Meng Nan was shocked. This isn't Lung Xie's way of hiding things that can just disappear at any time. Where is Dream Supreme? Meng Nan suddenly felt itchy on his hands, as if something was crawling. Meng Nan looked down and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. A pink and blue spider the size of a little finger. It crawled along Meng Nan's clothes and entered Meng Nan's chest, and then entered Meng Nan's body near the small stone. Hiss, this is the Dream Supreme? She came into my body to play with the little stone? Happy. Puff. Feeling the joy of little stone, Meng Nan was numb. What on earth is going on with this Dream Supreme? Why does it feel more evil than Lung Xie? Brother Meng Nan, don't let your imagination run wild. I can hear everything you say. Ahem. Saw the... I'm just a little scared, that's all. Meng Jizuan, please. Please do as you please. Just play. Meng Nan wanted to slap himself in the face. What does it mean to play casually? What kind of lewd words are these? Brother Meng Nan is so generous. Then I won't be polite. Although Meng Nan couldn't sense where Meng Jizuan had gone, he was sure. I'm afraid my body has been ruined. Meng Nan shook his neck, and there were bursts of bone-cracking sounds. The murderous intent in his eyes reappeared. Hunting time. Meng Nan went deeper underground again, silently thinking in his heart. Little stone, open your vision. Meng Nan was stunned for a moment. How come the view is so broad? Even within 1,000 meters, a bug can be seen clearly. 32 hairs on this leg? What the hell? Do you want such high definition? Don't be too surprised, Brother Meng Nan. Sister is here to help too. Meng Nan understood. Is the vision of Dream Supreme shared? This is too strong. It smells so good. With the vision of Dream Supreme, you can kill people even with your eyes closed. Meng Nan's confidence increased greatly. Start the underground sprint directly 3 kilometers away in a hidden bush. Captain, our Shaowa has been in a state of unrest lately. Why don't we go back for a few days? The leading captain frowned and said in a cold voice, "Look at your cowardice. 5 supreme beings have died, but they all said that the people of Xia country would definitely come to the Shaowa wasteland to take revenge on us." The captain pouted and said disdainfully, "Which of the Xia Kingdom Supreme Masters dares to go out? If Lung Xie wasn't so strong, at least a dozen of Xia Kingdom's Supreme Masters would have died this time." The timid team member nodded in agreement this time. If Lung Xie hadn't been so strong, the ending might have been 14 Ghost Supremes plus 5 Shava Supremes. If Xia country replaces a Supreme, anyone who comes will die at the gate of Tianjin City. Seeing the team members' eyes of approval, the unparalleled captain smiled coldly and said, "So, don't worry. Their supreme masters don't dare to come. My supreme masters from Shava and Yusha will die if they come. Keep your heart at bay. No one from Xia country dares to come." Meng Nan was right below them, in a terrifying silence. The current situation is very delicate. It seems that everyone is watching calmly, but in fact it is the calm before the storm. Shava, that unparalleled captain, is right. No matter which side supreme being, they dare not go into battle directly at this time. Without Lung Xie and Xia country, the other supreme beings would just be targets outside. Although 5 supreme beings died in the Shawa kingdom, the situation was not fundamentally affected at all, and they could still survive under the protection of the Nether Demon Supreme. Just because Shawa Supreme cannot go abroad to seek revenge, doesn't mean I can't. Meng Nan's mind once again echoed with the words Lung Xie had said to him. You are different from us. You are a free man. You can do whatever you want. Didn't the elder praise you? You know the rules, but you don't follow them. Your future is destined to be the one standing at the forefront of the entire Xia country. Meng Nan's state of mind at this time not only affects Xiao Shirtu, but also Meng Jizuan. What Meng Nan was thinking, Meng Jizuan could hear every word. No wonder this child regards Lung Xie as his closest relative. Every word of Lung Xie seemed like a ray of light, guiding this confused boy. Dream Supreme, if I meet the Supreme. Before Meng Nan finished speaking, Meng Jizuan smiled softly. Brother Meng Nan, you can do whatever you want. Lung Xie is also a younger brother in front of me. Meng Nan raised a cruel smile and said softly. Then it's Sister Lao Meng. The Lingxia Supreme is not here. Xia Gua, this time, it's my turn to stand up. I will keep killing until no one in Shava dares to leave the country again. Meng Nan gently touched the little stone on his chest. Let's avenge him together. The little stone trembled slightly, emitting bursts of light. Happy. A fierce light flashed in Meng Nan's eyes. Clap your hands. Roar loudly. Ground burial. Little stone also roared. The earth collapsed in an instant. What the hell? What's going on? Captain, save me. The unparalleled captain of the Shawa nation didn't even react. He was screaming, falling into endless darkness. Meng Nan's voice came from the darkness. Who told you that no one from my Xia country dares to come? Before you die, remember, they call me a macho. I will avenge the supreme Lung Xie. The unparalleled level captain was extremely terrified. No. Bang. 10 times gravity. The angry little stone directly crushed the unparalleled level being to pieces. Meng Nan smelled the blood in the soil and laughed. The image of Xia Xingran in a high white ponytail that morning came to mind. It was she who told him, there are no innocent people in this world. I want to kill them until they are terrified. Kill them until they no longer dare to be my enemy. The killing intent surged. For a whole day and night, Meng Nan and Xiao Shirtu went crazy. 14 teams from the Shawa nation were buried one after another, but just 14 teams could barely cause any ripples in the vast Shawa wasteland. But a month later, countries around the world were shocked. In the deserted area of Shawa country, a total of 327 teams disappeared within this month, including poaching teams from foreign countries. A rough estimate is nearly 3,000 people are missing, and not a single body was found. Chapter 50 Chaos breaks out. The mysterious fog that has caused disappearances in the wilderness of Shawa country is spreading wider and wider, and the number of missing people continues to increase every day. This had to attract the attention of countries around the world. At first, everyone thought that a powerful divine beast had appeared in the wilderness of the Shawa nation. But all signs indicate that the missing person seemed to have been ambushed and killed by someone. But the means were extremely sophisticated. It won't leave any trace at all. No bloodstains, relics, corpses, or even footprints were left behind. Everything was handled perfectly. If this was really a man-made ambush, people can't help but feel their scalps tingling. Even Lung Xie, the world's #1 killer, might not be able to be so perfect. Afterwards, countries around the world sent teams into the wilderness of Shawa country in an attempt to find this person. But the number of people disappearing has not decreased, but has increased. Even a supreme being disappeared, and there is still no trace. Suddenly, the wasteland of Shawa country became a forbidden area for the human world. People from other countries also evacuated the deserted areas of Shawa country. So horrible. The killers hiding in the wilderness of Shawa country don't care which country you are from. As long as you step into the wilderness of Shawa country, they will kill you indiscriminately. For a moment, there was no one in the country of Shawa dare to go abroad again. All the Shawa teams gathered at Shawa's national gate, Canny City. The Lord of Kant City, Cantonese, Supreme, City Lord. It's been more than a month. If we don't get out now, we'll be laughed at to death. Now they all say that the bastards hiding in my Shawa wilderness are from Xia country. Yes, this is a naked act of revenge. City Lord, open the city gate. Let's fight our way out. Find that bastard and chop him up together. On the city wall, Cantinus, the sound shook the surroundings. Silence. This is the king's order. It's not that I, Cantinus, forbid you to go out. But if you go, you will die. Even the supreme ruler of a foreign country has suffered a loss. Do you think you can do it? The supreme of Yusha has already gone there. All you have to do is wait here, quietly for news. In Kant City, everyone outside the city looked ashamed and angry. But they dare not speak out. He is the supreme ruler of the Shawa kingdom. And even the king of Shawa has to listen to Yusha. In the country of Shava, actually, not all Shava people are willing to be dogs for Yusha. Especially this time. The disappearance incident in the wilderness has caused huge divisions within Shawa. In order to serve as bait for Yusha, the country of Shawa lost 6 supreme beings. And it was obviously Yusha who ambushed and seriously injured Lungxie. But that bastard in the wilderness of Shawa country. They actually put the blame on their country of Shawa. Although this is true, it was the kingdom of Shawa that blocked the border of the kingdom of Xia first. Lungxie was forced to take action. Finally, after all the blame was put together, the anger of the people of Shawa was directed at the king of Shawa. If it weren't for this incompetent monarch becoming Yusha's lackey, their country of Shawa wouldn't have fallen to this point. The lord of Kant City, Kantness Supreme, is the one who opposes the king. But as the lord of a city, his Kant family has been inherited to his generation, and I don't know how many of his clansmen are on the side of the king. He alone cannot represent the entire Canny City. The people under the city also knew the character of Supreme Kantness, so they did not make things too difficult for him, but it still could not calm their anger. City Lord, we believe you are doing this for our own good, but we can't wait for everything. That's right. How long do we have to wait? That bastard has been here for over a month. There's not even a trace left. If he really hides for a year, we won't leave the country for a year either. Canton stood on the city wall, covering his forehead with his hands, feeling extremely annoyed. No matter what, it is not something he can decide. Lord, everything is because of this king. For a moment, Cantons wanted to just rebel. But even if he becomes the king, what can he do? Is it possible for a supreme being like him to resist the power of Yusha? Why? One wrong step leads to all wrong steps. In the current Shawa country, who doesn't know that he is Yusha's most loyal dog? 6 supreme beings. If you say you want to die, then you die. It's so ridiculous. At the same time, in Xia country, on the surface, everything is calm, but secretly, blood has already flowed like a river. Half a month ago, Ji Kun gave up all the family power left to him by his father and fled alone. Lung Xie was ordered to lead the assassination team to chase him thousands of miles away, and there has been no news since then. Even the cabinet minister was panicked. The mark he left on Lung Xie was shattered. This means Lung Xie is in danger again. And because Lung Xie was away, the Yusha killer lurking in the country started an extermination plan at the same time. All of a sudden, hundreds of genius seeds were killed or injured all over the country. And it's not just high school students. Even the talented students from college are not spared. Some hidden supreme beings in Xia country were temporarily ordered to go to various parts of the country to kill Yusha's killers. Xia Kingdom, Jingping City. Xia Chun led the pro-war faction of Xia State, a total of 7 supreme leaders to force the palace of the cabinet elders. In the small courtyard, the elder had a stern look on his face and looked directly at Xia Chun. Xia Chun, do you want to start a war now? Xia Chun asked calmly. I came here just to ask for an answer from you, Lord, the elder said with a stern look. Speak. Xia Chun did not give in to the elder's murderous intent. He asked coldly, word by word. The killer in the desert of Shawa country. Is he Meng Nan? The elder's killing intent subsided. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Yes, and there is also Dream Supreme. Xiachen was furious. This bastard, who gave him the guts. Now the Supreme of Phantom Demon is conducting a carpet search. How long can this bastard hide? Xiachen's chest rose and fell. After being angry, he asked coldly again, May I ask you, if Meng Nan is exposed, what will you do? The elder did not answer Xiachen directly. After a moment of silence, he sighed again and said, Do you know about Lung Xie? Xiachen frowned. What's the meaning? What happened to Lung Xie? Didn't he go after Ji Kun? The old face of the elder actually showed an expression of great regret. The mark I left on him is broken. Xiachen and the other 7 supreme beings instantly widened their eyes. This? How is it possible? Lord, Lung Xie? The elder shook his head slowly and said, I don't know either, but judging by the reactions of these ghost killers in the country. Another setup targeting him. The elder raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of pity. Xiachen, do you know? Lung Xie, did I bring him up? Xiachen and others were struck by lightning. How is this possible? For a moment, Xiachen and the others were silent. If Lung Xie was raised by the elder, then Meng Nan is. Chapter 51 Sneak into the Kingdom of Shawa. Xiachen and others instantly understood the elder's attitude. Xiachen lowered his head and said softly, We are the ones who are rude. Please don't blame us, Lord. The elder raised his head and sighed. They're all our own children. How can I not feel sorry for them? Then the elder stood up, patted Xiachen on the shoulder, and said, Xia Renjia was right. I was the one who planted the seeds of disaster. Now I am reaping the fruits of my own actions. I have already given the order that the conservatives will be in charge of domestic affairs for the time being. The elder looked solemn and said to Xiachen and others in a loud voice, The war faction, listen up. Xiachen and others bow quickly. From now on, Xia's foreign strategy will be handed over to the war faction. It's time for Xia to have a war. My own child. No matter if he's dead or alive, I will personally bring him back. Xia country, I'll leave it to you for now. A golden military order was placed in Xiachen's hands, and the elder disappeared. Xiachen and others were in tears and shouted in unison, Farewell, Mr. Lord! Farewell, Mr. Lord! Farewell, Mr. Lord! Xiachen choked up, turned around, and said to the other 6 supreme beings behind him, Old brothers, this is all for our children. The future of hundreds of millions of people in my country, please. Xiachen held the golden military order in his hand and leaned forward slightly. I obey your orders. I obey your orders. I obey your orders. The next day, Shawa was still peaceful, but the leaders of the 4 major legions of the Xia Kingdom, both at the senior and deputy levels, voluntarily gave up their positions, because the old leaders who led them, all back. But this act of giving up was rejected by Xiachen. Just as Xiachen said, what happened in the past is over, and this time they, the old brothers, returned just for a fight. Xiachen established the Xia Kingdom's 5th Legion for these old brothers. Name, National Defense Corps. All the old brothers who participated in the war were mobilized. 12 supreme beings. 347 top-level peerless beings. The National Defense Corps has only one mission. Always stand at the forefront of the 4 major legions of Xia Kingdom. Fight until you die. This is what Xiachen's father Xia Renjia said. This is why the Xia family has been silent for 10 years, but its position in the military is still unshakable. Inherit the military spirit. At this point, the 5 major legions of Xia Kingdom are preparing for war. Now, the top 5 supreme beings of Xia country are no longer in Xia country. The elder went to look for Lung Xie. Meng Jizuan and Meng Nan fought a bloody battle in Shawa, and the other 2 were missing. But according to Xiachen's speculation, these 2 top supreme beings should have also gone to the Shawa wasteland. The foreign supreme being who stepped into the Shawa wasteland at the beginning might have died at the hands of these 2. Xiachen sighed. Troubled times are coming. At this time, at the westernmost part of the desert of Shawa country, Meng Nan and Meng Jizhen were being pressed step by the 7 supreme masters of Yusha until they had no way to retreat. 1,000 meters underground. This is the deepest place Meng Nan can hide now. Everything that happened in Xia country, including Lung Xie's disappearance again, was told to Meng Nan by Meng Jizuan without hiding anything. After a month of life and death, Meng Nan's character has become more mature. After listening to Meng Jizuan's story quietly, he did not say anything at the first time. Instead, he gathered all the spiritual power in his body and broke through the spiritual power barrier once again. The spiritual power level has broken through to the master level. In Meng Nan's heart, he no longer has any capital to retreat. Becoming stronger is the only hope to survive. The 5 supreme beings of Xia country all left Xia country. Meng Nan didn't believe that Lung Xie would die. Ji Kuan tried so hard to kill him back then, even using the supreme being, but Lung Xie was still able to change his fate. Ji Kuan is just a stepping stone. He is only worthy of making Lung Xie stronger. He will never be able to kill Lung Xie in this life. Meng Nan exhaled slowly. Sister Meng, I've made up my mind. Meng Jizuan still maintained his indifferent attitude, as if everything that happened in Xia country was not important. She just needs to protect Meng Nan. For more than a month, they fought to the death, or fled for their lives. In Meng Jizuan's heart, she recognized this younger brother. Meng Nan's expression was resolute. He knew that Meng Jizuan could read his thoughts, so he spoke to himself. In this situation, there's no point in running away. Since Uncle Xia has already prepared his troops for war, there is nothing more to say. Now that the 7 Nether Demon Supremes have forced their way here, we will be exposed if we run away. Meng Nan looked ferocious and said with a strange smile, Then I'll go crazy. Aren't they searching for me in the wilderness? I'll charge into their country of Shawa. I don't believe that the 7 supreme beings dare to carry out a large-scale sweep across the country of Shawa. Meng Jizuan strongly agreed with Meng Nan's idea. These 7 supreme ghost demons are fearless in the wilderness and can sweep away their magic power at will. But in the country of Shawa, they must restrain themselves. Otherwise, the country of Shawa will be destroyed. Sister agrees, but I still want to remind my brother not to reveal his identity if he can. Once your identity is exposed, Xiachen will definitely start a war. By then, it won't just be a war between Xia and Shawa. Meng Nan nodded. He knew the importance of this matter. Meng Nan accumulated spiritual power again until his master-level spiritual power was fully accumulated. Little Stone, I have reached the master level and can use spiritual power to protect my body. See if you have any new abilities. The little stone trembled slightly and instantly used the power of the contract to fully arm Meng Nan. Hiss, this little stone in my house is really different from others. Meng Nan stretched out his hand and looked at his palm, which was like a stone. Little stone, are you turning me into a stone man? Meng Nan felt it for a while, and then he tapped and beat himself. Ding, ding, ding. Is this a mixture of golden spiritual soil? Sister Meng, can you show me what I look like? A picture came into Meng Nan's mind. Quite handsome, except for the small stone on the chest, which was still emitting light. His whole body was fully armed. Judging from the appearance, Meng Nan at this time was a stone man, approximately 2 meters tall. Looks like a concrete mech warrior. There was also a faint golden glow of golden spiritual soil. This works, even if I am forced to expose myself. Who can recognize me? At this time, Meng Jizuan couldn't help but complain. Brother, are you crazy? The exposed rock on your chest is so bright. I don't even need to guess to know it's you. You are the only freak in the world. Meng Nan's breathing stagnated. It seems so uncomfortable. Meng Nan disarmed Xiao Shirtu and adjusted his mentality. Calm. To sneak into the country of Shawa, you must stay alive. Don't waste it. The old saying is true. It's dark under the lamp. The place with the most people in Sava nowadays. It is the national gate of the kingdom of Shawa, Canny City. It's lurking right here. If those 7 supreme ghost demons dare to take action in Kant City, it will inevitably cause resistance from the supreme beings and teams in Shawa. And me, just stay alive. Chapter 52, Meng Nan is exposed. Fighting into Shawa, Meng Nan went all the way south and returned to the border of the kingdom of Shawa, near the Kant City area. But what Meng Nan didn't expect was, this time, it's not the 7 supreme beings that are sieging us, but 8. There is another supreme being hidden in the dark among Yusha, who has been hiding in the wasteland outside the city of Kant. And this piece of desolate area has long been covered by his dense magic network. Demon Spider Supreme. He is extremely good at targeted ambushes and is very patient. He was involved in the murder of Xiao Rinja back then, the veteran top supreme of Yusha. Meng Nan had just stepped out of the underground into the wilderness near the Kant City area. Meng Jizuan immediately noticed something unusual and quickly reminded Meng Nan. Run, macho brother! Quick, go into the city. There is an 8th Supreme being hiding here. The Demon Spider Supreme, who was hiding in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. So you were hiding underground. No wonder they couldn't find you. The Demon Spider Supreme let out a long, low-pitched roar. Using his unique communication method, he instantly transmitted the information to the ears of the other 7 Nether Supremes. At the same time, the 7 Supreme ghosts surrounded Kant City and quickly attacked it. The Demon Spider Supreme appears. The dense magic web, under the control of the Demon Spider Supreme, penetrated directly into the ground and pounced on Meng Nan from all directions. Meng Nan was horrified. There was no time to think too much, and he just roared, "Little stone, put on your armor." Meng Nan transformed into a concrete warrior, fleeing madly while going deeper underground again. Brother Macho, don't go any deeper. Charge into Canter City at full speed, or you won't be able to outrun him. Meng Nan understood. Meng Nan sprinted again, taking advantage of the huge impact force of the small stone, directly crashed into the outer wall of Kant City. Little stone, make some more noise. Tear down this broken wall for me. With a loud bang, the walls of Kant City were shaken deliberately by the small stones, and the entire outer wall cracked instantly. In just a moment, the nearly 30-meter-high outer wall of Kant City collapsed. The people of Shawa on the city wall were buried in the dust. For a moment, cries of fear were heard one after another in the city of Kant. Meng Nan has been exposed, so it's time to throw in the towel. Damn it, I'd rather die. I'll drag you down with me too. If you can change one, then change it. Little stone. Fuck. Funeral of the Earth. Within a kilometer around the entire Kant City wall, the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart in an instant. Fear, wailing, reluctance, anger, all were swallowed up into the endless darkness. 10 times gravity. Open. The earth shook violently. The ground within a radius of 1 kilometer collapsed instantly. It directly solidified into a huge pit. The ground dropped by 10 meters. Meng Nan didn't care whether he could kill him or not. He didn't even dare to look back. Continue to go deeper into the city of Kant, hiding directly in the downtown area of Kant City. With the help of Meng Jizuan, Meng Nan hid in a small bank in Kant City. In the underground vault of a small bank, Meng Nan quickly adjusted his spiritual energy. There are a lot of spiritual stones and rare metals in this vault. Meng Nan directly contracts the possession and shows his big gold teeth. Lingshur is also stone. You can eat it anyway. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. Little Stone took it all. The 7 supreme rulers of the Nether Demon Nation stood above Kant City, looking at the 1-kilometer-wide circular pit below. My scalp is tingling. No wonder there is no trace left after such a long time. So they were all buried underground, being able to use the power of the earth on such a large scale. There is only one person in the whole world. Xia Country. Strong man. The Demon Spider Supreme pondered for a moment and said in a cold voice, "This tough guy has grown to this point. If we don't take action now, I'm afraid we won't be able to save him in the future." The other 6 supreme beings nodded secretly, although the tough guy's own strength is average. But his contracted beast is too perverted. Back then, the tough guy who was an intermediate spiritual contract master almost killed the unparalleled demon wolf. Now in the Shawa Desert, no one below the supreme can resist. The 8 supreme beings searched for such a long time before they forced him out. Another unknown ghost supreme pondered for a moment and asked respectfully, "Supreme Demon Spider, as you can see, now that this tough guy has sneaked into Kant City, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to directly sweep him again. What should we do next?" The Demon Spider Supreme held his forehead with his right hand. "Sigh, it's also a headache. This kid is also a reckless person. This kind of behavior is not for escaping life at all. Otherwise, the wilderness is so big. With his ability, he could run anywhere else but into the city. This is to force Yusha to give up the kingdom of Shawa." The Demon Spider Supreme opened the communication and reported the current situation to the headquarters of the 7 Netherworld Alliance. After all, if Meng Nan is to be found, the city of Kant will probably be destroyed. This is a serious matter. Even if he is a veteran supreme, he can't joke about the lives of tens of millions of people in Canty City. That's not looking for someone. That's called massacre. A few minutes later, the headquarters of the Seven Nation Alliance sent back a message. Seal off Kant City. Don't take action for now. Just make sure the tough guy doesn't escape from Kant City. The 8 Supreme Ghost Masters received the order and set the border of Kant City as the boundary. The evil energy penetrated the ground and directly blocked the entire Kant City area. All of a sudden, everyone in Kant City became a bird in a cage. No one in Canny City can get out. This extreme siege behavior caused dissatisfaction among everyone in Kant City. Cantinus, the lord of Kant City who had been holding a grudge for a long time, could no longer suppress his inner anger. My country of Shawa is not the beast you shall raise. I am not a lamb to be slaughtered at any time in your eyes. The other supreme beings in Kant City couldn't sit still anymore. The status of this peerless genius is different from that of others. It is very likely that Yusha will kill him at all costs, and then the city of Kant will be buried with him. Now there are only 8 Nether Demon Supremes. If we fight to the death, we still have the strength to fight. Once the support of other Ghost Supremes arrives, the fate of Kant City will really become a burial object. Cantinus gathered a group of strong men in the city lord's mansion and said with a cold expression, "No matter which team you are on, your life is no longer your own. Either fight your way out with me, or wait to die here." The powerful men in the city lord's mansion looked embarrassed. What Cantoni said is true, but when the dog gets used to it, it will bow its head out of habit. For a moment, no one responded to Cantons. Cantinis looked at the useless members of his family and sighed. He turned around and flew over Kant City, loudly questioning the Demon Spider Supreme. "Demon Spider Supreme, I'm going to take some people and leave Kant City now. Do you still want to stop me?" Cantons' questioning voice shook the surroundings, and almost everyone looked up at the lone figure in the sky. "City Lord, be merciful. We can't let the City Lord fight alone. Count me in." "Right. We're going to die sooner or later anyway. We might as well die with dignity. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Not all people in Shawa country are willing to be dogs for Yusha. Brothers, fight together." Chapter 53, The Lion Awakens. Xia Kingdom goes to war. Looking at the excited people in Kant City who might explode at any time, even the Demon Spider Supreme does not dare to be careless. If it causes public outrage, it won't matter if these cannon fodders run away. If the tough guy also takes advantage of the chaos to escape, that would be a huge trouble. This unique ability of a tough guy. If we let the tiger go back to the mountains and wait until he becomes the supreme, it will definitely be the nightmare of all countries in the world. Lung Xia alone is enough to give Yusha a headache. If there is another hunk, the Xia Kingdom is really about to rise. Just a master-level spiritual contract master can kill all the grass in the Shava wilderness. If he became the supreme being and sneaked into a country to kill people, even the demonic spider supreme wouldn't dare to think about it. If we just want to find him, we have to attack indiscriminately. Which country can withstand this kind of carpet bombing? This tough guy can roam underground and kill indiscriminately. It's totally unsolvable. The Demon Spider Supreme sighed and said to Cantons calmly, "Lord Kant, please be patient. I swear, we will never massacre the city just to find a strong man." When everyone in Kant City heard what the Demon Spider Supreme said, their anger gradually subsided and their hearts were at ease. But Canton smiled coldly and said, "The Demon Spider Supreme is very eloquent. What's the point of your oath? Can you represent all the Phantom Demon Supremes?" Everyone suddenly realized, so he became even more angry. The Demon Spider Supreme was just trying to delay the war. When the Nether Demon Supremes gather in Kant City, they will still die. "City Lord, fight them. They are outnumbered now. There is still a glimmer of hope. Yes, let's fight our way out together with the City Lord. Kill." The city of Canny was in chaos for a while. Those who didn't want to die attacked the magic barrier of Kant City. The 8 Supreme Masters of Yusha can only try their best to maintain the stability of the demonic barrier. The Demon Spider Supreme also had murderous intent in his heart. These idiots, not capable of accomplishing anything, but capable of causing trouble. Compared to the chaotic Kant City, the countries around the world are even more chaotic at this time, because the Phantom 7 Alliance released the latest news. The identity of the person who killed indiscriminately in the wilderness of Shawa country has been exposed. Xia country, a master-level spiritual master. A tough guy, the disciple of the Lung Xia Supreme. This inhumane massacre in the wilderness is just the revenge of the tough guy for Lung Xie. Now, under the siege of 8 supreme ghost masters, the tough guy directly charged into Kant City of the Shava Kingdom, now trapped underground in Kant City. This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue. The eardrums of people from all over the world were buzzing in an instant. That butcher who killed indiscriminately was actually a macho man? He became a master-level spiritual master so quickly? But even if he is a master-level spiritual bond master, how is it possible that even the Supreme is helpless? It's too fake. This might be a frame-up. Facing the doubts of countries around the world, Yusha once again released the video of Kant City, where a tough guy killed people within a 1-kilometer radius under the city wall. Instantly kill all living beings within a kilometer. Indiscriminate funeral. The world is silent. Although there is no macho figure in the picture, but there is only one person in the world who can control the power of the earth. What a hunk! He's only 17. This boy, how dare he? The world is shocked. Xia country exploded right on the spot. In order to avenge Lung Xie, the tough guy went all the way from the wilderness to the country of Shawa. This is no longer just a hero of my Xia country. This is the second killing god of my Xia country, even more ferocious than his master Lung Xie. In Tianjin City, the major teams of Xia country quickly assembled. Led by the Zhongheng and Tianxia teams, the killing intent is boiling. Among these top teams of Xia country, there are all hidden supreme ones, and the weakest is also at the peak of the unparalleled level. They can't stand it. The Supreme Lung Xie can represent the Xia country's military and stand in front of them. But they absolutely would not allow a 17-year-old boy to stand in front of them and speak up for the Xia kingdom. Isn't this a slap in the face of these people? Lei Zhe watched the news at home for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Then he gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Brother Macho, just wait. Grandfather, ask my grandma to get help. My boss is surrounded by those bastards from Yusha. If you don't take action, you can expect the Lei family to become extinct in the future. Xia Xingran threw herself in Elise's arms and cried heartbreakingly. She had never thought that the butcher from the wilderness would be Meng Nan. It was hard for her to imagine what Meng Nan had been through in just a few months. How could he become like that? Xia Country, Jingping City, Conference Center. Xia Chun holds the Golden Military Order. Military orders were issued, one after another. 5 major legions landed on the battleship. Depart immediately. Destroy Kant City. No matter what the cost, I must bring back my Xia country's young god of war intact. The top combat forces of the 5 major legions of Xia Kingdom quickly assembled. Is there no one in Xia country who bullies us? Do you really think that even the supreme of my Xia country dares not go abroad? A 17-year-old boy was actually allowed to stand at the forefront of the Xia Kingdom. This is simply a shame for the Xia country's military. The military spirit of the Xia Kingdom is burning. 5 huge warships flew over Jingping City, carrying 30 huge, destructive Aurora cannons, and headed straight for Tianjin City. Countless people in Xia State looked up. The huge black shadow and the deafening roar ignited the fighting spirit of countless Xia people. Xia Kingdom has been dormant for more than 10 years. Now he finally wakes up. 30 destructive Aurora cannons. This means that the Xia Kingdom's military dispatched at least 30 supreme beings for this expedition. The battle teams in Tianjin City looked at the 5 huge warships flying rapidly overhead, and their blood boiled. It's been more than 10 years. Our Xia country is finally going to war again. Huang Tianyi's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. He stood on the Tianjin City wall and roared, "Brothers, we've been hiding long enough. The military is not covering it up anymore. All of you, release your combat power. Let those Yusha bastards see for themselves how many supreme beings there are in our great Xia nation." 22 supreme auras instantly broke through the sky of Tianjin City. Nearly 100 top teams of Xia country instantly followed Xia country's 5 major warships and flew directly to Kant City. The world is in uproar. Xia country claims that there are only 5 supreme beings, but all countries in the world know that Xia country has at least 20 or 30 hidden supreme beings. But they never expected that the number of troops sent by Xia Kingdom this time was nearly 50 or so supreme beings. This commotion is too big, and he did not hide Xia's determination to kill him at all. Even the 7 Netherworld Alliance did not expect Xia Nation's reaction to be so violent. The Xia Kingdom had been lying low for more than 10 years. but now it has more than 50 supreme beings in its last move. And the speed of dispatching troops is too fast. It was obvious that they had been prepared and were just waiting for Mengnan to be exposed. The top leaders of the Seven-Nation Alliance of Phantom Flame made a quick decision. Quickly sent a message to all the Supremes who are out. All the hidden supreme beings in Xia and Shawa countries. Abandon all strategies and return to Yusha. Escape immediately. Xia country has dispatched more than 50 supreme beings, and they have already flown out of Tianjin City. In the city of Kant, in the kingdom of Shawa, the 8 nether demon supremes are still struggling to maintain the demonic barrier of Kant City. After receiving the emergency notice from the headquarters, my scalp went numb instantly. Even the usually steady and mature demon spider supreme panicked. If more than 50 supreme beings come to kill them, then the 8 of them will surely die. The 8 supreme ghost masters of Kant City instantly cut off all their magic power and fled for their lives. And they didn't dare to go back from the wasteland of Kant City. Xiagua Tianjin City is too close to Kant City. Who knows if we will be caught? But just as they were running for their lives, a special spiritual barrier rose up. The 8 of them were instantly trapped in the air. Chapter 54. The flames of war burn the city. Xia Chun is cruel. After all, the Demon Spider Supreme was knowledgeable, and he recognized the barrier that imprisoned them. For a moment, I felt hopeless. This is not a spiritual barrier at all. This is a magic forbidden array constructed with magic forbidden stones. Once it is activated, no magic power can be used at all, and the connection between them and the gate to the demon world can be cut off directly. After the Xia Kingdom killed 3 supreme beings in battle, they pretended to give in and retreated to defend Tianjin City. They used this forbidden magic formation to cover the entire Tianjin City. Xia Guo wants to wait for Yusha to invade Tianjin City, and then kill all Yusha Supremes in one fell swoop. It's a pity that because of Ji Kuin's father's betrayal, he told Yusha all the secrets of the entire Forbidden Demon Array. This is also the reason why Yusha did not choose to continue to attack Xia Kingdom on a large scale after the Xia Kingdom was defeated. And the person who developed this magic forbidden formation, they are the 2 directors of the Xiaowa Science and Technology RD department. The 5 supreme beings of Xia Kingdom, the last 2, Yi Tiongqiang, Qi Montak, the demon spider supreme, feeling desolate in his heart, sighed helplessly. I have been cautious all my life, but in the end I became the prey of others. But the demon spider supreme still can't understand. He had already laid a giant magic net near Canner City. How could Ge Tiangan and Qi Mo achieve this quietly? When did these 2 people set up the magic forbidden formation in Canner City? Mengnan at this time, in the underground vault of the bank in Canner City, a big gold tooth is shining, sitting there eating gold bars. It was very embarrassing to see Ge Tianqian and Qi Mo suddenly appear, as if a naughty child makes a mistake outside and his parents come over to wipe his butt. Mengnan chewed the gold bar several times and swallowed it with a gulp. I have met the 2 supreme beings. Mengnan quickly stood up and saluted respectfully. At this time, Meng Zhizun appeared, and a large group of small spiders crawled back into Meng Zhizun's body. If the demonic spider supreme were here, we would understand why Ge Tianqian and Qi Mo were able to lay out the demonic forbidden array silently. Each of these little spider cubs, Meng Zhizun, has forbidden magic stones, and this small bank in Canner City was opened by a secret agent under Ge Tiangan. After all, he is the 3rd generation of the Ge family, so he has a lot of money. What happened to secretly investing in a foreign bank? And the reason Meng Nan was able to come to this vault was because Meng Zhizun pointed the way. This small bank is his Ge family's secret stronghold in Canner City. Lung Xie said at the beginning that as long as he dared to carry the battle flag, the 5 supreme kings of the Xia Kingdom would support him. Now it seems that he is really not joking. After Meng Nan realized this, he said angrily, "It turns out that there are so many supreme beings protecting me along the way. I've caused trouble to all the supremes. I am Soda." Ge Tianqian laughed, his face full of joy. "Boy, what's the trouble? You did a great job this time. We, the Xia Kingdom, need a killing god like you." Qi Mo also smiled happily and said, "Each generation is getting stronger than the last. Mr. Ji's lineage is really a killing god. You are more intimidating than Lung Xie. Do you know what people outside are saying about you now?" Meng Nan scratched the yellow hair on his head in embarrassment, pursed his lips, and shook his head. Ge Tiangan laughed. patted Meng Nan on the shoulder, and said, "Your kid's method of burying people in the ground is so incomprehensible. Lung Xie is now the world's #1 supreme killer. One sword, one supreme. You are now the most ruthless person under the supreme. They all call you the Butcher of the Wasteland. I've even given you a supreme title in the future, the Supreme Earth Burial Lord." Meng Nan was shocked. Buried in the ground? So cool. It's much more domineering than Lung Xie's title. Meng Nan's face changed when he thought of Lung Xie, and he asked anxiously, "That? Lung Xie Supreme?" Meng Zhizuan smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, brother. Lung Xie is not dead. The Elder has sent back the news. Lung Xie is also an SSS-level blood-contracted fantasy beast. When he was on the verge of death, his contracted beast forcibly broke through the spatial barrier and captured Lung Xie back to the spirit world." Call. Meng Nan let out a long sigh. The uneasy heart was finally relieved. It's okay if Lord Lung Xie isn't dead. It's okay if he's not dead. I haven't become a disciple yet. Meng Nan swept away his decadence and said brightly, "Then can we go back to Xia Kingdom now?" Gu Tianqian waved his hand and pointed at the military communication to Meng Nan. "Silly boy, did you see that? In order to take you back to our country, Xia Kingdom, more than 50 supreme beings came this time. The battleships of these 5 legions will definitely destroy Cantor City in a moment. Promote the power of our Xia Kingdom." Meng Nan was frightened. There's nothing wrong with his ears. What kind of card is this? 5. More than 50 supreme beings? Lung Xie lied to me. He said this is called Zhangzhua. How can this be called hiding one's incompetence? Meng Nan knew some of the past events after all. According to his estimation, there were at most 20 to 30 hidden supreme beings. After all, a small country like Shawa has 12 supreme rulers. In this Xia country, over 50 supreme beings suddenly appeared. It's totally off the mark. After Meng Nan was shocked, he was then filled with a strong sense of belonging. Xiagua actually revealed such a big trump card just for him. I can't express my excitement in words. Looking at the silly Meng Nan, Chiemo laughed and said seriously again, "Now the 8 Nether Demon Supremes are lambs to be slaughtered. Meng Nan, you must remember this. This is a national war. Don't treat it as a joke. And don't be too soft-hearted. My Xia country's army is coming here not just to pick you up. As the instigator of this national war, you must show your attitude." Meng Nan nodded seriously. After more than a month of fighting, Meng Nan is no longer the innocent boy he once was. He has seen many things clearly. "Don't worry, my lords. I know exactly what I'm doing. In the future, when Supreme Lung Xie is no longer around, I will be Xia Nation's weapon of terrorizing other nations." The 3 supreme beings nodded with satisfaction. Just at this moment, the Xia army is already at the gates of the city. 5 huge warships in the sky, like dark clouds covering the sky and the sun, suppress the entire Kant City. The 8 ghostly supremes who were imprisoned above Kant City were in great despair. What? The 8 supreme ghost masters knew it very well, and apart from sighing, they had nothing to say. Winners win. The only thing left is death. Everyone in Kant City, whether they were supreme or common people, lost their minds for a moment. Canny City is going to die. The 5 major legions of the Xia Kingdom had no lofty words at all, nor do they bother to slander and insult in front of the enemy. On top of the 5 huge warships, 30 huge destructive Aurora cannons lit up instantly. This is Xiagua's attitude. Must kill. Boom, 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 boom. 30 destructive Auroras indiscriminately cover Kant City. Shoot 3 rounds in a row. Cantor City was instantly devastated. All I could see were ruins. The flames of war burned the city, and cries of grief were heard everywhere. The Lord of Shawa led 3 huge warships from the distant horizon and was flying towards Kant City. Among the Guogua battleships headed by the 5 major battleships of Xia Country, Xia Qin knew that the king of Shawa came to request a truce. But Xia Chun didn't give him any chance to surrender. Keep bombing. Bomb until the country of Shava no longer has any military power. Chapter 55. Xia Kingdom returns triumphantly. Recrowned Supreme. Xia Chen's military order is worth pondering. What does it mean to bombard the country of Shava to the point where it no longer has any military power? What is military power? Everyone looked at Xia Chen's extremely cruel expression and sighed in their hearts. Xia Qin wants to break the backbone of the Shao Kingdom peace by peace at once. Our Xia country has been silent for more than 10 years. Now we are going to war in a high-profile manner. However, if this does not scare away the countries around the world, it will be meaningless. What do soldiers fear most? We are not afraid of not having a war to fight. We are just afraid of fighting a war too cowardly. What I'm afraid of is that after gathering my energy for more than 10 years, it ends up in a hasty end. This is a result that no soldier wants to see. All commanders of Xia Nation, listen up. Xia Chun was filled with murderous intent. I want no army to be seen in Shawa anymore. Any government, kill. At the command, the 5 major warships of Xia country rushed forward rapidly. It flew directly over the city of Kant and opened fire on the speeding warships of the Shawa Kingdom. The leader of the Shawa Kingdom had no time to react. The warships of the Shawa Kingdom were directly engulfed by 30 auroras of destruction. At the same time, the top Xia Kingdom teams that came to support this time also received death orders from the heads of the contract bureaus of each city. Enter the Shawa Kingdom. Assist the Xia Kingdom military and destroy all military bases and government regimes in the cities of the Shawa Kingdom. A map of the distribution of military and political figures in the Shawa Kingdom was delivered to the captains. This intelligence map of Shawar's military and political figures was created by Gu Tianqian. Spy. Xia Kingdom also has it. Traitor. There are many other countries in Shawar. The raging flames of war ignited in Xia Kingdom, all the way from Cantor City to the west, burned down the entire kingdom of Shawar. 3 days later, the Xia army evacuated Shawar. Triumphant return to summer. All government and military institutions in the 31 cities of the Shawa Kingdom were razed to the ground. Countless resources, secret treasures, and scientific research results were all looted by Xia Chun. The survivors of the Shawa Kingdom came out of the underground shelters and walked onto the surface. Looking at the devastated country of Shawa, it seems like a lifetime ago. Where is the supreme Lord Yusha, whom they once revered now? Why did the kingdom of Shawa pay all the price, but end up like this? What about Yusha's guarantee? Where is the protection of Yusha? 3 days. None of the supreme beings of Nether Demon came. Not a word. Countries around the world watched helplessly as the backbone of the kingdom of Shawa was broken piece by the kingdom of Xia. And Yusha's behavior of crossing the river and destroying the bridge made all the countries that served Yusha as dogs panic. In an instant, Yusha's majesty received an unprecedented impact. And for a time, the Xia Kingdom was the most powerful country in the world. This is the first major country that dares to face and challenge the 7-nation alliance. This time, he even destroyed all the military power of a Yusha vassal state and killed the 8th supreme Yusha. This battle, it has also changed the pattern and attitude of countries around the world. The Phantom Flame is not invincible. Some world powers also began to secretly contact the Xia government, preparing to join forces to resist the invasion of the Ghost. Xiagua Administrative Center, Jingping City. Today is a day of national carnival. It was also the ceremony for the Xia Kingdom to confer supreme titles once again. Mr. Gu and a group of supreme officials awarded Meng Nan a medal in the presence of the people of the country. Defender Medal. Only 7 people in the history of Xia Kingdom have this honor. Legend of Xia Kingdom, Gulao, Xia Renjie, Gu Tianqian, Chiamo, Lung Xie. Now 7th. Meng Nan. At only 17 years old, he is a master-level spiritual master. With his own strength, he reached the point where there was no grass growing in the deserted areas of Shawar State. The real butcher of the wilderness. Promote the power of our Xia Kingdom. At the same time, Gu Lao guarantees the supreme title will be given. Supreme burial of the earth will be reserved for Meng Nan forever. From now on, no one in Xia Kingdom can use this title. Today is unprecedented. Xia Gua conferred 53 honors at one time. Confess 53 more supreme beings. The whole country cheered on this day. The people of Xia Kingdom were happier than during the Chinese New Year. They happily called this day the Supreme Day. The official Xia State also recorded this day in the history of Xia State. A warning to the world. The majesty of the Xia Kingdom cannot be trampled upon. After the enthronement ceremony, the elder held a grand state banquet for all the supreme beings who were conferred titles. The families of the 53 supreme rulers of Xia Kingdom all participated. Mingnan unexpectedly discovered that their supernova team could actually gather again at the state banquet. Brother Macho, damn, I missed you so much. Laze gave Ming Nan a bear hug and knocked him off balance. Hiss, Brother Lei, why are you here? Laze raised his eyebrows and said domineeringly, Huh, there is someone above me in the Lei family. Mingnan thought about it and realized that among the 53 supreme beings who had just been conferred, none of them had the last name Lei. Mingnan bowed and asked humbly, May I ask, Brother Lei, does your Lei family also have a supreme? Laze nodded domineeringly. That's a must. Ahem, but I didn't hear anything just now. Mingnan said in a low voice embarrassedly. Laze was speechless. He looked around, put his arm around Mingnan's neck, and whispered, My grandpa is awesome. Did you know that Supreme Chiemo has a daughter? Mingnan nodded. Just now, there was a female Supreme with the surname Chi, who seemed to be the daughter of Supreme Chiemo. Laze nodded, then put his hands on his hips and said proudly, That's my grandma. Isn't that awesome? Ha ha. Mingnan was shocked. At first he was thinking, what does the Chi family supreme leader have to do with your Lei family? Hiss, this is the legendary. Eating free food? Otherwise, why is it said that Grandpa Lei is a ruthless person? Looking at Mingnan's admiring expression, Laze laughed. Right? Otherwise, why do you say my grandpa is so awesome? With a loud bang. Then Laze was dragged away by his grandfather like a dead dog. Mingnan looked at Laze, who didn't know whether to live or die, and then looked at the domineering grandfather of the Lei family. This kind of thing of eating soft rice and hard food. If you're not a ruthless person, you really can't come. Grandpa Lei is really awesome. We are role models. I admire you. At this time, Zhao Tuo came over with Xia Xingran, Ning Zong, and Ning Heng. Oh my, you really made us proud. Zhao Tuo touched the hairless head and laughed. Mingnan hurried forward to greet them. He had already learned from Xiachen about the relationship between Zhao Tuo, Ning Heng, and Xia Xingran. Who would have thought that the director of a small Panqing hospital was actually the director of the Xia Country Spiritual Power Research Institute? Meet President Zhao. Meet President Zongheng. Actually, Mingnan wanted to call Zhao Tuo by his title, but then I thought about it. Dean Zhao's supreme title. Forget it. Yeah, not bad. You even know to call me Dean. This name sounds friendly and not strange. Zhao Tuo was still very happy. After all, Mingnan had called him Dean Zhao since the day he met him. Xia Xingran and Zongheng looked at each other, speechless. It's okay that the master is mentally retarded and crazy. What does the elder think? The supreme pervert, a title that even dogs wouldn't want, and he actually agreed to it. The pervert supreme? Why could the Lord agree to this? Mingnan also rubbed his face in embarrassment. This title of pervert supreme is really hard to pronounce, but Xia Xingran said that Dean Zhao once said, because he always felt that he was not perverted enough, so he seemed out of tune with everyone. Mingnan had no doubts about the title of the supreme pervert. Apart from the fact that it is hard to pronounce, it is truly worthy of the name. The titles of the two presidents Zongheng are truly unique. Ning Zong and Ning Heng share the same supreme title. Twin supremes. As a result, 53 people were conferred the title of Supreme Being, but there were only 52 titles. As for why he is not called Zongheng Supreme, the reason given by the elder is Ning Heng currently doesn't know whether he is the Supreme or not. Judging from the combat power, most newly promoted Supremes cannot withstand a kick from Ning Heng. But because Ning Heng does not have the power of contract, he cannot be judged using normal methods. So this Twin Supremes became the title shared by the two of them. Achieved the first place in history. One title, double supremacy. Chapter 56, Mingnan's self-positioning. You are all set. After everyone gathered in the state banquet hall, the minister raised his glass and the state banquet officially began. The cohesion of this moment. This is the unprecedented cohesion of Xia Kingdom. In order to hide its weaknesses and secretly accumulate strength, the Xia Kingdom really owes these people too much. Now that the outbreak has occurred, everyone is united against a common enemy, more united than ever before. And Mingnan, as Lung Xie's future apprentice, now represents the new god of death of their Xia country. In the eyes of people around the world, the tough guy is even crazier than Lung Xie. Countries around the world don't want to offend this butcher, who is so crazy that he dared to rush into the enemy country alone at the age of 17 to avenge Lung Xie. After all, Meng Nan's indiscriminate funeral on Earth is too unsolvable. Especially once he went deep into the country. It was such a headache. Lung Xie's deterrent power comes from his powerful assassination methods. But after all, he represents the Siam military, and he must accept the orders of the country. Every move he makes represents the will of the country. But Meng Nan is different. He's just a student. He's an orphan. No one can control him. He can kill indiscriminately, without any reason. Anyone who has offended him will know what the country of Shawa is like now. Meng Nan killed a lot of people, and then Xia Guo protected his child and took his child home. This routine is played very smoothly. If anyone dares to argue with Xia Guo, just say one word. How can you argue with a child? This kid is narrow-minded. What if he remembers it again someday and comes to your country's wasteland to take a look around? Right? Infinite loop so disgusting. Meng Nan himself also knew that from now on, he needed to become the crazy guy of Xia country. This crazy group will never have any national identity. Chun Chun is just a troublemaker. The purpose is to intimidate these vassal states of Yusha. If any of those lackey countries start making trouble again, he will find a reason to go there and take a look. Keep cheating him until he kneels down. Hey, take the money and we'll leave. After all, war is all about making money. This time, the war with Shawa lasted only 3 days, and Xia Chun had completely ripped Shawa apart. I don't know how much he made. At the state banquet, many supreme leaders had their own new identities, and nominally they all had positions or titles arranged by the state. Only Meng Nan is the unique Scorpion Papa. Meng Nan's identity, a senior student at Lixing City's #1 high school on summer vacation. The supreme beings couldn't help laughing at Meng Nan's fearless, lazy look. What Lung Xie Supreme said is absolutely right. This kid has gone astray. However, the identity of this troublemaker is in line with Meng Nan's expectations. He, Xiao Shirtu, and Meng Jizuen all like the wilderness. This is resonance. It's not fake. Little Stone has a murderous intent towards demon beasts and is repulsive to spirit beasts, but he only likes to play with Dream Supreme. This shows that Meng Jizuen is also very special. The one she contracted was definitely not the demon clan, nor was it the spirit clan. This is called homology. Meng Nan also likes freedom. During these few months in the wilderness, he has grown. He had a wish. If one day he is strong enough, he wants to dominate the entire wilderness. Now that Xia Guo has completely let him do what he wants, he is happy to enjoy it. As the saying goes, use the elders' money to eliminate disasters for the Xia kingdom. Xia Xingran sat next to Meng Nan, watching all the supremes looking at Meng Nan, and couldn't help but kick Meng Nan's calf. Meng Nan came back to his senses, and seeing that everyone was staring at him, he quickly stood up and said embarrassedly, just eat and drink well. I am still a top student. I don't drink. I just won't toast. Huh? Phew. A butcher in the wilderness, the future supreme master of earth burial, is actually a model student? All the supreme beings laughed and shook their heads for a moment. This tough guy is really unique. After the state banquet, all the supreme leaders were called away by the elders for a meeting. The affairs of the big shots naturally have nothing to do with Meng Nan, a model student. It's rare to enjoy some leisure time. Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran beside him and couldn't help but feel sad. He saw Xia Xingran's dedication and hard work from Ning Zong. In order to pursue her, she even let Zhao Tuo strengthen her body. In Ning Heng's crazy training, he made breakthroughs again and again. Meng Nan knew that he owed Xia Xingran. He also wanted to hug her and tell the whole world that this was the person he, a tough guy, loved. But his emotional thing, I'm afraid it will be delayed again, because Ning Zong told him a shocking secret. Eric, that idiot from Shawa, not very strong, but very strong. At that time, Ning Zong was assisting the Xia army to wipe out the remaining Shawa army. I accidentally sensed Eric's identity through Ning Zong's contracted beast. This Eric is indeed a high school student from Shawa country. But he has another identity, one of the Supreme Ghosts. Title, Demon Child Supreme. According to the images sent back by Ning Zong, this Eric's master is called Demon Puppet Supreme, the top veteran Supreme of Yusha. Moreover, Eric, under the siege of the Xia country's military, was finally rescued by the Demon Puppet Supreme. In order to save Eric, the Demon Puppet Supreme did not hesitate to destroy a secret space passage connecting Shava and Yusha. Therefore, there is a great possibility that this Eric is the puppet of the demonic Puppet Supreme. or it can be called a substitute. His strength may be equal to that of the demonic puppet supreme himself. And this Eric is also the biggest killer that allows Yusha to kill Meng Nan openly when he is taking the college entrance examination. Meng Nan could all imagine that once that time came, the Yusha army would definitely invade the Xia kingdom. If he died in battle, the Phantom army would definitely laugh. That's all. Maybe Yusha will go home directly when he feels better and won't attack Xia country anymore. It's also possible. Once he wins, that's hard to say. Meng Nan didn't know how many supreme beings there were in the Yusha Seven-Nation Alliance. But Meng Nan was sure. There are definitely many more supreme beings in Yusha than in Xia Kingdom. A country like Shawa can hide 8 supreme ghosts. One can imagine how many supremes are hidden in all the countries in the world combined. Meng Nan sighed in his heart. He became the sword in the game between Yusha and Xia Kingdom. No matter whether you win or lose, the ending may not be very good. So Meng Nan's feelings for Xia Xingran. He dares not admit it. Because of this, it is easiest to be exploited. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, this fatal weakness is too easy to be exploited. As long as he does not admit his relationship with Xia Xingran, then she, as Xia Qin's daughter, will be the safest. Even though everyone knew about his affair with Xia Xingran, they still couldn't use it as a threat. Meng Nan has also considered this issue of his own strength. Maybe he needs to truly become the supreme lord of Earth Burial. Seeing Meng Nan's sad and silent expression, Xia Xingran also comforted him softly. Don't bother me. I know exactly what you're thinking. You just need to keep working hard. No matter how strong that idiot Eric is, he's not as strong as you. At worst, you can just hide in the wilderness. When you become the supreme, you can kill those bitches from Yusha. Meng Nan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and asked, what would you do if I really escaped by myself? Xia Xingran shook her white high ponytail, frowned, and said coldly, what are you afraid of? It's our Xia family's tradition. Fight until you die. As long as you don't die, one day, all of them, the Yusha, will be buried with us. Ask the ghosts if they dare to kill them all. As long as you don't die, they will be afraid of you forever. Meng Nan understood. It makes sense. Speaking of this girl, I haven't seen her for 3 months. How come she has become cooler and more cool? Love. Xia Xingran looked at the love that Meng Nan inadvertently showed and couldn't help but smile. I was thinking of waiting for him to come back and beat him up so badly that he lost his mind. Now that I think about it, the idea of calling him a tough guy brother, it's still a bit sloppy. Is too strong. Don't be skinny. Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran, who was smiling brightly and could not help but feel a sense of longing in his heart. Even if she doesn't admit it, she still has to make it up to her. It's a rare opportunity to come to Jingping City, so why not ask her to go shopping together? So Meng Nan opened the communicator and searched. Jingping City, a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and having fun. More than 20 strategies popped up instantly. Meng Nan looked for a long time and finally chose a 7-day travel guide. School is about to start in 10 days, so we have to hurry. Meng Nan pretended to be serious and said, do you want to go shopping with me in Jingping City? Xia Xingran was very surprised. Did the fool Meng Nan finally come to his senses? Xia Xingran put his hands behind his back, approached Meng Nan, and asked in a playful whisper, are you asking me? Chapter 57 Dreams Supreme, Being a Mistress. Xia Xingran's question made Meng Nan unable to deal with it. Can this be considered a date? It doesn't count. This hasn't been confirmed yet. At most, I'll go shopping with my desk mate. Meng Nan nodded numbly. Well, okay. How about a date? Xia Xingran couldn't help laughing when she saw Meng Nan's embarrassed look. It seems that this fool still hasn't gotten his point. I don't know what deep affection is. It's just like the school spring outing. Xia Xingran didn't expect Meng Nan, this fool, to be romantic. He sighed and nodded helplessly. Okay, date. Meng Nan breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, then let's go. There are only a few days left. We have to hurry and go shopping. Xia Xingran rolled her eyes again. Meng Nan's mind is just wandering around for the sake of wandering around. How can I like him? Being with this idiot. I feel so tired. Xia Xingran took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Anyway, this idiot has always been like this. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. The two walked side by side out of the state banquet hall and bumped into Meng Zhizun head-on. Meng Nan was puzzled. Ever since returning to Xia country, Meng Zhizun had disappeared. She didn't attend the state banquet either. Why did she go? Sister Meng, why didn't you attend the Elders' Council? Meng Jizuan chuckled and said, Sister, I have other things to do, so I don't need to get involved in internal affairs for the time being. Besides, the younger brother's position also determines the older sister's position. Meng Nan understood. What is our positioning? Xia Country's #1 troublemaker. In addition to the specialness of Meng Jizuan himself, in terms of identity, Meng Jizuan is also the guardian of Meng Nan. Meng Jizuan's eyes passed over Meng Nan. He tilted his head and looked at Xia Xingran. That look, it's like looking at your own daughter-in-law. This girl is the sweetheart of the tough guy. She is so pretty. She has a great figure too. Really nice. These two people are really a good match. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xia Xingran didn't dare to look directly at Meng Jizuan's eyes. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, feeling very shy for a moment. Meng Jizuan smiled slightly and then said softly, Xingran, please don't be jealous of your sister from now on. Xia Xingran looked up, her little face turned red, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I know this. Meng Jizuan continued to smile sweetly and said patiently again, Sister, I still need to explain this to you clearly. Sister, I have always lived in the body of this tough guy. Xia Xingran was completely stunned. What? Meng Nan's body is not pure? Under Xia Xingran's shocked gaze, Meng Jizuan transformed into a small pink-blue spider and drilled directly into Meng Nan's chest. Xia Xingran really wanted to scream. You come out quickly. Mon on his mind. Xia Xingran is unhappy. He pursed his lips and said, Meng Nan, you are not pure anymore? Meng Nan is numb. What do you mean I am impure? I've been ruined, okay? That seems to be the meaning. That's true. Afterwards, Meng Nan could only patiently explain to Xia Xingran the various powers of Meng Jizuan. The result is, the more Xia Xingran listened, the angrier he became. How does this feel? It's like I've been cheated on, and my husband is still praising the mistress? Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran's increasingly dark face and simply shut up. Meng Nan realized it later. He slapped himself in the face. I'm really going to die of my own stupidity. How can I praise Sister Meng in front of Xia Xingran? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Xia Xingran watched Meng Nan slap himself in the face, and she also pouted, looking sad. The thought of a beautiful woman inside Meng Nan's body. Xia Xingran felt wronged. It was as if Meng Jizuan was the mistress who destroyed their relationship. Meng Jizuan felt quite embarrassed when he saw Meng Nan and Xia Xingran staring at each other in silence. Oops, it's not easy for her to be a mistress. With a whoosh, Meng Jizuan jumped out of Meng Nan's body and directly entered Xia Xingran's body. Ah! Xia Xingran exclaimed. Then Xia Xingran's expression changed. She also understood how powerful Meng Jizuan was. Ever since the moment Meng Jizuan saw Meng Nan, scenes after scenes have been playing in Xia Xingran's mind. She saw Meng Nan's fragility, his sadness, and crying. We also saw how he gradually changed from being unable to bear killing to brutally killing indiscriminately. Meng Nan always hides alone in the underground of the wilderness, licking his wounds silently, and waits until he recovers a little before going on a killing spree again. In the endless darkness, only that lonely figure hiding deep underground left a deep impression on Xia Xingran's heart. The Supreme Meng gave everything Meng Nan had in the wilderness to Xia Xingran completely and without reservation. She also returned to Meng Nan's body again and sighed. Alas, it's really not easy to be a mistress. Meng Nan didn't know what Meng Jizuan had done to Xia Xingran, so he could only ask tentatively. Xingran you. Xia Xingran was awakened by Meng Nan's call. When she came to her senses, she threw herself directly into Meng Nan's arms. She hugged Meng Nan's waist tightly with both hands, rested her head on Meng Nan's shoulder, and cried bitterly. Meng Nan was like a piece of wood. He just stood there dumbfounded. He has no experience in this. Can anyone teach me what should I do now? Even Meng Jizuan was surprised. How could this macho brother be so pure? You can't even comfort a sad little girl? Meng Nan stood there stupidly, not daring to move. It was not until Xia Xingran had cried enough that she slowly came out of Meng Nan's arms. Then she rubbed her nose and said embarrassedly, Yes, I also recognize Sister Meng. I was just ignorant. Meng Nan nodded stupidly. What on earth is going on? Meng Nan's stupidity is not because he doesn't understand love between men and women, but because he doesn't know what is going on, because he didn't know why Xia Xingran suddenly cried, so he naturally didn't know how to comfort her. Xia Xingran sniffed, then swung her white high ponytail and continued coolly. I won't tell you. This is a secret between me and Sister Ming. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to take me shopping? If you don't leave now, it will be dark. Ming Nan's head tilted, a face full of question marks. Is this how women think? How come he changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book? I can't keep up at all. Did she feel better after crying? Am I a vending tool? Hiss. The little spider, the incarnation of the supreme dream, was now lying on the little stone with its 8 tiny spider legs shaking with laughter. So funny. This lineage of the elder is simply amazing. They are all killer embryos, and they are all emotionally disabled. The elder is an old bachelor who knows nothing. Lung Xie is a chatterbox who can't get the love he wants. Ming Nan is like a stone man. He can't turn at all. Is the brain circuit also armed with concrete? Little stone. Happy. It is worthy of being a lineage inheritance. If Xia Xingran hadn't been proactive enough, the Ming family would probably be extinct in the future. Meng Jizuan was not in Ming Nan's body before, so he naturally didn't know Ming Nan's concerns, nor did he know the special feelings between the two. She also secretly noted in her heart that this tough guy's stone head was so stupid, and she, as the mistress, had to think of a way to help him more. Ming Nan was still wondering why Xia Xingran was crying. What on earth did Sister Ming do? She didn't tell me either. Xia Xingran saw Ming Nan still standing there in a daze. He was so angry that he twisted Ming Nan's ear and dragged him away. Stop. If you have something to say, please talk nicely. It hurts. It hurts. Chapter 58, The Alternative Influence of the Macho Man. As the sun gradually sets, Ming Nan and Xia Xingran walk openly on the bustling snack street. The people of Jingping City were stunned. The reputation of the tough guy now is the butcher of the wasteland, the future supreme burial ground. He is no longer the SSS-level genius he used to be. Now, netizens in Xia Country affectionately call tough guys Xia Country's chief funeral director. No matter whether you are dead or alive, let's bury you first. The traditional funeral industry has become outdated in today's highly developed society. But one netizen said, "Look at these lackeys from the Shawa Country. They died in such an undignified way. They didn't even have a coffin." Just because of this sentence, the increasingly sluggish funeral industry took off immediately, especially the coffin shop in Lixing City that was recommended by a macho man. Selling coffins. Selling out of stock. The slogan of the coffin shop is just one sentence. All tough guys have used it, and they all say it's good. Who wouldn't despise this business before? Who would advertise a coffin shop? That would be unlucky. But things are different now. Damn, who told us tough guys to like this? The macho man always gives coffins as gifts. The 10 big black coffins that the tough guy ordered before. Now it's called the same style for tough guys. After the coffin shop became popular, netizens in Xia Country thought it was right. You say that when people are alive, life is full of ups and downs, and 9 out of 10 times, it is not as they wish. But the people are dead, and they couldn't die in a dignified way. Their death would be worse than that of those lackeys of the Shawa Country. So Xiagua has once again set off a retro craze. Now that people are dead, we have to show some respect. What about funeral ceremonies, ritual music, banners, and funeral couplets, mourning, and sealing the coffin before burial? A series of traditional rituals are revived again. This funeral service requires no spiritual stones, no technology, and no hard work. It doesn't cost any money at all, and it's very face-saving. In a short time, the funeral industry was transformed into a serious service industry. Now people not only don't think it is unlucky, but instead think it is a kind of respect and dignity for the deceased. As a result, major funeral companies have organized training to ensure they can provide the most considerate services to the families of the deceased. Abandon all bad behaviors and keep up with the trend of the times. Strive to become bigger and stronger. Create greater glory. Ming Nan's internet speed is not fast enough, so he has no idea of his influence. But Xia Xingran knew. When passersby with fast internet speed saw Ming Nan, they would nod slightly and respectfully shout, "Hello, Master." Ming Nan was completely confused. How did this title of Master come about? Xingran. Why do they all call me Master? Xia Xingran covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then leaned over and whispered in Ming Nan's ear. Because you are not yet the Supreme Earth Burial Master, netizens gave you a nickname that fits your status as a Master Spirit Bond Master. Meng Nan scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What pet name?" Xia Xingran said with a smile. "Xia Country's chief undertaker, abbreviated as Master." Meng Nan is numb. "Is this something I can decide? I don't like this." "Okay. This is what Xiao Shirtu likes." Little Stone. Happy. Seeing Meng Nan's face full of despair, Xia Xingran asked in confusion, "If you don't like this, then why did you order those 10 big black coffins? You even ordered a one-stop funeral service. What's the point of paying for a ransom? If you don't pay, you'll be buried. Everyone in the country knows it." Meng Nan opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself. "Damn it, I have no power to refute it." Meng Nandu began to doubt himself. Could it be that I really like this subconsciously? Otherwise, how could Xiao Shirtu have noticed me? Are you in love with each other? So, is this how I got this blood contract? Hiss. Meng Nan admitted it. He couldn't refute it. He had no idea what to say. I just like this." Xia Xingran patted Meng Nan on the shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, I don't mind your hobby. In the past, it was called bad luck. Now it's called respect." Meng Nan grinned. His smile was uglier than crying. At this time, Xia Xingran grabbed Meng Nan's arm, pointed at the magnificent building opposite, and said, "Here, here. According to the guide, this is the largest auction house in Jingping City." Meng Nan put his hands in his pockets and felt around. "Wow, your pockets are cleaner than your face." Not only does he have no money, but he still hasn't paid back the money he owes Xia Xingran. So Meng Nan put his hands in his pockets and said awkwardly, I don't think I brought any money." Xia Xingran gave Meng Nan a big eye roll. "Ha, you talk like you have money. You poor bastard. It doesn't matter whether you bring money or not." Meng Nan was speechless. That's true. Just no money. What spiritual stones, gold bars, rare metals, he didn't even know how much money he had spent. Thinking of this, Meng Nan couldn't help but think of the Lei family's grandfather's free food. "Since I'm so poor, does that count as being a gigolo?" Meng Nan pulled Xia Xingran back awkwardly and whispered, "We have no money, but we still go to the auction house. Isn't that like eating a free meal?" Xia Xingran tilted his head, raised his eyebrows, and said mischievously, "If you don't have money, just go in and take a look around and broaden your horizons. You actually still want to eat a free meal?" Ahem. Meng Nan was embarrassed. To be honest, he had never been to a high-end place like an auction house. The coins in his pocket were only enough to buy food at the small shop next to the shelter. That Xing Ran. Can you enter such a high-end place without money? Xia Xingran patted Meng Nan on the shoulder and sighed from the bottom of his heart. "Brother Macho, I think you'll have to rely on me for the rest of your life." Meng Nan smiled secretly. She hadn't called this macho brother for a long time. This girl is still thinking about taking advantage of me. Meng Nan smiled and said jokingly, "I suggest you stop calling me your tough brother, or you won't be able to get married in the future." Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes narrowed and her eyebrows raised. "Meng Nan, you are so brave. Do you dare?" Meng Nan stiffened his neck and said in a very slapping tone, "If you call me macho brother, maybe." Bang! Xia Xingran shot directly with a powerful volley. That graceful kick was as if Ning Hung was possessed. Meng Nan was knocked away directly. With a loud bang, it hit directly onto the signboard of the #1 auction house in Jingping City. The huge plaque made of pure gold was directly crushed by Meng Nan. The guards at the door of Jingping City's #1 auction house were suffocating. This is the king of hell ruining the show. The guards stood in a row at the door, not knowing what to do. Before everyone could react, they saw bluish-white spiritual energy bursting out from Xia Xingran's body like steam. The powerful spiritual power released directly broke Xia Xingran's high white ponytail. The long white hair that falls to the hips flutters in the wind. For spiritual points suddenly lit up on the legs. The incarnation of wind. Instant. Bang, 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 bang. He kicked out 12 times in a row, leaving afterimages all over the air. The speed is too fast. Meng Nan didn't have time to react at all. He was like a ball, bouncing back and forth as Xia Xingran hit him. The big golden sign of the first auction house in Jingping City was like a goal, and it took 12 penalties. All hits. Chapter 59, Meng Nan versus Xia Xingran. The bang 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 noise was too loud. Even the owner of the first auction house in Jingping City came out. Hissed, "My goodness, this is domestic violence." When the old shopkeeper saw that it was his young lady, he quickly stopped the guard and said, "Quick, stop standing here like an idiot. Get away from here. You guys are standing like a human wall, delaying Miss Xia's shot. The guards nodded quickly. They couldn't afford to offend these two. The shopkeeper had spoken, so they had to run away quickly. The first auction house in Jingping City is nominally a state-owned enterprise, but in fact it is Xia Renjia's private property. After Xia Renjia sacrificed his life for the country, Xia Qin handed over the #1 auction house in Jingping City to the country, and he took his family to Lixing City to lie dormant. Although it was declared a state-owned enterprise, the elders still kept all the profits for the Xia family. Even the old shopkeeper who was appointed by Xia Renjia has not been replaced. The shopkeeper's surname is also Xia. He is Xia Xing's father and is of the same generation as Xia Renjia. For Xia Xingran, who grew up in Lixing, she didn't know these family histories. And the old shopkeeper Xia did not take the initiative to recognize Xia Xingran. Just standing aside, his old eyes were filled with relief. The young lady who was just a baby back then has become so amazing now. If the head of the family is still alive, he would definitely be pleased. The #1 auction house in Jingping City is the place with the largest customer flow. With the addition of the hot search star Mengnan, it is even more lively. Snap, snap. Passers-by around took photos. The most powerful domestic violence scene in history. I feel sorry for the tough guy. +1. If Xiao Shirtu hadn't been protecting Meng Nan's body, Meng Nan wouldn't know how many ribs he had broken. Meng Nan's face darkened, and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Wow, is this girl so strong now? Xia Xingran's strength directly aroused Meng Nan's warlike spirit. Okay, you Xia Xingran, how dare you sneak attack me? Today I will beat you until you call me macho brother. Little stone, arm yourself. Meng Nan was shocked, directly transformed into a golden concrete warrior, and jump hard. He crashed directly into Xia Xingran. Xia Xingran curled the corners of his mouth. Okay, if you can't beat me, you'll be called macho brother from now on. Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes flashed. Weathering, Meng Nan got close and punched directly through Xia Xingran's body. Hiss, this girl's trick is a bit unlucky for me. Meng Nan threw more than 10 punches in a row, carrying a large amount of Earth-type spiritual power, hitting various joints of Xia Xingran's body. But all of them missed. Holy shit, this weathering skill can now cover the whole body? Are physical attacks ineffective? This girl is just like Ning Heng. Although she is also a master-level spiritual contract master, her spiritual power reserves are too abnormal. Meng Nan's spiritual power was not enough to suppress Xia Xingran, and he was unable to do anything to her for a while. It's okay, don't panic. If I can't hit you, I'll trap you. Before Xia Xingran could get rid of his weathered body, Meng Nan clapped his hands, and the golden concrete armor of the small stone fell off instantly, giving Xia Xingran a concrete armor experience card. Meng Nan is proud. Little brat, I can't hit you, but I can't trap you? At this moment, an ominous feeling surged into Meng Nan's heart. Xiao Shirtu took the initiative and quickly put the concrete armor back on Meng Nan. With a loud bang, Xia Xingran directly emptied all the spiritual power in the 3 spiritual points on his right leg and exploded it all at once. A huge blue-white spiritual energy vortex condensed directly on Xia Xingran's right foot. The huge suction force from the vortex of spiritual power made Meng Nan feel as if he was being controlled for a moment. Meng Nan understood. This is the wind confinement of the SS-level Hurricane Dragonmon, a small eye of the storm. Xia Xingran's violent spiritual power directly tore the tight trousers on her right leg into pieces, and even the combat boots on her feet were crushed to pieces. Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes are full of dominance. Roar loudly. Brother Macho! I'll call him that. The violent vortex of spiritual power kicked directly towards Meng Nan. Meng Nan watched Xia Xingran's fair little feet gradually grow bigger in front of his eyes. My scalp went numb for a moment. Damn, this girl's obsession. Why is it so terrifying? This is a big move. Little stone, can you bear this kick? The little stone trembled twice. Substitute. Meng Nan understood. The stand-in. That just can't stand it. Holy shit, get out of here. There was a loud bang. Meng Nan's concrete armor was directly shattered by Xia Xingran's kick. The scattered stones were instantly crushed by the bluish-white spiritual energy gale. Xia Xingran was frightened out of his wits in an instant. Meng Nan, wasn't he kicked to death by me? It's over, it's over. Distracting during a battle is a big no-no. Your tough brother will teach you today. Suffering a loss is a blessing. come down. A golden arm suddenly broke out of the ground. He grabbed Xia Xingran's exposed ankle. The earth surged in an instant. It turned the world upside down. For the first time, Xia Xingran felt what it meant to fall into eternal darkness. Is this what those people in Shaoa fear? It's so scary. Meng Nan dragged Xia Xingran hundreds of meters underground. Then he secretly made a crypt. Then he adjusted his position and was 1 meter in front of Xia Xingran. In the endless darkness, Meng Nan suddenly turned on the searchlight of the communicator. Meng Nan roared. Roar! Ah! Sabuka this sabun. Xia Xingran was frightened to tears by Meng Nan. Oh, you big fool, you bastard. You scare me to death. Whoa. Xia Xingran huddled in a corner of the dungeon, legs curled up, sobbing and trembling with fear. Meng Nan was embarrassed on the spot. It's over. This is just a joke. Meng Jizhen was almost laughing to death at this time. She originally thought that Meng Nan had finally come to his senses by pulling Xia Xingran underground. Why not do a wall bang and then a romantic kiss to seal the relationship? Ha! Macho brother. This idiot actually pulled the girl down and scared her. This is a straight man of steel. Little stone. Silly. Happy. Meng Nan quickly let the small stone illuminate the entire cave. The warm yellow light slowly illuminated the entire dungeon. Meng Nan squatted beside Xia Xingran and said sincerely, I'm sorry. I just got it on impulse. It wasn't intentional. Don't be afraid. Breathe in, breathe out. Take a deep breath. Yes. Xia Xingran, curled up in the corner, was burning with anger. I can't stand it anymore? Xia Xingran suddenly raised his head with some tears on his face and roared directly. You big fool. I've tolerated you for so long. Xia Xingran suddenly jumped up on the spot and punched Meng Nan in the lower abdomen. Then he pushed Meng Nan down. Xia Xingran sat on Meng Nan's stomach and bombarded Meng Nan in the face with his fists. Bang! 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 Chapter 60, what are you looking forward to? Above the ground. The onlookers were waiting at a fixed spot. All of a sudden, live broadcasts were started. This is the best time to attract fans. Among them, there is a live broadcast room named The Romance of Xia Country's Chief Funeral Director, the most popular. This blogger is quite a dog. Ever since Meng Nan appeared at the first auction in Jingping City, he has been live streaming and secretly filming Meng Nan and Xia Xingran. The blogger was so excited at this moment. The number of followers increased by hundreds of thousands instantly. Family members, did you see that? This is the romance of our Xia Country's Chief Funeral Director, the tough master. The young couple fought so hard that they buried themselves. I really want to know what they're doing underground. The comments in the live broadcast room were all the same. Applause. 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 Ding. Your live broadcast room is suspected of violating regulations. It has been closed. Hiss. The blogger was stunned for a moment. I didn't say anything. I just laughed. What is going on? Many netizens were also confused. At the same time, all live broadcast rooms about Xia Xingran were blocked one after another. Hiss. What is going on? In the past, Xia Xingran was not very famous, and her fans were not as many as Lei Zhe. This domestic violence video went viral after it was posted online, plus the paparazzi's live broadcast. Xia Xingran's fan following directly crushes the tough guy. Some netizens are particularly curious and insist on getting to the bottom of it. What is the origin of this white-haired goddess? As a result, a family photo on Xia Xingran's personal homepage stunned many netizens. Xia Xingran's father looks so familiar. Hiss. Holy crap! Isn't this the commander-in-chief of the 5 major armies of my Xia country? We were still awarding honors this morning, especially the blogger who had been following the scene. He was so scared at this moment. It would be fine if I was a paparazzi taking pictures along the way, but what a guy. I was in the live broadcast room just now. Huh? Isn't this? Poking at the aorta of the commander-in-chief of the 5 major legions of the Xia kingdom? Isn't this the end? It's over. It's over. It's over. I was thinking, Xia Chen fell from the sky. The judgment of justice. Xia Chen landed on the ground with a loud bang. In the midst of the dust. Contract. Incarnation. The more than 10-meter-long lost heart Gu King spun in midair. Countless sticky dark blue spiritual powers splashed out from the black steel needles on the insect's body. Everyone present. One drop. Rain and dew are equally shared. The lost heart Gu King's sawtooth steel teeth rotated like a crusher and drilled directly into the ground like a drill. Everyone on the ground instantly forgot what had just happened, and then everyone began to vomit violently. Because the crowd was too dense, those who were losing control of their minds would subconsciously reach out and grab people. The result is 3 or 5 people form a group. You pull me and I pull you. You spit, he spit. The level of chaos, 5 stars. The public health environment, extremely bad reviews. It's simply unbearable to look at. Xia Chun crushed everything in his path. Directly go 100 meters underground. I instantly locked onto his little cabbage. You bastard. Don't even think about bullying my precious daughter. Xia Chun recovered his body and punched directly into the cave. Inside the spacious crypt, the small stone gave off a golden glow, making the cave warm. At this time, Xia Xingran was riding on Meng Nan, punching him with a beautiful punch. You big fool. I'll let you scare me. You big fool. I'll beat you to death. Bang, 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 bang. Xia Chen was stunned. I'd already thought of the rhetoric. If this was really a done deal, I would just threaten him a bit and then half-heartedly give in. But this seems not quite the same as he imagined. It feels like the one who is being bullied is Meng Nan. Ahem, my dear daughter, let's take a break and calm down. What's the point of fighting a stone man? Xiaoqin quickly pulled Xia Xingran aside and then pulled Meng Nan up as well. Meng Nan also knew that this time Xia Xingran was really scared, so he didn't dare to use his spiritual power to protect himself. And now he was beaten black and blue. Meng Nan wiped the blood from his nose and said awkwardly, Uncle Xia, why are you here? Xiaoqin opened his mouth. I was originally catching an adulterer. Now, what am I doing here? Then he coughed twice and said, Ahem, I was just passing by and was curious. At this time, Xia Xingran grabbed Xia Chen's arm and told her father everything about Meng Nan scaring him. At the same time, he expressed it angrily. Comrade Xia Chen, hurry up and help your beloved daughter vent her anger. After hearing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. What kind of unique species is this Meng Nan? What the hell is going on in this brain? You dragged my little cabbage into the small dark room just to scare her? Xia Chen looked at Meng Nan, and his gaze gradually moved downwards. This kid is not good enough, right? Hiss. Meng Nan looked at Xia Chen and understood instantly. No, I can do it. Uncle Xia, don't be so disgusting. Xia Chen stroked his chin with a look of disdain. Can you do it? You are nothing. You scare my girl just for fun? Back then, that was, a good man never talks about his past achievements. Meng Nan, this man, he has to be like that. Meng Nan is confused? What? Xia Chen straightened his chest, raised his chin, and stared at death. Do you understand? This is called domineering. Meng Nan looked at Xia Xingran again, with her hands on her hips and her chin raised. The goddess looked down upon him. Are you two posing here? I understand. Xia Chen nodded, turned around, and looked at Xia Xingran, who looked exactly like him, and then looked at Meng Nan, who looked so timid. My worry is totally unnecessary. This silly boy can't even dig up my cabbage. Xia Chen immediately lost interest. What a coward. Damn it. Xia Chen disappeared in an instant. It was infuriating to see. Seeing Xia Chen disappear, Meng Nan smiled awkwardly and said, Xingran, you're not angry anymore, right? Xia Xingran raised his eyebrows and said viciously, Are you wrong? Meng Nan nodded obediently quickly. Xia Xingran tied her hair into a high ponytail, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. When Meng Nan saw that Xia Xingran no longer pursued the matter, he quickly smiled and said, I'm glad you're not angry anymore. Then let's talk about the matter at hand. I won this competition. From now on, you have to call me tough guy brother. Come on, call me first so I can hear you. Meng Nan was extremely excited. The exciting moment is coming soon. Xia Chen, who was hiding nearby, covered his face directly. It turns out that my worries were totally unnecessary. Meng Nan is indeed a stone man. Meng Jizuan is no longer able to hold on. The macho brother really doesn't know how to write the word death. Xia Xingran's face became darker and darker, and he clenched his fists. Take a deep breath. Don't be mad at this fool. Call. Hit. Xia Xingran used a roundhouse kick to knock Meng Nan away again, then raised his fist and said in a gruff voice like a man, Brother Meng Nan is so awesome. I admire you. The corner of Meng Nan's mouth twitched. What the hell am I expecting? What I fantasize about is that she can call me sweetly. Tough brother. It's not this. I just want a sweet nickname. If there really isn't any, Sour. That's okay. Hearing Meng Nan's inner thoughts, Meng Jizun almost laughed out loud. So this is what this guy is thinking. No, no. If things continue like this, both the Meng and Xia families will be extinct. As a mistress, I have to help you. Xia Chen simply couldn't bear to watch. Slip away. The purpose of my coming here. What am I expecting? Chapter 61, A Perfect Match Between Heaven and Earth. The night is full of stars. Meng Nan took the depressed Xia Xingran and rushed all the way from underground to the most famous mountain in Jingping City, Dongling Mountain, a must-have guide for a 7-day trip to Jingping City. Second stop, watch the sunrise at the top of Dongling Mountain. As the saying goes, people sitting on the clouds are like ascending to heaven. Meng Nan lay on the grass, looking at the stars in the night sky, feeling anxious. This strategy won't work. It's poisonous. Don't be afraid of me. I have strictly followed this process. Why do all kinds of accidents always happen? That doesn't make sense. The first day of traveling with my girlfriend was basically ruined. Hopefully the next day will be better. Meng Jizun really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If it weren't for me, the mistress, I think this family would have broken up sooner or later. Meng Jizun quietly crawled out of Meng Nan's body, stepping. It went into Xia Xingran's body in a flash. Xia Xingran was instantly startled. Sister Meng, you scared me to death. Meng Jizun, Sister Xingran, let me show you what this silly boy is thinking. Meng Jizun conveyed Meng Nan's thoughts to Xia Xingran intactly, and then he also complained helplessly. Sister Xingran, you have to understand, this lineage of the elders, they're all emotionally disabled killers. Don't try to understand his train of thought. After hearing Meng Nan's thoughts and Meng Jizun's words, Xia Xingran couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Nan quickly sat up and turned to look. Ding, 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 ding. Meng Jizun sneaked into Meng Nan's body again. Alongside, my sister is a mistress, unprecedented. I guess there won't be anyone like her in the future. What funny thing did you think of? Meng Nan asked curiously. Xia Xingran turned her head. Her beautiful profile, coupled with her long white hair, was like a dream under the moonlight. Meng Nan was stunned for a moment, thinking of what Meng Jizun said. Xia Xingran couldn't help but laugh again. I'm laughing. There's a big fool. He brought me to Dongling Mountain to watch the sunrise in the middle of the night. It's still 10 hours until sunrise. Man, isn't it better to come early, so as to reserve a seat? Xia Xingran looked at the useless Meng Nan. Tired? A travel guide that can help you have fun like this is really something special. Eat, go shopping, buy, and then find a comfortable hot spring hotel to enjoy a night. Isn't it nice? I was pulled to the top of the mountain to wait for the sunrise in the middle of the night, and I still had to wait for 10 hours. Think about what Meng Jizun said. It makes sense. Don't try to understand his thinking. Xia Xingran suddenly reacted. Aren't you planning a trip for the first time in your life? Meng Nan nodded seriously. Yeah, it's my first time. I really don't have much experience. Xia Xingran was relieved. Okay, since you don't know how to plan a trip, I won't bother with you. After watching the sunrise tomorrow, you will follow me for the next 5 days. Sister, let me teach you how to travel. You know what? Macho brother. Meng Nan was about to retort when Xia Xingran pushed her little exposed feet in front of him. Look at how we are dressed now. We are so ragged. Compared to a beggar, it's almost the same. Look at me. After being with you for a day, I'm so exhausted that I can't even wear my shoes. There's only one leg left of my pants. Meng Nan looked at the smooth, white little feet, which were still covered with dirt. He pursed his lips and nodded with heartache. Oh, it's so embarrassing. He's even taking his sister shopping. That's nothing. That night, neither of them said anything else. They just lay quietly on the grass, looking up at the stars in the night sky. Maybe this is the tacit understanding between Meng Nan and Xia Xingran. Meng Jizun lay on a small rock, looking depressed. It shouldn't be like this. I have already told Xia Xingran. Doesn't Meng Nan just want to hear you call him macho brother? With such a good atmosphere, why is there no movement at all? Why do these two people fail at the critical moment? Do these two have some secrets that I don't know about? A night of silence. Wait till the next day. It was already past noon, and the sun was blazing hot. Meng Nan was dazed and felt that breathing was a bit difficult. After struggling for a few times, he opened his blurry eyes. Hiss. Holy shit. The sun is so big. Almost blinded me. Meng Nan shielded his eyes from the dazzling sunlight with his hands and turned his head to look. Whose feet are these? She looks pretty good. Pink and tender. You can't put it around my neck. No wonder I was having trouble breathing. Hey, Xiaoxingran's sleeping posture. It's really tasteless. Mengnan stood up and gently placed Xiaoxingran's little feet on the grass, then stood up and stretched. Ah, I can sleep until I wake up naturally. It feels so good. What are we going to do today? Mengnan scratched the weeds above his head, opened the guide, and took a look. On the second day, watching the sunrise at Dongling Mountain. Holy crap! Mengnan looked up. Damn, it's already noon. I also took my sister to watch the sunrise. What a ridiculous sunrise. Mengnan looked down guiltily at Xiaoxingran, who was still sleeping soundly, looking at Xiaoxingran's ragged clothes and half of her legs bare, like not being able to wear pants. Even one shoe is missing. Even poor travel is not this miserable. Manan, oh Manan, the way you take your sister on a trip is simply unmatched. Fortunately, Sister Xingran doesn't mind your concrete-armed train of thought. Just change to another girl. Macho brother. Just wait for the end of your life to be lonely. Meng Zhizuan lay on a small rock and mocked mercilessly. Meng Nan deeply realized his problem. Indeed, fortunately it was Xiaoxingran. Meng Nan nodded quickly and sighed. Sister Meng is right. It seems that I really don't have talent in this area. It's better for me to listen to Xiaoxingran. Meng Nan quietly stayed beside Xiaoxingran. His spiritual power continued to accumulate. Meng Nan sensed it and found that this master-level spiritual power reserve was actually quite a lot. But after the battle with Xiaoxingran, Meng Nan's thoughts were completely changed. Comparing spiritual power strength with Xiaoxingran and Ning Heng is simply seeking death. If Meng Nan didn't have Xiao Shurtu, no normal master-level spiritual contract master would be able to withstand a kick from Xiaoxingran. This was pure spiritual power suppression, just like Ning Heng at that time. A mere spiritual power impact was enough to destroy the unparalleled demon wolf. Dean Zhao's lineage. I'm afraid everyone will become a pervert in the future. As expected, he is the supreme pervert. He was able to research such a powerful soul-refining technique, which, combined with his strengthened body, completely made up for Xiaoxingran's fatal flaw of insufficient attack power. Today's Xiaoxingran, with the help of the swift incarnation of wind and the wind-ignoring attack ability, has basically achieved both offense and defense. Once her spiritual power reaches Ning Heng's level, plus the SS-class Hurricane Dragamon, with its super large-scale, strangling ability and absolute air dominance. Xiaoxingran will also be a super killer in the future. Meng Nan has begun to fantasize. Xiaoxingran, the future overlord of the sky. Plus, he is invincible on the ground. They are simply a match made in heaven. The sky will strangle you. The earth will bury you. Yusha's lackeys, just wait and tremble. Chapter 62. Lung Xie, Xieyu. Meng Nan thought and sighed. Before we knew it, everyone had become so powerful. Dean Zhao said that Lei Zhe was very smart and was also a gifted freak. The Thunder Lion Divine Beast was his unconditional nanny and worked hard without complaint. Then I guess Lei de Laba's current strength wouldn't be too weak. I just don't know what skill this Lei Zhe has. I don't think his damage is entirely dependent on shouting. Meng Nan thought, if the Supernova Rangers went to the wasteland in the future, Lei de Laba would stand at the gate of the city and shout from time to time to scare these lackeys of the Phantom Flame. It seemed quite powerful. Team Tom Monster. He is on par with Captain Huang Tianyi of Team Tianxia. If only Lei Zhe could have the eloquence of Captain Huang Tianyi, plus his super volume. It's simply invincible. The whole city can be scolded and no one can sleep. It's hard not to hear it. Even covering your ears won't work. My brother Lei has a bright future. Just as I was thinking about it, Xiaoxingran woke up, slowly sitting up from the grass, squinting his eyes, looking confused. Such a dazzling sunlight. Man, and you fool. You said you would take me to see the sunrise. Why didn't you wake me up? Meng Nan helped Xiaoxingran pull out a few strands of dry grass from his white hair and said in a pained tone, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I just woke up. Now, I'll do whatever you say. I think it's time for us to have lunch. Xiaoxingran has nothing to live for. I knew it. Meng Nan has never been reliable in this regard. Xiaoxingran stood up and gave Meng Nan a slap on the head. The beautiful and romantic sunrise is all gone. Xiaoxingran was surrounded by bluish-white spiritual energy, and he shook instantly. All the weeds and dust on my body were blown away. Xiaoxingran tied her hair into a high ponytail and looked at her bare feet. Why? He simply kicked away the only remaining shoe. With a ripping sound, the black tight trousers with only one leg left were also transformed into tight shorts by Xiaoxingran. Xiaoxingran floated directly into the air, suspended 1 foot above the ground. Meng Nan was stunned. These long legs, these little feet, hiss. I couldn't help but drool. Xiaoxingran couldn't help laughing when she saw Meng Nan's stupid face. It seems that this fool still knows what beauty is. You're welcome, macho brother. Are my legs pretty? Meng Nan came back to his senses. He quickly wiped his saliva, concealed his ugly appearance, and said awkwardly, "It looks good. Look how hungry I am. My mouth is watering. Let's go eat." Xiaoxingran was speechless. Such a good opportunity was given to you, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Big coward. In the next 5 days, under Xiaoxingran's guidance, Meng Nan also experienced what a strategic travel was. It's really a one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun. It also opened the eyes of Meng Nan, the country bumpkin. It turns out that traveling is so interesting. And Meng Nan also fell in love with a relaxing method called massage therapy. The masseur was able to use his spiritual power to relieve some of the hidden injuries and blood stasis in his body. It can even relax his mental strength. After this enjoyable experience, Meng Nan began to let Xiaoxingran take him to try various massage therapies. What about fire needle therapy, physical therapy, spiritual water SBA, tendon and bone setting? So high. Seeing that Meng Nan was enjoying this, Xiaoxingran finally decided to trick Meng Nan. Xiaoxingran took Meng Nan to try a full-body essential oil massage. He called 6 beautiful young ladies to Meng Nan at once. Meng Nan was almost scared to death. He immediately covered his pants and ran away. From then on, Meng Nan became aware. This is poison. Don't touch it. Xiaoxingran laughed. He has the intention to steal, but he doesn't have the guts to do it. However, this trip also made Meng Nan realize the beauty of this world for the first time. There were too many things he had never dared to think of before. Meng Nan also has a deeper understanding of Xiaoxingran. This girl, very naughty, very naughty. At this time, the two were on their way back to Lixing City. Xiaoxing personally drove the aircraft to send the two back to Lixing. Xia Chun is no longer the director of the Contract Management Bureau of Lixing City. Teacher Lisa also followed Xia Chun back to Jingping City to live together again. Xia Chun was worried about his little bike guy, so he arranged for Xiaoxing to accompany him all the time, so that he would have someone to take care of him. And the current director of the Contract Management Bureau of Lixing City is Twin Supremes. Ning Zong is the director and Ning Hung is the deputy director. After more than 3 months, Meng Nan and Xiaoxingran returned to the familiar training base again. But the training base was empty. Those 13 people never came back. Meng Nan sighed. It seems like a lifetime ago. I don't know what happened to Haizi and Aluo. Lung Xie was rescued by his contracted beast and brought back to the spirit world. The remaining 12 people. Meng Nan didn't dare to think about it. Nor did he dare to ask. Maybe already? Oh, I hope. Meanwhile, in the spirit world, all 12 people, including Haizi, Aluo, and others are included. Fuck, boss, you're awesome. So, you will soon be promoted to the second legend of my Xia country. Lung Xie pressed his hand coquettishly. Basic fuck. Don't be silly. Now I have almost recovered. It's time to fight back. I don't know what's happening to my stupid apprentice now. Are you going to cry to death? A ball of black mist beside Lung Xie said with a chuckle. Wait until you can be promoted to a legend, then return to Xia country. Lung Xie had a question mark on his face. What do you mean? A sigh came from the black fog. This is the arrangement made by your Xia country. He said that your disciple will face a great disaster. If you cannot be promoted to legendary, you will die in vain if you go back. The 13 members of the assassination team fell silent. Great catastrophe? Could it be that Lung Xie was gloomy and uncertain? Does this mean that the day that boy takes the college entrance examination will be the day when Yushao attacks? Lung Xie calculated the time. 3 months? It's a bit difficult. 3 months? That's not impossible. Lung Xie waved his hand and instantly pulled the remaining 12 people into the black fog. After the others disappeared, Lung Xie asked in a low voice, "How is the situation on the spiritual front now?" Black Mist said lightly, "What else can we do? Just hold on. We've been fighting for decades. We've just been wasting time like this." But your Xia country's guy said that the demon world is likely to fight the spirit world at the time of your apprentice's catastrophe. Lung Xie frowned. Is the demon world so rampant? Start a war in two worlds at the same time? The demon world versus the spirit world. The ghost world versus the human world. It seems that if I don't advance to legendary, it will be easy for me to die when I return. Lay him, oh, that bastard. Next time I'll chop him off first. Ever since Lung Xie's weakness was discovered by the Thunder Demon, all the supreme beings of Yusha now know how to fight against Lung Xie. As long as Lung Xie dares to attack, there is no need for defense. He will directly launch an indiscriminate suicide attack on a large scale. Lung Xie's defense is not good enough. He will definitely die in front of them. So this time Ji Kun escaped just to lure Lung Xie out again. Not surprisingly, Lung Xie was tricked by Yusha again. The four supreme beings, at the moment when Lung Xie attacked to kill Ji Kun, all launched suicidal, large-scale, indiscriminate attacks. All the supreme beings present were seriously injured, and Lung Xie broke one of the Elder's protective seals, and he is ready to die. If it weren't for his contracted beast's forceful intervention, Lung Xie's grave would have been covered with grass by now. Why? This shortcoming. It's so uncomfortable to be taken advantage of. Lung Xie now feels extremely powerless. His defense was broken twice in a row, and he almost died. Time waits for no one. My own silly disciple treats me as his closest relative. Then you must protect it. Lung Xie frowned, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xieyu, send me to the front line of the spirit world to find the master. We're all gonna die anyway, so kill as many as you can. Instead of waiting to become a legend, I might as well become one. Xieyu was covered in black mist, and without saying anything, he directly swallowed up Lung Xie and disappeared at the same place. Chapter 63. School starts, new class teacher. The school season has begun, and the last 3 months of Mengnan senior year in high school have begun. A new semester, a new atmosphere, and naturally new classmates and new teachers. Because Mengnan's influence is so great, the transfer students for the second semester of senior year this year are suddenly full. In the end, 11 transfer classes were opened. 11 new class teachers have been added. Because teacher Lisa followed Xia Chun to Jingping City, the head teacher of class 1 of senior grade 3 was vacant. As a result, on the first day of school, a teacher was airdropped into Jingping City. This teacher is a man, and he knows everyone in Lixing No. 1 Middle School. The former principal of Pegasus City's No. 1 High School, Wang Shuai. The whole school went wild. The former mortal enemy, Principal GE's love rival. He has infiltrated us. At the opening ceremony, Wang Shuai took the stage. Lei Zhe was stunned. He blurted out, "Fuck, Lao Wang." A single call of old Wang shook the whole school. The whole school was instantly silent. Lei Zhe quickly covered his mouth. "Damn, I was careless." Wang Shuai stood on the stage of the opening ceremony and coughed twice. "Good morning, students. I don't think I need to introduce myself too much. Lei Zhe has just proved that we are old acquaintances." There was laughter from the audience. Everyone should have understood the previous misunderstandings. I came to Lixing to teach this time, not to steal your director Lin Lin's position. The audience continued to laugh. This Lao Wang is something. Very humorous. I'm representing the military this time. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole school fell silent, and the playful attitude immediately turned serious. Wang Shuai continued with a serious look. Everyone should understand the current national situation. A war is imminent. On behalf of the military, I am recruiting military academy students in Lixing City. All students who meet the requirements can join the reserve forces of the 4 major legions. The semester is 4 years. There is no tuition fee. Students who are interested in joining the army and serving the country can report to me through their class teachers. Such a scene happens simultaneously in the top schools in every city of Xia country. The 4 major legions of the Xia kingdom are frantically recruiting seeds and entering the reserve force. Mengnan stood in the audience, frowning and thinking. Is this the elder's arrangement? Sister Meng, does the Lord want to retain a group of the most outstanding people who have a heart to serve the country? Meng Jizuan did not answer Meng Nan immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's possible, but the elder didn't let me participate in the meeting. There must be a reason. Brother, don't think too much." Meng Nan touched his chin and said, "The elder did not allow you to attend the meeting. He certainly did not want the content of the meeting to affect our decision. Does that mean the Lord doesn't want us to get involved in this quagmire? The subtext is stay away? Meng Jizuan suddenly woke up. No wonder the elder asked me to go home and deliver the letter. Could it be that the elder is paving a way out for Meng Nan? The wilderness is vast and boundless, and the center of the wilderness is the forbidden area, the legendary Great Terror, and the supreme dream comes from a tribe in the center of the wilderness. The chief of this tribe is a close friend of the Xia Kingdom legend. When there was chaos in the center of the wilderness, the chief brought his daughter, the Xia legend, back to Xia. The legend of Xia Kingdom gave this girl a single name, Dream. That is the current Dream Supreme. The more Meng Jizuan thought about it, the more likely it was, and he quickly reminded Meng Nan, since the elder doesn't want us to get involved, no matter what major changes happen in the future, you should not get involved. Meng Nan nodded secretly. Clear. Just be my student. National affairs have nothing to do with me. If the elder doesn't speak, I will pretend to be dead. After the opening ceremony, everyone returned to their respective classes and started a new round of class meetings. Class 1, Grade 3. On the podium, Wang Shuai looked at the people below and said with emotion, "As for me, I feel very honored to be able to lead our senior year class. I will have something to brag about when I retire in the future." The students in the audience burst into laughter. This old Wang is really humorous. This is Lei Zhe raising his hand. All the students looked over. Is the loudspeaker going to cause trouble again? Mr. Lei Zhe, what do you want to say? Lei Zhe quickly stood up and asked gossipingly. Old Wang, ahem, Mr. Wang, you are really not here to snatch Director Lin Lin's place? Hey, Big Trumpet is really not afraid of death. When has our loudspeaker ever let us down? Wang Shuai laughed and said jokingly, Don't worry, it can't be snatched away. Principal Ge is very safe. Huh? Don't say. This old Wang really has something. With just a few words, the atmosphere of the entire Grade 3 Class 1 was immediately stirred up. Teacher Lisa's seriousness and responsibility, and Wang Shuai's humor and wit, made these students connect seamlessly, and the transition was very harmonious. Meng Nan also raised his hand at this time. Wang Shuai smiled and said, Meng Nan, what do you want to ask? Meng Nan stood up and said very respectfully, Teacher Wang, I have no problem. I'm just sorry that my behavior last semester exposed you, Teacher Wang, and caused all your years of hard work to go to waste. Wang Shuai smiled calmly and said, If my classmate Meng Nan can say this, then my efforts are not in vain. They are all for the safety of my country. Besides, my exposure was not due to you, so you don't have to blame yourself. The students in the audience all sat up straight. Unsung heroes like Lao Wang are truly worthy of their admiration. Lurking in a den of traitors for 10 years and bearing the infamy for 10 years, not everyone can do it. Although they didn't know who the mastermind was, Lao Wang was also commended at the medal awarding ceremony. This is recognition from the country. Meng Nan looked directly at Lao Wang. A trace of golden spiritual power flashed in his eyes, and asked with a double meaning, Teacher Wang, is the last traitor leader dead? Wang Shuai understood what Meng Nan meant. He was asking whether Supreme Lung Xie had killed Ji Kuan. Lao Wang shook his head, sighed and said, Hey, for Supreme Masters of the Netherworld came and rescued him. For a moment, the students were filled with indignation. Damn it, it's Yusha's lackey again. There's really no way to kill them all. And that damn traitor. He sold out his country for personal gain. Damn it. Meng Nan got the answer he wanted, nodded, and sat back in his chair. Ji Kuan's life is really tough. The Supreme Lung Xie fought desperately, but was unable to kill him. Now that Ji Kuan has returned to Yusha, it will be difficult to kill him again. At this time, Meng Jizuan suddenly reminded, Brother, this is stupid. Yusha can use Ji Kuan to lure Lung Xie to make a move, which means that Ji Kuan's value to Yusha is dispensable. I can only say that Ji Kuan was lucky enough not to be killed by Lung Xie. Brother, you can find an excuse. Let Yusha take the initiative to send Ji Kuan out. Meng Nan's eyes lit up. Sister Meng is excellent. The analysis makes sense. As long as I do something, if Yusha doesn't want to lose more things, I can use this as a condition to make Yusha hand over Ji Kuan. Sister Dream, shall we plan it? Chapter 64. Sit back and wait for death? After a day of classes, Meng Nan was called to Wang Shuai's office. Lao Wang was very polite. He asked Meng Nan to sit on the sofa and even made a pot of tea himself. Teacher Wang, you are too polite. Meng Nan waved his hands quickly. This old Wang was really too polite. He was so polite that it made him feel uncomfortable. Wang Shuai said with a smile while making tea. I'm not being polite. In terms of strength and status, Mr. Meng Nan is above me. You don't have to be too modest. Many people can't reach your current level in their entire lives. Meng Nan looked embarrassed. This Lao Wang was talking in a roundabout way. He was indeed an undercover agent. He was so cunning, but communicating with this kind of people, I feel so tired. Teacher Wang, you're overpraising me. Please get to the point. Wang Shuai laughed, poured a cup of tea, and gently placed it on the tea table in front of Meng Nan. Mighty classmate, please. Meng Nan has a big head. What exactly is old Wang up to? I'm so anxious. Meng Nan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, thanked him, and took a sip of the teacup. Wang Shuai said slowly and calmly. You asked me about Ji Kun in class. Did the tough guy have any new ideas? Meng Nan nodded and gradually adapted to Lao Wang's pace. If you go slow, we will go slow too. Meng Nan stared calmly into Wang Shuai's eyes. But there was murderous intent in his words. Ji Kun, you know all about what happened to me. After one conspiracy failed, he sent people to assassinate me twice. I don't need to say more about the vengeance of Lung Xie Supreme. Just because I remain silent doesn't mean I don't have a temper. The Supreme Lung Xie left Ji Kun to me as my whetstone. So Ji Kun, I must kill him. Wang Shuai looked at Meng Nan's handsome face and then listened to his undisguised murderous intent. I was a little dazed for a moment. Meng Nan's change of momentum caught him off guard. It was an oppressive feeling of a death sentence. Wang Shuai sighed. The title of the Wilderness Butcher was not earned for nothing. Wang Shuai picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and continued. I came to Lixing this time because of President Xia's instructions. Meng Nan raised his eyebrows, but did not interrupt, waiting quietly for Wang Shuai's next words. Wang Shuai smiled slightly and continued. Mr. Xia hopes that you can understand your own importance. Meng Nan frowned. What does Uncle Xia mean? Let me make self-preservation my primary goal? After a moment, Meng Nan sighed. I understand what Uncle Xia said, but it's impossible. I don't have that much time. For me, death is just like that. My talent determines my choice. Lung Xie Supreme once said that if I am not strong enough to make them despair, then I can die in peace. Wang Shuai was silent. He originally wanted to do some ideological work on Meng Nan so that he could finish the second half of his senior year in high school peacefully. But now that I heard this kid is indeed the one taught by Lung Xie Supreme. This is to live towards death. Hey, Boss Xia, you can't blame me for this. Wang Shuai said in embarrassment. Okay, think about it carefully. In short, your own safety comes first. Meng Nan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wang. I will keep it in mind. Then Meng Nan stood up and walked straight out of Wang Shuai's office. Wang Shuai looked at Meng Nan's back and shook his head helplessly. This young man is so young, and yet he doesn't care about life and death. Too much like Lung Xie Supreme. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran returned to the training base. After entering the hall, Meng Nan took off his coat and twisted his neck until it cracked. Sister Meng, come out and talk. Meng Zhizuan crawled out of Meng Nan's chest, transformed into a human form, sat on the sofa, looked at Meng Nan, and asked softly, Brother, what do you think? Tell us first. Meng Nan sat on the ground and said with a gloomy face, If I'm not mistaken, these last 3 months of senior year may be my last happy time. The elder has marginalized us, and Uncle Xia asked me to protect myself. It's obvious that they want to take the pressure from Yusha for me. But when the college entrance examination comes, what can they use to fight against the ghost? Even if all the supreme beings of Xia country come, I'm afraid they can't stop Tianjin City. Xia Xingran sat next to Meng Nan, just listening quietly without saying a word. Meng Zhizuan stretched out his fingers and gently pressed his temples, also with a headache, and said, Hey, maybe they're waiting for the Xia country legend. Meng Nan sneered. My Xia country has legends. Doesn't Yusha have any? Based on my understanding of Supreme Lung Xie, given the current situation in Xia country, as long as he is not dead, he will definitely come back as soon as possible. So I'm sure that Lung Xie Supreme has not come back. He must have been watched by the legend of my Xia country. Meng Zhizuan also felt the same way. They seemed to be preparing for a decisive battle. But just like what the tough guy brother said, what can Xia country use to fight against Yusha? Meng Zhizuan rubbed his temple, looked at Meng Nan's gloomy face, and his pupils dilated instantly. Brother Macho, what on earth do you want to do? Meng Nan smiled coldly and said, 3 months of fun should be enough for me to commit suicide. I can't just sit there and wait for the ghost to kill me. Otherwise, there is only one ending. If the Xia kingdom is destroyed, even if I don't die, I will flee to the wilderness. If I had been hiding in the wilderness, maybe Xia country would be safer. Meng Zhizun sighed. Meng Nan's thoughts were actually similar to hers, and she guessed that if things got out of hand, the elder would definitely ask her to take Meng Nan back to the tribe by force. It is the only place that Yu Shao would never dare to go. At this time, Xia Xingran suddenly stood up, walked straight to the door, turned his back to Meng Nan, and said softly, "Wait for me to come back, and don't think about abandoning me again this time. Otherwise, I will never forgive you again in this life." With a click, the door closed. Meng Nan didn't look back, but smiled bitterly. He knew where Xia Xingran went. He must have gone to Zhao Ta to strengthen his spirit again. Meng Zhizun looked at Xia Xingran's departing back and suddenly understood. No wonder these two people remained silent at the critical moment. He still hasn't taken the last step. This has already confirmed each other. Meng Zhizun had to sigh. Brother Meng Nan, Sister Xingran, you two are such a perfect match. Meng Nan laughed bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, "My debt is getting bigger and bigger. She is my biggest creditor in my life. It looks like I'm going to be in debt again." Meng Zhizun asked in disbelief. Brother Macho, she warned you so much, and you still want to run away? Meng Nan raised his head, looked at Meng Zhizun, and smiled gently. Compared to her never forgiving me in this life, I hope she can live. She hates. Let her hate. Meng Nan stood up and silently looked around this home. Here used to be. There are 13 black-haired guys. I wish I could come back. I hope we can get together again when I come back. Sister Meng, let's go. Chapter 65, The Lineage of the Perverted Supreme Being. Meng Zhizun stood up from the sofa and rubbed his sore nose. Brother Macho, I really love you. The tough guy smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Meng Zhizun turned into a small pink-blue spider and crawled into Meng Nan's palm. Thank you, Sister Meng, for risking your life to accompany me to die. Go ahead. I'll be with you. Meng Nan let out a long breath. Instead of going out, he chose to sink into the ground. At the same time, above the sky, a figure quickly rushed towards the training base where Meng Nan was. The speed is so fast, like a meteor. That guy's gone. His aura is heading north underground. He just ran 1 kilometer away. Humph, see where you're going. 10 spiritual points, open. A shocking spiritual power rushed straight into the sky. The Dream Supreme underground sensed it instantly. Brother Run, this is spiritual power more powerful than that of ordinary supreme beings. And he seems to have mental powers. He is locked onto you. Meng Nan's scalp tingled. Depend on. There is such a powerful, ghostly supreme in the center of Lixing City. This guy acts so recklessly. Isn't he afraid of being killed? Meng Nan didn't have time to think about it, and instinctively accelerated. But it was far slower than the speed of the Supreme's pursuit. When the huge spiritual pressure approached Meng Nan, Meng Zhizun reacted instantly. Such a powerful and enormous spiritual pressure can only be found in that lineage. This is Ningking. Before Meng Zhizun could open his mouth to remind Meng Nan, there was a loud bang. The huge impact of spiritual power almost made Meng Nan deaf. Little Stone quickly armed himself with concrete and quickly protected Meng Nan. With a bang, a big foot stepped directly on Meng Nan's back, but without much force. Meng Nan was stunned. Since his debut, he has never met such a perverted person. This is 100 meters underground. How can this be kicked down directly? Holy shit. Could it be that... Ning Hing? Meng Nan glanced back, awkwardly. As a result, this glance... What did I see? I was 100 meters underground, and I actually saw the sun. Is there still a sky? Meng Nan's eyes widened. He has never been so shocked in his life. I swallowed my saliva subconsciously. A cough. He saw a huge 100-meter passage. Straight to the ground. Ning Hung raised his foot and picked up Meng Nan, just like he was holding a chick. Ning Hung raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Junior Sister's guess was right. Are you going to sneak away again? The people of Meng Nan are so annoyed. Damn it, you guys are kind of bullying people. Supreme Ning Hung. If you want to talk, please talk. At this time, Ning Zong spoke. You run really fast. As soon as Sister Xingran left the house, you ran away. Luckily, we arrived in time. Ming Nan understood. Xia Xingran, you are such a jerk. You actually know how to shake people? There are so many perverts in your sect. It's amazing. Ahem. I'm sorry to have embarrassed the Twin Supremes. Ning Hung sneered, picked up Ming Nan and flew back to the ground. At this moment, Ning Hung suddenly heard Zhao Tuo's voice. Bring that little bastard here. I think this kid needs an education. Ning King kummet. With both legs bent, there was a loud bang. The earth cracks. Ning Hung jumped directly into the air and flew all the way to Pangcheng. All the Meng Nan people were stunned. Ning Hung Supreme. Does he have so much spiritual power that he can't use it all up? There's more. Who can jump to the sky with just one jump? Playing? The Dream Supreme sighed. Ning Hung really has a special physique that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. His physical strength is already comparable to that of a demon beast. Man, what did I hear? Special physique? Yes, Ning Hung has a special physique. Zhao Tuo said before that the cells in Ning Heng's body can devour the cells in the body of the monster. So after Ning Hung was crippled, Zhao Tuo used cells from spirit beasts and demon beasts to transform Ning Hung into a completely new body. That's why Ning Hung is so strong now. Hiss, holy crap! Ning Hung Supreme is a cyborg? Humanoid monster? It totally ruined my worldview. Dean Zhao, awesome. You are worthy of being the supreme pervert. Ning Zong sensed Meng Nan's inner complaints and laughed. Hurry up and smile. You might cry when you see Dean Zhao later. Manon is broken. I was careless again. The perception system is so annoying. Oh no, President Ning Zong is so handsome. Ning Zong possessed Ning Hung and smiled slightly. I know I'm handsome. Lixing City, underground of Pangcheng Hospital, Xiaohui Spiritual Power Research Institute. Meng Nan bared his teeth and claws, trying his best to break free from Ning Heng's restraints. No. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Have mercy. President Zhao, please let me go. Ning Hung forced Meng Nan onto an instrument, and after his limbs were fixed, Zhao Tuo chuckled and pressed a button. An electric current instantly passed through Meng Nan's body. ZZ. Moon. Meng Jizuan jumped out of Meng Nan's body in an instant. I patted my chest quickly. I was scared to death. Call. Meng Jizuan looked at Zhao Tuo, nodded, and said, just keep going, just don't kill the tough guy. Zhao Tuo laughed out loud. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Let this kid learn a lesson. Xingran is such a good girl. This little bastard doesn't know how to appreciate his good fortune. Zhao Tuo complained while increasing the power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Man and Meng Jizuan was a little curious about this strange electric current, so he asked softly, President Zhao, what is this strange electric current? Zhao Tuo chuckled and said, This. I asked Minister Qi to make this for me. It has a similar effect to the spirit realm thunder crystal. It can increase the human body's ability to withstand spiritual energy. What a coincidence. This thing has just been delivered and no one has conducted clinical trials on it yet. Anyway, this kid is tough. Let's try him first. If the effect is good, I will give it to my beloved apprentice. Meng Nan was electrocuted at this time, and his brain short-circuited. Apart from the subconscious groaning, he was basically unconscious. Fortunately, Meng Nan didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have doubted his life. I really became a tool. Once the power switch of this machine is turned on, no one will take care of Meng Nan. Everyone went about their business, leaving Meng Nan alone on the electric shock bed. Always The Dream Supreme transformed into a little spider, hung on the ceiling, and swung on a swing, looking at the numbers scrolling on the big screen. Distance to the end. 4 days, 23 hours, 50 minutes, and 26 seconds. Good guy. He is indeed the supreme pervert. This new thing. I played with it for 10 minutes, and then it ran away. My macho brother. How pitiful. Chapter 66 cracked. Meng Nan finally managed to survive the 5 days of electric shock in a daze. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The last few electric currents gave Meng Nan a startle. Holy shit, still alive. Meng Nan opened his eyes. Well, Zhao Tuo, Ning Zong, Ning Hung, Xia Xingran, and Meng Jizuan are all looking at him with extremely special eyes. Man. Meng Nan's neck tilted. What's that expression on your face? What do you mean? Zhao Tuo touched the hairless bald head and asked incredulously, Do you feel anything? Meng Nan lay on the electric shock bed and felt it. No. Ah, I don't feel anything at all. Can this thing change me in any way? Hiss. Freaks are prone to accidents. This device is used to increase the upper limit of your spiritual energy storage. As Zhao Tuo explained, he pointed at the big screen and said to Meng Nan, "Now it shows that you have absorbed all the power of the spirit world Thunder Crystal, but you haven't even improved at all." Manon. Meng Nan's eyes widened, and he pointed at his chest in disbelief and asked, "Me? I've been suffering for 5 days. Not even a hair improvement?" Everyone nodded in unison. Manon. Okay. It's electric shock therapy. Meng Nan smacked his lips. It was tasteless. It didn't matter what Meng Nan said, but it scared everyone. Shexang. Ning Zong. Meng Nan you. Dream Supreme. Open your mouth. Manon opened his mouth wide. Hiss. Zhao Ta you Meng Nan. Why are you torn? The corners of Meng Nan's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. You said this. Why am I cracked? Meng Nan opened his mouth wide as he looked at himself on the big screen. Holy crap! It's really broken. Help! I'm torn apart. At this moment, Meng Nan's mouth was really cracked along the 2 corners of his mouth. And from the cracks, there was a hint of earth fire, like magma in the cracks of the ground. Hey Dean Zhao, you fucked me up. Hurry! Help! Think of a solution quickly. As Meng Nan's mood fluctuated violently, the color of the small stone on his chest suddenly changed. Everyone's pupils instantly dilated. Red? Red? Zhao Tuo immediately realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Ningheng, hurry up! Throw this kid out now. Don't destroy my research institute." Ning Zong and Ningheng merged together instantly, hugged Meng Nan, who was glowing red, and flew directly to the ground. Ningheng had just flown out of Pangqing Hospital when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Meng Nan in his arms was tearing faster. Now it's not just the mouth that's cracked. The crack has spread from the mouth to the chest. Meng Nan's face was like charcoal at this moment, and under his cracked skin, it seemed as if there was boiling magma. Meng Nan shouted weakly, "Fire! Earth fire!" Ningheng couldn't hear the hoarse voice at all. Fortunately, Ning Zong could sense it, and quickly said to Ningheng, "Minan said he needed fire. Earth fire?" Ningheng thought quickly, "Where can I find the underground fire? Where is the underground fire on Lixing?" At this time, Zhao Tuo caught up and said, "Let's go to Pegasus City next door. There's an active volcano there." Ningheng nodded and said quickly, "There is no time to lose. My brother and I will go first, Master. You guys follow." After saying that, Ningheng frowned. Roar loudly. 14 spiritual points. Open! The huge spiritual pressure directly caused the air to explode. Ningheng hugged Meng Nan and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The people who had just caught up with Ningheng were instantly shocked by the aftermath of Ningheng's spiritual power and retreated one after another. The Dream Supreme was shocked. Just an aftermath can affect the actions of the Supreme. How much spiritual power is stored in Ningheng's body? Dean Zhao quickly flew to the roof of Pangqing Hospital, boarded the aircraft, and took everyone through the space channel directly to Pegasus City. Pegasus City was previously Ji Kuen's base camp. Ever since Ji Kuen fled, all the remaining forces were basically wiped out in secret by the military. Nowadays, all the officials in Pegasus City are gathered from people from all over the country. The current director of the Pegasus City Contract Management Bureau. He is the former director of the Qinling City Contract Management Bureau, Wu Hanshan. Take charge of Pegasus in times of crisis. The current director of Qinling City is Huang Tianyi. Wu Hanshan received Zhao Tuo's message immediately and quickly organized all the cadres to go to the largest active volcano in Pegasus City. Selenium Source Mountain has not erupted for 30 years. Today, it is considered a permanent tourist attraction in Pegasus City. The most famous thing is the hot springs. There are still many people traveling and vacationing in Shiyuan Mountain at this time. Suddenly, more than a dozen official aircraft from Pegasus City surrounded the entire sky above Selenium Source Mountain. Attention all residents of Shiyuan Mountain. Attention all residents of Shiyuan Mountain. This volcano may erupt at any time. Please evacuate Selenium Mountain immediately. This volcano may erupt at any time. Please evacuate Shiyuan Mountain immediately. The deafening broadcast sounded throughout the entire Shiyuan Mountain. For a moment, everyone felt in danger and hurried down the mountain. Wu Hanshan organized a group of new cadres from Qima City and sent them up the mountain to look for people. No matter what the reason, Anyone who refuses to leave will be forcibly taken down the mountain. Property loss is a minor matter. Human life is a big matter. If it is really as Zhao Tuo said, once the tough guy goes berserk, the Selenium Source Mountain will probably be ruined. And at this moment, Meng Nan was really on the verge of going berserk. He also understood why he was cracked. Fire Spirit Soil. At that time, Xiao Shurdu forced him to eat Fire Spirit Soil for a full 20 days in the underground of the third mine in Pangxing. The biggest source of energy in Zhao Tuo's instrument is Thunder Crystal. The power of the Thunder Crystal was all used to activate the Fire Spirit Soil during these 5 days. That's why Meng Nan's spiritual power hasn't changed at all. Meng Nan was in Ning Heng's arms at this moment, and his whole body was almost torn apart. In Meng Nan's perception, he was on the verge of exploding. The temperature radiating from the whole body is getting higher and higher. When Xiao Shurtu told him to find the underground fire, Meng Nan could imagine that once this balance point of the body was broken, either the volcano explodes or he explodes. Meng Nan looked at the Selenium Source Mountain that was about to be reached and raised his hand with great effort. As he moved, a ray of blood-red spiritual fire suddenly erupted from the cracks on his charcoal black skin. Ning Zong sensed it, predicted it in advance, and directly asked Ning Hung to throw Meng Nan out. Ning Hung frowned, because he was afraid that his spiritual power might detonate Meng Nan's torn body. So this time, Ning Hung only used his physical strength. Ning was seen holding his right arm horizontally, with visibly bulging veins. All the muscles in his right arm swelled up instantly, and he swung Meng Nan's body, which was about to explode, and threw him out with a whoosh. The moment Meng Nan's body hit the Selenium Source Mountain, thunder and lightning strike. There was a loud bang. Meng Nan's body exploded instantly. Fuck, why did I explode? After the explosion, Meng Nan splashed on the wall of Selenium Source Mountain like blazing magma. The small stones in the magma turned blood red. A roar. Gah! The roar of the little stone caused the magma veins at the bottom of the Selenium Source Mountain to resonate. The entire ground of Pegasus City is shaking violently. Boom, boom, boom. With a puff, the volcanic ash that covered the sky and the sun instantly spewed out from the pass of Shiyuan Mountain. Chapter 67. A new form of tough guy. Hellfire armor. At this time, the volcanic ash came in waves. The volcanic ash covered the sky and enveloped the entire Pegasus City. For a moment, the earth shook. Natural disasters and natural disasters are beyond human control. This scene has only been seen by people 30 years ago. Evacuate all the people immediately. All the people should leave the Shiyuan Mountain 10 kilometers away. Wu Hanzhan was really numb. I was given the task in a time of crisis to command Pegasus. I just arrived at Pegasus, and I haven't even sat down yet. Oh my goodness, it's exploded now. A tough guy. A tough guy. You better be careful when you run away. Don't destroy Pegasus City. Wu Hanzhan quickly mobilized people and organized the evacuation of the people before the Shiyuan Mountain erupted completely. At this time, Meng Nan's body had turned into liquid magma and was controlled by the small stone to swim through the cracks in the Shiyuan Mountain towards the center of the volcano. Just like the golden spiritual soil last time, Meng Nan can only use his mind. Other than that, he can't do anything. The difference is that the golden spiritual soil will make his whole body hard. This fire spirit soil seems to be liquid magma. Before it was activated, it looked like charcoal slag, but now it's fine. The little stone directly transformed into a hellfire stone man, standing in a lava vein. Bath. The hot magma continuously flowed into the chest through the cracks in Little Stone's body. Meng Nan looked at his concrete armor. Now it should be called Hellfire's Armed. As the magma from the Selenium Source Mountain veins continued to flow in, Meng Nan's originally 2-meter tall weapon had now almost grown to 6 meters in height. Meng Nan's Hellfire armor at this moment was like obsidian, with blood-red hellfire burning between the cracks. Every time he twisted his body, the fiery magma would flow out. Hiss, Meng Nan is numb. There is so much magma in the magma veins of Shiyuan Mountain. How long will it take to absorb it all? Meng Nan looked at his hellfire armored body, which was growing larger and larger, and was now almost 10 meters tall. When will this end? This thing is getting bigger and bigger if you keep sucking it. Outside Selenium Mountain, the elder came upon hearing the news. There was a hint of uneasiness on his skinny face. At this moment, a stream of light from Shi Mountain instantly rushed in front of the elder. Ning Zong quickly said, "Lord, I just sensed it. Meng Nan is sucking magma at the bottom of the volcano." At this time, the magma body is already nearly 20 meters high. What to do? Everyone fell silent. Hiss, 20 meters? The macho man's body is already 20 meters tall. What is this hunk doing? The elder shook his head and sighed. That kid should be out of control now. It's his little stone that's taking the lead. Wait, everyone was also worried. Half a day has passed. The volcanic ash from the Zayuanshan volcano is getting less and less. But the news Ning Zong sent back was getting worse and worse. Meng Nan's hellfire armor, it's already more than 100 meters. Shiyuan Mountain is only over 800 meters high. Meng Nan is already 100 meters underground. Night falls. Ning Zong sent back a message again. Minana hellfire arms. More than 200 meters. Everyone has become numb. Not surprised at all. Waiting for 300 meters is just like that. The elder nodded, took out the secret order, and quickly summoned all the supreme beings. Surrounded the selenium source mountain. There is only one purpose. I'm afraid Meng Nan's little stone will suddenly get out of control. When a 300-meter-tall giant magma monster steps out of Selenium Mountain, it will be a lot of fun. I'm afraid Pegasus City isn't big enough for tough guys to play in. None of the supreme beings dared to close their eyes even once that night. Until noon the next day, Ning Zong sent back a bad news and a good news. The good news is Meng Nan has already told Ning Zong that he has regained control of his body. The bad news is Little Stone may have been overnourished and fell into a deep sleep and lost contact. Everyone is puzzled. Did the tough guy regain control of his body? Then he should come back quickly. Then why is this news being passed around? The elder coughed dryly and asked awkwardly. That kid. Is it because he can't contact Little Stone that he can't cancel the transformation? Zongheng and the other two nodded awkwardly. Hiss, everyone understands. That's too embarrassing. The elder continued to ask awkwardly. How old is that kid now? Everyone immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Ning Zong said awkwardly. Is squatting now about 200 meters? Hiss, what does it mean to be 200 meters tall while squatting? Doesn't that mean that if this guy stood up, he would be about 500 to 600 meters tall? Holy crap! All the supreme beings felt their scalps tingling. Fortunately, this guy emptied the selenium source mountain, otherwise his head. I'm afraid it can be pushed out from the crater. That picture should be quite interesting. Everyone is also quite curious about this boy's transformation. What does it look like? A lava giant? After being surprised, everyone looked helpless again. I even feel a little sorry for the tough guy classmate. This kid seems like he can only squat. If you move at all, I'm afraid this selenium mountain is about to crack. The elder couldn't help but rub his forehead with his skinny hands. Everyone, please stay here with me. Although this kid is fine for now, there is no guarantee what the little stone will look like after waking up. All the supreme beings nodded in response. Better to be on the safe side. In the eyes of the public, the eruption of the Zayuanshan volcano was just a natural phenomenon, and no one made too many associations. Little did people know that the selenium source mountain is now just an empty shell with a giant magma baby of nearly 600 meters in size squatting inside. Selenium source mountain? Holy shit, I feel so wronged. Meng Nan hugged his knees with his hands, not daring to move. At this time, a breeze blew in from the crater of Selenium Source Mountain. Meng Nan's huge obsidian stone, I was still burning with blood-red hellfire. Xia Xingran flew to Meng Nan and released his body. Wow, brother Meng Nan, you are so big. Meng Nan didn't dare to speak when he saw Xia Xingran. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, a mouthful of magma could kill Xia Xingran. At this time, dozens of figures appeared one after another. Because everyone is so curious. I can't help it. Finally, under Xia Xingran's repeated instigation, the elder agreed that everyone should go in and visit Meng Nan. Hiss, holy crap, it's so fucking big. This handsome guy's look, if he stood up, destroying a city is effortless. This transformation is so handsome. That's right, just like the god of war from hell. Why isn't Meng Nan speaking? Ning Zong stepped forward to sense it, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then he turned around and reminded everyone, please be careful with your words and don't cause Meng Nan to be emotionally unstable. He said his body is full of magma. If he bursts out laughing, it's easy to spray you to death with my mouth. The supreme beings were trying not to laugh, Shut up now. Seeing this, Mengnan gave them a big obsidian eye roll. A huge boom sounded. The huge obsidian eyeball turned a big circle in its eye socket. Tears welled up in Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes. She turned her back to Mengnan's hellfire arms. He said to the communicator in his hand, "Mom, can you see? Your divination came true. He's the huge mountain standing behind me." Chapter 68, Little Stone evolves. Mengnan is shocked. 3 days later, Little Stone wakes up. Mengnan's huge hellfire body shook. What did he hear? Is it an auditory hallucination? Little Stone called out again. Mengnan? Mengnan was extremely excited and asked in his heart, "Is that you, Little Stone?" The Little Stone trembled slightly. "Well, Mengnan." Happy. Mengnan was so excited, as if his own son suddenly called him Dad. "Little Stone, you grown up. Well, grow up, be happy." Mengnan understood that although Little Stone had evolved this time, his language ability was still limited to speaking one word at a time. Just like a baby, he can't even form a sentence. It's okay. Little Stone, you will grow up slowly. Buzz. Well, Mengnan, happy. Mengnan asked quickly, "Little Stone, can you disarm this hellfire weapon?" Buzz. Yes. Mengnan felt his whole body tremble, and the blood-red hellfire poured into the small stone in his chest. Then the magma in the body began to flow back rapidly. With a loud bang, the huge obsidian arm fell off from the shoulder and smashed heavily on the ground. The earth shook for a moment. The hollowed-out selenium source mountain could not withstand an earthquake of this magnitude at all. Amid the screams of the crowd, it collapsed. All the supreme beings are ready for battle. They have seen the tough guy's hellfire armor. It's so fucking terrifying. If it's a teammate, then of course I'll praise him to death. But if it's an opponent, they really dare not be careless at all. As the tough guy himself said, a mouthful of magma could kill them all. Dozens of supreme beings waited in anticipation for 10 minutes. After posing for 10 minutes, well, there is no movement. Where is the strong man? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. In the end, it was Ning Zong who took action and sensed it. With a snap, Ning Zong covered his face and asked the group of Supreme Masters, "Who among you? Can I lend you a pair of pants? I'll send it to him." Puff. Huh? I understand. Xia Xingran's face suddenly turned red, and then she took out a set of clothes that Meng Nan usually wore from her storage bracelet and handed it to Ning Zong. TSK. Oops. This kid is blessed. Listening to the ridicule of the supreme beings, Xia Xingran pretended not to hear them. Soon, Ning Zong and Meng Nan appeared in front of everyone. After carefully examining it, the elder waved his hand and said to the crowd, "Thank you for your hard work. Mengnan is feeling a little strange. I'll take him away first." When everyone heard that the tough guy was acting strange, they didn't dare to delay. The elder stretched out his skinny hand, and a transparent cube appeared in his palm. The block instantly enlarged, covering Mengnan and Xia Xingran, and then Mengnan's eyes blurred. He appeared again in his training base. Mengnan looked at the elder in disbelief. This method? Space teleportation? This is not like riding a flying vehicle, walking through a fixed space channel to achieve a short-distance space jump. Mengnan finally understood why the elder was able to save Lung Xie at the moment when Lei Mo seriously injured Lung Xie. This method is quite against the will of heaven. The elder looked at the two people who were shocked and asked kindly, "Mengnan, tell me the truth. Can you release your 600-meter hellfire weapon again?" Mengnan has a toothache. Seen through. So Mengnan had no choice but to confess. This hellfire weapon can be unleashed again at any time. But the hellfire's weapons have a limitation. That is, Little Stone uses the power of contract and the power of the earth after all. If there were no magma veins or naturally advantageous areas of spiritual fire and earth fire, it would be difficult to activate so much fire spirit soil. So he can be armed with hellfire at any time, but not at a range of 600 meters. After Meng Nan finished explaining, he placed his hands on the small stone and silently thought, "Little Stone, with my current master-level contract power, what is the maximum hellfire weapon you can provide?" Buzz. 20. Meng Nan understands. The maximum power of a master-level contract is only 20 meters. If I upgrade to the next level, Glory level, double it, and it would be 40 meters. Wushuang level, double it, and it would be 80 meters. Supreme level, double that to 160 meters. Hiss. In this case, if Xiao Shurtu borrows the Hellfire weapons from the magma veins, his combat power will be close to the total spiritual power of the four supreme beings. Without the natural terrain advantage, I wouldn't be able to activate so much fire spirit earth. Buzz! Thunder! Thunder! Meng Nan was stunned. Why did Xiao Shurtu call Lazy? Buzz! Thunder Lake! Thunder! Thunder Crystal! Oh shit! What does this mean? Is Lazy's pure thunder spiritual power equal to Thunder Crystal? Meng Nan quickly asked Little Stone. If he blasts all of his master-level lightning spiritual power into my body, how much fire spiritual earth can the Hellfire armor activate? Buzz! 1, 20, 40. Meng Nan was instantly overjoyed. If I were supreme, and Lazy was also supreme, the power of the contract alone can arm a distance of 320 meters. Hiss, does this indirectly mean that the two of us can defeat nearly 10 supreme beings? Holy shit, isn't this the legendary fusion of contracted beasts? Moreover, his nanny-like Thunder Lion Divine Beast would definitely be willing to cooperate. Wind, fire, earth, metal, thunder. 3 people and 5 natural attacks. Little Stone, apart from the gold spirit soil and fire spirit soil you asked me to eat before, what other soil is there? Buzz. Water. Spiritual soil. Wood. Spiritual soil. Others. I don't know. Meng Nan is numb. Holy shit. Can I master the 5 major natural systems by myself? Add to that 2 rare natural elements and the wind and thunder element. There are 7 elements in total. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Don't drift. Wait. That's not right. I have Hellfire armor because I ate enough fire spirit soil. Then why is my Geneling not armed? Buzz. Not enough. Too little. Oh. Meng Nan understood. When they were both master-level spiritual bond masters, Xia Xingran's weathering could cover his entire body, while his golden spiritual soil was only enough to cover his big golden teeth and 2 arms at most. If that's the case, actually, my concrete armor is the armor of golden spiritual soil. It's just that there is 2 little golden spiritual soil. So Xiao Shurtu, you made me a concrete weapon? Buzz. Oh. So that's what happened. Seeing that Meng Nan was in a daze, the elder and Xia Xingran knew that Meng Nan was communicating with Xiao Shurtu, so they did not interrupt. After a long time, Meng Nan came back to his senses, looked at the elder again, and said very seriously, "The 4 types of spiritual soil from the spiritual world. I want as much as I can get. The more I get, the stronger I will be." A blazing light suddenly burst out from the old eyes of the elder. For elements of spiritual earth, gold, wood, water, fire, then add Meng Nan's own small stone soil. That's the 5th system. Can use the blood pact of the 5 elements. What's this? I've never heard of it. Our Xia country should rise. The elder patted Meng Nan's shoulder excitedly. Okay. You really broaden my horizons. Xia Xingran didn't know how to describe it for a moment. She looked at Meng Nan's yellow hair. He clearly has earth-type spiritual power. The little stone raised by Meng Nan can actually control the other 4 elements. Is it true that you are what you eat? Chapter 69, A Wasteful Thing. The elder, who was always calm and composed, looked at Meng Nan with an expression of incomprehension. I can't believe it. It seems as if all these years of life have been wasted. After coming to his senses, the elder said to Meng Nan in a very serious manner, "Don't run around anymore, kid. Stay in Xia country and wait until you come back from the spirit world." Meng Nan nodded and asked the elder again. Little Stone can only speak now, so I can only know a limited amount. If you go to the spirit world, please help me find out. There's also some soil or rare minerals, metals, etc. Anything that has something to do with soil, you can bring some back and give it a try. The elder nodded, wrote down everything, reminded him again not to run around, and then disappeared. He was anxious. He has to go find the Xia Kingdom legend quickly. After the elder left, Xia Xingran also came back to his senses. Looking into Meng Nan's eyes, she could no longer conceal her excitement. He quickly grabbed Meng Nan's hand and said excitedly, "You know what? Let me show you a picture." Xia Xingran opened a group photo taken in Shiyuan Mountain. In the photo, Xia Xingran was standing on the ground, with Meng Nan's Hellfire armor behind him, with his hands on his knees. He curled up there motionless, like a huge mountain. Meng Nan's first reaction when he saw this photo was Teacher Lisa's divination. It actually works. Meng Nan remembered it very clearly. What teacher Lisa said at the time was that behind Xia Xingran, there was a huge figure, like a giant mountain, but she wasn't talking about a person. She was talking about a mountain, a figure. So the picture that teacher Lisa predicted is the photo at this moment. Ming Nan was also excited instantly. I quickly asked, "Have you sent the photos to teacher Lisa?" Xia Xingran nodded excitedly, unable to conceal the smile in her eyes. "My mom said they are exactly the same." Ming Nan was also excited. No wonder teacher Lisa said she saw a huge mountain, not a person. At first, Ming Nan also doubted it. How could he be a mountain? It turned out that he was curled up in the Shiyuan mountain and merged with the mountain. Oh my god! Teacher Lisa really has this ability. Can she see the future? So strong. So, another divination from Lisa Sensei. Uncle Xia's transformation is also real? That SS-level lost heart Goo King. If it metamorphoses and evolves again, it will have to be an SSS-level mythical beast? It turns out that teacher Lisa is the best. This vision. My future husband and future son-in-law are both SSS grade. Ming Nan couldn't help but sigh. My future mother-in-law is so amazing. Xia Xingran blushed and pinched Ming Nan fiercely. Don't talk nonsense. Not yet. I haven't agreed yet. Man. Xia Xingran suddenly changed his face and brought up old grudges. What did I say before I left? If you dare to leave me alone and run away again, I will never forgive you in my life. Ming Nan knew he had made a mistake, but then he thought, I didn't run away. Didn't run equals didn't sneak away. Ming Nan spread his hands and said seriously, I didn't run away. Isn't it right in front of you? How can this be called sneaking away? I just took a stroll underground. I just love to stroll. Xia Xingran bit her lip and looked at Ming Nan with an unhappy face. As she watched, suddenly she laughed. Xia Xingran's expression changed so quickly that Ming Nan felt uneasy. Xia Xingran stood in front of Ming Nan and took off his jacket, revealing a tight vest. Ming Nan cried out that he couldn't bear it anymore. Xia Xingran has such a great figure. The shock was overwhelming. Xia Xingran continued to laugh and then took off his boots. Puff! Ming Nan really couldn't stand it anymore. Maybe I've been eating too much magma recently, and I'm feeling a little irritated. The nosebleed spurted out instantly. Just when Ming Nan wanted to cover his eyes, he was stunned. Xia Xingran was wearing a tight vest and shorts, and she tore off the leather ring tied to her high ponytail. He slowly turned around in front of Ming Nan, for spiritual points lit up on his arms. There is also a spiritual point on the slender lower back. There is a spiritual point on the flat belly. There are also 6 spiritual points on the legs. At this moment, under Xia Xingran's fair and tender skin, a total of 12 spiritual points lit up. When Ming Nan's concrete armor was kicked to pieces by her, Xia Xingran had only emptied 3 spirit points in total. Now, she has 12 spiritual points on her body. Ming Nan already knew what Xia Xingran wanted to express. Ming Nan bowed his hands very consciously. Hello, Sister Xingran. Your tough brother. Admit I'm better than you. Holy crap. I can't beat him. All members of the perverted Supreme's lineage have mutated. I went for electrotherapy for 5 days, and it activated my Hellfire weapon. No wonder the elders agreed to the title of the Supreme Pervert. This is so fucking perverted. Xia Xingran patted Ming Nan on the shoulder and said earnestly, Yeah, not bad, not bad. My tough brother, you finally got it. Remember this. Macho brother, Sister Xingran's apparent strength is now at the glory level. But you know our sex lineage. If we go all out. Ming Nan nodded quickly. Yes. Sister Xingran is right. It makes sense. Ning Heng's kick had shattered all of Ming Nan's cognition. 1 foot went through 100 meters underground. Ming Nan doesn't know how to describe it. Although Xia Xingran's spirit cave was not as powerful as Ning Heng's, it was still not something that a master like Ming Nan could challenge. In the face of such an extreme and huge spiritual pressure, any technique is useless. One force can break all laws. Ming Nan was already starting to get anxious. Damn it, now I'm a tough guy again. I swear, I will definitely beat you up in the future. Call me a tough guy, brother. After the two of them laughed and joked, Ming Nan began to seriously think about his next promotion. Gold, wood, water, fire, plus the small stone's original earth spirit, a total of 5 elements. This kind of improvement requires waiting for the elder to return from the spirit world. The spiritual power reserve of this master-level spiritual contract master is simply too much to bear according to Little Stone's needs. Meng Nan's use of the Hellfire armament this time made him understand one thing. The strength of his own spiritual power is actually secondary. Xiao Shi too and he have a blood bond. They will go to war together in their original form, and they will live and die together. When Meng Nan was armed with Hellfire, his body turned into magma and merged with small stones. He can't act separately from his contracted beast like the others. For example, the black mist of Lung Xie Supreme can transform into a figure, but it does not affect Lung Xie's main combat power. Moreover, his Hellfire armor is not the incarnation of the contract. The invincible contract incarnation requires a sufficiently strong spiritual power to support the main body. Therefore, Meng Nan's own spiritual power can be said to be completely useless. Apart from converting the power of the contract to the little stone, there is no place to use it. In essence, the Hellfire armed forces are a true fusion, indistinguishable from each other. Little Stone is him. He is Little Stone. After figuring this out, Meng Nan suddenly realized it. Little Stone is strong. He is a strong one. Resources, earth veins, spiritual ores, rare metals, etc. Swallow as much as you can. The more you swallow, the faster the little stone will grow. Meng Nan came back to his senses. Shit, how much does this cost? In the past, when people described someone as rich, they would say, "Do you have a mine at home?" Huh, what's the use of a mine? My little stone can produce a mine in one bite. This is going to kill me. A waste of money. Buzz. Little Stone. Happy Meng Nan sat. Meng Nan. Chapter 70. Order 2 copies. I don't have money. Meng Nan grabbed his head with both hands, looking desperate. How do I raise this money loser? We can't just plunder all the resources in Xia country. Huh? Rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Didn't I think about finding an excuse to get Yusha to hand over Ji Kun? It's just a lack of an excuse. Thinking of this, Meng Nan's eyes lit up. All right, Yusha has many subordinate states. Go and bring harm to others. I'll be raising Little Stone while causing trouble for them. And when Yusha and his lackeys can't stand it anymore, isn't it time for the ghost to show up? Then we will ask Yusha to hand over Ji Kun. If you don't want to pay, then we'll just continue to cause trouble. At worst, we won't go back to Xia country. What the hell is Eric, the Demon Child Supreme? No bird cares about him. Do you still want to control me through the college entrance examination? Are you trying to use the interests of our country and family to control me? Abba! The little spider, the incarnation of the supreme dream, was lying on the little stone, also thinking about Meng Nan's plan. It's really worth a try. Anyway, the worst case scenario is that she takes Meng Nan home. After Meng Nan figured it out, he felt much happier. No worries anymore. Meng Nan roared. Comfortable? Xia Xingran was practicing in the room at this time. The art of spiritual refining. At this moment, she was surrounded by spiritual stones. I am concentrating on condensing the spiritual power in the spirit stone into the spirit cave. Meng Nan's shout frightened Xia Xingran so much that she trembled. Then, with a loud bang, the spiritual power exploded. All the spiritual power in the spiritual cave burst out directly. Bang! Even half of the wall in Xia Xingran's room was blown away. Smoke and dust filled the air. Xia Xingran's hair was disheveled after being blown away, and she floated out from behind the broken wall. He looked at Meng Nan gloomily and asked, Meng Nan, what the hell are you yelling about? Huh? Meng Nan jumped back subconsciously. Looking at Xia Xingran's angry expression, he understood. That shout of his, it must be bad news. The walls collapsed. It was originally a good thing, but now it seems it's bad again. Meng Nan slowly moved towards Xia Xingran. Then he got a comb from somewhere and carefully combed his frizzy white hair twice. Meng Nan took a step back and looked up and down. Well, that's it. No more explosions. Just when Xia Xingran was about to lose his temper, Meng Nan looked behind Xia Xingran and said in shock, Uncle Xia, why are you here? Xia Xingran turned back. Meng Nan whooshed directly into the ground and ran 2 miles away in a flash. Well, if you can't beat her now, you have to run. Hey, she can't hit it. When Xia Xingran turned around, she saw nothing but the broken wall, and she understood immediately. When I turned around again, Meng Nan was no longer in the hall. A hint of smile flashed across Xia Xingran's beautiful eyes. Phew, you run fast. After Meng Nan ran 2 miles underground, he did not stop and ran directly to the Lixing City Contract Management Bureau. Ning Zong was just about to get off work when he suddenly sensed Meng Nan's presence and smiled slightly. If you have anything to say, come out and tell me. Meng Nan surfaced and said with a smile. As expected of Director Ning, you have such a keen sense. I admire you. Ning Zong laughed and said, stop flattering me, kid. Just tell me what you need. Meng Nan nodded awkwardly and said, then thank you, Director Ning. Then Meng Nan's expression straightened up and he said in a low voice, I need some information. A map of the geographical resources in the country affiliated with Yusha, such as the distribution of various veins and spiritual minds. Ning Zong understood immediately when he heard this. This kid is going to cause trouble again. Then he looked entangled and said with embarrassment, let's talk about this matter after the elder comes back. Meng Nan's mouth twitched, and he quickly explained, No. I'm not going now. I need to study it first. This thing is very important to Little Stone. I have already promised the elder that I will not leave Xia country until he comes back. Ning Zong nodded but still did not agree. The thing you want is not something that ordinary people can touch. I suggest you ask Mr. Xia for advice. Meng Nan suddenly realized, Right. Military secrets of this level must be in the hands of the country. Meng Nan quickly took out the secret order and sent a message to Xia Chun. Uncle Xia, I have a favor to ask of you. Do you have a geographical resource distribution map of the Netherworld vassal states? After a while, Xia Chun replied, Yes, but you can't get it. Come to Jingping City to find me. Meng Nan understood that this kind of top-secret information must be stored in a military stronghold and must not be transmitted casually. After getting the answer he wanted, Meng Nan thanked Ning Zong and sank into the ground again. Going straight ahead, she came to the place where her fate with Xia Xingran began again. So far ahead. Yao lead first. That's right. The largest shopping mall in Lixing City, where tough guys become famous in one battle. My communicator store. The reason is simple. The latest model of the meter communicator exploded during the Hellfire armament. Except for the golden 5-pointed star secret order, everything else on his body exploded. At the beginning, the shopping guide said that this communicator has an absolute spirit stone frame, and it will not break unless it is attacked by a supreme level. What a pity. That was bought for him by Xia Xingran. Meng Nan surfaced, and everyone in the meta-communication store was shocked. Wow, what a hunk. Wow, the master is here again. A group of shopping guides surrounded Meng Nan. After all, Meng Nan had this experience, so he was not so ignorant and said directly, I need a communicator that cannot be destroyed by the supreme power, similar to the ones used by the military. Do you have a channel for it? When the young ladies heard this, they all dispersed. At this time, a middle-aged greasy man with a big belly came up to Meng Nan with short legs and said politely, Hello, master. I am the manager of this flagship store. We have what you want, but I have to apply to headquarters. You will later. The greasy store manager quickly ran back to the house, probably to have a secret communication. Meng Nan simply walked around the store looking around. After a while, the greasy store manager came back and said breathlessly, The headquarters said, Lixing City has no stock, and they need to transfer the goods from Jingping City. The earliest they can do so is tomorrow. Would you mind leaving your address? I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. When Meng Nan heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, If it's in Jingping City, there's no need to transfer the goods. I'm going to Jingping City, so I'll go directly to your headquarters. Oh, by the way, I have no money. Ask Principal Gu for it. Order 2 for me. The greasy store manager knew very well and nodded quickly. Don't worry, master. These are my own family members. How can I charge you money? Meng Nan looked at the greasy store manager and couldn't help but recall the words. My family. Isn't the Met Communicator a family property of Gu Yukai? Those who can be considered as members of the family are the 5 supreme beings. Could it be Minister Gu Tianqian? A family? Oh, 3 generations of single transmission. Chapter 71, The Legendary Hot Man. Meng Nan can understand after thinking about it. Now that the 5 supreme kings of the Xia Kingdom are fully supporting him, they are both prosperous and devastated. He can indeed be regarded as his own family. Anyway, Meng Nan really has no money. As long as you are thick-skinned, Meta will do too. After Meng Nan booked 2 meters, he immediately returned to his training base. With the previous experience as a lesson, Meng Nan was very careful this time, fearing that it would affect Xia Xingran's spiritual practice. After Meng Nan floated to the surface, his nose twitched twice. Sniff. It smells so good. Xia Xingran is actually cheating? Meng Nan tiptoed towards Xia Xingran's room. That fragrance came from behind the broken wall in Xia Xingran's room. Meng Nan leaned against the wall, tilted his head, and took a sneak peek. Hiss, what is Xia Xingran doing? Refining spiritual power? Could it be that this is the art of spiritual refining? At this moment, Xia Xingran closed his eyes tightly. Floating in the room, green-white spiritual energy surrounded her body, and various herbs and spiritual stones containing spiritual energy were spinning around her. Meng Nan could see with his naked eyes that the spiritual power in those herbs and spirit stones was being lost bit by bit. Following Xia Xingran's bluish-white spiritual power, they were drawn into the spiritual cave by her. The spiritual power dissipated and turned the herbs and spiritual stones into dust. Meng Nan looked down at Xia Xingran. Goodness, the ground is full of powder. No wonder the lineage of the abnormal supreme has so much spiritual power that it can't be used up. This soul refining technique is just like burning money. Meng Nan sighed. As expected, any powerful method cannot be separated from the supply of resources. The stronger it is, the more money it costs. If that's the case, how much did Ningheng burn? Ningheng's boundless spiritual power, coupled with his special physical transformation. I don't know how many demon beasts and spirit beasts I devoured. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dean Zhao is just as poor as he is. The white coat had holes in it, and he never changed it. He was living like a madman. It seems that all these resources are provided by the country, which is silently taking on everything. Meng Nan smiled bitterly. He himself was not as good as Dean Zhao. At least Dean Zhao still has a fixed salary. Look at yourself again. Relying on Xia Xingran's support in the front. Relying on the country to clean up the mess in the back. The elder has gone to the spirit world to gather resources for himself. I'm still so poor and arrogant. It's also a miracle. Meng Nan secretly made up his mind. Be self-reliant. When the elder comes back, we will start the road to self-reliance. Meng Nan saw that Xia Xingran's training might not be finished for a while, so after thinking about it, he decided not to disturb her. Meng Nan found Principal Gu and arranged a special plane and went to Jingping City alone. Jingping City, Shabwa Conference Center. Xiachen led Meng Nan all the way down. Meng Nan had never thought that there was a hidden world under the Jingping City. The further Meng Nan went down, the more frightened he became. This was an underground city. It also simulates the sky, sunlight, breeze. This scale is totally incomparable to Dean Zhao's Spiritual Power Research Institute. Meng Nan didn't know how big this underground city was, but at least he took a quick look. No boundaries. Xiachen looked at Meng Nan's shocked expression and said with a smile, "This one, it's called Daijing City." Hiss, never heard of it. There's actually a hidden city under Jingping City. Meng Nan asked in disbelief. Uncle Xia, don't tell me that Daijing City is as big as Jingping City? Xiachen shook his head. Meng Nan breathed a sigh of relief. If Daijing City is as big as Jingping City, it would be too scary. Daijing City is much bigger than Jingping City. Meng Nan. Xiachen ignored Meng Nan's dying expression and said seriously. In fact, Daijing City is the political center of Xia country. This Daijing City is the life's work of my Xia Guochuanqi. Xiagua is what it is today, basically thanks to Daijing City. The magic here is far beyond your imagination. Meng Nan was already numb from shock. There is no need to think beyond imagination. With my brain, I can't even imagine anything. Meng Nan glanced around, then asked Xia Chen stealthily. I am the legend of Xia country. How old am I this year? Xia Chen's eyelids twitched. Still long-lived. I don't know the details. I can only say, he is the only ruler of Xia country. Puff. Meng Nan felt that his brain was no longer his own. The only ruler of Xia kingdom? Is that the person who founded the Xia kingdom? Oh my god! The ancient history of the predecessor of the Xia kingdom is known to be nearly 3,000 years old. But the history of Xia state is only more than 300 years. The legend of the Xia kingdom couldn't be that the Xia kingdom was only 1 year old, right? It must be at least 400 years old? The word longevity, why does it suddenly feel weird? Wait! Oh my god! Meng Nan widened his eyes and asked Xia Chen tremblingly. Xia, when did the Lord become a legendary? Xia Chen said stiffly. Do you think a supreme being has the capital to build such a big country? Why shit, no way. What Uncle Xia meant was, the Lord of Xia was already a legendary when he founded the Xia kingdom? That's been over 300 years. It was already legendary more than 300 years ago. How strong is he now? This is outrageous. What is this called? Your uncle will always be your uncle. Mengnan finally understood why Gulao, Xia Chun, and Lung Xia were waiting for the return of Xiagua's legend. It's as if the Xia Kingdom legend is like a god. As long as he is here, the Xia Kingdom will never fall. Mengnan had heard them talking about waiting for the Xia country legend to come back, but he couldn't understand it. Why do they all think that a legend can settle everything? Now Mengnan understood. That was a legend from 300 years ago, not a legend from today. As expected, Xiagua's ability to hide his shortcomings. Follow the roots. It's been more than 300 years, and it's still called the Legend of Xia Kingdom. I'm so sorry. Mengnan patted his chest. It's so scary. Meng Jizuan was lying on a small rock at this time. His heart was broken. The legend who brought her back to Xia country. At least 400 years old? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The guy who brought her back to Xia country more than 20 years ago was still a little brother. A little brother who is over 400 years old? No. Impossible. Meng Jizuan remembers it very clearly. He is just a little brother, and he is a very gentle little brother. There are two dimples when she smiles. She was only 9 years old at the time, and the little brother looked to be in his early 20s, and he always looked gentle and kind, and often smiled at her along the way. That was the warmest smile she had ever seen in her life. At that time in the war-torn wasteland, it was he who warmed her young heart. It was he who led her all the way out of the encirclement from the center of the wasteland. That little brother who was like a god of war. It's actually more than 400 years old. The Dream Supreme's 8 little paws held the small stone tightly. The little head hits the little stone again and again. Bang, 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 bang. Impossible. My god of war brother. Chapter 72 Plan. Ojima Country. The conversation between Mengnan and Xia Chun shattered all the fantasies in Meng Jizuan's heart. The dream of her gentle little brother. Completely broken. As a result, Meng Jizuan lost his appetite for several days. Like a lovelorn girl, after Mengnan got what he wanted, he said goodbye to Xia Chun and returned to Lixing City with 2 latest military-grade communicators. This military-grade communicator does not use the traditional 3 networks. It was a special network in Daijing City. Xia Chun told him that it was called the Skynet system. It can be used anywhere except the central area of the wilderness. And the geographical resource distribution map that Mengnan wanted was seen in Daijing City. And it's really seen. It was something similar to a superbrain. After Mengnan connected to the superbrain, he could see it as if he was there in person. Xia Chun said this is called the Sky Eye. It was also created by a legendary man. Mengnan didn't want to say anything anymore. The level of the guy from Xia country is already beyond the times. In Mengnan's eyes, if Zhao Tuo was a madman who wanted to change the future of mankind by starting with the human body, the legend of Xia Kingdom is technology changes the future. The underground of Jingping City. Jingping City. It's already the future world. The legendary man. In Mengnan's heart, he can be called a god. Although humans are insignificant with these crazy people around, Mengnan believes that one day the human race can get rid of the shackles brought by the demon world and the spirit world. We are the people of Xia. We should strengthen ourselves. As soon as Mengnan came out of the water after returning to the training base, he saw Xia Xingran curled up on the sofa and sleeping soundly. It's already early morning. Mengnan found a thin blanket and gently covered Xia Xingran with it. This girl is sleeping on the sofa. Maybe he's waiting for me. Mengnan leaned on the sofa where Xia Xingran was sleeping soundly, without disturbing her, and began to plan in his mind everything he saw through the Sky Eye. There are many geographical resources with the attributes of gold and fire in Shawa. Therefore, it is easiest to take over this small country, which is the closest and has no military power. Secondly, it is the Yusha vassal state, which is the second closest to the Xia Kingdom. Tail Island Country. It belongs to the peninsula country connecting the wilderness and the sea. According to the knowledge that Xia Chun had popularized to him, this Weidao country was one of the earliest vassal states to join Yusha. The Ojima country was once a relatively backward small country, although its land area was not too small. But because it is a semi-island country, it is particularly vulnerable to attack by other countries. So it surrendered to Yusha early. Now, with the help of Yusha, the Weidao kingdom has become a strong country. There are also 20 supreme ones in the open. And the most important thing is that the people of Weidao Kingdom are all magic contract masters. In the kingdom of Ojima, contracting a spirit world is equivalent to treason. Extremely loyal to Yusha, other countries call Ojima the loyal dog. Therefore, the Weidao Kingdom is now the purest bastard among the vassal states of Yusha. They are different from the lackeys of the Shawa Kingdom, who have just joined Yusha's army. Xiachen also mentioned a key point. The people of Ojima have a very strong slave mentality. Moreover, they are short in stature, have dull personalities, are profit-driven, and extremely insidious. There are a lot of water and dark masters. Mengnan used to think that the dark attribute was a rare attribute, but later Xiachen told him that there are actually many dark attributes. Especially in the demon realm, there are a lot of dark elements. Basically, 80% of the creatures in the demon world are dark elements. But as a light system that can restrain the dark system. But they are very rare. The number is so small. That's why the spirit world is suppressed by the demon world, because there are too few people of the light system. But the top light-type masters in the spiritual world are too strong. Therefore, the demon world can only suppress the spirit world and cannot launch an all-out attack. Mengnan leaned on the sofa, thinking, the first stop is to go to Shava to grab around. It's basically not difficult. But this second stop, the semi-island of Taidao country, not a good performance. And this local specialty, all dark and water types, either hide in the shadows or hide in the desolate sea. So fucking cheap. Hearing Meng Nan's voice, Meng Jizuan finally came out of the shadow of broken love. That macho brother. What do you say about hiding underground? Meng Nan's mind, which was thinking, suddenly stopped working. As much as Meng Nan didn't want to admit it, but he still has some self-awareness. All countries in the world are afraid of him becoming the supreme burial ground, because from the perspective of his ability, he is the most despicable. I am indeed the lowest of the low. Meng Jizuan was amused by Meng Nan and laughed continuously, and the sadness caused by the breakup also faded a little. Still better to have a macho brother, just to make my sister happy. It seems that I should just be a mistress peacefully in the future. As for brother god of war, goodbye. It was all a dream. Meng Nan also saw in his heavenly eye that there was a huge barrier in the country of Wei Island. Xia Chun told him that this was the spirit forbidden array, created by Yusha, imitating their magic forbidden array. This huge barrier should contain Yusha's top secrets. Meng Nan was also speechless. How could he rob someone with this thing? Brother Meng Nan, if there is a big secret of the ghost in this barrier, then Ji Kun. Meng Nan understood. Blackmail them. What's missing is the chips. If the secret in this barrier is really top-notch, Yusha will definitely hand it over to Ji Kun. Half an island. Spirit forbidden array. How about I go to the underground of that half island and sink their tail? The seabed is also land. Isn't he an island country? Sink that half of the peninsula in the deserted sea. From now on, it can be called an island country. It has no tail. Brother Mingnan, if you sink their tail, they will not only lose their tail, but also their island. It seems so. Oh, who cares what he's called? This is the bargaining chip. If you don't hand over Ji Kun, we will sink it. Can that crappy spirit forbidden array really stop small stones from demolishing the seabed? As long as you have your feet on the ground. Who dares not to give face to little stone? Buzz. Manon, that's it. Meng Nan waved his hand, and it was settled. After thinking it over, Meng Nan stretched himself and fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, Meng Nan was awakened by a fatal scissor kick. Hey, why does Xia Xingran's little feet kick around when she sleeps? Fortunately, it's a blood contract. The little stone can help me resist the attack. Otherwise, I might just fall asleep. Meng Nan could imagine that if this were true, then today's headlines. So, the future Supreme of Earth Burial died suddenly in his sleep. The Seven-Nation Alliance of Phantom Flame celebrates together. Meng Nan stood up and looked at the time. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was just getting light. De Kongming should still be asleep. So Meng Nan turned on the latest military-grade communicator and left a message. Brother Lei, come to my house when you have time. I have a big project. I may need your investment. Meng Nan was just about to close the chat window. But Lei Zhe replied immediately. Lei Zhe, Brother Meng Nan, what's the big project? Tell me quickly. Can I still invest? Meng Nan couldn't understand. How can such a smart person get up so early? Meng Nan, Brother Lei, How can you get up so early? Lazy. Have you forgotten? I'm a music student. I have to get up early every day to practice my voice. Meng Nan. You are just a loudspeaker. What kind of music student are you? Chapter 73, Spreading Dog Food. Although Meng Nan complained in his heart, he still admired Lei Zhe very much. He doesn't even have the perseverance to get up early every day like De Kongming. In addition to his extraordinary talent, Lei Zhe's hard work is really amazing. No wonder Lei Zhe could keep chasing them. In terms of spiritual power level, Lei Zhe has never fallen behind. This guy is as smart as his grandfather. They are all ruthless people. In Meng Nan's opinion, according to what Dean Zhao said, Lei Zhe is the only one besides them who can make the Thundersound Lion Beast willing to be a nanny. An outlier with extremely low contract compatibility. Although it was a soul contract, it was infinitely close to a blood contract because the Thunder Lion Divine Beast. It was so thoughtful, taking care of Lei Zhe in every possible way. Meng Nan was shocked. No, what was so great about this cleverness? What on earth is the purpose of an SS-level Divine Beast, the Thunder Lion, signing this contract on its own initiative? Could it be that focus on pure love? Meng Nan couldn't understand why Lei Zhe hid his abilities so well. What abilities did he have? A loud voice indeed, but this point is definitely not what the Thunder Lion Divine Beast is interested in. In terms of fighting strength, Meng Nan had never seen Lei Zhe take action. As for this talent issue, besides the super volume, no other talents have ever been revealed. Everything is because of that Thunder Lion Beast. It takes such good care of Lei Zhe. It even wants to control Lei Zhe's spiritual power, for fear that Lei Zhe's talent will be revealed. Meng Nan thought about it, and it was true. If it weren't for Dean Zhao's explanation of the fit, no one would know that Lei Zhe was also an outlier. Meng Nan, Xia Xingran, Lei Zhe, Ning Heng, Ning Zong, Xiao Du. These 6 people, in this era, they are truly outliers. These 6 people truly did it and broke free from the shackles of the contract. Meng Nan looked back at Xia Xingran, who was still sleeping soundly, then sank into the ground again and went to get some breakfast. 10 minutes later, Meng Nan came back. Xia Xingran was still sleeping soundly. Meng Nan put the breakfast he had bought on the table. I picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. Then he placed the steamed bun in front of Xia Xingran's little nose and shook it. Scatter the smell. See if I can wake her up? Xia Xingran just twitched his nose, without even opening his eyes, and opened his mouth and took a bite. Fortunately, Meng Nan reacted quickly and quickly took his hand back. Seeing Xia Xingran chewing steamed dumplings in her sleep, Meng Nan blushed rarely. Did that just now count as an indirect kiss? Meng Zhizun laughed foolishly. Ah, macho brother. You are so understanding. Meng Nan blushed. What do I know? I was just wondering if I could wake her up. This was just an accident, okay? Meng Nan picked up another steamed bun. This time he didn't bite it, but put it in front of Xia Xingran's mouth. The result is another mouthful. Hiss. Is she awake? Is she pretending to be in front of me? Meng Zhizun saw through it, but didn't say anything. Yo, are you showing off your affection? Meng Nan really didn't know whether Xia Xingran was pretending to sleep. But how can a normal person eat buns while sleeping? Meng Nan tilted his head, took a cup of hot soy milk from the table, and inserted a straw into it. Pass it to Xia Xingran's mouth again. Xia Xingran holds a straw in his mouth. Gulp gulp. After drinking soy milk, I still smack my lips. Meng Nan's defense was broken. It's obvious that Xia Xingran is awake. Xia Xingran continued to pretend to sleep and even mumbled in his sleep. Tea eggs. Meng Nan laughed, peeled a tea egg, and put it to Xia Xingran again. All right, do I really want to feed you until you finish eating? Get up quickly. Eat by yourself. Xia Xingran continued to pretend and pouted, which meant that the tea eggs were a bit dry, and she wanted some soy milk. Meng Nan has a big head. Continue feeding with soy milk. Slurp, slurp. This dog food is so much that even Meng Zhizun can't bear to watch it. I just broke up. Show me this. I also want someone to feed me. Buzz. The little stone transformed into a small hand, as big as the little spider leg of Dream Supreme. Then he dug out a handful of soil. Hey you, phew. Meng Zhizun laughed. You can eat this soil, but I can't. Tasty. Ha, little stone, you are so cute. After breakfast, Meng Nan packed up the garbage and was about to go out to throw away the garbage. When he opened the door, fuck, Brother Macho, how did you know I was coming? I was just about to knock on the door. Meng Nan was speechless. He raised the garbage bag in his hand and said, it was just a coincidence. Laze took the garbage bag and threw it into the trash can. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, "Let's study the investment you mentioned before." Mengnan took a step sideways and pulled Laze in. As a result, Laze exploded as soon as he entered the house. "What the hell? You guys! You! Her! You guys! Are you living together? Did I come at the wrong time?" Mengnan covered his ears with his hands, looking like he was dying. Def. Booze, booze, booze. Brother Lei, please control the volume. It's shaking me to death. Xiaoxingran didn't seem to be affected at all. He walked up to Laze, stretched out his little fist and clenched it, making a crackling sound. "I've been living here. Do you have any objections?" Laze looked at the vortex of spiritual power above the fist and didn't dare to say a word, shaking head crazily. Holy shit. The level of spiritual power of Goddess Xing ran. Is it honor level? I'm only at the master level. It's time to cheat. Xia Xingran withdrew his spiritual power, scorning death. If you dare to talk nonsense again. You know what I mean? Laze covered his mouth and nodded frantically. So scary. When did this happen? How did Goddess Xing Rand become a glory level? Mengnan sucked his teeth and thought that Tsongming was indeed quite capable. This is obvious at a glance. It's not easy. Laze stared, quickly pulled Mengnan, and whispered, "Brother Mengnan, don't tell me. You are also at the glory level?" Mengnan shook his head casually. He said with a 3-point dejection and a 7-point sloppiness, "I wanted to, but my strength doesn't allow it." When Laze heard this, he felt relieved. "Call? Not bad. Not bad." I quickly asked again, "Brother Mengnan, can you please tell me about your investment?" Mengnan thought about what Xiao Shirtu had said before. 20 meters. 40 meters? Where can I find a place 40 meters high to test it? So he asked Laze, "Do you know of a place that is over 40 meters high and very secluded?" Laze said without even thinking, "Yes, my grandfather's training room. It's over 100 meters high." Mengnan was shocked. "What did your grandfather practice? He needed a training room over 100 meters high? Do you want to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" "Ahem. Brother Lei, may I ask what your grandfather is doing in such a large training room?" Laze was surprised and asked Mengnan, "Don't you know all this? My grandfather practiced martial arts. It's a must-have for promotion to the Supreme. It's the kind that whizzes and flashes back and forth." "What's that flashing and whizzing?" Laze's words made Mengnan look confused. Seeing that Mengnan really didn't know, Laze asked speechlessly, "Didn't the Supreme Lungxia tell you? It's the kind of body movement that they use at the Supreme level. The kind that can disappear in an instant." Chapter 74. That which disappears in an instant is a body movement. Mengnan understood what Laze meant by the ability to disappear in an instant. That's it. He never understood why the Supreme could disappear just like that. So I asked excitedly, "Quick, tell me about this technique that can disappear at any time. I'm very curious." Laze could only explain patiently. If the Wushuang level wants to break through the barrier of the Supreme, it is necessary to use spiritual power to break through the space. So you need strong enough spiritual power and speed. In the instant of breaking through the space, he then shuttled through at an extremely fast speed before the space channel closed. Laze explained it in a very simple way, and Mengnan understood it instantly. Spiritual power penetrates the space and then passes through? Well, what if the space channel closes before anyone gets through? Mengnan continued to ask curiously. Laze opened his mouth and said awkwardly, "According to my grandmother, he will die, or his body will be cut off by the force of space. The closure of the space channel is equivalent to the force of space cutting. It is easy to break arms and legs." Hiss, is it so dangerous to be promoted to the Supreme? In Mengnan's mind, a scene from the past suddenly came to his mind. Outside Tianjin City, the newly promoted Supreme of the Shaoan Nation, who died the most miserable death. How embarrassing. What's his name? He has no sense of existence at all. What is Mu? Damn. Anyway, it was the newly promoted Supreme that Ning Heng particularly disliked. When he was chasing Huang Tianyi, he suddenly accelerated and shortened the distance a little. This was the acrobatic skill that made him disappear in an instant. No wonder they all looked down on him. As the supreme ruler, he can just disappear as he pleases. With the distance he shortened, it was no wonder that Ning Heng and Huang Tianyi were both madly mocking him and let him go back to the country of Shava to play in the mud. So, he is a real dish. Look at Huang Tianyi. He just relied on his 2 legs and carried a huge red-armored black Kuei, but he could still outrun him. If we compare them this way, he can't even catch up with him even when traveling through space, so he is really rubbish. His death was not at all miserable. I had some sympathy for him at first. A dignified supreme being, yet he is so despised by others. After all this time, this guy turned out to be a dead egg. Ha! The worst. At this time, Ming Nan remembered what the elder said. The elder said that Ning Hung does not have the power of the contract and cannot judge the supreme. Does that mean that Ning Hung cannot simply use spiritual power to break through the space? Ming Nan asked Lei Zhe again. Does this spiritual power need the assistance of the power of the contract to break through the space? Lei Zhe frowned, his eyes widened. He looked at Ming Nan in shock as if he was a fool, and asked him 3 shocking questions in a row. Brother Macho, are you messing with me? Isn't this common sense? Don't tell me you don't know, okay? Ming Nan looked sincere and nodded foolishly. Indeed, I really don't know. All around me are. Ming Nan wanted to say that everyone around him was perverted, and any one of them was not a decent person. Afterwards, he glanced at Xia Xingran and finally swallowed the word pervert back. Xia Xingran understood immediately, and then explained to Lei Zhe. Ming Nan, he should be referring to my senior brother. He can easily draw the supreme, but he really can't break through the space by himself. So we need the twins to merge. Oh, I understand. Lei Zhe finally understood. No wonder the elder did not confer the title of supreme on Ning Hung alone, but instead the 2 brothers shared the title of supreme. Ming Nan recalled again the scene where Ning Hung kicked through 100 meters underground. It seems that Ning Hung doesn't really need this ability to travel through space. Just work hard to make a miracle happen. If no miracle happens, that means you're not strong enough. Ming Nan really admired Ning Hung. Even Xia Chun had to rely on the lost Heart Gu King to dig a tunnel for him to escape underground. But Ning Hung could do it with just 1 kick. We don't understand the world of big guys. Lei Zhe was also very afraid of Ning Hung, a fear that went deep into his bones. Whenever I see Ning Hung's face, I stutter. Seeing that the 2 of them kept silent when Ning Hung was mentioned, Xia Xingran couldn't help but laugh and said, My senior brother is so kind. Why do you look so scared of him? Ming Non? Laisha. Kind? How can such a word come out of your mouth? Which eye of yours saw that Ning Hung was very friendly? Ning Zong. That's what we call being friendly, okay? Xia Xingran looked at them with a look of, Are you kidding me? And said speechlessly, My senior brother is quite kind. He always smiles when he trains me. Ming Nan, Lei Zhe. Holy shit, President Ning Hung, with his extremely cold and expressionless face, can actually smile? You are getting more and more outrageous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Look at Ning Hang's face. He is saying that everyone here is garbage. I could kill you in the next second. Still friendly? Still smiling? Lei Zhe started rolling his eyes. Ming Nan pulled Lei Zhe and said quickly, Yes, yes, yes. It is indeed true. Ming Nan looked at Lei Zhe. This is not the same world. She said it is, so it must be. Lei Zhe gave Ming Nan a look. Anyway, we can't beat her, so if she says yes, then yes. Xia Xingran was speechless as she watched the 2 of them exchanging glances. I'm telling the truth. Why don't they believe me? After the 3 of them chatted for a long time, under Lei Zhe's leadership, Ming Nan and Xia Xingran came to the training base of his ruthless grandfather. Looking at the desolate and dilapidated farm, Ming Nan started to complain crazily. Is this a training base? Is this the training room that's over 100 meters high that you told me about? Xia Xingran was also extremely speechless at this time. This looks like a large abandoned farm. It was quite big, probably about 10 acres. All I could see were weeds and broken houses. Lei Zhe laughed. Look at your appearance. You have never seen the world before. I'll open your eyes today. Lei Zhe stood at the gate of the dilapidated farm and turned on the communicator. Beep, beep connected. From the other side came the roar of Lei's grandfather. You bastard, what are you doing? Lei Zhe quickly moved the communicator further away, then covered his ears with his fingers and replied helplessly. I have brought 2 distinguished guests to visit. They are now outside your training room. Old man, please open the door. Beep, beep. Under the shocked gazes of Ming Nan and Xia Xingran, Grandpa Lei inexplicably walked out of the broken wooden door of the large farm. It's like it appeared out of thin air. Grandpa Lei Mo of the Lei family. It is said that he has been at the peak of the unparalleled for a long time and has been waiting to break through to the supreme level. So Reimer has been honing his skills in space travel. Layamo put his hands behind his back, took a step forward, smiled kindly, and said, "Oh, you are truly distinguished guests. Please come in, my two young friends." Mingnan and Xiaoxingran quickly responded and saluted. "Sorry to bother Grandpa, Lay so much." Layamo laughed, waved his hand, and said, "You're welcome. Come on, follow me." Layamo turned around and disappeared at the gate again. Mingnan and Xiaoxingran's brows were knitted together. "I don't understand this. What the hell is that broken wooden gate? How did Grandpa Lay go straight through?" Chapter 75, The Secret of Lay Zay. Mingnan took a step forward and stretched out his hand, just as he was about to touch the wooden door. As a result, my hand went straight through. Hiss. Got it? Vision. Everything you see outside is an illusion. This is not a wooden door. The big farm we see outside is also an illusion. This made Mingnan think of the S-level magical beast in the demon world, which had the talent to change the surrounding scene. Mingnan moved his arm left and right, groping for a while. With a bang, he touched a cold metal frame. Oh, door frame. It's true. This smart guy has a great-grandfather who was the Minister of Science and Technology Research and Development Department of Xia Country. That's amazing. It's all about technology and hard work. All this is thanks to Grandpa Lay. He took advantage of others and took down Chi Supreme and Mo Supreme at the same time. This life. Just save yourself 40 years of detours. The three of them stepped into the courtyard, and their eyes blurred. When Mingnan saw the scene clearly again, he was shocked. This is definitely a high-tech training base. Various instruments, weapons, and some strange objects that I don't recognize. Lay Mo's practice room. It's so luxurious. Compared with the training base of the master-level spiritual contract, Master Mingnan, and the training room of Lay's grandfather. It was reduced to slag in seconds. Just the size of the space alone is 10 times larger than Mingnan's training base. Not to mention these high-tech instruments. Mingnan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. This was what he cared about most. Just as Lay Zay said, it is really more than 100 meters high. It's safe. It's both hidden and high enough. Mingnan looked around at the floor tiles. He didn't know what material they were made of, but they looked very durable. There was also some metallic texture, and it felt like a mixed alloy floor tile. Mingnan asked Grandpa Lay, "Grandpa Layamo, can the ground of your training room be damaged by the supreme power?" Layamo shook his head calmly and said very proudly, "Don't worry, the spiritual power of the supreme level will not be damaged. Of course, except for the supreme Ningheng. Layamo subconsciously glanced at Xiaoxingran. He doesn't count. The three of them understood immediately. Apart from that pervert Ningheng, no one should be able to damage this place. As expected, in everyone's eyes, Ningheng is a real pervert. Mingnan rubbed his hands excitedly, and then asked Lay's grandfather and Lay Zay seriously, "Well, I have a big project here. I would like to invite Lay Zay to invest. Grandpa Lay would not mind, right?" Layamo became interested, looked at Mingnan with interest, and asked expectantly, "Tell me, boy." So Mingnan told him about his own Hellfire armament, which needed to be activated by Lay Zay. Finally, he added that if this could be accomplished, he and Lay Zay would be able to defeat 10 Supremes. Layamo and Lay Zay were both numbed by the shock. So many Supremes knew about Mingnan's Hellfire arms before. After all, Lay's grandfather has someone above him. This also means that I have a better understanding of Mingnan. But the investment that Mingnan talked about today, they have never heard of it. Although the Lay family surname is Lay, in the entire family, only Lay Zay has thunder-type spiritual power. In addition to the 5 common natural spiritual powers, the lightning element is also very rare, just like the wind element. Therefore, this kind of rare genius, once communicating with the gate of the spirit world, will have a contracted beast to make a soul contract in minutes. The best one has to be an S-level, and SS-level is generally more common, because Thunder's spiritual power is too rare. So in the eyes of the contracted beasts, humans are rare and precious. Layamo asked in disbelief, You said that your Hellfire weapon requires lightning spiritual power to activate." Mingnan shook his head and explained again, "I can activate it myself, but there is too much fire spirit earth in Little Stone's body. The power of my contract is not enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. My last 600-meter-long Hellfire armor was activated by the Spirit Realm Thunder Crystal for 5 full days. Little Stone told me that Lei Zhe's lightning spiritual power seems to be called pure lightning power, which is similar to the lightning crystal in the spiritual world. Lei Mo and Lei Zhe looked at each other. It was hidden so well, but it was still discovered. Lei Zhe asked worriedly, Grandpa, then this investment. Lei Mo thought for a moment and said, it's only a matter of time before it's exposed. The main thing is to see how useful your pure thunder power is to Meng Nan. The thunder spiritual power contained in the thunder crystals of the spiritual world is extremely pure, so it can stimulate the body's ability to withstand stress, thereby increasing the strength and upper limit of one's own spiritual power. It can be used by humans, demons, and spirits. And Lei Zhe's secret is terrifying. There is only one reason why the Thunder Lion Divine Beast is willing to work hard as a nanny. The purity of Lei Zhe's pure thunder power far exceeds that of Thunder Crystal. Lei Zhe's own spiritual power passed through the gate of the spiritual world and was all collected in the body of the Lane Lion Divine Beast. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Lane Lion Divine Beast would not leave any spiritual power for Lei Zhe. It is because of the purity of Lei Zhe's pure thunder power that once others know about it, he will be a walking humanoid enhancer. There are many kinds of thunder elements, and not all of them are pure thunder power. The pure white electric arc like the one from the Thunder Demon Supreme is extremely lethal and can seriously injure Lung Xie in just a moment. But Lei Zhe's spiritual power is just like Lei Jing, extremely pure. After Meng Nan and Xia Xingran learned of Lei Zhe's secret, they couldn't help but look at him with sympathy. So this smart guy is also a heartthrob? If this great wisdom is taken away by someone, what a miserable man. Feed him with good food and drink, just to squeeze him dry every day. Lei Zhe spread his hands and said helplessly, to be honest, I don't dare to output. Apart from shouting, I don't dare to use other skills and talents. It's very likely that the enemy will become stronger and stronger due to my attacks. Man, Xia Xingran. What is this called? Aiding the enemy, right? Unless I wait until I reach the Wushuang level, I will use my spiritual power to exchange for the contracted incarnation of the Thunder Lion Divine Beast. So I can't output unless I reach the level of Wushuang. After hearing this, Meng Nan felt a strong sense of agreement. Just like him, all his spiritual power is useless. Meng Nan's spiritual power output is 0. Lei Zhe's spiritual power output is negative, equivalent to aiding the enemy. Meng Nan hooked his arm around Lei Zhe's shoulder and said miserably, we are indeed brothers in distress. We are the same. Lei Zhe was confused. Brother Macho, is this human language? How strong are you? Don't you have any points yourself? Lei Zhe really didn't know how useless Meng Nan's spiritual power was. Otherwise, he would definitely feel like he had found a similar kind of person. Meng Nan patted Lei Zhe on the shoulder and said sincerely, Brother Lei, if your investment succeeds, we can combine forces to attack together. It's impossible for Lei Zhe not to be moved. This feeling of training your spiritual power hard, but not daring to use it. It's really too painful. If he could invest all his spiritual power in Meng Nan, such a huge hellfire weapon must be very powerful. It is just like the saying goes, thunder and lightning strikes the earth. Explode instantly. Chapter 76. Brother Macho, I voted for this project. Although Lei Zhe was very excited, he still didn't dare to agree to Meng Nan directly. He turned around and looked at his grandfather, Lei Mo. Eye contact. Old man, can I invest in this project? Lei Mo could naturally see his grandson's excited expression. But as the head of the Lei family, he had to consider the future of the Lei family. His Lei family has the support of the Qi family, so Meng Nan is considered half a family member to the Lei family. But Manon, Lei Mo felt that Meng Nan was too dangerous. Putting aside his identity as a national killer, there are too many people who want Meng Nan to die, and they all started as supremes. Lei Mo knew that his son was useless. Now the most talented and smartest person in the Lei family is Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe is the hope for the future of his Lei family. Once Lei Zhe invests in Meng Nan's project, it means that the Lei family will be on the largest warship of the Xia kingdom. As for his precious grandson, his life and death are determined by fate, and his wealth and honor are determined by God. Meng Nan naturally understood the concerns of Grandpa Lei. As an old man, how could he not love his own children? Meng Nan patted Lei Zhe on the shoulder and said seriously, this is no small matter. It's a lifelong investment. You should discuss it with your grandfather first. Even if it doesn't work, it's okay. Before Meng Nan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe looked at Meng Nan and asked seriously, Brother Macho, just tell me the truth. I just want to know what life will be like once I invest. Meng Nan subconsciously glanced at Grandpa Lei. Seeing that Grandpa Lei had no expression on his face, he was also waiting to see his attitude. Meng Nan looked at Lei Zhe again, raised his chin, and said calmly, Seek death. Either he's courting death, or he's on his way to death. Jumping back and forth, Grandpa Lei let out a sigh of relief. Lei Mo also understood Meng Nan's character. This Meng Nan did not fool his grandson. Without saying anything nice to fool him, Meng Nan told him his true situation. As long as Meng Nan dares to leave the territory of Xia State, he would be courting death. Lei Zhe nodded, looked back at his old man, and asked calmly, Grandpa, if I want to die with my tough guy brother in the future, will you agree? Reimer sighed. Birds of a feather flock together. There's a reason why these three children can get together. Lei Mo opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he reluctantly said, You are an adult now. Grandpa can't let you be like your father. You decide for yourself. Back then, your grandfather was able to conquer the Lei family because of his fearlessness. Laisha nodded. He understood. The thing his grandfather regretted most in his life. He protected his son so well that people said behind his back that he was a tiger father and a dog son. Lei Mo raised a cowardly son. Lei Zhe knocked on his chest and said to Lei Mo seriously, Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely become the first supreme of my Lei family. Lei Mo's eyes were slightly red, and he smiled with relief. Good. My grandson will definitely have a bright future. Lei Mo walked closer, patted Lei Zhe's head and said proudly, Try hard, but you can only be the second supreme of my Lei family. Hiss. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran reacted immediately and hurried to congratulate Grandpa Lei. Congratulations to Grandpa Lei. He has been promoted to the supreme. Lei Zhe looked at Lei Mo in disbelief, shaking his head and asking, Grandpa, you what the hell? When did this happen? With a bang. Lei Mo gave Lei Zhe a slap on the face. You little bastard. If you don't punish me for 3 days, you'll tear the roof off the house, right? You have no respect for your parents. You need to be more careful about your words and actions. Don't always say, WDF, WTF. It will make you look like you have no cultural level at all. With your behavior, if you really become the supreme in the future, I will say F***CK all the time. You don't even need a title. Meng Nan and Xia Xingran looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and simultaneously thought of what Grandpa Lei said. WTF Supreme? Awesome crass. Laisha shouldn't be understood. Shit, that won't work. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. From this moment on, Lei Zhe deeply realized his own problems. Grandpa is right. I will definitely change this in the future. We are not doing this for the sake of the title. We are doing this for the Lei family's reputation. Meng Nan whispered to Xia Xingran. How long do you think Brother Lei can hold on? Xia Xingran stretched out a finger. One day. Xia Xingran waved his finger left and right and said, I mean, not even for a single day. Director Lin Lin has punished him for 3 years just because of this problem. Lei Zhe pricked up his ears when he heard this, and immediately retorted, You guys underestimate me, don't you? Xia Xingran rolled his eyes and said matter-of-factly, Do you want me to test it for you? Laisha? Can this be tested? Who's afraid of who? Then test it for me? Xia Xingran smiled slightly and floated directly in the air. The 12 spiritual points on the body lit up instantly. The huge spiritual pressure directly pressed towards Lei Zhe, and it was almost at the unparalleled level. Lei Zhe felt the suffocating feeling of the spiritual pressure. His eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out, Fuck, didn't you say you were at the glory level? You lied to me. Xia Xingran immediately withdrew all his spiritual energy and spread his hands. All right, testing complete. Meng Nan nodded and gave a thumbs up. Laisha, shit, you was careless. Lei Mo held his forehead and sighed. Meng Nan stepped forward and quickly smoothed things over, saying, This is a problem. Just pay more attention to it in normal times. It's understandable that you were just emotionally agitated, right? Lei Zhe has an expression that says, Brother, you know me macho, man. Meng Nan hooked his arm around Lei Zhe's shoulder and continued to ask, Have you decided? If you decided to invest, let's give it a try. Lei Zhe had an expression of a man who would die for his friend, and said with a solemn oath, "Brother Mingnan, don't worry. I've invested in this project." Mingnan clapped his hands. "Okay." Mingnan stretched out his finger and said to Lei Zhe, "Give me some of your pure thunder power. Let me feel it first." Sizzle. The purple arc instantly flowed into Mingnan's body. "Little stone, how do you feel?" Buzz. "Little eyes. Awesome. Double." Hiss. "It's totally off the mark." Lei Zhe's spiritual power can actually increase his power twice. It is indeed a humanoid enhancer. 20 meters becomes 80 meters. This is much purer than Thunder Crystal. Mingnan can't wait, so he excitedly said to Lei Zhe, "Communicate with your Thunder Lion now. Don't let it down later. I will be armed with Hellfire in a moment, and you will become the heart of my Hellfire Giant. I will directly max out all your pure, lightning spiritual power. You can release the pure power of thunder as much as you want. My little stone will take it all." Chapter 77, Leisure. Very strong. High output. When Lei Zhe heard Mingnan say that he could give it his all, he was so excited. This is the opportunity he has always dreamed of. Why does he cultivate his spiritual power day after day? Just to be able to output as soon as possible. Output as much as you can. He has endured it for too long. I want you all to know. How strong am I, Lei Zhe? I can also be the main DPS. I'll show you what lightning and fire overload is in a moment. After Lei Zhe finished communicating with the Lane Lion Beast, he made an okay gesture to Mingnan. Mingnan was also very excited. But before starting the test, he asked Lei Mo again, "Grandpa Lei, are you sure this floor tile won't break? I really don't have the money to compensate for it." Lei Mo smiled, waved his hand, and said, "It's okay. If it breaks, we can just replace it. Just give it your best. I also want to see how strong you two are when you merge together." After getting Lei Mo's support, Mingnan threw all the items, including his shirt, pants, shoes, communicator, secret order, etc. to Xia Xingran, except for the white shorts on his body. I gave Xia Xingran everything I could. Xia Xingran couldn't help blushing when she saw Mingnan's expression at this moment. This little yellow-haired boy has become much stronger than when she first saw him, and he no longer looks skinny. Now Mingnan's figure is pretty good. After Xia Xingran took Mingnan's things, she also consciously hid aside. When Lei Mo saw Xia Xingran hiding to the side, he immediately understood that the scene might be quite explosive in a while. Lei Mo did not dare to retreat to the rear. After all, so many supreme beings said that it would be easy for Mingnan to destroy a city with his hellfire armor. Mingnan stood in the center of the venue and took a deep breath. Make a right fist and place it across your chest. I stretched out my thumb and placed it on the small yellow stone on my chest. Mingnan transformed all his spiritual power into the power of contract and poured it all into the small stone. Little stone, hellfire armament. Open. Booz, booz, booz. The small ochre-colored stone trembled violently. The khaki light flickered, and after flashing a few times, it suddenly turned blood red. Bang! 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 The skin exploded. Mingnan twisted his neck, and his whole body began to turn into fire spirit earth charcoal slag, exploding bit by bit. Puff! Blood-red flames erupted from the cracks in Mingnan's body, and the magma in the small stones began to seep out of Mingnan's body. The earth trembles. The alloy floor tiles that could not be destroyed, even by the supreme power, were separated from the ground piece by the vibration of the small stones. And finally, all of them were lifted up. After Mingnan's feet touched the ground, the power of the earth was connected to the small stones. Mingnan's right hand suddenly exploded, and the gushing magma connected to the ground, instantly turning into a giant obsidian hand. He grabbed Lei Zhe in his palm and pulled him directly into his body. The Hellfire's body grew rapidly, and it didn't stop until it reached 20 meters. This is the limit of Mingnan's contract power. Mingnan merged with the Hellfire armor at this time and opened a cave for Lei Zhe at the left chest. It was made of obsidian, completely isolating the intrusion of Hellfire and magma. At this moment, Lei Zhe was inside the Hellfire armor's body, just like an empty heart. Mingnan shared Xiao Shida's vision with Lei Zhe at the same time. Let Lei Zhe and Mingnan see from the same perspective. The 20-meter-tall Hellfire weapon took a few steps back. Boom, boom, boom. The entire training ground began to shake, and then Mingnan spoke. "Xingran, Can you record it with a video and see how much I have changed after Lei Ze goes all out? Xia Xingran and Lei Mo looked up at Meng Nan. They finally understood why Meng Nan took a few steps back before speaking. As soon as Meng Nan opened his mouth, the magma gushed out directly. Now the training ground is full of magma, and the temperature has risen to the point where the skin begins to feel burned. The two of them quickly used their spiritual power to protect themselves and retreated another 30 meters. Xia Xingran took out the military-grade communicator that Meng Nan had given him and shouted to Meng Nan. "Sure, you can start anytime." Meng Nan nodded, then shouted to Lei Ze. "Brother Lei, it's time to prove your output. Release all the pure thunder power you have accumulated." Ha 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 ha. Lei Ze was sitting in the dark heart cave, his hands trembling with excitement. Has this day finally come? Holy crap, I'm so excited. At this time, should I shout some childish slogans? In the dark heart cave, a purple arc flashed across Lei Ze's face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. I've been in the sewer for so many years, and today I'm going to explode. Lei Ze roared. Ah! In the dark heartstone cave, purple electric light flashed and exploded in an instant. Lei Ze stood up at this time, wearing thunder armor. The purple hair is standing upside down, just like Thor. Behind the body, there is a lion that is looming, which is exactly the thundering shadow of the thunder sound lion divine beast. Lei Ze's face twisted and he roared again. It feels so good. Not enough. Keep going. Purple electric light emerges from the Heartstone cave, instantly covering the entire body of Hellfire. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. From the chest of the Hellfire armor, the roar of the Thunder Lion beast could be heard faintly. The moment Meng Nan was electrocuted by Lei Ze, he felt that the fire spirit soil was activated on a large scale. Little Stone shouted excitedly. "Blue eyes! Great! Triple! Hiss!" Meng Nan was shocked. Lei Ze actually had such a strong reserve of spiritual power. It seems that Decalming's hard work is really not exaggerated. But when Meng Nan thought about how Lei Ze's spiritual power could strengthen others, he was not so shocked. After all, Lei Ze's spiritual power can strengthen the upper limit of his body's spiritual power. Then Lei Ze's own upper limit of his body must be much stronger than that of an ordinary master-level spiritual contract master. Meng Nan's hellfire-armed body was exploding everywhere. The splashing magma mixed with the fire spirit soil again, causing the body to swell rapidly. Lei Ze continued to output until the hellfire armament increased from 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, and finally to 150 meters, just a little bit away from Sanfan. But Lei Ze has already output to the limit. It rose to 150 meters. The last 10 meters, 3 times a little regretful. Lei Ze was exhausted, and he knelt directly in the Heartstone cave, supporting himself with his hands, and said very weakly, "Fuck, Macho Man, it feels so good. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a while." Meng Nan's 150-meter tall body, armed with hellfire, almost pushed open the ceiling of the venue. At this time, Meng Nan looked down at Xia Xingran and Lei Mo on the ground. The figures of these two people were very small. Xia Xingran was fine. After all, she had seen Meng Nan at 600 meters, and he was much bigger than this one. But Remo is different. Besides being shocked, still shocked, the feeling of hearing others talk about it and standing in front of it with your own eyes are completely different. Even though Lei Mo was a newly promoted Supreme, he still had no desire to fight Meng Nan's hellfire armor. It's really impossible to fight. This feeling of oppression is not brought by spiritual power, but by the fear of facing a body as big as a mountain. Lei Mo could imagine that once Meng Nan used magma and combined it with his ability of burial, it is equivalent to everyone falling into the crater in an instant and being erupted face to face. It will be burned to ashes in minutes. Reimer watched as Lei Ze was able to extend the hellfire armor from 20 meters to 150 meters. A sense of pride also arises spontaneously in my heart. His grandson Lei Ze, very strong. The output is very high. Chapter 78, The Strong Man's Soul Power Awakens. The first communication with the gate of the spirit world. Meng Nan was also feeling the power in his body at this time. At this level, I should be able to defeat 3 Supremes, right? Is it a small stone? Okay, wait, recover. Meng Nan was startled. That's right. The limit of the fire spirit soil in Xiao Shida's body is 600 meters. As long as Lei Zhe recovers his spiritual power, he can still activate it. My brother Lei is indeed a walking humanoid enhancer. As long as Little Stone stands on the ground, there is no shortage of consumption. The Hellfire armament can last for a long time. That is to wait for Lei Zhe to recover and then output again. The more you fight, the braver you become. This thunder and fire combination is quite powerful. This project, make a fortune. My brother Lei is indeed the best investor. Nice. After Meng Nan asked Little Stone to take back his Hellfire weapons, he felt exhausted instantly. That comes from the spirit. Meng Nan was a little dazed and only felt the voice of Meng Zhizun ringing in his ears. Go to sleep. You will be stronger when you wake up. Boom! Boom! The Hellfire weapons were extinguished, and the huge body instantly fell into a pile of boulders. Meng Nan fell into the pile of rocks. The surrounding magma and blood-red Hellfire had been extinguished and flowed back into the small stone on Meng Nan's chest. Xia Xingran floated to Meng Nan holding the clothes and found that Meng Nan was half buried in the rocks and seemed to have fainted. She hurried forward to check. At this time, Meng Zhizun crawled out from the small stone in his chest and turned into a human form. Xia Xingran paused and asked quickly, Sister Meng, what happened to Meng Nan? Meng Zhizun smiled and said, It's okay. This kid's soul power has awakened. Xia Xingran suddenly realized she is a soul contract. She fainted like this when she awakened her soul power. However, Xia Xingran still couldn't understand it, and then asked, Sister Meng, why did Meng Nan's soul power awaken so late? Is it because his soul power is too weak? Soul power is innate. It cannot be acquired through hard work. If Meng Nan's spiritual power was strong enough, it should have manifested itself long ago. Meng Zhizun transformed into a little spider and got into Xia Xingran's body, and secretly said to Xia Xingran, Meng Nan definitely didn't have any soul power before. I can be sure of that. His soul power was given to him by the Little Stone. The relationship between the two of them is not just a blood pact of life and death. They even share soul power. Xia Xingran's worldview was overturned again. Soul power is a natural gift and cannot be condensed through acquired laws. Just like that, it was broken by Meng Nan and Xiao Shitu. No one has ever been able to condense soul power after birth. People with weak soul power have a very low probability of awakening, while people with strong soul power have awakened early. For people with average talents, the college entrance examination is a free and fair opportunity. With the help of the country, the success rate of communicating with the door to the spiritual world is very, very high. Basically, everyone can sign a contract. Some people with neither high nor low soul power can sign an S-level contract even if they haven't awakened yet. So the college entrance examination is a chance for everyone to soar to the sky. But the premise is, this person must have some spiritual power. Meng Zhizun actually told him that Meng Nan didn't have any soul power at all. Meng Zhizun smiled awkwardly. Sister Xingran, haven't you discovered enough weird things about your tough brother? He doesn't understand the rules at all. So that's why? Little Stone chose him because his tough brother is an outlier himself. Xia Xingran thought about it and agreed. Just like his master Zhao Tuo said, freaks are prone to accidents. If Meng Nan was a normal person, Xiao Shitu would probably look down on him. Xia Xingran recalled the time when she first awakened her soul power. The moment she fainted, a glittering portal appeared in her sea of consciousness. Her little white dragon, who was just eating and waiting to die, flew into her sea of consciousness from that portal. Then I said a lot to her and finally concluded an SS-level soul contract. Everything is so natural. Moreover, Xia Xingran's extremely rare wind-type spiritual power really didn't have much to choose from. Now that Meng Nan has also communicated with the gate to the spirit world, Xia Xingran is very curious. What would it be like if a person who didn't even have any soul power suddenly communicated with the door to the spirit world? Meng Nan has no talent for soul power and is not even as talented as a passerby. If it weren't for Little Stone, he probably wouldn't even be able to sense the gate to the spirit world, let alone take the college entrance examination. Phew, I'm really looking forward to this idiot's first time. Suddenly, Meng Nan instantly escaped from the mound into the ground, and then disappeared. Meng Zhizun and Xia Xingran didn't take it seriously. They thought that Xiao Shitu was afraid that someone would disturb Meng Nan, so it might be quieter underground. At this time, Meng Nan was experiencing the first communication with the gate of the spirit world in his life. Holy crap. This is amazing. This door is so big. Meng Nan was very excited. He didn't know that he actually had no soul power at all, because no one told him. At this moment, he still thinks he has good talent. Anyone who can communicate with the gate to the spirit world by himself before the college entrance examination must at least have an S-level soul contract. As for the ABCDF levels, they're all little karamis. As long as you have enough spiritual power, you can get as many as you want. What does this mean? This shows that my soul power talent is still good enough. Meng Nan was standing beside the gate to the spiritual world at this time, quietly waiting for the prize to be drawn. Roar! Meng Nan rubbed his hands, feeling very excited. I wonder what he can come up with. Just then, something strange happened. Another gate suddenly appeared opposite the gate to the spiritual world. The gate to the demon world. Compared to the bright and shiny gate of the spirit world, the gate of the demon world is extremely dark, like a black hole. Meng Nan was furious. Holy shit, this is such a joke. I've never heard that my country Xia can establish a gate to the demon world. Is my talent really that amazing? Just at this moment, the gates to the two worlds of demons and spirits suddenly opened at the same time. Countless spirits and demons emerged instantly. The two tribes were right in front of him, charging directly at each other. For a moment, the sound of killing shook the sky. The scene was in chaos. Well, Meng Nan frowned, looking confused. Why are these two tribes fighting each other? So, what should I do now? Meng Nan was speechless. This is my first time signing a contract. What are you doing? Is that a bit disrespectful to me? Meng Nan roared in his sea of consciousness. Stop it, everyone! The armies of the demon and spirit realms stopped instantly and turned around to see. Hiss, what is this person doing standing here? Why isn't he wearing any clothes? A bull-headed demon beast from the demon world looked at Meng Nan and said arrogantly, Huh? Where did this little piece of trash come from? What are you barking about? Meng Nan was so angry that he was choking. Damn it, I was actually scolded by a cow. What the hell? Is this for you? Do you think you can be awesome just because you have a bull head? Just when Meng Nan was about to hit it, a little white dragon recognized Meng Nan. Wow, brother-in-law, is that you? Meng Nan tilted his head and looked. The whole body is snow white, with two wings on the back and green spiritual patterns. SS class Hurricane Dragonmon? It calls me brother-in-law? Holy shit, could it be Xia Xingran's dragon that just eats and waits to die? Meng Nan asked in disbelief. You are Xingran's. The little white dragon nodded frantically. Yes, it's me, brother-in-law. My name is Feng Xiaonan. My sister Xingran gave me that name. Puff. Meng Nan was speechless. Xia Xingran, you are really awesome. I have to put my name on it. Chapter 79, Nothing Unexpected, Just an Accident. Just when Meng Nan wanted to continue asking Feng Xiaonan, the bull-headed monster started roaring again. Hey, little puppy, I'm asking you a question. Meng Nan is so angry. Could you please shut up? Can't you see I'm reminiscing about the past? What the hell are you whining about? Meng Nan thought at this time that he was still in his own sea of consciousness. He thought he was communicating with the door to conclude the contract. But it's not. These two gates are the front line of the war between demons and spirits, a small battlefield of not too high a level. The moment Meng Nan awakened his soul power, he was pulled to the battlefield of the spirit world. It's all true. It's not Meng Nan's sea of consciousness. It's also true that Meng Nan is not wearing any clothes. Meng Nan himself didn't think much of it. After all, he was armed with hellfire weapons, and he definitely had no clothes. And in his own sea of consciousness, he must be taking into account reality. I'm not wearing anything in real life, so it's normal for me to be naked in my consciousness. Seeing that Meng Nan ignored him again, the bull-headed monster jumped up and down in anger. Meng Nan was speechless. Forget it. I won't bother with this stupid guy. But with so many magical beasts and spirit beasts, who should I contract with better? Meng Nan cleared his throat and yelled. From the spirit world, stand on my left. Line up. You from the demon world, get out of here. You're an eyesore. On the battlefield, both the demons and spirits were stunned. Who is this person? Holy shit, he's so cool. In the eyes of the warriors from both the demon and spirit worlds, this naked man, with his hands on his hips, confidently commanded left and right. There's a mosaic on the lower body. At this time, Feng Xiaonan flew into the air and roared. Listen to my brother-in-law. Let's go to the left first. After all, Feng Xiaonan's father is the patriarch of the Hurricane Dragon Beast clan and a bully in the spiritual world. His prestige in the spiritual world is still very high. All the spirit beasts saw that this human seemed to be on the side of the spirit world. And Feng Xiaonan even called him brother-in-law. That means he is family. They lined up one by one and stood on the left. Meng Nan nodded with relief. Feng Xiaonan, you are pretty good. At this time, the Minotaur, who had been jumping up and down, couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, you bastard. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Meng Nan sucked his teeth. This stupid cow is courting death. In the human world, no one dares to talk to me like this. Am I giving you face? Little stone, can we bury them all? Buzz. Buried. Happy. Meng Nan looked up at the bull-headed monster, raised his eyebrows and said, I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Think about it again. How should you talk to me? That bull-headed monster is so angry. You bastard. I'll chop you off first. Meng Nan's expression changed, and murderous intent boiled over. Fuck you. You don't want the face I gave you, right? Meng Nan sank into the ground instantly and rushed directly into the pile of monsters. The power of the contract is output crazily. Little stones, they are all buried. Buzz. Buried. Happy. The earth is shaking. Under the shocked gaze of the spiritual army, the earth collapsed. A large circular pit within 5 kilometers instantly sank the army of monsters into the ground. Then the power of the earth surged and covered it. All I heard was a frustrated voice coming from deep underground. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Funeral of the earth. With a loud bang, the ground sank 20 meters. Then there was silence. The gate to the demon world suddenly disappeared. Feng Xiaonan's dragon jaw was about to drop in shock. Wow, my brother-in-law is so fierce. All the elves nodded frantically. Feng Xiaonan, your brother-in-law is really awesome. It's simply invincible. One person kills an entire legion in seconds. Only then did some elves react. Oh, so he asked us to stand on the left because he was afraid that we would be buried together. Wow, Feng Xiaonan, your brother-in-law is so handsome. Feng Xiaonan flapped his wings in the air and said proudly, That's right, my father said it all. My brother-in-law is very strong. Deep underground, Meng Nan finally realized that something was wrong. Why is there so much spiritual power in this soil? As a player who has been hiding underground for many years, Meng Nan knows too well the level of spiritual power in the soil. But the soil here is different. The concentration of spiritual energy is too high. Little Stone just extracted a huge amount of Earth's spiritual energy. The range of the Earth funeral has been increased, and the gravity is nearly 30 times this level of Earth funeral. I'm afraid even the Supreme Being could be crushed to death. The most important thing is, why is there soil in this sea of consciousness? Little Stone, where is this place? Buzz. It seems the spirit world. Meng Nan listened to the words spiritual world echoing in his ears. My scalp tingles. Puff. I was just naked but destroyed a demon army in the spirit world. At this time, the feeling of weakness came again. Meng Nan felt dazed again, struggled twice, and fainted again. At this time, a golden holy light sank into Meng Nan's body. Meng Nan disappeared. At this time, above the ground in the spirit world, a group of spirit creatures discovered that Feng Xiaonan's brother-in-law was missing. He must have left, right? Feng Xiaonan, where is your brother-in-law from? Feng Xiaonan flapped his wings and said, The human world. He is a human, so he must be in the human world. Ah, doesn't he live in the spirit world? Feng Xiaonan shook his head and said, No, he has always been in the human world. I don't know why he suddenly came to the spirit world. Feng Xiaonan understood. Ah, I understand. It must be my sister Xingran who sensed that I was in danger. So she asked my brother-in-law to save me. All the spirit world creatures are envious. With such a powerful brother-in-law and a sister who dotes on him so much. Feng Xiaonan, it is so happy. In the human world, in Xia country, in Lixing City, in the training room of Grandpa Lei, among the pile of rocks. With a bang, Meng Nan's half-body broke out of the ground again. Meng Jizuan was in Xia Xingran's body. Just as he was about to crawl out and return to Meng Nan's body, he heard a voice. The voice coming from Xia Xingran's sea of consciousness. Wow, thank you, Sister Xingran. Sister Xingran, you are so nice. Xia Xingran asked in confusion. Xiaonan, what's wrong with you? Sister Xingran, do you sense that I'm in danger? My brother-in-law just came to the spirit world. He helped us bury an entire demon army. Did he just return to the human world? Xia Xingran and Meng Zhizhen turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the pile of rocks. Meng Nan, half of his body still buried in the dirt, was groggy. Did he just go to the spirit world? Hiss, how did he go? Don't say that Meng Zhizhen and Xia Xingran can't understand. Even Meng Nan himself didn't know what was going on, and the little stone, it doesn't know either. In the spirit world, above the circular pit where funerals were held on Mengnan land, Lung Xie was hiding in the air, covering his face with a look of disgust. Standing next to Lung Xie was a young man who looked very sunny and warm, wearing a luxurious robe with a red background and gold threads. A sacred glow emanates from her long golden hair. The golden pupils in his eyes were as gentle and kind as holy light. He raised the corner of his mouth, forming a shallow dimple, and said, "Have you seen your beloved disciple? He looks quite active. You're not worried now, are you?" Lung Xie scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Your Excellency is right. Then I will practice well in the spirit world first." The man smiled slightly, then waved his hand, and a sacred light shone on the huge pit. The collapsed earth is restored to its original state. In the golden holy light, a skinny figure appeared and stepped out of the holy light. The person who came was the elder. Chapter 80 Advantages After Soul Power Resonance. After the elder walked out of the holy light, he bowed respectfully and said, "This old minister greets the king. The elder and the lord of Xia are the same generation. This is a title that is close to ancient times and only exists in TV dramas in modern times. Nowadays, this title only belongs to these two people. It is a symbol of an era." The Xia country legend held up one hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite, sir. How's it going? Have you gathered all the things that kid wants?" The elder nodded, bowed again, and said, "Almost enough for this kid. I have to hurry back to Xia State as soon as possible, so I'll trouble you, your majesty, to see me off." Xiagua legend nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Lord. With you here, I feel relieved for Xiagua." A golden holy light flashed, and the elder disappeared. Xia country, Lixing City, Lei family. Mengnan was tormented by the Xia country legend and fell into a coma for 3 full days. In the end, everyone learned everything from the elder who returned from the spiritual world. It turned out that after Mengnan's spiritual power awakened, Xiagua legend, who had been paying attention to Mengnan, was surprised. So he teleported Mengnan to his presence and examined him carefully. And Mengnan just happened to see the gates to the spirit world and the demon world. So I thought he was in his own sea of consciousness, preparing to conclude a contract. When Xia Xingran and Meng Zhizhen learned that Mengnan was naked, with his hands on his hips, commanding the army of the spirit and demon worlds, I laughed so hard that I fell backwards. A tough brother? He is really excellent. As expected, no matter how serious the matter is, accidents will always happen to the macho brother. It's worthy of being an outlier. After Mengnan woke up, he lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I was afraid that I would shed tears of regret. Was actually naked, giving orders in front of the armies of the spirit and demon worlds. This is a stain that he will never be able to wash away in his entire life. He is the future supreme lord of earth burial. Where is the face left? The more Mengnan thought about it, the more scared he became, because there were so many spirit beasts and demon beasts present at that time. Does anyone know if any of them took secret photos? If there is, his image as an idol for the boys and girls of Xia country has collapsed. Xia Xingran was already in his sea of consciousness at this time and saw the picture sharing that Feng Xiaonan sent him. Although it's coded, it's still embarrassing. Xia Xingran sat at the head of Mengnan's bed, looking at Mengnan, who looked as if he was dead, and there was no need to contact him anymore, and couldn't help but sneer. "It's okay. It's just running around naked in the spirit world. It's no big deal for you, a grown man." Manon, you don't understand. Seeing that Mengnan was as unmoved as a corpse, Xia Xingran had to prescribe a drastic measure. Then continued to play dead. "Anyway, many people should have seen your video." Ding! Mengnan jumped up from the bed like a spring. "Damn! I knew there must be someone secretly filming this." Xia Xingran reached out and held Mengnan's hand and transmitted the picture to Mengnan through his mental power. Mengnan watched the movie he had starred in with great passion, and his 10 toes were almost scratched on the bed. Hiss, there is a code. Call. Meng Nan breathed a sigh of relief. We are not afraid as long as there is a code. Get up. Get up. Meng Nan got up, put on his clothes, and tidied his appearance. I'm a tough guy. I'm resurrected. Xia Xingran chuckled, looked at Meng Nan, and said with a smile, I suggest you come up with a solution in the future. Make a pair of pants that won't get damaged no matter how big they get. Meng Nan complained, you think you're making a movie? How is there such a thing? Just my 600-meter body. You also have to prevent fire, prevent magma, prevent lightning. However, Xia Xingran's words reminded Meng Nan that although there were no such pants, it did not mean that there were no storage items. The elder is proficient in the power of space. Maybe he has a way. Just in time to ask the elder for resources, Meng Nan then called Xia Xingran back to their own training base. Through a secret order, after learning that Meng Nan had woken up, the elder appeared at Meng Nan's training base again. When Meng Nan saw the elder appear, he quickly bowed and said, Thank you so much this time, Lord. You know my situation. I'm a pauper, and I can't give you anything in return. But after this time, I decided I still want to improve in my own way. Otherwise, with little shit as appetite, even if he ate up all of Xia country, it probably wouldn't be enough. The elder nodded with satisfaction. This kid still knew how to be grateful, so he said calmly, Since you took over the Xia family's battle flag, we have been a family. As elders, it is our duty to take care of the younger generation, so you don't have to feel bad. If your strength can bring stability to Xia country, then all this is worth it. It doesn't matter if I owe you anything or not, but what you said does make sense. What you, a little stone, want? The elder also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiagua is really not enough? Meng Nan also knew that he owed a huge favor this time. Asking the elder to personally run errands to gather resources is indeed a helpless move. After all, the resources that Xiao Shirtu wants, apart from the elder's unfathomable spatial ability, no one else should be able to get it. Meng Nan thought of Xia Xingran's reminder just now, and he was embarrassed to speak to the elder again. Lord, I have another unwelcome request. The elder smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Meng Nan looked embarrassed, and he gritted his teeth and told the elder about the difficulty of not having any pants to wear after his transformation. Even an old antique like the elder was amused by Meng Nan's words. This kind of pants. That's indeed not the case. But I do have the space equipment you mentioned, but I'm not sure if it will be damaged after you transform. The elder stretched out his skinny hand, and a square piece of metal appeared out of thin air. Before Meng Nan had time to check, the small stone on his chest suddenly attacked. A small khaki hand pulled the metal cube into the body of the little stone. Meng Nan's hand, which was about to take the cube, froze in midair. The elder and Meng Nan looked at each other, one old and one young, both speechless. Meng Nan smiled awkwardly and said, My lord, you are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with it. This little Shirtu is still a child. He can't even speak clearly. He is really a bit naughty. The elder waved his hand to indicate that it was all right. Buzz. Menon, try it. Pants. Meng Nan was shocked. He looked incredible. Meng Nan didn't understand what Xiao Shirtu said, but he already knew what Xiao Shirtu meant. Ever since his soul power resonated with Xiao Shida's, he seemed to understand Xiao Shida's thoughts more thoroughly. Is this considered a mutual understanding? Meng Nan quickly picked up 2 pieces of clothing and placed them on the small stone on his chest. Whoosh! A small khaki hand pulled the clothes into the little stone's body. Wow, that's awesome. Little stone, throw one out. Whoosh! The piece of clothing that was put in was immediately thrown out. Meng Nan is secretly happy. After Xiao Shirtu resonated with his soul power, Xiao Shirtu took the elder's space storage equipment, and then it could actually be used instead of Meng Nan. And as long as Meng Nan wants something, the little stone can sense it immediately. It is no longer like before, where communication depends entirely on understanding and guesswork. The change in their relationship now has reached the point where they are in perfect sync with each other. Meng Nan felt the resonance of his soul power with Xiao Shirtu and was secretly shocked. If you use one sentence to describe the current relationship between him and Xiao Shirtu, that is, 2 souls in one body. Incomparable tacit understanding.